Hey, everybody. Good morning. It's really good to see everybody. I'm Emerson Latzi. I'm going to be hosting the next like 45, 50, 55 minutes or so. It's this show we call The Sweat. We bring it to you weekdays, 11 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. We got all the DFS, all the sports betting knowledge about to be dropped on you by our analysts, our professionals here. We're going to start on the diamond, our Major League Baseball panel. Our first one today consists of DraftKings contributors, Matt Meiselman, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. So we're going to price check here first, dudes. Favorite plays, basically, in the following price ranges on tonight's 11-game MLB slate. First things first, though, we want to talk about a special contest that we have tonight. It's the $5 million Fantasy Baseball World Championship qualifier. So, Matt, as our resident DraftKings guru here, can you tell us a little bit, bring us inside, like how these qualifiers work and what exactly people will be playing for tonight?
Yeah, so these qualifiers are for this event that we have once a season for each major sport. The baseball event, the Fantasy Baseball World Championship, is in September this year. Still don't know what the location for it is yet, but that final has a bunch of qualifier tournaments that are basically the means to getting into the tournament. It has 100 seats. The winner of that tournament wins $1 million and then gets to the DraftKings Championship Series Tournament of Champions at the end of the year. But normally these qualifiers are a little more expensive to get into. They're smaller fields, higher dollar. But the one for tonight is just a $13 entry among some of the others. There are multiple contests to join. But there's a lower stakes one that has 5,000 seats. I'm pretty sure that's the number. And it's not full yet, but it's at least a decent sized contest. So there's still time to get into that one. Only $13 to enter, and the winner gets a ticket to this baseball event at the end of the year.
Dude, these fantasy world championships that we do at DraftKings, no matter what sport it is an exquisite weekend. I was part of the Fantasy Baseball World Championship a couple of years ago. We rented out Wrigley Field, for crying out loud. So people, I'm telling you, there is a lot at stake that you want a piece of. Eric, you ever entered any of these qualifiers here or competed in any of the world championships?
I haven't knowingly entered a qualifier. I'm one of my least developed skills as a human being is noticing things. So if they've come up, decent chance I've just gone on autopilot and played my usual contests. But man, it sounds fun. I would love to be a champion. I was just the other day, I went to a lemonade stand, and along with my lemonade, these kids gave me a card saying, "You're a cool cat." And I've been riding that high for a few days, but that's about to wear off.
Sweet.
So I think I need to become a champion to really keep that good feeling going,
I mean, you're on the sweat right now, man. DraftKings is the sweat. You're a cool cat, dude. We only have cool cats on this show.
It's been confirmed by multiple sources.
Cool. Well, good stuff. I'm glad those kids look up to you, dude. Let's go ahead and let's turn our attention here to some price checks. So entering like this contest, though, let's get them some advice. So who's a pitcher over 8K you will be paying up for, E?
Yeah, I'm interested in Shohei Ohtani here. I think in a big contest like this, the way you got to think is guys who sometimes blow up but sometimes go off are exactly who you want, because if they blow up or if they just have a normal bad day, you weren't finishing high anyway in a contest like this. So the fact that Ohtani has had some really bad games this year, like his last start in June against the Yankees where he gave up 7 runs in 2 innings, we can live with that, because if he just had a normal bad day, that's already unfortunately bad enough that we weren't going to place where we wanted. But when Ohtani does go off, he's got some of the best days among any pitcher, specifically because he strikes out so many guys. The strikeout rate over 30% this season. His numbers have been held back at times by a high walk rate, 12.4% on the year, although since the start of June, he's walking just 7% of opposing batters. So he really is, if he can keep that walk rate down, he'll become the true all-around pitcher that, he doesn't really need to be the superstar that he already is. But he's been trending in that direction. He's facing a pretty good A's lineup. They rank 10th by WRC+, but it's in a good pitcher's park. So I'm not too scared of that there. So I'm definitely happy going with him and hoping for one of his good days here.
All right, Matt, who do you think has a good day on this 11-game slate? We're talking pitchers over 8K.
So this seems like a really unusual slate to me where there are a lot of hitters that are way underpriced. And I think that just the common strategy will be these expensive pitchers. So honestly, I'm looking to not play much of any of them. I think my favorite pitcher on this slate is Caleb Smith, who's only 6,600 and was just blown up by the Dodgers. Probably won't be as popular as he should be after that start. But if I have to answer the question and pick a guy who's expensive, I think I want to play Yu Darvish. I just think the Braves are getting a little too much credit for being a good offense. And now, obviously, they don't have Ronald Acuna Jr. anymore. So the matchup for Darvish actually isn't a bad one. And Darvish has had a couple bad starts recently. So I think Darvish will be somewhat popular. I just think he has the most upside of any pitcher. Ohtani's probably up there, too. These are both guys who could have huge games. But in all honesty, I'm not really that excited about any expensive pitcher. And I think the contrarian tournament route that I'm most interested in is playing cheaper pitchers and then trying to get some expensive hitters that other people don't have.
Okay, well, that's a perfect segue here. So hook me up then with that pitcher under 8K you like, Matty.
Yeah, so it's Caleb Smith for sure. I think he's really the only guy that I want from this price range, or that I'm really excited about from this price range. I think there are other guys you can play, like Jake Woodford is only 4,800. Not sure if he gets much popularity, but Smith gave up 9 runs to the Dodgers his last time out, and he's had some pretty bad outings this year. But the fact of the matter is he's cheap. He's facing the Pirates at home, and he's a guy who does get strikeouts. So even though the blow up potential is there, like he could give up 5 runs in the first inning again, or he could walk a bunch of guys. Like there's tons of downside. But like Eric said, you're playing for upside in these tournaments. And there's definitely a chance that Smith could just have a huge game because it is the Pirates and he is at home. And Pittsburgh's not as good on the road, just like any team. But one of the things about the park that the Pirates play in is that it tends to suppress strikeouts a little bit. So when the Pirates go on the road, you should expect them to strike out a bit more. And this is a team that's not even that healthy. They weren't that great to begin with. So that's my guy, is Caleb Smith. And I'm well aware that he could have negative points on this slate, but I think that he has a lot of upside too, especially for the price.
All right, cool, Cat. What about you, man? Pitcher under 8K.
Yeah, it's pretty bleak out there. Maybe this is a function of this being four days after the All-Star break. Teams were lining up their better pitchers over the weekend. I really think Caleb Smith is kind of the only guy with much upside at all. As again, it's that same logic I touched on earlier. You want these volatile guys in these big contests. You got to spike something. Smith in his last start had minus 19 fantasy points, but if he had a mere 5 fantasy points, you weren't winning anyway. And in 3 of his last 5 starts, he has at least 18 fantasy points, which is great for a guy at his price, 6,600. Like Matt said, he gets enough strikeouts that he can spike that good day every now and then. 25.7% on the season. It's pretty shaky pitcher. Way too many walks. A terrible ground ball rate, 26.3%. But a team like the Pirates might not be able to punish that. If his mistakes don't get launched over the wall, I think he's got a pretty good chance against an offense this week of striking out 6 or 7 guys and only allowing 2 runs or so. Which would be great for a guy in his price range. And I just don't think there's much upside with most of the other cheap guys today.
Matt, you mentioned paying up for some hitters here, dude. So give me one over 5K.
So I'm going way off the board for offense, I think. I don't know that anyone is playing the Dodgers on this slate. And I actually think Kevin Gausman could be a little popular just because of how much savings there is to be had across the board on hitting. Like there's some guys on the Reds who are really cheap. Diamondbacks are cheap. The Pirates have some cheap hitters. So the Dodgers may get you a bit of leverage against Gausman, but either way, they're just so expensive as a team. And Mookie Betts in particular, I think at 5,700, he's going righty, which is not usually what you want, but the way that Kevin Gausman pitches, you don't expect him to be a guy with a big platoon split because he relies on fastball, splitter, changeup, I guess, whatever you want to call his secondary pitch. But those profile of pitchers tend to be at least neutral or maybe even worse against same-handed hitters. But either way, the main appeal of the Dodgers is that they're a really, really good offense, and they just won't have ownership on this slate.
Okay, Eric, what about you, dude?
I'm going to go with Juan Soto. It's always a good day when you can go with Juan Soto. He came into the year sort of in a tier with Mike Trout and no one else, according to most of the projection systems in terms of, pure hitting talent. Vlad Jr.'s joined them on most projection systems at this point, but Soto is still in that tier along with those other two, a step above everybody else. even after a mediocre first half. I say mediocre, it comes with a 141 WRC plus, which is actually a career low in a career that started at age 19, just to, remind everybody of how ridiculous his offensive numbers have been this whole time. Even in what I guess you'd call a down year, he's walking more than he's striking out. He's hitting 295, which is actually below his expected batting average. The slugging is maybe the issue here. He's only slugging 484, but that's about 50 points below his expected slugging, and he has the highest hard hit rate of his career. So I'm not really worried at all about him in the second half, nor am I worried about a Derby hangover. He has 7 hits and 3 homers in his 3 games since the break. I think he joked about it correcting his swing, where it screws up some guys, and it seems like that might actually be true. Seems like
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. Usually it's the complete opposite.
Exactly. Juan Soto is not most hitters. I think we have seen that for a few years. Yeah. When you throw in, he'll get the platoon advantage against Nick Neidert. Looks like the projected starter for the Marlins, who is nothing at all to be worried about. Although again, it's Juan Soto. Happy to get with him pretty much against anybody.
Yeah, remember when the over-under for longest home run in the Derby was 519 and a half, and he hit one 520 feet. Like, son of a, like, out of all the people, he was the 8th seed too. How about a hitter under 5K, Eric?
Yeah, I'm going to drop down to 3,400 and Michael Conforto. He's a guy who's just too talented to be in this price range. I get why he is there. He's not having a good season, but it's been a season that's been interrupted by injury, and there's been some bad luck in there. Even before his hamstring injury, he had a 692 OPS in 33 games, which is not what he was supposed to do. And then he really struggled his first 18 games back with a 442 OPS. But there's been signs of life over his last 4 games. He's gone 5 for 15 with 2 homers. That's a tiny sample, but again, this is a guy who's been quite a good hitter for quite a long time at this point. Only 4 homers on the year, but his hard hit rate is only down 0.1% from last year, and his launch angle is actually up slightly. And that expected slugging of 409 is below expectations, but it's also way above his actual slugging, which is 328. So I think even if we don't expect him to repeat last year's great season in the second half, this is still a guy who we know is a good hitter, more than a $3,400 hitter. He'll get the platoon advantage against Vladimir Gutierrez in a hitter-friendly park in Cincinnati. Gutierrez, nothing special despite a 4.29 ERA. Most of those ERA estimators are up in the mid-5s. Doesn't strike guys out, walks too many guys, doesn't keep the ball on the ground. So even though the Mets are pretty banged up at this point, well, for a long time at this by now, not many Mets left. Conforto's still there, and he's still Michael Conforto, even if he's having a down season.
All right, Maddie, bring us home.
So I'm sticking to pretty much the same theme there. I like the rest of the Mets. So it's not that I dislike Conforto. I just think his ownership will be higher than the rest of the team, especially the outfielders, because the price is so much lower. But the most popular outfielders on this slate, I would have to imagine, are on the other side of this game, with Nick Castellanos and Jesse Winker priced in the low 4,000s, and then Tyler Naquin at 2,500. So I just don't think a lot of people get to the more expensive guys on the Mets, like Brandon Nimmo and Dominic Smith, who are about $1,000 more than Michael Conforto. So honestly, like I'll play all 3 of those outfielders. I think they're all really good plays, but the Mets in general in that 4 to 5K range, I think that they just go fairly overlooked because the Reds on the other side are the favorites in this game. They're a little bit cheaper. They have a little bit better of a matchup. And the Mets still have a ton of upside too, and they're still really good offense. Even with all of the injuries, most of that is on the pitching side, and the only hitter that really is that important that they're missing is Francisco Lindor, who gets most of his value from being a great defensive shortstop anyway. So this is still a really, really good Mets offense. I like Conforto. I like everyone else on the Mets too.
All right, Matt, good catching up with you. Thanks for the help and the advice ahead of the $5 million Fantasy Baseball World Championship qualifier tonight. All you guys and gals, make sure you get in that. Eric, hang out because we're going to take a sportsbook look at tonight's slate coming up. But next, we've got Game 6 of the NBA Finals to dive into. What's cooking over on the DK Sportsbook? We will tell you right after this. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Sweat. We hit on baseball. We are going now to poke over to the association, the NBA. We got game 6 of the NBA Finals arriving tomorrow night on Tuesday night. And here for their best bets, DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey, RotoWire's Nick Whalen. So let's look ahead to some of the betting angles before Tuesday night. Bucks lead in this series, 3-2, by the way, 3 straight wins in this series. And it heads back to Milwaukee. Bucks will have a chance to kind of win it all on their home court. Suns will be big underdogs for this one, plus 170 on the money line. So let's get your initial take on this game 6, Kenny. Would you back Phoenix at this number, or is this series over? What do you think?
Yeah, I've drank a lot of juice in this NBA Finals, and it's paid off for me for the most part. But I don't think that I want to take the Milwaukee Bucks at this number. I also don't want to take the Phoenix Suns on the money line. I think it's just going to be a pretty close game. I love taking the 5 points here that you're getting with Phoenix. You know, the Suns have played 2 really good games, really close games with the Milwaukee Bucks. They really should have won, early last week. And then they collapsed late, let the Bucks back into that game in Milwaukee. They steal that one. And then, of course, you get game 5 was just, Milwaukee just played really, really well. So the bottom line here is that the Phoenix Suns, I don't think, are out of it quite yet. They shot the ball really, really well in game 5. And I think that they can shoot the ball again well on the road. They've shot better on the road than the Bucks have shot on the road. But in general, I like where this team maybe my doesn't.
Yeah, wow.
Look, DeAndre Ayton has given them a lot. Devin Booker continues to score the ball, and Chris Paul came back in game 5. Chris Paul played really well. So as long as you're going to get a good Chris Paul, I like the Phoenix Suns' chances here. The Suns are the Bucks have just shot really well, and there probably is a bad shooting net around the corner, but they're at home. The stats would tell you they shoot well at home. I'm not sure that it's going to be that bad.
Nick, have you been drinking a lot of juice in this series as well?
I have probably just as much as Kenny, in fact. And I feel very similarly about this game. I don't have a lot of conviction one way or the other. I will throw out one stat, though, that I heard on a podcast this morning. The team that is leading 3-2 heading home for game 6 with a chance to close out the NBA Finals, all time, those teams are 10-1 in those game 6s. So history is on Milwaukee's side when you're the lower seeded team and you can close out the series in 6. With that said, this Milwaukee Bucks team that we've watched the entire postseason has been so inconsistent. And I try not to let, the last game or the last 2 games erase all that or color my opinion too strongly. Milwaukee shot the ball extremely well, really from everywhere in game 5, as did Phoenix. I think there's a chance that at least one of those teams, if not maybe both, regress. And we see kind of more of a grinded out game. I mean, there was a time that I want to say, I think it was 13 possessions in a row. Each team scored 13 total possessions where it was just going back and forth. It was a lot of Devin Booker and Drew Holiday kind of trading baskets. I don't think we see that again. I think both teams kind of try to slow things down, as is often the case in a finals elimination game. Every possession becomes so important. And I think this ends up looking a lot like games 4 and games 5. Both of those were Milwaukee Bucks wins. I think that's now factored into this 5-point spread. But both of those games were extremely close throughout and really came down to the last 5 or 6 possessions. And the final scores were a little bit inflated, especially in game 4, just because some of the free throws at the end of those games. I mean, it was basically one possession deciding the game. And I think we get that again. These teams continue to be incredibly evenly matched. And Milwaukee, I think, especially has a little bit of room for regression with guys like Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton. Holiday played maybe the worst game of his playoff career in game 4, and then maybe the best game of his playoff career in game 5. He probably lands somewhere in the middle in game 6. Like Kenny said, Chris Paul looked a little better on Sunday night. We know what to expect from Booker. We know what to expect from Ayton. I think we get another really evenly matched game that probably finishes within, 3 or 4 points.
After the under hit in games 3 and 4, we had a high scoring affair in game 5 of this series. So that was 242 total points scored between these two teams. The game total for game 6 Tuesday night, that's set at 222 right now. You're leaning over or under, Nick?
I think I got to go under and bet on that regression. It's such a stark number compared to what that total was from game 5, like you mentioned. So, I think some people maybe look at that and say, you're giving me a 20-point cushion here. But I mean, the Milwaukee Bucks shot 58% from the field. The Phoenix Suns shot 55% from the field. I mean, both teams had some of their best shooting nights of the entire playoffs and the entire regular season. I mean, it was uncanny the shot making, especially in those second and third quarters when, Phoenix jumped out to that big run and then Milwaukee came right back. Guys like Pat Connaughton shooting the lights out, which at some point he's going to come back down to earth. Like I said, I think in these type of elimination games, when one team has a chance, things slow down. Possessions become super important. The defense gets ramped up. Coaches are a little more willing to take timeouts to set things up. I think this swings back the other direction and goes under tonight.
Over or under in game 6, Kenny?
Yeah, Nick's a smart man. This is going to go under. Look, game 5 was an outlier. When you look at the whole postseason for the Milwaukee Bucks, they've played incredible defense. We've said it on the show so many times. Their second worst defensive rating in game 5 of 129.3. And conversely, it was their best offensive night since game 2 of their opening round series against the Miami Heat with a 135 offensive rating. I mean, they don't play this well on offense. They don't shoot that well, especially on the road. And they don't play defense like that. They have a really good defense. And when you look at the pace in this series, 94.5, 97, 97, 91.5. If you want to contextualize that, the Bucks consistently this year were the top 3 in pace over, I believe it was 103. So I think that the Milwaukee Bucks here are going to come crashing back down to earth on the offensive end. They'll probably play better defense as well, especially given the stakes of this game. And if the pace is going to be 91.5, that is an incredibly low pace, then we're definitely going to see an under here. There's no question about it. I think you're getting a very good price here because of a really high total in game 5, the public betting up the over, but this is the safe bet for sure, the under.
What's a Bucks prop you have your eye on, Kenny?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I was looking at Brook Lopez over 11.5 points. He had a really a bit of a snoozer in game 5, and he is the guy that plays well at home, shoots the ball well, gets a lot of shots for the Milwaukee Bucks, and I do think that they like to have him out there for his size against DeAndre Ayton. You look at game 5, played 30 minutes, and he took 6 shots. He scored 9 points. I do think that that's a guy that could have some sort of cathartic experience in game 6 as they try to close this out. So I will be looking at that, but Drew Holiday over 19.5 points. You saw in game 5, he finally arrived in this series, and we know that this guy's incredibly talented. We know that he's a great scorer, and he had 27 points. His total still sitting at 19.5. We know that with consistency, this guy can bring it in the scoring department. So I actually really like taking his over in the points as well. And I know that Nick is going to say this, but you could always take his over 8.5 assists as well. I mean, he's been an assist machine in this finals, and you get plus 115.
Nick, do you agree with that? Were you going to say that?
Well, I was thinking about it. We don't have to go into too much depth now, but the floor is so high for Drew Holiday in terms of his passing. I was actually going to take the under, and I think it's 19.5 points for Drew Holiday. I think he kind of comes crashing back down to earth as a shooter. I mean, some of the shots that he was making were just shots that he hasn't hit really the entire postseason. He had those 2 great games at the end of the Hawks series, but I kind of have to throw those out when you kind of look at his game log and try to project, because Giannis wasn't active for those games and he kind of had to do more. He hasn't been afraid to shoot even with Giannis back in the lineup. I mean, he's routinely getting to 20 field goal attempts, which unless he's playing like he was on Saturday night, I'm not sure that's necessarily what you want. So I'm with Kenny. If you want to look towards the Bucks prop, I think Drew Holiday over 8.5 assists is pretty interesting. If you want to combine these 2 teams, you can also get Giannis and Devin Booker to each score at least 35 points in this game. That's at plus 475 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Not maybe quite as much value as I would like to get out of that, but Booker already has back-to-back 40-point games. We know he's going to go down swinging. And Giannis obviously is very much capable of getting to that 35 number. He would have gotten there on Saturday had he not clanked those 4 free throws at the end of the game.
All right, guys, really quick. Last one here. Nick, Suns side. How about a prop that you're looking at right now?
Well, I mentioned, combining Devin Booker and Giannis Antetokounmpo, if you want to count that. I think looking at the rebounding side, DeAndre Ayton has been a complete monster in this series. I continue to be just unbelievably impressed with the amount of rebounding that he's doing in traffic. I like him over 12.5 rebounds in game 6.
Kenny?
I like Mikal Bridges over 1.5 threes. The worst player on the floor for the Suns, according to plus minus, was Cam Johnson. At minus 19, it's no coincidence. As soon as they went away from Mikal Bridges, the team started to struggle. I think that they get back to Mikal Bridges here. Played 33 minutes in game 5, probably equal, if not more minutes. And he is going to shoot the basketball. He's a good 3-point shooter. I like Mikal Bridges to hit more than 1-3.
All right, guys, appreciate it. We are going to bring in our gorgeous golf gurus after this. We'll look back at a incredible weekend at the British Open, and also we will take a poke ahead to the 3M Open at the TPC Twin Cities. All right, everybody. I know I'm gorgeous, but we're going to go ahead and bring in a couple other people who are also gorgeous. Our gorgeous golf gurus, DraftKings contributors, Jeff Ulrich and Reed T. Fowler, here for some, I know we're calling it PGA Tour high or low, but it's more of let's look back on the British Open and then some odds for this week's 3M Open here up in Minnesota. Just real quick, Colin Morikawa, Reed, what an absolute impressive performance that he put together yesterday. Like he really was on another planet. I mean, what was the most impressive part of his 4 days at the British Open for you?
Yeah, well, he got, he got some of Jordan Spieth's lucky bounces off the fairway because a lot of those could have gone either way. But aside from that, right, that had nothing to do with it. The guy made every single putt that he needed to. I mean, he was sinking 10, 11 foot, par putts on greens that, especially if you're not used to, can really wreak havoc. And we saw what happened to Louis from the get-go. And I'll leave that to Jeff because he knows him better than anybody else, sans Louis and his wife. But like Morikawa was just making every single putt. And we've mentioned it time and time again, Emerson, is that, and I was completely off on Morikawa. So I have to admit that, but when he's gaining strokes or when he's with his putting, he is going to be in contention. He is going to win. You've seen it so far this season that every single time he's had positive strokes gained putting, he's either been in contention first or second this entire year. And it culminated in the last major of the season. So kudos to him.
I mean, Jeff, we're talking about a guy who's not even 25 until next year. He's played in 8 majors in his career. He's won 25% of them, winning 2. He entered today 1 stroke back and ends up winning by a couple here. So what impressed you the most with Colin Morikawa?
I mean, probably just his course management in an event like the British Open. Look, when we're talking about Colin Morikawa, you have to realize, I mean, you can speak about him in the same vein as like Jon Rahm and Justin Thomas. He's the best iron player in the world, quite frankly. And Reed's right. When he starts to putt like that, I mean, Oosthuizen is ranked like, top 3 putter on tour right now, just in terms of strokes gained putting. That's his bread and butter. He's really improved that part of his game. He does not have the consistency, though, T to green that Colin Morikawa does. So when Morikawa starts sinking the same kind of putts that Louis does with regularity, is almost impossible to beat. You knew that if Morikawa was going to come out and sink those putts on Sunday, it was going to be really tough. I do think the conditions helped Morikawa this week. It's always a little bit easier your first Open Championship when it's calm. You don't have to worry about the weather factoring in. Maybe you don't have to hit as many, Open Championship shots like run-ups, but he's clearly like a top 3 player in the world. And look, we've got 2 really elite winners at the majors the last 2 times out.
Yeah, and Emerson, really quickly with Morikawa, the delta between his strokes gain approach and the second guy, like Paul Casey, right now, is the same as when we saw Tiger when he was at his best. So just to put that into comparison, you see what he's done in his first time out at major tournaments, but then just his approach, he's so much better than the second guy, which is unbelievable, and it's been consistent all year.
Yeah, Reed, becoming the first golfer in history to win his debut at 2 different major events. Jeff, I'm not going to lie. There was a point where in a moment, I thought maybe Louis would rather come in third than second, though, seriously, avoiding the agony of like another runner-up finish. But I do feel like in a way, he's not going to get like the credit he actually deserves for the performance that he has put together in a lot of these majors.
Yeah, no, there's no way he'll get the credit he deserves. I mean, look, when it boils down to it, what's his crime here? He lost out to John Rahm, who sunk like 40 foot of putts, and he's the #1 player in the world. And then he lost out to Colin Morikawa, who's probably the best player we've seen since Tiger under 25. It's not like he's losing to slubs here on Sunday, right? He's getting legitimately beat. Now, should he have closed one of these 3 out? Probably, but you're right. He's not going to get credit enough for putting himself in these positions. What he needs to do is reel off a couple wins. Doesn't even matter if it's majors at this point to just shut people up. So until he does that, he won't necessarily get the credit. But I mean, look, this guy's got himself up to, I think, 9th in the world golf rankings now. So if he does reel off a couple wins, man, I mean, you never know. I think you're silly if you count this guy out. Eventually, a couple wins are going to flow here, and we still got the playoffs to come, so still could come in 2021 as well.
And he's got the second best odds to win this week at the 3M Open. Sweet T Fowler here, man. What do we need to know about TPC Twin Cities, whether it comes to like placing bets or filling out DFS lineups?
Yeah, this is the 3rd year that TPC Twin Cities is going to be hosting the 3M Open. This is a birdie fest. I mean, the average that, it's been 21 under and 19 under the 2 years that it's been on tour. And if you take a look at the length, it's over 7,400 yards. There's a ton of water. Tom Lehman updated this course. It's designed by Arnold Palmer, but the distance isn't really a factor. These guys are bombing it off a tee with regularity. We've seen Matt Wolff win, Bryson DeChambeau come in second place to Matt Wolff. I read that famous where Bryson was doing a press conference or he was near Wolff and Wolff sank that eagle putt on 18 to beat Bryson. That's kind of course that we get here, is that it's just birdies after birdies after birdies. There's a ton of water, hearkening to like it's the land of 10,000 lakes. That's sort of synonymous with this course, but the landing areas are extremely generous. So you got to make birdies. You got to score on the par 5s, obviously. And like every single week, it is an approach game. So that's what I'm looking at this week.
And your guy is in the field with Tony Finau. I mean, Oosthuizen, we've already mentioned that. Jeff, what is something people need to keep in mind here? By the way, the field's a lot stronger than I anticipated. Yeah. Returning back from the British Open, coming back to the States. What is something people need to keep in mind, though, Jeff, when it comes to placing bets or they want to build the ideal, perfect DFS lineup?
I think for TPS or TPC, excuse me, Twin Cities, I mean, I think you have to realize, the Bombers came through the first year, but I think when you look back at last season, you see a guy like Michael Thompson lost strokes off the tee here. The fairways here are massive. They're very easy to hit. It's a very flat course, a little bit like, like we saw in Detroit. I think this brings all the different players in. And again, I think you're going to see a player who just gets hot with their putter. Michael Thompson gained over 7 strokes on approach, and iron play is definitely something I would be emphasizing over off the tee, but also putting. So looking for someone who is very, very good, obviously can get hot with their irons, but also can get hot on the greens. Again, approach play has really been emphasized here over the first 2 seasons. So, a guy like Sergio Garcia might pop up. Still very good with his irons. He needs to get hot with the putter, obviously, but Sergio can definitely go, get so good with those approaches on an easier course like this. So he's someone to consider there. He's at plus 3,500. I actually don't mind those odds on him.
Okay. Reed, whose odds really stand out to you here? These things just becoming available here. Dustin Johnson plus 750 and Louis, Tony, Patrick Reed, and Cameron Tringali are the top 5 there.
Tringali at 25. When I saw, Tringali coming in, I thought was pretty nice, but 25, absolutely not. I'm looking at Bubba Watson. If he's in the field, right, we know that he couldn't go because he had close contact, but he passed all protocols and was, I believe, safe he didn't have COVID. And so I think he's in the field. If he is in the field at 3,500, he's someone that I'm taking a look at taking a look at, because I look at this similar to Travelers, Jeff. I don't know if you see the same thing with TPC River Highlands. You see the Wyndham, right? You kind of these courses that are flat and just, just give a lot of birdies. And a guy like Bubba not being in the Open Championship, being in contention in the first couple of days at Travelers at 3,500, I don't mind it, because I'm sure, if I'm trying to dive in being John Malkovich or being Bubba Watson, he's foaming at the mouth to get back on it. So give me Bubba at 3,500.
Jeff, I know you've already mentioned a few guys with some odds, but anyone else, like especially in maybe the top 15, top 20 or someone who actually could be a valuable bet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, we're getting some crazy odds here. Obviously, it's got a few big names, this field, but you've got Cameron Tringali at 2,500. He's playing well, but that's not really something I'm interested in either. I think you look at a player like Chris Kirk at plus 6,000. Chris Kirk is like a 4-time winner on tour. Tringali hasn't even won before. Chris Kirk's also playing very well. I don't know why he would be more than double odds in Tringali here. I think that's very nice odds you're getting on Chris Kirk, a guy who can get hot with his irons and putter. We saw him do it at the Sony Open this year and almost won. Luke List sitting there at plus 6,500 is interesting. But I think this is the type of field, Emerson, where I'd rather take a few more players at longer odds than necessarily go in on like a Tringali at plus 2,500. I think you can look at the guys like plus 13,000 here. A guy like Brandon Hague, who's been all over leaderboards lately, and maybe even a guy like Tom Lewis. I mean, this is the kind of event it's going to be. It's going to be wide open. Again, I'd rather have a bigger basket of bets here than just go on like one or two of the favorites.
All right. So before we wrap up the segment, your early pick to win, one of these guys you just named?
I mean, I really like Patton Kizzire this week. I think he sets up well compared to what we saw with Michael Thompson. He's plus 6,500. I actually missed him when I was running down. He's right by Chris Kirk, but Patton Kizzire, very similar style of game to Michael Thompson. He can get hot with the irons and the putter. I'm going to go with him. I'm going to say someone from the mid-range there comes through.
Fowler.
Oh, okay. I mean, if we're doing that, I'm going to go Johnny Vegas mid-range, sure. Jeffrey. He's playing well, but I got to go with lefty here. Not Phil, the real lefty in Bubba Watson. I think he's gonna win this week.
Not Brian Harmon?
No.
I was going to say Brian Harmon.
Yeah, Levs. How the little levies
there. That's your guy, Reed.
Isn't Bobby Mack? I think Bobby Mack's in the field
Bobby
too.
Mack?
He was
Lots of lefties.
Yeah. Hey, now maybe got to make it a lefty lineup.
Maybe
like
I
you
should
made
get in the field, Emerson, and then we could add more lefties.
Oh, wait, you're a lefty?
Right.
I didn't know that.
Bobby Mack plus 2,800. Yeah. All right. Well, Reed, what do you say? You and I today around 3:00.
Let's do it.
The top rated edition of Get the Green. You know what? I asked producer Drew, I said, can we bring on Jeff today? I thought it would be cool to do another 3-headed monster reaction, but apparently you're on some mini vacation, which you look like you're in the same spot you always are.
I'm leaving right after this. Trust me.
Okay. He looks like end this segment now.
All right. Well, actually, I have 3 more questions for you, Jeff. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Go enjoy it. Reed and I will have a Get the Green edition today at 3:00 here in the Dream Stream. We're going to do some sports bets on the diamond after this. All right, everybody, we hit on the DFS side of tonight's 11-game Major League Baseball slate earlier in the show. If you missed it, highly suggest you kind of rewind the Dream Stream, whatever you are watching us on, have at it. It's at the top of the show. We're going to get into the sports betting side of it now. Kenny Ducey, DraftKings contributor, RotoWire's Eric Halterman. These two dudes are back. This is covering the bases here, guys. So your favorite sportsbook plays on this slate. First base, run line or money line that stands out to you, Kenny?
I like the Giants plus 115. This is a line that really, I don't think the Giants should be underdogs here. Even though this game is in Los Angeles, they've been playing just as well as the Los Angeles Dodgers of late, and the competition level has been higher. The Dodgers, they come in here 5 of 7 wins. They have 1 over the Marlins, 2 over the Diamondbacks, and 2 over the Colorado Rockies. Yes, in Coors Field, where the Colorado Rockies are competent. Yeah, they came back and won, but they have injury concerns here. Mookie Betts dealing with the hip issue. Gavin Lux dealing with the hamstring issue. Both those guys status up in the air today. And if they have to, force Matt Beattie or Albert Pujols into the lineup, I don't like their chances against Kevin Gausman. He's been lights out. Is the only thing that concerns you about Kevin Gausman. He walked 5 batters last time he faced the Los Angeles Dodgers. The Dodgers walk rate is under 9% over the last 2 weeks. They've had struggles in that department. And walks are the lifeblood of this team. And when you're talking about a guy like Kevin Gausman, who doesn't give up a lot of quality contact, a low xWOBA on contact, you want to get base runners any way you can. Might be a little difficult. I like the Giants here as underdogs.
All right, Eric, how about you?
I'm liking the Angels over the A's. When I pulled it out to talk about it earlier, I think it was at minus 105. It seems like other people also like that because it looks like it's minus 115 now. But I still like that. I think the Angels should be clear favorites here, given the matchup between Shohei Ohtani and Cole Irvin. Talked about Ohtani in the earlier segment as one of the best DFS plays for the night. He is prone to disaster at times. That last start in June against the Yankees, couldn't finish the first inning, gave up 7 runs. But that actually goes against his recent trend. He's been more steady and reliable since the start of June. In 5 of his last 6 starts, so all but that one blow up, he's given up no more than 2 earned runs. He's only walking 7% of opposing batters since the start of June after having a pretty big walk problem early. So I'm quite confident in him, even though, again, when it goes bad, it goes really bad. On the other side, Cole Irvin, 3.65 ERA, but that's not supported by the underlying numbers. Most of the ERA estimators have him a full run worse than that. He's a low strikeout, low walk guy, which I trust when they get a lot of ground balls. You can give up a lot of contact if you don't give out free passes and keep the ball on the ground. But he doesn't keep the ball on the ground, just a 36.9% ground ball rate. So that means he's giving up a lot of contact and contact in the air. The fact that he doesn't walk guys isn't enough to make him a good pitcher on its own. So I think Angels have a pretty big advantage in the starting pitching department. They actually have been the better offense too this season. They ranked 5th by WRC Plus compared to 10th for the A's. So I think they should be more than just slight favorites here.
Eric, how about second base? We're looking at a game total now.
Yeah, I'm liking Cleveland, Houston over 9 runs. Looks like it was set at minus 105. I actually thought about this as maybe taking Cleveland as a big underdog, and that's because I don't really have faith in Zach Greinke at this point. 3.59 ERA, but again, all the ERA estimators about half a run worse. They're actually in a very narrow band. FIP, XFIP, and xERA all are between 4.13 and 4.17, so there's quite a lot of agreement on how good he is at this point in his career. He's kind of like what I just talked about with Cole Irvin, which isn't really what you want to hear from a guy with Zach Greinke's reputation. Doesn't strike guys out anymore. 18.5% strikeout rate is, I believe, his lowest in well over a decade. Doesn't walk guys, just 5% walk rate, but his 40.6% ground ball rate is his lowest since 2007. So he's very much in the latter stage of his career. He's not actually a significant FIP beater, which you might expect from a wily veteran. He actually had an ERA over a run worse than his FIP last year, and his ERA and FIP are almost identical for the course of his career. On the other side, JC Mejia, 7.42 ERA in about 30 innings, is a lot worse than he deserves. He actually does keep the ball on the ground well, has about a league average walk rate, doesn't get a ton of strikeouts. I think he's probably going to settle in as a fine back-end starter, but the Astros offense is just so good this year that a fine back-end starter isn't going to keep their run total down. The team's averaged 9.7 runs here, so that's all it takes is an average day to beat this over, and I think they should combine for maybe even an above-average day here.
All right, Kenny, game total.
Yeah, I'll keep it quick. The under is 13-3-1 in Casey Mize starts. And the expected ERA, not looking great. But Casey Mize has just found a way to get through innings. And I don't think he's going to run into too much trouble here against the Texas Rangers, who are 28th in WRC plus over the last 2 weeks. Conversely, you have a guy in Kyle Gibson who did struggle in his last start against the Detroit Tigers, but it was his worst start of the year. He's been great other than that. And the Tigers, while they, have had some success at the plate lately, still down in the bottom third of the league in WRC plus over the last 2 weeks. I don't think it's going to be too much for Kyle Gibson to handle. And these Texas bats, man, they are really, really bad at the moment. Nick Solak can't hit the broadside of a barn. I like Casey Mize to navigate this lineup with relative ease. The under 8.5 is plus 100. I think that's a very good deal on a very, very good trend that has been very profitable this year.
Kenny, as we continue to cover the bases here and look at the DK Sportsbook, third base, pitcher prop.
Yeah, I like Kyle Muller over 5.5 strikeouts. This guy has 16 strikeouts over his last 2 starts, spanning 10 2/3 innings. He's got that 65 grade fastball. He's a very, very effective lefty. And one thing that I'm looking at here that I'm really interested in is the Padres are striking out over 20% of the time over the last 2 weeks. That's been a pretty staggering number. They have been good, but they have not really been able to control their strikeouts. So that is one thing that I'm certainly looking at. And, they also haven't been that great against left-handed pitching either. Muller has had that strikeout stuff lately in a short amount of time, and he's just going to continue to get better and better. He's got a lot of talent, and I like him to go over 5.5 strikeouts at plus money.
Pitcher prop you like, Eric?
Yeah, when I look at strikeout props, the first thing I do is look at who's facing the Tigers, and that would be Kyle Gibson, who Kenny just touched on. Over 5.5 is actually plus 130. And I guess I could see why it's plus money, because he's only hit that over in 7 of his 17 starts. He's not really a strikeout machine, Kyle Gibson. 21.7% strikeout rate on the season is a bit below average, but he's hit that over in his last 3 starts, averaging 8 strikeouts per start. As Kenny mentioned, one of those starts was against the Tigers, and it wasn't particularly good, but even in that one, he still struck out. I believe it was 7 batters. Tigers just strike out just way too much, 27% on the season. And so I think even a guy like Gibson can hit the over here.
All right, guys, super quick on this last one here, a hitter prop. Eric, take us home.
Yeah, I'm looking at some home run props on either side of the Mets-Reds game. Great American Ballpark is actually the most homer-friendly park in the league. Both starters, Jared Eichhoff and Vladimir Gutierrez, are both not very good and don't keep the ball on the ground well. So I like pretty much anybody you like on either side. I'll throw out Joey Votto at plus 340, who's shown a good bit of power this season, hitting the ball as hard as he has in the StatCast era. So I'll take him if I have to go with one, but really any of those guys.
All right, Kenny, quickly on the hitter prop, please.
Yeah, I like Trey Mancini to get a hit at minus 200. I think it's a very, very good price. I'll also have some on him to homer at plus 450. He's got a 521 xWOBA against Ryan Yarbrough and 21 career plate appearances. It's a big enough sample for me to notice. 3 homers off him as well, and an 826 OPS in July, which carries 11 hits in 11 games. Guy's been red hot. Guy's been hitting the ball. Minus 200, not juicy enough for me to take it.
All right, dudes, appreciate it. One more block to go. We got one more break to go, and we are actually going to discuss a little bit of Olympics coverage. Hang out. All right, everybody. The Olympics is here on a year delay, but finally arriving this week, the Tokyo Games, and RotoWire's AJ Scholes here to help kind of rip through a few things for us. A little Olympics preview, early look at some of the games action with opening ceremonies set for this Friday. AJ, you're going to be covering the games for RotoWire, right? So let's get your take on some of the events kicking off this week. We'll start with some soccer. You got the men's group stage begins on Thursday with Spain, plus 250 here take home the gold. What should they be the favorite? What do you think? What's your preview?
Well, I think for starters, it's important to note these aren't the same squads that we saw in Copa America or Euro 2020 just, a couple of weeks ago due to the age requirements. And I think that's why you're seeing Spain favored more. Some of the names that we saw in that tournament, Uni Simon, Pau Torres, Pedri, Dani Olmo, are playing in this one. But for other squads, some of those veteran guys that we're used to seeing, Belgium, their entire team was older. So we're not going to see any of those guys. They didn't make the tournament either. That's part of it. But if they had, we wouldn't be seeing those guys. Brazil is another one, though. They're going to have Richarlison, Dani Alves, Paulinho, just to name a few. Outside of the favorites, I think I'm still backing Germany at plus 650, given their talent pool is all players who play at the elite level, a lot of them in the Bundesliga, despite the fact that they're a little bit younger. South Korea actually has a pretty decent draw, so I would give them an okay shot of making it out of the group stage here. And once you get to the knockout round, as we learned in those Euro tournaments, all bets are off. So that's another outside look team that maybe could make some waves here.
No USA on the men's side, AJ, but on the women's side, the U.S. national team is the favorite to win gold, minus 165, following a disappointing fifth place finish in the 2016 games in Rio. You think the U.S. will be able to bring home the gold in Tokyo?
Considering we're talking about a team that hasn't lost since a friendly against France in January of 2019, and that includes winning the Women's World Cup in 2019, I honestly think minus 165 is a little low here. And I'd certainly be willing to give up that juice to bet on them. I honestly think, the squad is all pretty much the same stars are back from the tournament. You've got Carly Lloyd, Alex Morgan, Megan Rapinoe, Julie Ertz. If there's a sleeper team in this tournament for me, it's probably Australia. They have a tough draw being in the same group as the USA and Sweden, but they dominated their qualifying tournament by pretty sizable margins. With the exception of a 1-1 draw against China, they also advanced to the tournament as well. So that's a pretty evenly matched team. Australia has star power in terms of Sam Kerr, who nearly won the Golden Boot at that 2019 World Cup, despite the fact that Australia didn't even make it out of the round of 16 after losing on penalties here. That's pretty strong value at plus 2,500 to win here. I think the U.S. is rightly the favorite, but Australia is my sleeper team in this one.
All right, what are some of the other storylines people should keep in mind as they approach betting the Olympics?
Well, obviously, I haven't seen any odds yet on this one, but the U.S. women's gymnastic team is going to draw plenty of headlines here. Simone Biles and Team USA continuing to dominate that one. I would be really interested in the women's volleyball tournament. The USA won't have Kerry Walsh Jennings in action for the first time since the 2000 games. That was the last time she did not participate here. Looking ahead to the first games that we're going to see actually Tuesday night here in the U.S. The softball team, they're minus 200 to take home the gold on the DK Sportsbook. That'll start around 11 o'clock tomorrow night. They cruised through the group stage in qualifying back in 2018. But a word of caution there, the two games that they really struggled with to win that tournament were one-run wins over Japan. So that's actually a really good value. They're plus 275. They clearly gave the U.S. some trouble and could be a contender on the softball tournament here.
All right. Well, very quickly, less than 60 seconds to go in the show. Any favorite bets you want to lock in before the games begin?
Well, I think you have to look at the USA gold total over under and the overall, medal over under. You're getting over 43.5 gold medals coming in at minus 115. They covered that in 2016. They're also coming in at over 112.5 at minus 120. They hit 121 overall medals in 16 as well. So the value is great on both those overs.
AJ, you're the man, dude. We'll talk to you throughout the Olympics for your Olympic coverage. We'll look for that over on the RotoWire. And that's going to be a show, guys. That's it. Everything you've just watched is a show called The Sweat, presented by DraftKings every morning, 11 o'clock Eastern time here. We got a 6-game Madden slate kicking off right after this. Everyone hang out, have fun, build your lineups. We'll see you again tomorrow.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back in. A busy dream stream day ahead. You could say dream, I guess, but it would make more sense to say dream stream. I'll just stop talking. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman here with you. We're looking forward to a fun sim. In fact, it's between our two clubs, my beloved Patriots, your Broncos, in Denver, no less. So you didn't have to travel. I'm relieved to hear that. How are you?
You like coming to Denver, so no,
I
I'm
do.
good. Every time you've been here, you've had a good time, even though the last time you were here, the Patriots lost in the AFC title game. But
yeah, I had a good time
save for that.
outside of being at the stadium.
Well, you'd gone to a bunch of Super Bowls, or you would end up going to a bunch of Super Bowls, I guess, more accurately, in and around that. I'm doing good, bud. I guess I talked to you, early last week? We did a game together. Or was that maybe Wednesday? So it's been
something like that.
Been five-ish days, and
it's an eternity in Simland.
It seems like all the buzz, because the last time I was on here was Friday, has been about Glash and Kenny going to the Yankees and Red Sox game.
Yeah,
it was funny how, because it all happened kind of organically, where either someone in the chat or Tara Lynn, but I think it was someone in the chat, goes, "Hey, you're in New York. Are you going to holler at Ducey?" He's like, "I've never met him." So he texts him, and Ducey's like, "Let's go to the game. Yankees Red Sox." And Glash didn't really have a good enough reason not to go. Even his friend, who's a Philly fan, I think ultimately relented, and we saw the pictures. Thought Koff would buy a Red Sox shirt or hat, or Glash would buy a Red Sox shirt or hat. He didn't, but glad that those two got to hang out. I don't know if I could sit through a whole baseball game with Kenny and not, want to punch him for some of the crazy takes I'll have, but maybe not. Maybe it'd be awesome.
Well, they seemed, obviously very bored hanging out together for the very first time, because they both went live on Twitter and Instagram. Just while sitting next to each other, they both decided what, we need to share this experience with the world, evidently. Glash even at one point, the unprofessional jerk that he is, comes into the chat and tries to pull viewers away from the dream stream. He said, "Hey guys, just so you know, I'm at the stadium and Kenny and I are about to go live on whatever social platform." It's like, dude, we're working here. We're gonna pull people away to see what's going on with you at the stadium. Are you kidding me?
All right, so what's your lineup look like? I'll just tease mine. I did not have
Well, I can tell you, we are off and running quite literally to start this thing off. Look at James White from the 26. Oh, no! He rushed for 73 yards and he was stopped at the 1. You shouldn't celebrate that, Jimmy. Come on. So close. And now we're just
James White bummed me out last time, so I did not roster James White because he disappointed me so much the last time we had a Patriots game, or I had a Patriots game. So no James White, and of course I'm regretting not captaining him right now. Maybe I'll get over that. My own previous rule as it relates to your Patriots. So give me your 6 though after we watch the Patriots score 6 here.
Got to feel like it's coming here, right? Whether it's Sony,
it feels inevitable.
Cam, we'll see. Newton's hanging on to it. Run, Cam. No, passes back to the end zone and way behind the end zone. Not even close. So I very quickly, a future Hall of Famer, Julian Edelman in the captain spot. Popular today. 64% owned overall, 18% in the captain spot in our smaller, the Nooner, Coffs, Pats versus BK's Broncos. Are you kidding me? Free roll. Also have Cam Newton, Devin Asiasi, N'Keal Harry, KJ Hamler, and Patriots DST. So we'll see what happens. Newton's got company in the backfield to handoff, and
Von Miller says no thanks.
Yards, Sony Michel.
So another shot for Cam Newton. And so there, I teased my lineup a little bit. I am always anti-Cam Newton, but I've seen him score 5 touchdowns. The Broncos D is certainly more vulnerable in this game than they are in real life, even last year in real life. I'm in 17th right now. Oh, 23rd, sorry, out of 150. And my squad does, in fact, have Cam Newton.
Well, we'll both be looking for him to be part of a touchdown here. Like I said, I'll take Edelman, Asiasi.
So my captain.
Harry. I mean, give me a stack, baby.
Yeah, well, I've got Asiasi, so that's who I'll take.
All right, fair enough. Popular guy, 76% owned.
Asiasi.
Cam, end zone, touchdown to the captain, to the future Hall of Famer, Julian Edelman.
Wow.
Jules, we're going to miss you on the field this year, buddy.
Look who's in first place. Now, you could get all the way to second place like you did in the Super Bowl, and you still get no trophy for that.
I get nothing but pride.
God, do you see how low I was in that? I filled out my lineup 2 minutes before that game started, and it showed. Not that it matters.
That bad,
I think I finished. Well, I'll tell you what I finished real quick.
Ryan in the Chat Kings conference room. Yo, Koff took down the free Classic League contest yesterday. Where was it today? LOL. I know I made a classic yesterday because I was doing the first 3 sims of the day, so I figured, what the heck?
Did you call it Koff's Classic?
I probably. Again, not very innovative over here. But I didn't make one today because I've got the Nooner and then I'm back at 8. And I could have done it. I could have done it, Brian. You're right. I didn't. But I congratulate you on winning it yesterday. It's a big deal.
So in the Super Bowl, I got 126 out of 143.
Yeah, it's not great.
And I finished 7th in the golf. I was just in the private league.
Yeah.
I had Morikawa and Spieth, I was thinking about both of them. I would have been a lot higher.
You would have done better.
Actually, I did have Easthazen, and then I yanked him for somebody else. I'm pretty aggravated with myself for that. So my current lineup, though, as I often do with Broncos, I'm down to 74th after that touchdown. I captain Cortland Sutton. Then I do have Cameron Newton, Asiasi, Noah Fant, the other tight end. Hamler time, just figuring KJ might do something. I guess I could have paid up for.
Yeah, he's cheap-ish, 5,800.
And then the Patriots D's got 10 points.
There you
so
go.
Far in counting, and against the Broncos offense, who we know is certainly Drew Lock is not a stranger to throwing interceptions in real life or on this game. I figured I could probably get a couple points out of the Patriots D, if not even a defensive score.
Our good pal Meager is in front right now in our smaller contest as your guy Drew
Sutton
Lock,
or Hamler
10 from the 24.
Fant.
Big boy throw from Lock, wide open, completed. Into the hands of Noah Fant.
What is Jerry Jeudy doing if he knocks Devin McCourty off that tackle there? Fant's walking to the end zone.
Man, out to the 22
What a
though.
rookie
Heck of a
play
pickup.
by
54,
Jeudy.
quick 54 for Noah Fant as well as Drew Lock.
So I do have 2 things as it relates to my family that I am happy to share at any point. The one with my wife, I already forgot what it was that I was about to say before we went on, so I'll have to remind myself.
Okay.
But the other one is a positive development in the life of my 14-year-old.
He's going to college.
Well, that's a long time from now. Let's not get too carried away. No, as he is finishing up his last week of math summer school.
Nice.
It's three days a week, 2 hours a day. So quick math on that. Is that 9 hours? Well, 6, 6, and 6, 18 hours. I'm not good at math, but I never had to go to summer school. 18 hours of summer school, is that really going to make him a better math student in high school? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. And he said he didn't even think he gets a grade for it. But anyway.
Pass fail.
On his
Or
own,
no fail.
I think
You
so.
just-
I don't
just
even
pass.
know. I think it's just like, hey, it's like a booster.
Yeah, like thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Successful
On his
credit.
own, he emails the varsity football coach at his new high school. Not the best email I've ever seen, but said, hey, says his name, says he's incoming freshman and would like to play football. Coach immediately writes back, okay, sign up for camp. Like, well, okay, I'm missing some details here, coach, but they have the way they do it in a lot of places, certainly not just Colorado. Kids will sign up for football camps that the schools run, and coaches get extra money and all that, and money goes to the program and everything. And so they have that all this week and all next week. They had a strength and conditioning program that he's missed all summer, but I don't know where I come down on freshman and strength. The conditioning part I get, the strength program part's I'm a little conflicted on.
If you got Brandon McManus, there's a quick field goal for you. Nice and easy from 30, and it's
Easy
7-3 Patriots.
Easy money. But I guess what I'm excited about is that he went on his own, because we just kind of talked about him like, hey, you should go out for football. It's like they don't cut anybody. You're bigger and faster than a lot of kids your age, and you can catch pretty well. So he hadn't played football in 4 years. Some flag football, but he's played basketball, played soccer. So on his own, because he was at his dad's, on his own, he sent an email and told me. So I had to follow up with the coach to get a little more detail. We're going to go meet him today because the coach hasn't emailed me back. So I'm just going to be like, what the heck, coach? Don't you know who I am?
No?
Don't you know what? No, I'm not going to don't you know who I am.
Don't you
And
know
actually,
who I am?
He just
Don't
moved
you
here
listen
from,
to the radio in Denver?
He just moved here from Boise in February, so he almost certainly doesn't know who I am. But I also
But he's gonna.
need to figure out what's the right amount of current and former Broncos that are allowed to come talk to one high school program in a given year. And I don't just mean the freshman team. I'm like, if you're going to do it, like if I'm going to get Shelby to come talk or Hall of Famer Steve Atwater, somebody like that, I can't do one a week. That feels like overkill. Especially for these kids in the suburbs. Like these aren't the, this isn't the biggest group of, hard luck kids that you're going to be dealing with where he's going to school.
I'm just excited for you to lead a clinic now.
Well, that's the thing is, look, I can work with him as much as he lets me or wants to, but the key to this is really not overdoing it, right?
Yeah.
Just letting him get there on his own.
You don't want to turn him off of the sport, right?
Exactly. And so, like, we can go out and I can teach him how to run the route tree. I guess I really want to talk to the coach and figure out what he's going to miss by not being in camp this week because of summer school and the coach not getting back to me. Because I would have put him in Monday and Friday and half days, Tuesday and Thursday. But anyway, I don't think freshman football, you miss a week, you're that far behind in the scheme. But for a kid that
Trey Day
hasn't played,
says Shelby Harris story. BK is on. No, we're talking about his son.
yeah, I don't have any Shelby stories other than if his Bucks win, I won't hear the end of it. I mean, I'm not a Suns fan, but that'll be our whole podcast this week. Maybe we should try and get Kareem on. He was great on Dave.
Yeah. Down season of Dave so far.
Yeah, they're going a lot of places. That's for sure. I think they're just trying to, I don't know. It's tough when you have such a home run first season.
Last couple episodes have been pretty good. I like the online dating with Doja Cat one.
That
most
was
recently.
great.
That was
Did you
fun.
like the Kareem one? I just think Kareem's fascinating.
Yeah,
he
he's
he waits until his
fascinating. The
70s
show
to
was just
decide to
okay.
become. He waits till his 70s to decide to become personable, other than his turn in Airplane.
Right. 7-3 Patriots. Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman. We got producer Drew back with us. Samir. Yeah, that's right. You heard me right. Samir, our technical director. Zach and Bailey in ops. Thanks for being with us. I mean, we're so used to when things go wrong, blaming Samir just like out of old habit. But Samir's never actually with us. He's doing other things. He's big. He's big. He's a hot shot within the company.
You want
He's
to throw a
always
football
producing
question at you?
These
A football-
high-profile things. But here he is today. If something does go wrong, we can blame Samir.
You
Yeah,
want a
what do you got?
football / hockey question?
Sure.
So, with the Seattle Kraken set to take the NHL by storm and try to duplicate, obviously, the Vegas success, they get to take one player from every team, and of the whatever the rosters are in hockey, we'll call it 25, 30, something like that, you can only protect 11. So it's kind of a story around here. The Avalanche didn't protect their captain, Gabe Landeskog.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the guys that covers the Broncos, a kid named Cody, who does the Locked On Broncos podcast, said, what 11 Broncos would you keep? So I got to 7 real quick, and then an 8th kind of a sentimental pick. And then the last 3 I just kind of threw up there. And said Von Miller would be on the list if the premise of the question is like, obviously you're going to keep these guys around for a while, not just for this year. So I'll throw the question at you first.
If you were to,
give me 11 of Patriots that you would absolutely protect because you wouldn't want another team to get them.
you'd have to have a larger number for
Well, that's what I
football.
said. I said
Yeah,
football.
because, like hockey, they get to protect, like you said, 10, 11 guys, but it's basically on account of, like minor league contracts, that sort of thing. They're basically protecting a quarter of their roster. Like I was looking at it earlier, the Bruins, there are 29 guys, including unrestricted free agents, but
so
technically,
that's a third.
that's on the list.
11's a little less than a third.
No. I'm saying there are 29 guys they left unprotected.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
So
but
it's basically a quarter. So if you're doing that for football, and you're, if I guess if you're just looking at it as a regular season roster and you're not getting into expanded
But it's
rosters,
53
and camps
guys.
and whatnot. So do I have among like who are 11?
Well, right. So 53, and that's exactly what I said. I said your question doesn't equate, or I said something like that. Via Twitter. I'm like, because football rosters are twice the size, so you have to keep 22. He's like, okay, but just for the sake of this tweet,
Yeah, okay.
let's pick 11. And so my 11 for the Broncos, super easy off the top.
Yeah.
And we'll see if the Patriots score here. They'll probably run the ball. Nope. Look at that.
Stopped
Cameron
at the
Newton.
one before, this time at the
Oh,
2.
he's
Cam
running.
Newton rolls out. No, don't throw it.
Whoa.
Fine. Devin Asiasi with the touchdown, but Cam, you could have done it yourself.
That helps my team because I have both those dudes.
No, I'm right there with you. I've got the stack. I'll take it, but you didn't have to do it, Cam.
No, I'll take it. You should have done it underhand. It says Drew's saying rookies don't need to be protected in most cases. I get it. I'm just saying.
No, and that's true. As like the Bruins have this up and coming goalie Jeremy Swayman, who didn't have to be exposed to protection. He didn't qualify.
This is a
So,
long way of
same
us
thing.
getting to who are the top 11 players on a given football team, which
Sure.
anybody can throw them out there for any of your teams in the chat. But I got 7 Broncos, super easy right off the top. Again, the premise being this is more than 1 year, right? So Von Miller, and I qualify that at the end. Like Von will be number 1 on my list if it was just this year, but this is obviously a long-term team building thing. So right off the top,
How old is Von Miller now?
31,
Okay.
maybe 32. I don't know, something like that. Chubb, Sutton, obviously 2 Pro Bowlers there. Jerry Jeudy, first-round pick. Noah Fant, first-round pick. Simmons, Pro Bowl and All-Pro, so that's 5. Surtain, first-round pick. Bowles, first-round pick, who finally learned how to play left tackle last year. And then my sentimental pick, but also they're paying him $9 million over the next 3 years. And I need a podcast partner with Shelby. And he's been the most productive guy up front in the last couple of years. So
Yeah.
then my next 3, Draymond Jones, who was a third-round pick a couple of years ago, who's in he's defensive line starter now. Javonte Williams, who they just took in the second round. And then KJ Hamler. So 7 were super easy. 8, Shelby, easy case to make. And then the other 3 were like, okay, how about these guys? And again, the qualifier being Vaughn would be number 1 on my list if he wasn't 31, 32, and on his last year of his deal. So those are my 11 Broncos. Can you, without spending a lot of time thinking about it, and obviously the Patriots just signed 15 new players or whatever, are there 11 players, and Mac Jones has to qualify. Like, I put Javonte Williams and Surtain on there, so Mac Jones has to be one of your 11
Yeah.
under the rule, like no rookie exemption.
Sure. Man, I have to pull up the roster too to look at it too and think about it. I'm so locked into 2020 rosters here with Madden in front of us. Well, Julian Edelman, and obviously, Sim Devin Asiasi. 14-3 Patriots as we near the end of the first quarter. A lot of
But
good
like 5 or
offense
6, you should be able to do without even thinking.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like it under what the rules that you're giving out, you'd have to have Mac Jones clearly.
Right, but like you're probably not keeping Devin
Strategic
McCourty. At least he's not
quarterback.
in the top part of your 11, right?
Yeah, I'm not
He's-
going in any particular order, but
Okay.
I feel like you'd be inclined to put both Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry on there.
Okay.
Those were 2 of the larger offseason signings.
That's 3.
Yeah, I'd have to look at the defensive side of the ball and consider ages and contract as well.
What about
Because
some of those
remember-
young offensive linemen? When
Yeah.
you keeping any of them? I'm throwing names at you to try to make your job easier for this exercise.
Well, we'll look at some of the numbers here and
Okay.
get back to it. Obviously, Andrew wanted to know your thoughts, by the way, on Gordon Williams' split carries, who will get more work. Cam Newton 6 of 7 for 55. Drew Lock, he only threw the ball once, has 54. Whatever you can do, I can do better. Cam, but Cam does have 2 touchdowns. Devin Asiasi, of course, with the most recent. Julian Edelman before that on the ground. James White, he's only run the ball 1 time, but it was for 73 yards, almost a score. 5 for 21 for Sony Michel. Melvin Gordon, 4 for 13. We'll look at the pass catchers as well. Damiere Byrd, 2 for 21. N'Keal Harry, 2 for 28. Julian Edelman, 1 for 4. Devin Asiasi, 1 for 2. To answer your question, I wouldn't protect any of them. In fact, 2 of them aren't even on the roster anymore.
Easy
and Noah
not to
Fant,
protect. Wait,
1
you're not
for
going to protect
54.
N'Keal Harry? He hasn't gotten traded yet, despite his demand.
Yeah, they are trying hard.
They're like,
least
what do
he
you
said,
got?
you know,
Like, well,
he-
we have a
but-
whole bag of balls that we.
But
would
he
send
said,
you brand new."
I'll go to camp. I'll be at training camp if I'm not traded.
Yeah, you know
Cool.
why? Because he
Good-
likes
good-
money.
Good to know you're not holding out, N'Keal.
Yeah, jeez.
Um,
Question is, if he's there, will anyone notice? Will they actually throw him the ball,
Yeah,
and will
right.
he actually catch it?
I'd be curious to know Drew and Smear as Patriots fans, their lists as well, if they
Yeah,
did
and
put
everybody
out his-
in the chat, feel free to throw your team's top 11 guys.
just
and
make
I'll
sure you
take a
tell us
little bit of
which
homework.
team, although it'll probably
Yeah,
be obvious. I
we should
guess,
be able
if
to
it's top
tell.
11.
When
Yeah.
Dak Prescott's on there, we're going to assume you're picking 11 Cowboys or Zeke or whomever.
But like, interesting case, if you were the Packers, are you protecting Aaron Rodgers?
You can. He's 39. Like, I mean, you can. It's go for it. But
Because,
he's not
like
gonna
you
be
said,
there
it's a
anyway.
team building exercise.
Yeah, team building exercise, and he's 38 years old. Unless the Packers don't have 11 good players. Like that's what I'm saying is it was real easy to get to 7 or 8 for me. After that, it was like, well, all these guys are kind of expendable. The other 4 offensive linemen, even though Reisner was a 2nd-round pick just a couple of years ago, and Cushenberry was a 3rd-round pick out of LSU. They just took the Miners kid, who you'll see plenty with his shirt pulled up, the rookie 77 out of Wisconsin Whitewater.
2nd and 6 from the 28. And, you know, I wonder, too, because I'm looking at the Pats roster now, and instinctually, like, I'm just going position by position to try and narrow my list. And I was going to say Damian Harris. But if you don't have a star running back in the NFL, given we know, like, running backs, I don't want to say they grow on trees, but they're more easily replaceable than other positions. You know, you can have a guy walk in off the street and have a really good game in the NFL. I'm not saying he could rush for 1,000 yards, but, you know, you can have those
Oh, man.
like
At
Jonas
first, it looked
Gray
like he was getting
moments. We
picked
got an
too.
interception. Patriots DST, folks. Who's got him? Devin McCourty. First of the day. 14-3 Patriots. About a minute into this 2nd quarter, almost. 22-yard line. Pats to take over again. Do you think, I mean, unless, like I said, you've got a Christian McCaffrey, a Saquon Barkley, a Dalvin Cook, a Dalvin Kamara.
No, the
you know,
only
so
reason I kept
they're-
this Williams kid for the Broncos because he's a 2nd-round pick and whatever, you know, like I was running out of young guys. that are
I don't
worth
know if I
keeping.
could protect Damian Harris as much as I'd want to. I'm not sure,
Uh,
you know, on such
Here's
a
the
short
easiest
list
way to
that he
do
has
this
that kind of
exercise.
value.
Here's the easiest way to do this. Go to overthecap.com or Spotrac, look at your top salaries. Like your top 6 or 7 guys should make it obvious, or you'd be like, oh, this guy's overpaid and there's no reason. And then you got to think of the guys they've drafted in the top 2 or 3 rounds the last couple of years. And that's, or yeah, because they obviously the guys that they just signed will be at the top of that list. So that's kind of the easiest way to get to 11.
Right.
I can answer that Gordon Williams question, but here, Drew did his.
All right, so he's
Gosh, he was killing the Broncos.
love it. Keep it up. 64 passing for Cam. So Drew's going with Mac Jones. 3 men on the O-line. The 2 tight ends, as mentioned, Henry and
Do we have to guess
Jonnu.
the 3 O linemen, or he's like, hey, any 3 O linemen?
J.C. Jackson, Jonathan Jones, Lawrence Guy, Kyle Duggar, Matt
J.C.
Judon.
Jackson's a good player.
Any 3, really. It is funny, and I was thinking the exact same thing as Drew in this respect, is that it was almost picked in the end zone.
6.
You know, granted, you're protecting 2 pass catchers for New England, 2 tight ends, but not a single receiver.
Yeah. The last good receiver they had was named Wes Welker. I guess Edelman's pretty
Well, stop that.
good. Edelman. Last good receiver they had was named Edelman.
He says, nah, all average guys. I know, I agree. Thinking the same thing.
Edelman might still be
Just
the
kind
best
of
receiver. and
disappointed
he's
me,
retired.
really. 2nd and goal. Cam passes completed. Touchdown. Asiasi again.
I've got to be climbing up this darn list. Somehow Cam throws to Asiasi and I dropped to 93rd. Does everyone have Cam and Asiasi together?
They're both pretty popular. Yeah, Cam Newton is 86% owned overall, about 18% captain. Devin Asiasi is 76% overall,
All right. That's
and
fine.
about 13% the captain.
And I really need Really, I need Sutton to score. He's my captain, so to get me at least in the top 50. All right, so Drew was better at this exercise than you, but you're busy calling the game. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm mildly distracted.
DeMac Lyon says BK Quinn will be a huge fan favorite in Denver. The guy is just character and did so well at Whitewater. No question. But a third rounder going to the third round is a pretty cool story. There's jobs to be had. Lloyd Cushenberry, who is the only offensive player coming in as a rookie from the LSU National Championship team to play every single snap, will be hard to be beaten out. Not that he played great, but he's put on the weight and he's got a year of NFL experience ahead of him or behind him. So I'm not saying Miners won't be able to challenge there or eventually start at right guard for Graham Glasgow, who's likely in the last year of his 4-year deal because 20 of it was guaranteed and this will be year 2. I just don't know if Miners is going to start right away, but he's been fun to talk to. I mean, you watch his YouTube videos of him working out in Canada, knocking down trees.
21-3 Patriots, BK, AK, Drew, Samir, Zach, Bailey, early second quarter. A lot of people submitting their lists. 93 BB Rack, Giants protecting Danny Dimes, Saquon, A. Thomas, Galladay, Tony, Leo Williams, Dex Lawrence, Bradbury, McKinney, Peppers, and Martinez.
Okay, I like that list. I
From,
mean, obviously, those 2 studs on D, or a few studs on D, but Martinez tackling machine, and I love Jabril Peppers. He's my favorite college player that year at Michigan, his final year.
From Trey Day on the Vikings, Dalvin Cook, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen. Then you got Danny
Christian
Hunter
Derricks,
there, as I like to call Kendricks, Dantzler, Dorsaw, Brian O'Neill,
Yeah,
Harrison
Christian
Smith,
Darrisaw, rookie lineman.
and Michael Pierce.
Okay.
Brandon on the Niners, Trey Lance, Kittle, Samuel, Ayuk, Bosa. No surprises there. Greenlaw, Warner, Kinlaw, Sermon, Ambry, Thomas.
You look at the top 9 there on that list before Sermon and Ambry Thomas, and you realize why the Niners feel
Get
like
the
a
respect they do.
destination. Yeah, because you're like, every one of those guys, Lance, with the question mark by, but the other 8, you're like, oh, okay, that guy would be one of the better players, if not the best player at his position on my team, regardless of who your team is, right? Kittle, Debo, we'll see, and Ayuk, but both definitely number 2s at lowest, just about anywhere. Kendricks, Bosa might be the best defensive player in football. Who knows? We'll see how he comes back. Greenlaw, Warner, Kinlaw, when he wants to play, is awesome. Warner's a tackling machine. So, and then Kyle Shanahan's a hell of a coach. I know I've plugged this before on here, the Flying Coach podcast, that this year Sean McVay and Peter Schrager, and based on how it's going, I bet they do it again next year. Last year it was Kerr and Pete Carroll. Nice cut, Philip Lindsay. See what he does on the Texans. But the last 2 weeks they had Kyle Shanahan, and then this past week Joe Judge, who I didn't hardly know anything about. And Joe Judge was great. You talk about opening up to these guys for an hour. If you want to learn a little bit about the Giants head coach, who certainly, like he should, talked up Daniel Jones a lot. But, Joe Judge spent 3 years with Saban and then 8 with Belichick. And then when they asked for Brady stories, his only story was about what a hard worker he is. But wanted a little more than that. Nonetheless, good insight into a guy that is definitely not an open book in his press conferences. And then Kyle Shanahan's just fun to hear him open up too with a guy in Sean McVay who they're super close because they worked together for so long.
Yeah, they've been getting a lot of guys from that coaching tree.
They did. Well, that's what makes the Joe Judge one the most interesting, because Joe Judge, obviously, no connection to Sean. They never even met. I can't swear they've never met, but clearly they didn't know each other the way. Oh, hammer time. Hamler time.
Hamler to the 47, lockup to 81 passing. Yeah, Joe Judge had a good story on that pod about Julian Edelman and all the people, Lane Johnson among others over the years that have come out and said, like, Patriots, nothing about New England's fun. It's a pain to be there. It's unenjoyable, and da-da-da-da-da. And Joe Judge, giving this story after one of their playoff losses and saying that Edelman just, walked up to a whiteboard and wrote right in the middle of it in front of everybody, winning is fun. And Joe Judge saying that it was, I don't know how long he was in New England. I can't remember.
8 years.
8 years. So thank you. Said it was, 8 best years of his life, at least professional life. And, it was fun. Winning was fun. And, I get it. It's just like I don't know. Are we at a point where every experience in professional sports for players is supposed to be Club Med. Like you know, you put in the work, but you put in the work in your own way, and you always got to have a player's coach, and it's, you know, just the day-to-day grind has to be enjoyable at all times. I mean, isn't winning at the end of the day? I mean, obviously it's the ultimate goal, but yeah, I mean, isn't it fun? Like no matter what it took to get there. I mean, yeah, I guess if we get like Tom Brady on truth serum, which, you know, won't happen anytime soon, looking back on his career, and obviously he's still playing, but, you know, would he say this year in Tampa with Bruce Arians was a more fun year than he ever had in any of the 20 in New England under Bill Belichick? Maybe. I have no idea. But I would love to hear the difference, because those are two, as far as coaches go and scenarios go, very polar opposites.
But here's the thing, other than whatever the back and forth was with both Josh and Bill, and I guess, you know, when he fought with Bill O'Brien or whatever, any of those other OCs with Charlie Weiss early on, but probably not much fighting back then. When I say fighting, I just mean, you know, pushback or whatever.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to bet that his day-to-day wasn't that different, other than when he went home, there was a pool and probably some water of some sort near where his new house in Tampa is, right? Other than that, his days didn't start any earlier or later. They didn't end any earlier or later. So from the second training camp started, take the COVID part out of it, but in general, right, the day-to-day when he's in Tampa, just the Monday through Friday, it was the exact same, other than his interactions.
Let's not forget, too, it's sorry to cut you off, but it's not like Bruce Arians never dumped on Brady in the media. Like, that's something Belichick never did.
He's a good player. We got a lot of good players. Bradley Chubb was nice back on the backfield this summer, Michelle.
Yeah, I mean, Belichick didn't celebrate him the way Arians would, but he also didn't, you know, back over him with a bus the way Arians did after a couple of those losses early last year.
A couple more people that are that are protecting folks. Well, Stuball 25 wants to know, do they protect Tua? I mean, right now you have to, but I understand the question.
Right.
There's plenty of big question marks there. Aaron Jankowski protects Rodgers. So he's a Packers fan. Rodgers, Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones, Alexander, Clark, Gary, Rashawn Gary from Michigan, Zadarius Smith, Jenkins, D-back, Taylor, and Dillon. Yeah, Dillon's an interesting one, because they spent that second round pick on him, and apparently some people like him, but they don't love him. Unlucky Gamer 24/7, maybe with the best list. He's a Lions fan, so he's protecting Penei Sewell, they just drafted, and TJ Hawkinson, first rounder from 2 years ago. The rest of them need to prove themselves, including a number 3 overall pick in Jeff Okudah, the corner from the 2020 draft. So 2 players there. And look, the Lions are, and we talked about this the other day, Glash and I did, I think, the Lions are going to have a really good shot at the best record. I mean, worst record, best draft pick. Not for no fault of, like, I'm not even saying Dan Campbell's a bad coach. It's just a terrible roster. You know, it's going to all be about Jared Goff, and I just don't believe in it.
N'Keal Harry on that latest catch. 107 passing for Cam. We are minute and change left in the opening half. Lopsided sim, obviously why we're able to talk about some of this other stuff. It's just not even close. 21-3, New England, and with the ball looking for more here before the break. Abby Rizzle asking what's up with the Valley shirt, why I'm not wearing it. Have I given up on the Suns and all that? No, of course, it's not game day. They play tomorrow. Rock it tomorrow. I haven't abandoned my Valley squad, my adopted Phoenix Suns. I will say it doesn't look great. Last couple of games, not like they were bad. Milwaukee was obviously just better. But do I believe the Suns will win 2 in a row versus the Bucks the way they're going closing this out? Uphill climb. Minute to go, opening half here. Cam on the 30.
Alexander
Right
Johnson.
down.
The dinosaur, or the, what is he? The T-Rex. It was a T-Rex celebration with the big sack. Speaking of that Valley shirt, because you guys were rocking them the day I won that sim you were doing.
Uh-huh.
When I had those couple third place finishes and that first place finish.
Yeah, it was a big day.
I think I commented in the chat that I really like the T-shirt, but I hate the jersey.
I'm exactly the same. And I don't really know why that is, but I feel exactly the same way. It's not like they're that different.
No.
Cam
it feels
slings
forced.
it to the end zone.
Picked off?
Traffic incomplete.
It just feels forced.
I don't like a lot of those City Connect alternate jerseys across the league,
I
though.
do like a lot of them. I like the Chicago one a lot. I don't mind the Denver one, although the red one, certainly the MLK one's cool in Atlanta. The Miami ones have always been cool. If you dig that whole Miami vibe.
I think the Miami one
Vice
this year
vibe
is awful.
The one this year, the cotton candy one's rough.
Really like last year's. Love
last year was just a light blue, right? And even
Yeah.
haven't they done an all pink? And the all pink I didn't mind.
Yeah, this one is terrible.
This is rough. The Chicago one I think might be the coolest actually. I'm gonna have to go look at all of them now.
4th and 17 on the way. It's a long field goal try from 46 for Nick Folk.
I bet he misses it unless he makes it. Plenty of
Picks
distance
up,
at
end over
altitude.
end, has the distance. It's good. 24-3.
Mile
35
above sea
seconds
level.
to go in the half.
Mile above sea level. All right, here we go.
Cry 2 tears in a bucket, says Kaufman. You feel the same way because you're in love with BK, which I was going to ignore just because it's not that funny until David wrote he just wants to meet Chuck.
Oh, there you go.
That's true. I'm just trying to get close to you to get to Charles Barkley.
That's fair. I have a buddy one time or a couple years ago. He's like, "Hey, if I get you that jersey, can you get it signed?" I was like, "I don't know, man." It's like I've never asked him for an autograph since I was 14, but it's like just depends on the setting, I guess.
It's true.
So I'm not saying no. And in fact, when I go to the Hall of Fame, I'm planning on buying a Hall of Fame helmet and just having my couple of Hall of Fame pals sign it. Not everybody, even though Detroit and Dennis Smith of the world to be there. Like guys that I have a relationship.
You and Tom
with.
Carroll are both going to be there.
Yeah,
We
Tom
talked
Hayes.
about
Can't
it
wait to
yesterday.
meet him. Can't wait to meet him face to face. Have a couple soda pops because we're both going to be in the Hall of Fame hotel.
Yeah.
So I'll just be hanging out and he'll be working and hanging out. That's a good one. Like Morton, I covered for a year, a million years ago, and I like him, but I don't need him to sign. My helmet's going to be Bear specific to, my man Steve Atwater, my former co-host, and a couple other guys that I'm pals with.
That'd be a sweet helmet. Lynch, Atwater, Anderson, Freeze Pops. What a collection.
Yeah, no kidding. I forgot about John. Like, John is the guy that is the nicest person in the world. And after a Zoom the other day, I texted him. He texted me right back. But I would not call John Lynch a friend. I would call him someone I'm friendly with when I see him. Hey, BK, what's up? Senior Bowl, whatever. And he always comes on when I ask him to come on. But the Brooklyn Nets one, sorry, shifting back to these city jerseys. Brooklyn Nets one's kind of terrible. A cool idea that would look cool on like a poster. Buzz City and Charlotte, pretty weak. Oh, so not the Chicago City jersey this year. The one that had like the 4 stars. Chicago's the only city I can think of that has its own city logo. That flag, the Chicago flag.
Yeah.
And so they had at least a Nike T-shirt of that I thought was really cool. And I feel like they had a jersey of it. But this year sucked. Cleveland one, crappy. Dallas, and that's my hometown. This one's not good. White with the gold writing. The Denver one's red, which pissed a lot of people off, but still looks cool. Motor City in Detroit, stupid looking, boring. The Oakland one's a throwback to those like Jason Richardson jersey eras, Monte Ellis, but still they don't look good. H-Town in blue is pretty whack. Pacers is just their blue with yellow pinstripes, channeling Reggie Miller and Rick Smith. The Los Angeles one was kind of cool because it's got sort of that.
You talking Lakers or Clippers?
Oh, Clippers. That script kind of, that you might see on, I don't know, something Latino inspired, I guess, Mexican inspired. The way it's written, whatever that font's called. I don't know what that font's called. The Lakers one is a homage to the Minneapolis Lakers with the blue. Kind of cool, but Memphis, boring. The Heat one, like we talked about, cotton candy. Well, Milwaukee was all blue and weird and dumb. Minnesota just said MINN and is stupid. Pelicans one's cool with the fleur-de-lis and the red up top with the white.
Incomplete pass.
Wow,
12
Knicks might be the
seconds
worst
left in the
one.
half.
Do you remember the Knicks one? It said City Never Sleeps, New York Knicks. And it was just a circle. It looked like something a fourth grader would make on Microsoft Word. Not even on like a good editing program, Microsoft Word. Oklahoma ones are
Going to
really
Paint.
bad.
MS Paint.
Yeah, MS Paint. Orlando one's okay. It just says ORL star. White with gold numbers. Phoenix,
Lock
the
completes that
Valley.
one.
Portland's were just said Oregon and had weird striping on the side. Boring. Sacramento's could have been cool. Sacktown. They should have channeled the Kenny Smith era when Bill Russell's the coach light blue. Spurs, kind of a throwback with the 3 stripes across, like the George Gervin days, but I don't know. Toronto's black with gold is just, I don't understand the inspiration. Not
You
bad
keep
looking.
studying. I'll do stats. It's
Utah,
24-3
Washington
Patriots.
was cool. All right, we're
A
done.
half in.
We're
Cam,
done.
130 passing, 3 touchdowns, 1 shy of a Bundy. Drew Lock 113. He has been picked once. Obviously, not much
I don't think you
offense
get a
for
Bundy
Denver
for
so
throws,
far.
dude. I think the Bundy has to be scored. I don't think 4 touchdowns thrown. That happens all the time, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't happen all the time in Simland.
Man, yeah, true. In some land.
Gordon 20 on the ground. You had 70 plus for James White still. He has not gotten many opportunities. N'Keal Harry, 4 for 68. Touchdown for Julian Edelman, who is 2 for 13. 3 for 40 for Bird, 2 for 23. Sutton, Devin Asiasi, 2 for 9. But both of those short catches have been touchdowns. So he is certainly having himself a day. Get all the stats updated for you. We got Zach and Bailey on ops with the manual scoring, getting the job done. I am sitting top 5, at this moment anyway, barring adjustments. We have got DW Nasty 7 in front right now.
Well, I
Where
hope
you
all those
hanging out?
people catch you at least, since I'm not going to be one of them unless Cortland Sutton decides to come play in the second half. I'm in 84th. The one thing I'll say about the Broncos is every now and then they're a second half team, or sometimes a third half team, and the game's over before that. But at the very least, they're not a first half team. Not quick out of the gate. Did they make this schedule because you and I were doing the game together? Like, let's do Broncos Patriots.
You got you look. You got to ask Drew. You got to ask producer Drew. He puts the puzzle pieces together.
Cap City edition looked like a ransom note from Trade Day. That was a good comparison. Do you guys think Keldon Johnson has all-star potential? He played well.
I was just looking at that. I mean, he played well in the Americans exhibition win, obviously against Spain last night, and it's hard to judge on a team.
I'll take the under. I'll say no, but I don't know. I mean,
yeah, it's hard to judge in general what a team constructed that way can, has the potential to. What players?
It's easy to look good when you got Kevin Durant on one side.
NBA rosters, but
right. Who was he on the floor with? He's on the floor with Kevin Durant. A couple other guys are going to demand a lot of attention.
Like Jason Tatum had 6 points yesterday.
Right, but if he's got Tatum on one side, and if he's got Tatum on one side and Durant on the other, and Keldon Johnson's got the ball or he's open, he's going to get good looks.
Right.
I was just listening to Reggie Miller was on with Dan Patrick talking about Dream Team too, and they went over the stats. The leading scorers were like Robinson, Barkley, and Reggie, 12, 12, and 11. Because when you got that many good players, I think Carmelo might have the most points in Olympics history because he's played in 4 of them.
He does.
Right? He passed Oscar Schmidt.
He's the all-time leading scorer in the Olympics.
He passed Oscar Schmidt, the Brazilian
Another future Hall of Famer.
Oscar Schmidt is in the Hall of Fame before Melo will be in the Hall of Fame before Edelman too, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, Melo will be a first ballot.
So we have to wait 20 years for you to start eating pizza, and that's when the bet starts.
Ballpark, yeah.
I think after the first 5 years of his eligibility, the pizza bet should start. And then we'll track how many years I'll have to give up pizza on the back.
24-3, BK, AK, Drew, Samir, Zach, Bailey. Thanks for being with us. Appreciate you. Again, half dozen Madden Sims today here on a Monday. What a better way to start the week. I can't think of one. You will have Jason Rossi and Christian DeAndrea. Giants Raiders coming up in an hour and change. Madden Matinee, 2 o'clock Eastern. Emerson Lazio, Christian with the Bears and Packers at 4. Late Classic at 6. Oh, man. This is a must-watch, must-listen to, because we're going to get all of the stories from Yankee Stadium. First time being on for both of them since Brendan Glasheen and Kenny Ducey together.
Oh, together.
Steelers, Dolphins. Yeah, I mean, these guys.
Do we think when Glash saw him, he goes, "Hey, buddy," and just gave him a big hug? Because you know that obviously doesn't sit well when it comes from Glash to Ducey.
Well, I'll tell you this. I texted them both. I wanted to pull an Emerson, which is, for those that don't know, that's get like fake offended, or maybe real offended, I don't know, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Fake offended for not being included in something, and so he'll send you a text or a Slack or a like how dare you kind of message. And so I decided to take that route with Glash and Kenny. I sent them a text, said, really just want to thank you both for the invitation. And and they respond with a picture of them together, both flipping me off.
Well, that's good. That's a nice response.
Yeah, they were like-minded, for sure.
Wait, there were separate pictures. It wasn't them together, like flipping off the camera.
No,
like,
they
let's
were
send this.
together, both flipping
Yeah.
off the camera.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
I got a picture that I took with Eminem a million years ago at the X Games where he's flipping the camera off. I could dig up somewhere. He had very blonde hair.
Is that framed and hanging in your basement?
No, I don't know where it is. I need to find it. It's a good picture. So speaking of invitations, we're camping this weekend, and my wife goes, "When are you going to Vegas?" I'm like, "What?" She goes, "Aren't you going to Vegas for some soccer thing?" I was
So
like,
is that happening?
No, because it's just too much with Broncos camp and
Yeah.
going to the Hall of Fame the following weekend. I can't. I mean, as awesome as it would be, get done with Broncos practice Saturday, get on a plane, hang with Ronaldo for 30 hours, and
Yeah.
then get on the first thing smoking Monday morning to get to Broncos practice. It sounds awesome. We also have Jason Isbell tickets that night at Red Rocks.
There you go. I mentioned it. Well, I was texting with you, but I mentioned it to my wife.
How quickly did you get shot down, or did you get a look? You're like, this is happening.
No, it wasn't even that. She just goes, we're in Maine that weekend.
Oh, right. And flying right from Bangor to Maine.
I said, oh, all right. Well, I guess that won't work.
I hope he doesn't stop inviting us.
Right?
Because I want to go to some other cool stuff. There's gonna be some World Cup qualifying stuff.
I know. I said to Ronaldo, I think there'll be more than one opportunity to hang out with you in Vegas.
We really just need to stay friends with them so that when the World Cup's here in a few years, we can be at all the cool events
Oh, there you go.
in 5 years.
In 5 years. Ronaldo, you in the chat? We're just gonna hang on to you for the next 5 years.
I just love sitting, watch him dissect the game next to us and explain
Right.
what's going on.
I think I would enjoy doing that with anyone that taking nothing away from him. He's a former international star, played the game obviously at the highest level. Like I don't even require that. I'd like to just sit down with someone who is like a FIFA video game announcer. Like just somebody
You
like
want to sit down with Ian Dark and just have him call the game?
yeah,
next to
just
you?
like teach me soccer. Like I should. This is on me at this point because it's not like the internet isn't available to me. I could very easily just Google, some of the very basic rules of soccer. But even my kids are and
But you
and
don't
I
understand
think-
the basic rules of soccer? Like you
Well,
don't know what offside is?
I don't know what all the penalty cards and I just don't. I've never watched soccer.
Oh, well, you
don't-
should start. It's pretty self-explanatory if you just are watching bigger games because they're going to have good announcers that do a good job of explaining stuff. Taylor Twellman's
Yeah.
as good an analyst as there is out there, and that combo of he and Ian Dark with ESPN's top combo is good. Fox has a bunch of good combos now since they are the World Cup broadcaster network.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as much as you think if you just commit to watching a few games. Like you're not going to need
Right.
to do as much work, and then you can kind of supplement that when they go to break at the half with he's talking about this. Let me just check this. The hardest thing to follow in soccer, and this is what I realized as a soccer fan who doesn't follow it the way I obviously follow the NFL for work, or even basketball for that matter, is the pipeline of kids that are constantly coming. Like you might get a sense
Sure.
of it if you watch the men's Olympic tournament, where we can double check the rules, but I think you need to have so it's an under 23 tournament, and you can have 3 guys over 23. So when Argentina won the gold 12 years ago or whatever, Messi was under 23. So he didn't even count against, even though he's playing for Barcelona and he's already one of the best players in the world. So like the team that the U.S. is putting out there right now that just beat Canada 1-0 last night, that's going to be the Olympic team, I'm pretty sure. Most of those guys. And so that's how you kind of have an idea of where some of these young stars are coming from. But even still, it's like they just pop up out of nowhere. You're like, this 19-year-old from Dusseldorf is really doing
Right.
this for this. You're like, well, okay, got to keep an eye on that guy. And this French kid, and it's nonstop. Not that college football wouldn't be the same, but because there's so many different pro leagues that are on TV, I mean, it's essentially like following college football and following all the recruiting and then keeping track of all the quarterback prospects. And by the time some of them get there, you're like, oh, yeah, I've been hearing about Trey Lance since he was in high school. I've been hearing about Mac Jones since he was in high school. Like, that's hard to do. And
No, I
with
mean
soc- yeah.
a perfect excuse me is Pardon me. 24-3 Patriots, Cam Newton and team looking for more. We'll see. Cam back toward the logo, gets rid of it, incomplete pass. Perfect example of that. My wife and I were out to dinner for our anniversary recently, and the family at the next table over, and it like, I assure you, we were not eavesdropping. They were just kind of loud, which was fine. Like, whatever, loud restaurant, loud people. But the next table over, they're talking all, they were waiting the whole time for this kid to join them for dinner. And I don't think that he was like their son. I think it was like they were
like hosting, like a host family?
Hosting, exactly. That's the word I'm looking for. I think they were hosting him. A soccer player that, and I hear him come over because at once they talked about him a little bit to the waitress, and then he shows up and the waitress just starts grilling him. And he apparently, I don't know his name or anything, but he's a really good, he's high school age, but he's a really good soccer player. And he was talking about how he was on loan from wherever overseas. I don't remember, playing in this area high school. But, just it speaks to your point. Is James White involved again? White, right? Yeah, James White with the 20-yard rack right there, up to 36 in the air on a couple of catches. Speaks to, like, soccer players. It's
James
just
White.
not.
Oh yeah, 73-yard carry. Sorry.
Just
Apologies, keep going.
not nearly. I don't know what the word would be. Celebrated enough, well known enough, whatever. Like, it's just the pipeline filters down so far to where, like, I worked with a guy at the radio station. He's not there anymore, but his kid, he'd show videos all the time. His kid had a big social media presence, and when I say kid, I think he was 11 years old at the time, who was already playing on U.S. teams and traveling internationally because he's just an insanely good soccer player. And whether, he becomes anything professionally, I have no idea. But obviously, to be as good as he was at 11, still pretty impressive. But as you're saying, it speaks to, like, these soccer players, they truly do just come out of nowhere.
And so, it's kind of two separate conversations, but just to understand the game a little more, like, this will be the easier way to do it before the World Cup rolls around in 2022. So this fall, you'll be back, and Champions League will be on again. And Champions League is easy because it's middle of the week. Now, you'll probably be on some Sims, but it's usually Tuesday, Wednesday. So you're not having to follow all of the English clubs, although you could easily on NBC Sports, but then you get into football season. So Tuesday, Wednesday, you're not watching any football, and you're just kind of getting ready for the next week. So when Barcelona is playing Chelsea, watch that, because it'll be as high a level as you can possibly have, right? And you'll have great announcers, and they'll just talk through it, and it's at 3 in the afternoon your time, so from 3 to 4:30 or whatever. So it's easy to do. You can have it on in the background, but they'll explain to you why something's happening.
Another
And
field goal
it'll
good for
just-
Folk.
Yeah, it'll make
27-3 as we're
just
almost
easier
through three.
to follow. There was a question that came in that I have to answer, and I still haven't answered the Broncos running back one. But Cry Two Tears in a Bucket says, I have a serious Denver question for you, BK. Is Casa Bonita a real restaurant, and have you been there? It's 100% a real restaurant. It is currently on life support because their owners couldn't sustain during the pandemic. So there's a grassroots campaign to save Casa Bonita. And a lot of people want the owners of South Park, or the creators of South Park, Trey and Matt, to be involved because they had such a great South Park episode. But Casa Bonita is, in fact, a real restaurant with, I think, fine food. My wife thinks terrible food, with game room and a live show with a gorilla chasing around a zookeeper, and then cliff divers jumping off of a really small rock into a really small pool from like 30 feet up. It is 100% real. And so if you want to know more about Casa Bonita, just go to the South Park episode on their website and watch the Casa Bonita episode because it is amazing. And then I guess you want me to answer the Broncos running back question here after we get through the
Yeah, go for it.
third quarter stats. Well, it's a simple answer. They're going to ride Melvin Gordon into the ground. They're going to play Javonte Williams as needed. Melvin Gordon's going to be a top 10-ish kind of running back draftable in fantasy. So plan on that. Make him somewhere between the 9th and 12th back taken in your league. That may not be the case by the end of the year, but early on, they're going to ride him while this kid figures things out. Now, yes, rookie running back's the easiest job in the world to step into in the NFL from college to the pros and make an impact. But they drafted this kid to have a Melvin Gordon replacement. They really like his dual threat ability to catch and obviously run the ball and think he's pretty good in pass pro. But there's no need to ride him into the ground while you're paying Melvin Gordon $8 million. So they're going to pay Melvin his $8 million. He's going to be 1,000-yard back, give or take, if he can stay healthy and stay on the field. And Williams will be a nice compliment, but it'll be like 65, 70% Melvin Gordon certainly to start. At least that's the sense I get talking to people in the know. And maybe over time, Williams is playing a little more, and by next year, he's the guy. And then he becomes a top 10 running back.
Cam Newton still on 3 passing touchdowns. James White, 83 on the ground, 83 in the air for N'Keal Harry on 5 catches. Devin Asiasi has multiple scores, 5 for 20. Not a lot of yardage, but a bunch of catches. Fant, 2 for 68. And that's where we're at generally statistically. That's life. Cena says, Coffee, you doing another MLB contest tonight? Hadn't even thought about it, but maybe I could set that up for us. Dale says, I lose every game Kaufman commentates. Can I get your schedule so I don't bet on those games? Thanks. Dale, I'll be back at 8 o'clock tonight. Stay away from the prime time showdown, 8 Eastern.
Team JPCX3 says Melvin Gordon was a Heisman finalist, right? Not only is Melvin a Heisman finalist, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm pretty sure I'm not because I just looked this up the other day, he's Wisconsin's all-time leading rusher, ahead of Heisman winner Ron Dane, ahead of Monte Ball, ahead of James White, there's one other back in there that, Wisconsin's just put out. Oh, Taylor, the kid that's on the Colts, who's going to be a top 10 back too. But Melvin Gordon to be the all-time rusher in any Division I program school, but at a place like that where they've just churned it out with those, big cheese-eating linemen that are, drink a lot of milk and eat a lot of cheese and all weigh 300 pounds. It's an impressive list to be at the top of. Brian C says, I can see Gordon startable, but top 10? Okay. Look, we know there's 7 that we can do that are better than him right off the bat. But a lot of those other guys are going to have more splits. So it's not that they aren't better backs necessarily. I just think Gordon's going to dominate the bulk of the work. Talk to me 2 weeks or 3 weeks into camp, and maybe I'll change my tune. And they start Broncos report Tuesday. Training camp starts a week from Wednesday here and everywhere else.
So 27-3, early fourth quarter. I was just setting something up here as you were chatting. Somebody had reminded me with Cena's question about the baseball contest. Someone had asked earlier in the chat about NBA Finals.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Sorry. Gordon had the best season. He had 2,500 yards. Apologies. That's what it was. He had some crazy numbers. So I'm sorry. Not all time. 2,500 yards in one season. Bonkers.
Someone had asked in the chat earlier about setting up a 200-person, I know, dare we go big, a la Moose in the golf contest, a 200-person NBA Finals Game 6 showdown contest for tomorrow night, which obviously, doesn't lock for a while.
I'll get in. $20.
$20 to enter. No, 200 entries. $1.
Make it more than $1. Make it $5. See if it makes. I bet it'll make. If you start talking about it today, by tomorrow,
there's no chance 200 people at $5 per will fill. Just that it won't. We'll do a smaller one maybe for $5, but 200 people won't fill at $5. So we'll do $1 top 20 payout called the huge Bucks Suns Finals Showdown, and that is out into the world right now. DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby. If anyone wants to, you can make a lineup now if you want, but more than likely reserve your spot and get to it when lineups lock in about 32 hours. 32 hours to fill this thing, and as I always say, if it doesn't fill, it doesn't run.
You know who's a good player to roster for the Bucks?
Giannis
is so good. You know who's been balling out of control, and look what he did at the end of the game. God, Middleton, man.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
Booker.
First couple shots. Book's been really good, but I don't know. Everybody else gets 6 fouls. He gets 8 a game, I guess. I'm curious what Booker's ceiling is. He does.
A lot of people want, and I'm not saying I agree with it, but there's so much like comparing Booker to Kobe out there right now.
No, that's wrong. Stop doing that.
There's a lot of it. I've seen it in the chat here. I've seen it all over Twitter. There's a lot of it. I'm not making it up. Again, I don't agree with it, but there's a lot of it. He doesn't play
anywhere near the defense Kobe did, and he's not anywhere near as crazy athletic. Like Kobe is a top 5-ish kind of athlete in the history of basketball, along with Michael Jordan and Vince Carter, like that level of athleticism.
A buddy of mine who is a huge NBA fan and also worth noting, hates Kobe Bryant. Now, we're talking about him as a player, as a, like, we're not obviously like, may he rest in peace. That should go without saying.
I was talking about Kobe, the basketball player. I think we
talking
can
about Kobe,
we
the
can
basketball
differentiate.
player. Exactly. And he had sent me this just string of texts making the Booker Kobe comparison the other day. And
But if it's just based in numbers, I don't want to hear it. Like
no, had nothing to do with numbers.
Oh, okay. So then let me hear the highlights of the string of texts. Unless you want to read them all.
So he said,
Sonny Michel waves and then dives into the end zone. Hey,
Sonny Michel, not bad. Jamal
Not
said,
bad,
what's the name of the
Mike.
contest, Koff? I don't know. It was the huge NBA Finals showdown or something like that. So he says it's his first playoffs ever, talking about Booker, obviously. He's putting up better numbers than Kobe's career numbers. He's a way better passer and shooter. That stuff isn't even debatable. He says Kobe in his prime was better on defense.
Kobe was getting to the rack though when you still could kind of hand check guys and make it a little tough. Like Booker gets to the rack because no one's guarding to that
Yeah,
level.
we
You know,
kind of, he and I in the text thread got off topic from there, but those are the highlights.
better shooter, sure, but Kobe became a more than respectable shooter by the end of his career, and then defense is not even close. But Kobe's ability to finish at the rack's different than scoring inside, and Booker's never going to have that. Like he can score fine, and that's hard to do. It's the hardest thing to do in basketball. But when I was thinking about it, to me, it's like, okay, is he a more athletic Klay Thompson? Is he kind of Carmelo-ish, where he can get you 40 every single night? But what else is he doing? And yeah, I guess better passer. Everybody's better passer than Carmelo, and everybody's better defensive player than Carmelo. Not because Carmelo couldn't play D, just because he didn't want to.
Yeah, chose not to.
But I mean, you could make the case that other than Kevin Durant, Carmelo has been able to score the easiest of maybe anybody in the NBA ever. His ability to just get buckets, however and whatever you were going to do to him, didn't matter. He's certainly in a top five-ish kind of conversation. So I'm not going to make a final judgment on Booker.
Well, way too early for that.
Yeah, but it doesn't stop people from doing it. But let me see a couple more years like this. This could be obviously, this could be the farthest the Suns go in his entire career, and who knows if he even stays there. But Chris Paul's not going to be around forever, and DeAndre Ayton kind of is what he is, right? He's a freak of an athlete who can kind of score, can certainly defend, and can rebound pretty well.
Sorry, I had to laugh. Joker writes in the chat, let's ask Bob Costas.
Sure, later. Not right now.
So, Bob, I'm on the Dream Stream again.
Booker,
Just-
40 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists.
Just curious. 2nd and 10 from the 25. And
Melvin Gordon, almost. Oh, Lindsay.
taken out to the 35. Lock.
How about Todd
146
Gurley
match.
signing with the Rams? Ravens.
Todd
Anything for
Gurley?
you? Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I think he signed with the Ravens. So you'll have the
Glad he's
1-2
found a
punch will
home
be
in time for training camp.
he and Dobbins. Oh, and then speaking of training camps, I caught Mike Florio. He was on Dan Patrick earlier, and he was saying that Mark Murphy has to talk to however many Packer shareholders show up at their annual meeting at the practice field or whatever. By the way, they're the only NFL team that has a practice field with stands, other than the Cowboys indoor, which I've never count. But they do that every year right before camp starts. And Florio's point was that you will not hear one word from Aaron Rodgers or his camp until at least next Tuesday, because he wants it to be as uncomfortable for Mark Murphy and the Packers next Monday when he has to have that, as it can possibly be another sack for his Patriots. Which that makes sense, knowing how Aaron operates, at least from a distance. And Florio also had the point that Rodgers intentionally let it get out there on draft night that he wanted out, rather than saying it before or after, because he wanted to make their draft as uncomfortable for them as they made draft a year ago uncomfortable for them. Like he waited until that day specifically to let it get out there. And the way Schefter reported it, he's like, all the things kind of coming together. I didn't hear one single thing. When you hear it presented like that, you're like, oh, that makes even more sense. Because Schefter's certainly going to be like, oh, Aaron and his agents wanted it out there today. Like, Schefter's not going to burn that bridge.
AD Poker, by the way, says accidentally stumbled in here this early, but had to stay for this ongoing debate. Booker is one of the most inconsistent players in NBA, game to game over the last couple of years, especially, though he's been out of his mind these playoffs. Maybe he is ascending into something, but a tiny little sample size like that doesn't make you Kobe Bryant. LOL, Booker was nothing without Chris Paul.
Before he gets to Kobe Bryant, well, no, he's still, I mean, dude scored 70 in a game. Like, you don't accidentally score 70.
I don't think people are questioning his talent or potential or some of the, for lack of a better way of putting it, fleeting moments, because obviously it's not like he could do that whenever he wanted. Like, you can't accidentally score 70 in a game, obviously. There are, as I heard somebody say the other day listening to the radio, and I agree with it, there are plenty of guys in the NBA who couldn't score 70 playing all 48 minutes unguarded. So you have to have a certain level of talent, obviously, to achieve that feat. But that doesn't mean, again, that you can put him on this other stratosphere. Like, guys have had big games. You need some consistency in that. 2 and change left, fourth quarter. Judy, his second catch. Slightly long, and I will agree with this, and I watched it. It was against the Celtics as they force-fed him that game for a false 70. Again, yes, they force-fed him, got him to the line, all that stuff, but you still got to score. Lindsay, for all those that were looking for him, gets you a first and 10 from the 26.
Are you and I working together again tomorrow?
I don't know. Live in the moment.
I got a couple tomorrow. I picked up the one open spot Tuesday night, where I'm going to do it from my poker game right before the cards drop.
Yeah, there you go.
In my man Chase's basement.
We are together at 8 o'clock tomorrow night.
Oh, so there you go. I'm in that one. So Chase, he goes, I have 1 gig of internet. I'm like, well, that's much faster than my 10 megs or whatever I have. And then he made an off-color joke that I'll make off the air that I cannot make on.
I think that's wise. We're approaching the 2-minute warning.
Oh,
flag.
Another pick. Oh yeah, does Booker date one of the Jenner sisters?
Yeah, I think he did. I don't know if he still does.
Hard to keep track.
Not a lot of consistency there in that family and their relationships. Smash that like, folks. Not far from 100. Think we can get there for this first sim of the day.
I'll say this about
400
Booker.
watching on YouTube.
Before Booker can become, that's a touchdown.
Lindsay, right into the 2-minute warning, gets you a score, trying to make this thing look more respectable. I would say too little, too late, but nevertheless.
Onside kick coming. There you go.
I hope they go for 2.
Before Booker can be Kobe, let's let him become D Wade. Right?
Right.
Like, get to that threshold, or even Klay Thompson. I get to Klay Thompson and Steph Curry's whole career, but still. I did have this conversation we can do it tomorrow night if you want, but a couple weeks ago with my buddy Tim about which point guard you would draft all time. If you're taking any point guard, Magic being number 1 on my list, or LeBron cheating and making LeBron my point guard. He says he'd still draft Steph Curry. He goes, because when you can draft someone who is, like, you can make the case Magic's the best passer of all time, but it's probably negligible. There's no point guard that shoots as well as Steph Curry, because like Steve Nash, great shooter, right? If you're going to talk your all-time point guards, but Stockton, Isaiah, anyone else you want to name doesn't shoot as well as Steph Curry. If you want to throw Russell Westbrook like Scott Brooks likes to do, right? None of them, Chris Paul, none of them shoot the way Steph Curry shoots. So, would you draft Steph Curry ahead of Magic Johnson? I guess that's the question.
No.
Yeah, I don't think I would either.
But I understand the debate. I get people that would go the other way.
Yeah.
But I would take Magic first.
I would too. Although I don't even say cheat. I would draft LeBron and make him my point guard. So you're the point guard, and then your wings are Kobe and MJ. And then down low, it's, some combination of Dirk or Barkley and Olajuwon or Shaq or Kareem.
Do you think they'll try and wait 25 years again to reboot Space Jam for a third time with whoever that decade's generational?
Did you and your
talent
boys
is?
watch it? Did you and your boys watch it?
Yeah.
So are
Not
you
good.
closer to the 32% of critics that gave it that on Rotten Tomatoes or 86% audience?
I don't understand that audience score for the life of me. And, you know, for all these people that want to say, like, it's not marketed for you, it's not marketed for an adult, it's marketed for kids, I get it. I get it entirely. But as I said on the sim yesterday, my kids, the older boys who are 8 and 6, like the first one better. They thought it was just okay. And since they watched it, and this is just me knowing my kids, this is the best indication of whether they genuinely liked something or didn't.
How many times they rewatch it? Almost immediately?
Right. And it hasn't even come up since they watched it. Like, the movie hasn't even been mentioned. So clearly once was enough.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it because it's on HBO Max and I can, but I'm certainly not going to the theater. I am going to take the 14-year-old to see Black Widow sometime in the next few days. We have not made that journey yet.
Yeah.
So that's going to be on the list here.
No, I would encourage people to watch it just to form your own opinions, obviously. But if anyone out there liked it, I'd like to talk to you. I want to know why. Brian says Space Jam worse than LeBron's jumper when he first came in the league.
How about LeBron's promo? Just sitting courtside. And they had tequila under his chair, too.
That I didn't see.
But why didn't he wear his Toon Squad jersey to really
Right.
promote it?
It is a nice jersey.
It looks like they're incorporating some of those elements in the NBA 2K game this year, which that looks cool.
Could be.
Tater Hater, not a fan of the movie.
Nope. Can definitely see that.
Yeah, I'll definitely watch it, but I don't know when. I'm still trying to watch Loki because we just can't get on the same page, me and the 14-year-old.
You
So we're
you
going to
just
try.
got to watch it at that point.
I've watched the first two and like part way into the third one. So
Ways to go. A little more than half. All right.
that's fine.
Cam 3 touchdowns. Neither guy hit the bonus. Locke surprisingly wound up finishing with more passing yards. Obviously a late addition there. Melvin Gordon, 12 for 25. Sony Michel, 13 for 39 to score, 3 for 83 for White, which is a real letdown considering he basically started the game with a 73-yard run. Philip Lindsay, 6 for 62 and a touchdown. Devin Asiasi, 6 for 28, 2 scores, 5 for 83. N'Keal Harry. Julian Edelman, 4 for 28. He quieted down but did score. 3 for 71 for who was it? Just ahead of
What were Jerry Judy's ownership numbers? Let me look real quick.
Jerry Judy's.
Because Sutton's were much lower than I would have thought they would have been for a captain. For a guy I captain, I mean.
Jerry Judy.
With 48 messages to scroll through.
Scroll through and find him here. 28% owned, Jerry Judy.
Finding a Babysitter
2
Billy
for
Not
12.
My Kid award is harder. Asiasi's going to get my player of the game. Because even though
Sure.
he was so well owned, he's the captain of the winning lineup. I finished
Yeah.
107th. Right. And you get 31 points and 20 in the
I mean,
flex.
I would go with Philip Lindsay. I mean, 23% owned. The guy had 19 points in the flex. I know he wasn't on the winning team, but
All right. But yeah. I don't know.
Asiasi was very chalky.
And he was 70% on. How much was Lindsay? 20 something.
20 something.
All right, fine. Philip Lindsay, new Texan, you get it.
There you go.
I
Your
still
babysitter
think.
Billy, did you go with Judy? Is that who you want to
Well, what were his ownership numbers?
20 something percent?
So he was 20%, but Cortland Sutton was 38%, but way more expensive, I guess. He was twice as
Sure.
much.
Up to
So
you, my friend.
I'm trying to decide the logic there. Like the guy that you paid, I guess it's Sutton because you paid twice as much. 38% of the people owned him, and he was equally as bad as Judy.
Well,
But I think it's Sutton.
either way, there's no trophy coming. So
No.
we'll have Drew pencil it in the spreadsheet, dissect the numbers later. But here's what you got going on. 5 more sims coming up today. Next one, a little less than an hour from now, Giants Raiders. That is Jason Rossi and Christian DeAndrea. You will have Get the Green after that sim with Emerson Latzia and Reed T. Fowler. little golf talk on the heels of Colin Morikawa's win and looking ahead, what's coming up later on this week. And 4 more sims after that. We have the Slate NBA. That's after the 4 o'clock sim, right around 5:15 Eastern, with Sharad Hira and Julian Felix Edlow. They will be checking out the Game 6 lines and so much more, obviously, for Bucks and Suns. Hop in that contest. We appreciate that. Just a lot coming up over the course of this very busy Dream Stream day. BK is done for the day, the fraud shift. I'll be back with you for 8 o'clock tonight. Look forward to it. Primetime action, me and Tom Carroll, Panthers and Texans. We want to thank producer Drew, Samir, our technical director, Zach, Bailey, everybody involved in ops and our crew. And obviously be patient with the manual scoring. Everything will be finalized momentarily. The Sweat from this morning, if you missed it, it comes your way 11 a.m. to noon Eastern time, Monday through Friday, but we do replay it after the noon sim. So
Hey,
here you go.
I'm back with Kenny tomorrow. This will be the first time we've done a show since he told me he'd take a tackle over a quarterback. So I'll let him know the results of my informal poll.
Have fun.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. It's really good to see everybody. I'm Emerson Latzi. I'm going to be hosting the next 45, 50, 55 minutes or so. It's this show we call The Sweat. We bring it to you weekdays, 11 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. We got all the DFS, all the sports betting knowledge about to be dropped on you by our analysts, our professionals here. We're going to start on the diamond, our Major League Baseball panel. Our first one today consists of DraftKings contributors, Matt Meiselman, and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. So we're going to price check here first, dudes. Favorite plays basically in the following price ranges on tonight's 11-game MLB slate. First things first, though, we want to talk about a special contest that we have tonight. It's the $5 million Fantasy Baseball World Championship qualifier. So, Matt, as our resident DraftKings guru here, can you tell us a little bit and bring us inside, how these qualifiers work and what exactly people will be playing for tonight?
Yeah, so these qualifiers are for this event that we have once a season for each major sport. The baseball event, the Fantasy Baseball World Championship, is in September this year. Still don't know what the location for it is yet, but that final has a bunch of qualifier tournaments that are basically the means to getting into the tournament. It has 100 seats. The winner of that tournament wins $1 million and then gets to the DraftKings Championship Series Tournament of Champions at the end of the year. But normally these qualifiers are a little more expensive to get into. They're smaller fields, higher dollar. But the one for tonight is just a $13 entry among some of the others. There are multiple contests to join. But there's a lower stakes one that has 5,000 seats. I'm pretty sure that's the number. And it's not full yet, but it's at least a decent sized contest. So there's still time to get into that one. Only $13 to enter. And the winner gets a ticket to this baseball event at the end of the year.
Dude, these fantasy world championships that we do at DraftKings, no matter what sport it is an exquisite weekend. I was part of the Fantasy Baseball World Championship a couple of years ago. We rented out Wrigley Field, for crying out loud. So people, I'm telling you, there is a lot at stake that you want a piece of. Eric, you ever entered any of these qualifiers here or competed in any of the world championships?
I haven't knowingly entered a qualifier. I'm one of my least developed skills as a human being is noticing things. So if they've come up, decent chance I've just gone on autopilot and played my usual contests. But man, it sounds fun. I would love to be a champion. I was just the other day, I went to a lemonade stand, and along with my lemonade, these kids gave me a card saying, "You're a cool cat." And I've been riding that high for a few days, but that's about to wear off.
Sweet.
So I think I need to become a champion to really keep that good feeling going,
I mean, you're on the Sweat right now, man. DraftKings is the Sweat. You're a cool cat, dude. We only have cool cats on this show.
It's been confirmed by multiple sources.
Cool. Well, good stuff. I'm glad those kids look up to you, dude. Let's go ahead and let's turn our attention here to some price checks. So entering this contest, though, let's get them some advice. So who's a pitcher over 8K you will be paying up for, E?
Yeah, I'm interested in Shohei Ohtani here. I think in a big contest like this, the way you got to think is guys who sometimes blow up but sometimes go off are exactly who you want, because if they blow up or if they just have a normal bad day, you weren't finishing high anyway in a contest like this. So the fact that Ohtani has had some really bad games this year, like his last start in June against the Yankees, where he gave up 7 runs in 2 innings, we can live with that, because if he just had a normal bad day, that's already unfortunately bad enough that we weren't going to place where we wanted. But when Ohtani does go off, he's got some of the best days among any pitcher, specifically because he strikes out so many guys. The strikeout rate over 30% this season. His numbers have been held back at times by a high walk rate, 12.4% on the year, although since the start of June, he's walking just 7% of opposing batters. So he really is, if he can keep that walk rate down, he'll become the true all-around pitcher that, you know, he doesn't really need to be the superstar that he already is. But he's been trending in that direction. He's facing a pretty good A's lineup. They rank 10th by WRC+, but it's in a good pitcher's park. So I'm not too scared of that there. So I'm definitely happy going with him and hoping for one of his good days here.
All right, Matt, who do you think has a good day on this 11-game slate? We're talking pitchers over 8K.
So this seems like a really unusual slate to me, where there are a lot of hitters that are way underpriced. And I think that just the common strategy will be these expensive pitchers. So honestly, I'm looking to not play much of any of them. I think my favorite pitcher on this slate is Caleb Smith, who's only 6,600 and was just blown up by the Dodgers. Probably won't be as popular as he should be after that start. But if I have to answer the question and pick a guy who's expensive, I think I want to play Yu Darvish. I just think the Braves are getting a little too much credit for being a good offense. And now, obviously, they don't have Ronald Acuna Jr. anymore. So the matchup for Darvish actually isn't a bad one. And Darvish has had a couple bad starts recently. So I think Darvish will be somewhat popular. I just think he has the most upside of any pitcher. Ohtani's probably up there, too. These are both guys who could have huge games. But in all honesty, I'm not really that excited about any expensive pitcher. And I think the contrarian tournament route that I'm most interested in is playing cheaper pitchers and then trying to get some expensive hitters that other people don't have.
Okay, well, that's a perfect segue here. So hook me up then with that pitcher under 8K you like, Matty.
Yeah, so it's Caleb Smith for sure. I think he's really the only guy that I want from this price range, or that I'm really excited about from this price range. I think there are other guys you can play, like Jake Woodford is only 4,800. Not sure if he gets much popularity, but Smith gave up 9 runs to the Dodgers his last time out, and he's had some pretty bad outings this year. But the fact of the matter is he's cheap. He's facing the Pirates at home, and he's a guy who does get strikeouts. So even though the blow up potential is there, like he could give up 5 runs in the first inning again, or he could walk a bunch of guys. Like there's tons of downside. But like Eric said, you're playing for upside in these tournaments. And there's definitely a chance that Smith could just have a huge game, because it is the Pirates and he is at home. And Pittsburgh's not as good on the road, just like any team. But one of the things about the park that the Pirates play in is that it tends to suppress strikeouts a little bit. So when the Pirates go on the road, you should expect them to strike out a bit more. And this is a team that's not even that healthy. They weren't that great to begin with. So that's my guy, is Caleb Smith. And I'm well aware that he could have negative points on this slate, but I think that he has a lot of upside too, especially for the price.
All right, cool, Cat. What about you, man? Pitcher under 8K.
Yeah, it's pretty bleak out there. Maybe this is a function of this being what, four days after the All-Star break. Teams were lining up their better pitchers over the weekend. I really think Caleb Smith is kind of the only guy with much upside at all. As again, it's that same logic I touched on earlier. You want these volatile guys in these big contests. You got to spike something. Smith in his last start had minus 19 fantasy points, but if he had a mere 5 fantasy points, you weren't winning anyway. And in 3 of his last 5 starts, he has at least 18 fantasy points, which is great for a guy at his price, 6,600. Like Matt said, he gets enough strikeouts that he can spike that good day every now and then. 25.7% on the season. It's pretty shaky pitcher. Way too many walks. A terrible ground ball rate, 26.3%. But a team like the Pirates might not be able to punish that. If his mistakes don't get launched over the wall, I think he's got a pretty good chance against an offense this week of striking out 6 or 7 guys and only allowing 2 runs or so. Which would be great for a guy in his price range. And I just don't think there's much upside with most of the other cheap guys today.
Matt, you mentioned paying up for some hitters here, dude. So give me one over 5K.
So I'm going way off the board for offense, I think. I don't know that anyone is playing the Dodgers on this slate. And I actually think Kevin Gausman could be a little popular just because of how much savings there is to be had across the board on hitting. Like there's some guys on the Reds who are really cheap. Diamondbacks are cheap. The Pirates have some cheap hitters. So the Dodgers may get you a bit of leverage against Gausman, but either way, they're just so expensive as a team. And Mookie Betts in particular, I think at 5,700, he's going righty, which is not usually what you want, but the way that Kevin Gausman pitches, you don't expect him to be a guy with a big platoon split because he relies on fastball, splitter, changeup, I guess, whatever you want to call his secondary pitch. But those profile of pitchers tend to be at least neutral or maybe even worse against same-handed hitters. But either way, the main appeal of the Dodgers is that they're a really, really good offense, and they just won't have ownership on this slate.
Okay, Eric, what about you, dude?
I'm going to go with Juan Soto. It's always a good day when you can go with Juan Soto. He came into the year sort of in a tier with Mike Trout and no one else, according to most of the projection systems, in terms of, pure hitting talent. Vlad Jr.'s joined them on most projection systems at this point, but Soto is still in that tier along with those other two, a step above everybody else. Even after a mediocre first half, I say mediocre, it comes with a 141 WRC plus, which is actually a career low in a career that started at age 19, just to remind everybody of how ridiculous his offensive numbers have been this whole time. Even in what I guess you'd call a down year, he's walking more than he's striking out. He's hitting 295, which is actually below his expected batting average. The slugging is maybe the issue here. He's only slugging 484, but that's about 50 points below his expected slugging, and he has the highest hard hit rate of his career. So I'm not really worried at all about him in the second half, nor am I worried about a Derby hangover. He has 7 hits and 3 homers in his 3 games since the break. I think he joked about it correcting his swing, where it screws up some guys, and it seems like that might actually be true. Seems like
I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that. Usually it's the complete opposite.
Exactly. Juan Soto is not most hitters. I think we have seen that for a few years.
Yeah.
When you throw in, he'll get the platoon advantage against Nick Neidert. Looks like the projected starter for the Marlins, who is nothing at all to be worried about. Although again, it's Juan Soto. Happy to get with him pretty much against anybody.
Yeah. Remember when the over-under for longest home run in the Derby was 519 and a half, and he hit one 520 feet. Like, son of a, like, out of all the people, he was the 8th seed too. How about a hitter under 5K, Eric?
Yeah, I'm going to drop down to 3,400 and Michael Conforto. He's a guy who's just too talented to be in this price range. I get why he is there. He's not having a good season, but it's been a season that's been interrupted by injury, and there's been some bad luck in there. Even before his hamstring injury, he had a 692 OPS in 33 games, which is not what he was supposed to do. And then he really struggled his first 18 games back with a 442 OPS. But there's been signs of life over his last 4 games. He's gone 5 for 15 with 2 homers. That's a tiny sample, but again, this is a guy who's been quite a good hitter for quite a long time at this point. Only 4 homers on the year, but his hard hit rate is only down 0.1% from last year, and his launch angle is actually up slightly. And that expected slugging of 409 is below expectations, but it's also way above his actual slugging, which is 328. So I think even if we don't expect him to repeat last year's great season in the second half, this is still a guy who we know is a good hitter, more than a $3,400 hitter. He'll get the platoon advantage against Vladimir Gutierrez in a hitter-friendly park in Cincinnati. Gutierrez, nothing special despite a 4.29 ERA. Most of those ERA estimators are up in the mid-5s. Doesn't strike guys out, walks too many guys, doesn't keep the ball on the ground. So even though the Mets are pretty banged up at this point, well, for a long time at this by now, not many Mets left. Conforto's still there, and he's still Michael Conforto, even if he's having a down season.
All right, Maddie, bring us home.
So I'm sticking to pretty much the same theme there. I like the rest of the Mets. So it's not that I dislike Conforto. I just think his ownership will be higher than the rest of the team, especially the outfielders, because the price is so much lower. But the most popular outfielders on this slate, I would have to imagine, are on the other side of this game, with Nick Castellanos and Jesse Winker priced in the low 4,000s, and then Tyler Naquin at 2,500. So I just don't think a lot of people get to the more expensive guys on the Mets, like Brandon Nimmo and Dominic Smith, who are about $1,000 more than Michael Conforto. So honestly, like I'll play all 3 of those outfielders. I think they're all really good plays, but the Mets in general in that 4 to 5K range, I think that they just go fairly overlooked because the Reds on the other side are the favorites in this game. They're a little bit cheaper. They have a little bit better of a matchup. And the Mets still have a ton of upside too, and they're still really good offense. Even with all of the injuries, most of that is on the pitching side. And the only hitter that really is that important that they're missing is Francisco Lindor, who gets most of his value from being a great defensive shortstop anyway. So this is still a really, really good Mets offense. I like Conforto. I like everyone else on the Mets too.
All right, Matt, good catching up with you. Thanks for the help and the advice ahead of the $5 million Fantasy Baseball World Championship qualifier tonight. All you guys and gals, make sure you get in that. Eric, hang out because we're going to take a sportsbook look at tonight's slate coming up. But next, we've got Game 6 of the NBA Finals to dive into. What's cooking over on the DK Sportsbook? We will tell you right after this. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Sweat. We hit on baseball. We are going now to poke over to the association, the NBA. We got Game 6 of the NBA Finals arriving tomorrow night on Tuesday night. And here for their best bets, DraftKings contributor Kenny Ducey, RotoWire's Nick Whalen. So let's look ahead to some of the betting angles before Tuesday night. Bucks lead in this series, 3-2, by the way, 3 straight wins in this series. And it heads back to Milwaukee. Bucks will have a chance to kind of win it all on their home court. Suns will be big underdogs for this one, plus 170 on the money line. So let's get your initial take on this Game 6, Kenny. Would you back Phoenix at this number, or is this series over? What do you think?
Yeah, I've drank a lot of juice in this NBA Finals, and it's paid off for me for the most part. But I don't think that I want to take the Milwaukee Bucks at this number. I also don't want to take the Phoenix Suns on the money line. I think it's just going to be a pretty close game. I love taking the 5 points here that you're getting with Phoenix. You know, the Suns have played 2 really good games, really close games with the Milwaukee Bucks. They really should have won, early last week. And then they collapsed late, let the Bucks back into that game in Milwaukee. They steal that one. And then, of course, you get game 5 was just, Milwaukee just played really, really well. So, the bottom line here is that the Phoenix Suns, I don't think, are out of it quite yet. They shot the ball really, really well in Game 5, and I think that they can shoot the ball again well on the road. They've shot better on the road than the Bucks have shot on the road. But in general, I like where this team maybe my doesn't.
Yeah,
this
wow.
team is headed. Look, DeAndre Ayton has given them a lot. Devin Booker continues to score the ball well, and Chris Paul came back in Game 5. Chris Paul played really well. So as long as you're going to get a good Chris Paul, I like the Phoenix Suns' chances here. The Suns, the Bucks have just shot really well, and there probably is a bad shooting net around the corner, but they're at home. The stats would tell you they shoot well at home. I'm not sure that it's going to be that bad.
Nick, have you been drinking a lot of juice in this series as well?
I have probably just as much as Kenny, in fact. And I feel very similarly about this game. I don't have a lot of conviction one way or the other. I will throw out one stat, though, that I heard on a podcast this morning. The team that is leading 3-2 heading home for Game 6 with a chance to close out the NBA Finals, all time, those teams are 10-1 in those Game 6s. So history is on Milwaukee's side when you're the lower seeded team and you can close out the series in 6. With that said, this Milwaukee Bucks team that we've watched the entire postseason has been so inconsistent. And I try not to let, the last game or the last 2 games erase all that or color my opinion too strongly. Milwaukee shot the ball extremely well, really from everywhere in Game 5, as did Phoenix. I think there's a chance that at least one of those teams, if not maybe both, regress and we see kind of more of a grinded out game. I mean, there was a time, and I want to say, I think it was 13 possessions in a row. Each team scored 13 total possessions where it was just going back and forth. You know, it was a lot of Devin Booker and Drew Holiday kind of trading baskets. I don't think we see that again. I think both teams kind of try to slow things down, as is often the case in a finals elimination game. Every possession becomes so important. And I think this ends up looking a lot like games 4 and games 5. Both of those were Milwaukee Bucks wins. I think that's now factored into this 5-point spread. But both of those games were extremely close throughout and really came down to the last 5 or 6 possessions. And the final scores were a little bit inflated, especially in game 4, just because some of the free throws at the end of those games. I mean, it was basically one possession deciding the game. And I think we get that again. These teams continue to be incredibly evenly matched. And Milwaukee, I think, especially has a little bit of room for regression with guys like Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton. You know, Holiday played maybe the worst game of his playoff career in game 4, and then maybe the best game of his playoff career in game 5. He probably lands somewhere in the middle in game 6. Like Kenny said, Chris Paul looked a little better on Sunday night. We know what to expect from Booker. We know what to expect from Ayton. I think we get another really evenly matched game that probably finishes within, 3 or 4 points.
After the under hit in games 3 and 4, we had a high scoring affair in game 5 of this series. So that was 242 total points scored between these two teams. The game total for game 6 Tuesday night, that's set at 222 right now. You leaning over or under, Nick?
I think I got to go under and bet on that regression. You know, it's such a stark number compared to what that total was from game 5, like you mentioned. So, I think some people maybe look at that and say, you're giving me a 20-point cushion here. But I mean, the Milwaukee Bucks shot 58% from the field. The Phoenix Suns shot 55% from the field. I mean, both teams had some of their best shooting nights of the entire playoffs and the entire regular season. I mean, it was uncanny, the shot making, especially in those second and third quarters when, Phoenix jumped out to that big run and then Milwaukee came right back. Guys like Pat Connaughton shooting the lights out, which at some point he's going to come back down to earth. Like I said, I think in these type of elimination games, when one team has a chance, things slow down. Possessions become super important. The defense gets ramped up. Coaches are a little more willing to take timeouts to set things up. I think this swings back the other direction and goes under tonight.
Over or under in game 6, Kenny?
Yeah, Nick's a smart man. This is going to go under. Look, game 5 was an outlier. When you look at the whole postseason for the Milwaukee Bucks, they've played incredible defense. We've said it on the show so many times. Their second worst defensive rating in game 5 of 129.3. And conversely, it was their best offensive night since game 2 of their opening round series against the Miami Heat with a 135 offensive rating. I mean, they don't play this well on offense. They don't shoot that well, especially on the road. And they don't play defense like that. They have a really good defense. And when you look at the pace in this series, 94.5, 97, 97, 91.5. If you want to contextualize that, the Bucks consistently this year were the top 3 in pace over, I believe it was 103. So I think that the Milwaukee Bucks here are going to come crashing back down to earth on the offensive end. They'll probably play better defense as well, especially given the stakes of this game. And if the pace is going to be 91.5, that is an incredibly low pace. Then we're definitely going to see an under here. There's no question about it. I think you're getting a very good price here because of a really high total in game 5, the public betting up the over, but this is the safe bet for sure, the under.
What's a Bucks prop you have your eye on, Kenny?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I was looking at Brook Lopez over 11.5 points. He had a really a bit of a snoozer in game 5, and he is a guy that plays well at home, shoots the ball well, gets a lot of shots for the Milwaukee Bucks, and I do think that they like to have him out there for his size against DeAndre Ayton. You look at game 5, played 30 minutes, and he took 6 shots. He scored 9 points. I do think that that's a guy that could have some sort of cathartic experience in game 6 as they try to close this out. So I will be looking at that, but, Drew Holiday over 19.5 points. You saw in game 5, he finally arrived in this series, and we know that this guy's incredibly talented. We know that he's a great scorer, and he had 27 points. His total still sitting at 19.5. We know that with consistency, this guy can bring it in the scoring department. So I actually really like taking his over in the points as well. And I know that Nick is going to say this, but you could always take his over 8.5 assists as well. I mean, he's been an assist machine in this finals, and you get plus 115.
Nick, do you agree with that? Were you going to say that?
Well, I was thinking about it. We don't have to go into too much depth now, but the floor is so high for Drew Holiday in terms of his passing. I was actually going to take the under, and I think it's 19.5 points for Drew Holiday. I think he kind of comes crashing back down to earth as a shooter. I mean, some of the shots that he was making were just shots that he hasn't hit really the entire postseason. He had those 2 great games at the end of the Hawks series, but I kind of have to throw those out when you kind of look at his game log and try to project, because Giannis wasn't active for those games and he kind of had to do more. He hasn't been afraid to shoot, even with Giannis back in the lineup. I mean, he's routinely getting to 20 field goal attempts, which, unless he's playing like he was on Saturday night, I'm not sure that's necessarily what you want. So I'm with Kenny. If you want to look towards the Bucks prop, I think Drew Holiday over 8.5 assists is pretty interesting. If you want to combine these 2 teams, you could also get Giannis and Devin Booker to each score at least 35 points in this game. That's at plus 475 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Not maybe quite as much value as I would like to get out of that, but Booker already has back-to-back 40-point games. We know he's going to go down swinging. And Giannis obviously is very much capable of getting to that 35 number. He would have gotten there on Saturday had he not clanked those 4 free throws at the end of the game.
All right, guys, really quick. Last one here. Nick, Sun side. How about a prop that you're looking at right now?
Well, I mentioned, combining Devin Booker and Giannis Antetokounmpo, if you want to count that. I think looking at the rebounding side, DeAndre Ayton has been a complete monster in this series. I continue to be just unbelievably impressed with the amount of rebounding that he's doing in traffic. I like him over 12.5 rebounds in Game 6.
Kenny?
I like Mikal Bridges over 1.5 threes. The worst player on the floor for the Suns, according to plus minus, was Cam Johnson. At minus 19, it's no coincidence. As soon as they went away from Mikal Bridges, this team started to struggle. I think that they get back to Mikal Bridges here. Played 33 minutes in Game 5, probably equal, if not more minutes. And he is going to shoot the basketball. He's a good 3-point shooter. I like Mikal Bridges to hit more than 1 3.
All right, guys, appreciate it. We are going to bring in our gorgeous golf gurus after this. We'll look back at a incredible weekend at the British Open, and also we will take a poke ahead to the 3M Open at the TPC Twin Cities. All right, everybody. I know I'm gorgeous, but we're going to go ahead and bring in a couple other people who are also gorgeous. Our gorgeous golf gurus, DraftKings contributors, Jeff Ulrich and Reed T. Fowler, here for some, I know we're calling it PGA Tour high or low, but it's more of let's look back on the British Open and then some odds for this week's 3M Open here up in Minnesota. Just real quick, Colin Morikawa, Reed, what an absolute impressive performance that he put together yesterday. Like he really was on another planet. I mean, what was the most impressive part of his 4 days at the British Open for you?
Yeah, well, he got he got some of Jordan Spieth's lucky bounces off the fairway because a lot of those could have gone either way. But aside from that, right, that had nothing to do with it. The guy made every single putt that he needed to. I mean, he was sinking 10, 11 foot, par putts on greens that, especially if you're not used to, can really wreak havoc. And we saw what happened to Louis from the get-go. And I'll leave that to Jeff because he knows him better than anybody else, sans Louis and his wife. But like Morikawa was just making every single putt. And we've mentioned it time and time again, Emerson, is that, and I was completely off on Morikawa. So I have to admit that, but when he's gaining strokes or when he's with his putting, he is going to be in contention. He is going to win. You've seen it so far this season that every single time he's had positive strokes gained putting, he's either been in contention first or second this entire year, and it culminated in the last major of the season. So kudos to him.
I mean, Jeff, we're talking about a guy who's not even 25 until next year. He's played in 8 majors in his career. He's won 25% of them, winning 2. He entered today 1 stroke back and ends up winning by a couple here. So what impressed you the most with Colin Morikawa?
I mean, probably just his course management in an event like the British Open. Look, when we're talking about Colin Morikawa, you have to realize, I mean, you can speak about him in the same vein as like Jon Rahm and Justin Thomas. He's the best iron player in the world, quite frankly. And Reed's right. You know, when he starts to putt like that, I mean, Oosthuizen is ranked like, top 3 putter on tour right now, just in terms of strokes gained putting. That's his bread and butter. He's really improved that part of his game. He does not have the consistency, though, tee to green that Colin Morikawa does. So when Morikawa starts sinking the same kind of putts that Louis does with regularity, he's almost impossible to beat. You knew that if Morikawa was going to come out and sink those putts on Sunday, it was going to be really tough. I do think the conditions helped Morikawa this week. It's always a little bit easier your first Open Championship when it's calm. You don't have to worry about the weather factoring in. Maybe you don't have to hit as many, Open Championship shots like run-ups, but he's clearly like a top 3 player in the world. And look, we've got 2 really elite winners at the majors the last 2 times out.
Yeah, and Emerson, really quickly with Morikawa, the delta between his strokes gained approach and the second guy, like Paul Casey, right now, is the same as when we saw Tiger when he was at his best. So just to put that into comparison, you see what he's done in his first time out at major tournaments, but then just his approach, he's so much better than the second guy, which is unbelievable, and it's been consistent all year.
Yeah, Reed, becoming the first golfer in history to win his debut at 2 different major events. Jeff, I'm not going to lie. There was a point where in a moment, I thought maybe Louis would rather come in 3rd than 2nd, though, seriously, avoiding the agony of like another runner-up finish. But I do feel like in a way, he's not going to get like the credit he actually deserves for the performance that he has put together in a lot of these majors. Yeah, no, there's no way he'll get the credit he deserves. I mean, look, when it boils down to it, what's his crime here? He lost out to Jon Rahm, who sunk like 40 foots of putts, and he's the #1 player in the world. And then he lost out to Colin Morikawa, who's probably the best player we've seen since Tiger under 25. It's not like he's losing to slubs here on Sunday, right? He's getting legitimately beat. Now, should he have closed one of these 3 out? Probably, but you're right. He's not going to get credit enough for putting himself in these positions. What he needs to do is reel off a couple wins. Doesn't even matter if it's majors at this point to just shut people up. So until he does that, he won't necessarily get the credit. But I mean, look, this guy's got himself up to, I think, 9th in the world golf rankings now. So if he does reel off a couple wins, man, I mean, you never know. I think you're silly if you count this guy out. Eventually a couple wins are going to flow here. And, we still got the playoffs to come. So still could come in 2021 as well. And he's got the second best odds to win this week at the 3M Open. Sweet T Fowler here, man. What do we need to know about TPC Twin Cities, whether it comes to like placing bets or filling out DFS lineups?
Yeah, this is the 3rd year that TPC Twin Cities is going to be hosting the 3M Open. This is a birdie fest. I mean, the average that, it's been 21 under and 19 under the 2 years that it's been on tour. And if you take a look at the length, it's over 7,400 yards. There's a ton of water. Tom Lehman updated this course. It's designed by Arnold Palmer, but the distance isn't really a factor. These guys are bombing it off a tee with regularity. We've seen Matt Wolff win, Bryson DeChambeau come in 2nd place to Matt Wolff. I read that famous where Bryson was doing a press conference or he was near Wolff and Wolff sank that eagle putt on 18 to beat Bryson. That's kind of course that we get here is that it's just birdies after birdies after birdies. There's a ton of water hearkening to like it's the land of 10,000 lakes. That's sort of synonymous with this course, but the landing areas are extremely generous. So you got to make birdies. You got to score on the par 5s, obviously. And like every single week, it is an approach game. So that's what I'm looking at this week.
And your guy is in the field with Tony Finau. I mean, Oosthuizen, we've already mentioned that. Jeff, what is something people need to keep in mind here? By the way, the field's a lot stronger than I anticipated. Yeah. Returning back from the British Open, coming back to the States. What is something people need to keep in mind, though, Jeff, when it comes to placing bets or they want to build the ideal, perfect DFS lineup?
I mean, I think for TPS or TPC, excuse me, Twin Cities. I mean, I think you have to realize. I mean, yeah, like the Bombers came through the first year, but I think when you look back at last season, you see a guy like Michael Thompson lost strokes off the tee here. The fairways here are massive. They're very easy to hit. It's a very flat course, a little bit like like we saw in Detroit. I think this brings all the different players in, and again, I think you're going to see a player who just gets hot with their putter. Michael Thompson gained over 7 strokes on approach, and iron play is definitely something I would be emphasizing over off the tee, but also putting. So looking for someone who is very, very good, obviously can get hot with their irons, but also can get hot on the greens. Again, approach play has really been emphasized here over the first 2 seasons. So, a guy like Sergio Garcia might pop up. Still very good with his irons. He needs to get hot with the putter, obviously, but Sergio can definitely go, get so good with those approaches on an easier course like this. So he's someone to consider there. He's at plus 3,500. I actually don't mind those odds on him.
Okay, Reed, whose odds really stand out to you here? These things just becoming available here. Dustin Johnson plus 750, and Louis, Tony, Patrick Reed, and Cameron Tringali are the top 5 there.
Tringali at 25. When I saw, Tringali coming in, I thought was pretty nice, but 25, absolutely not. I'm looking at Bubba Watson. If he's in the field, right, we know that he couldn't go because he had close contact, but he passed all protocols and was, I believe, safe he didn't have COVID. And so I think he's in the field. If he is in the field at 3,500, he's someone that I'm taking a look at because I look at this similar to Travelers, Jeff. I don't know if you see the same thing with TPC River Highlands. You see the Wyndham, right? You kind of these courses that are flat and just give a lot of birdies. And a guy like Bubba not being in the Open Championship, being in contention in the first couple of days at Travelers at 3,500. I don't mind it because I'm sure, if I'm trying to dive in being John Malkovich or being Bubba Watson, he's foaming at the mouth to get back on it. So give me Bubba at 3,500.
Jeff, I know you've already mentioned a few guys with some odds, but anyone else, like especially in maybe the top 15, top 20 or someone who actually could be a valuable bet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, we're getting some crazy odds here. Obviously, it's got a few big names, this field, but you've got Cameron Tringali at 2,500. He's playing well, but that's not really something I'm interested in either. I think you look at a player like Chris Kirk at plus 6,000. Chris Kirk is like a 4-time winner on tour. Tringali hasn't even won before. Chris Kirk's also playing very well. I don't know why he would be more than double odds in Tringali here. I think that's very nice odds you're getting on Chris Kirk, a guy who can get hot with his irons and putter. We saw him do it at the Sony Open this year and almost won. Luke List sitting there at plus 6,500 is interesting. But I think this is the type of field, Emerson, where I'd rather take a few more players at longer odds than necessarily go in on like a Tringali at plus 2,500. I think you can look at the guys like plus 13,000 here. A guy like Brandon Hague, who's been all over leaderboards lately, and maybe even a guy like Tom Lewis. I mean, this is the kind of event it's going to be. It's going to be wide open. Again, I'd rather have a bigger basket of bets here than just go on like 1 or 2 of the favorites.
All right, so before we wrap up the segment, your early pick to win, one of these guys you just named?
I mean, I really like Patton Kizzire this week. I think he sets up well. Compared to what we saw with Michael Thompson. He's plus 6,500. I actually missed him when I was writing down. He's right by Chris Kirk, but Patton Kizzire, very similar style of game to Michael Thompson. He can get hot with the irons and the putter. I'm going to go with him. I'm going to say someone from the mid-range there comes through.
Fowler. Oh, okay. I mean, if we're doing that, I'm going to go Johnny Vegas mid-range, sure. Jeffrey. He's playing well, but I got to go with lefty here. Not Phil. The real lefty in Bubba Watson. I think he's gonna win this week.
Not Brian Harmon?
No.
I was gonna say Brian Harmon.
Yeah, Levs, a little levies
there. That's your guy, Reed.
Isn't Bobby Mack? I think Bobby Mack's in the field
Bobby
too.
Mack?
He was
Lots of lefties.
Yeah. Hey, now maybe got to make a little lefty lineup.
Maybe I should get in the field, Emerson, and then we can add more lefties.
Oh, wait, you're a lefty? I didn't know that.
Bobby Mack plus 2,800. Yeah. All right. Well, Reed, what do you say? You and I today around 3:00.
Let's do it.
The top rated edition of Get the Green. You know what? I asked producer Drew, I said, can we bring on Jeff today? I thought it would be cool to do another three-headed monster reaction, but apparently you're on some mini vacation, which you look like you're in the same spot you always are.
I'm leaving
so.
right after this. Trust me.
Okay.
He looks
All
like
right.
end
Whatever.
this segment now.
All right. Well, actually, I have 3 more questions for you, Jeff. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Go enjoy it. Reed and I will have a Get the Green edition today at 3 o'clock here on the Dream Stream. We're going to do some sports bets on the diamond after this.
Welcome into your Madden Dream Stream. It's your 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central, 11 o'clock Mountain, and you're not 9. I wish. No, 11. I mess up all the time. It doesn't matter. It's a 1 p.m., a 12 p.m., or 11. It's sometime. You're here. We're in the year 2021, unless you're a space traveler like my co-host today. I am Jason Rossi. He is Christian DeAndrea. Christian, what's up, my man?
Oh, not too much. Truly blessed to be here on a lovely Monday afternoon, not only with you. I get Emerson next, so just like true best friend squad stuff coming up right now. And we get to celebrate that by watching Danny Dimes attempt to play football. Okay, it's not all good. It's not all good.
Well, we'll get to all of it. We'll talk about lineups in a minute as well, but please do smash that like on your way in. We're feeling fine. It's Monday. Let's start off with the positive vibes. They say, set a good mindset, make your bed, do whatever makes you, you, but let's kick it off that way. Again, as Christian said, truly blessed to be here with the DK Sim fam. Smash that thumbs up. He can be followed at Train Island over on the social media plaids. You can follow along with, yes, there it is, postroute.substack.com. Blast your email in there. You get some hot football info coming on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays. And if you so choose and admire my voice or my new glasses that are still a little insecure for me, you can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. Last week, we did the top 11 baseball films. We'll have a 2001 wrestlers draft with some special guests this week. So you can check that out, dropping later in the week. So here we go. Giants, Raiders. Ugh, a little bit of a rough one, but I have some feelings about the Giants. Maybe you do too. We'll talk about it. But Christian, what'd you do for a lineup?
So for this one, I looked at a couple. I bought the dip on Darren Waller. He was underpriced. Probably a stupid idea because as good as he is in the real world, he can be real glitchy in Simland. Yes, he had 28 not too long ago, but before that, he was putting like a kind of regular string of sub 12-point performances, which is obviously not what you want in your captain spot. You know what? They're at home. They're playing that bad Giants secondary. I believe in my guy, the murder hornet. Then I got Barkley because, of course, he saved the money with Waller. Why not? Ingram, who's on a heater lately, same with Henry Ruggs. Golden Tate, same thing, and that saved me just enough cash left over for Daniel Carlson, one of the better kickers in the AFC, in a domed environment, so could have himself quite a day today. Rossi, how about you? How does that team look?
In the Rossi plus CDA 2 p.m. Who will be better in 2021? Giants or Raiders? 142. Are you in there? Appreciate you. I went Captain Tate because he's been on the heater. There's a lot of guys here that have been hot. Jason Witten or Kaká to start on the catch in the first drive here. So we'll get a 3rd and 2. So I went Tate, Saquon, Ingram, as you mentioned, and then I went Ruggs, Waller, Raiders DST, because you kind of mentioned it. Danny Dimes, if he's running around, could have a little fumbleitis. And I think the Raiders could take part in that. And also, you never know what you're going to get scoring-wise from the Giants in general.
Yeah, very, very true. Kind of Schrodinger's team. They
charred.
Figure out if good or bad is to observe them. And mostly bad, but Saquon has had some nice games here, showing us what he can do. Obviously, a lot of questions surrounding him, what his comeback season's going to look like. And it sounds like the reports have been pretty good, coming back from the ACL tear, pretty healthy. And more importantly, the Giants have gone and made some adjustments around him to improve that receiving corps, because that's really what truly killed him last year. That first game, he only averaged about 1.8 yards per carry because there was just no room to run. The Steelers were not scared at all by that receiving corps. Instead, this year, that you got Kenny Galladay joining the lineup. You have first-round pick Kadarius Toney, Sterling Shepard's still there. John Ross, if you can provide anything.
Yes.
So a fleshed-out receiving corps should create some space for Saquon, and if he is anywhere near healthy, expect him to have a very productive fantasy season. Don't hesitate to take him top 5 in your season-long fantasy drafts this year.
No, without a doubt. You saw the pictures. Obviously, we know physically, just taking a picture of a man, he looks good always. But I'm hot a little bit right now. I'm still hot under the collar for the Giants this year. I think we're going to see vast improvements due to another year of the coaching staff, Danny Dimes with another year with a guy who usually produces some pretty good offenses. For all the things we want to say about the red rifle of OC, I think he can get it done there. So we'll get into it as well. Shout out to the chat. We see a lot of people shouting us out. So we got Brian C. Throwing out some new names. He says a 4-eyed Rossi and the jerk himself on a Monday, 2 p.m. Where the bleep do I sign? Brian C. Appreciate you. Cena, Brian, Choker, Tater Hater saying he does not roster Golden Tater. So I understand, man. You gotta live the gimmick. Also,
Rich, yeah.
But no, you're all good. No, it's all we're in this together. Paul says Rossi hair growing back well. Great job supporting people with need. Well, appreciate you. Ernest saying Rossi, I won some money in the Money in the Bank ladder match. I went with Big E instead of Riddle for the win. Yeah, I was. I did a little pre-show here. We have my DraftKings picks, and I was not right. I, unlike some others, am not ashamed to be wrong, but it ain't gonna stop me from trying. Thought I had some really good stuff lined up, and I went 50%, so you weren't going to cash in on anything I said, but we'll see what happens come SummerSlam in the next free pool. Unlucky gamer. Rossi, I need your input on Money in the Bank. I personally enjoyed a good portion of it, and of course the surprise of Cena. Yes, John Cena. For all you, everyone knows the name is Danny Dimes, drops off. What a play.
Wow. Great play there. That usually ends in disaster 9 out of 10 times. Barkley Jones slides or the pass is incomplete, but no, that was perfectly executed by digital Danny Dimes there as these Giants into field goal range.
Saquon is the highest owned at 82% in the free showdown. Darren Waller, Derek Carr, we've yet to see much out of, and then Evan Ingram, Henry Ruggs wrapping up the top 5. Daniel Jones, number 6. There's another run. Saquon doing his thing. The big news coming out of, the official gaming partner with DraftKings is WWE. So they had a free pool, which you gotta love. You guys gotta check out those free pools. Open up your sportsbook app. It could be any sport, anytime. The free pools are amazing. You can win a fair share of cash. It was a $25,000 pool. So a lot of people taking home some money, including our guy Ernest. But yeah, that was a really good show. Crowds are back. Really loved to see it. It was a great week of wrestling in general, but awesome show. I thought Money in the Bank was as good of a pay-per-view for a little over 3 hours, 10 minutes that you're going to get. Stacked card. Every match had a little something different. For someone that has been a wrestling fan their entire life, and Christian, I know you're a big wrestling guy, like you can sometimes now, when you see a show like last night, you see how some other shows just kind of go through the motion. And last night was anything but. Every match had something different, a different entertainment element. Especially with 2 Money in the Bank ladder matches involved. Ooh. Oh, nice play. Good.
I made the mistake of tuning in late because, it's Central Time, and I never keep track. Some, WWE pay-per-view starts so early now, so it's like 6 p.m. our time, so I missed the women's Money in the Bag match, so I only caught up on highlights. I was like, oh, okay, perfect, because on WWE Network, like, that's how I would go into these. Like, I wouldn't watch live because there's so much filler and fluff and stuff I just don't care about on these WWE pay-per-views that I was like, perfect. If I'm an hour behind, I can fast forward, I'll get there. And like WWE Network wasn't perfect. It would freeze up on you. It had its own issues, but Peacock is just a gas station bathroom of a streaming site right now. Just absolutely no features whatsoever. Can't rewind a live event to watch something over again. Can't start from the beginning like you could on WWE Network. So not only was I stuck watching live halfway through, but then you dealt with all the glitches and the cutouts and the overall shoddiness of the streaming product Peacock put out there. So a very, very rough start for that partnership. I'm glad WWE is getting paid the way it does, but abandoning the network from a user standpoint has just been,
Just like that feeling there, Daniel Jones. They get down to the nitty-gritty right on the goal line at the 2-yard line. Saquon can't punch it in, and there's Daniel Jones not being able to find anybody. The Raiders DST holds strong, likely to go for a field goal attempt. Yeah, for those that are curious, there was a major malfunction, to say the least, during the stream of the show last night. Hopefully that will be it for that. You don't get too much more of that, but here is the field goal attempt. So it should be 3-0 here after a nice long drive from the Giants with a minute left. Huge shout out again to our crew here today, by the way. It's me and Christian, the gum flappers, until about 3 o'clock Eastern. Then you also have our guy, producer Drew's, holding it down for the whole early classic. We got Samir, as I said earlier, lowering himself from the ivory tower suites of DraftKings to come back down to the basement in Simland. But we appreciate him. He's doing a great job. Always good to have an OG like Samir here. And then we got Zach and Bailey in ops. So appreciate everybody being a part. It is a Monday. Smash that thumbs up. Let's crush over that century mark. Brother Phil, I know he's the artist, but he will always be Brother Phil to me, just like Prince was. He says, glad to hear you mention coaches, Rossi. In the case of New York Giants, Garrett didn't really have a chance last year with such a limited offseason to really install the new offense. None of the new coaches did. Can't disagree.
Yeah,
I right now have the Giants plagued in of winning that division and being the biggest turnaround team. So fade accordingly on your sports book.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is we know what Garrett is capable of when it comes to kind of propping up a young quarterback with maybe some concerns about how good they can be overall. Obviously, he helped Tony Romo become a guy. He was pretty solid in that role. He helped Dak Prescott become a guy. Maybe not to the point where you give him full credit for that, but this is a guy who was a college and NFL quarterback. He knows the position. He knows how to really maybe not put those guys up on a pedestal, but certainly help them out quite a bit. So I do think that Jones will have a better season this year, not just because of Garrett, but because, as we mentioned before, the skill players will be so much better. And that doesn't include Evan Ingram, who was a disaster last season, one of the least efficient tight ends in the game, and yet still somehow a Pro Bowler. Maybe he stops tipping interceptions into.
Oh! Was that a drop?
No, there was a defender there. You just couldn't see.
I saw the defender, but I don't know if he was over the top and he just couldn't bring it down. But yeah, trying to go up for what I believe was Ty Williams, but man. But no, to your point though, Christian, it's 100% true. I think, Jason Garrett gets a lot of crap, because the Cowboys were never able to really do anything in the playoffs under his tenure, really since the late 90s. But here we go again. What are we playing it like? Oh, he says, don't do it twice, baby. Ty Williams makes that catch. The Detroit Lion now, former Raider, with a 56-yard catch. One of the last plays we'll get here in the first quarter. And as our guy, fifth time playing Fortnite, says hashtag team always Samir over on the Twitch. Appreciate our Twitchers as well. We got a crew of you guys watching over there. Love it. There's a screen pass to Williams. Again, we get the PPR point. That'll do it for the first here. Everyone, anybody asking, oh, hey, what's going on with the stats? We'll get everything updated. We got Zach and Bailey crushing it. Don't you worry. Nothing will go final without everything being, taken care of. So appreciate, you guys' patience. I'll give it to you. We'll have to say this probably 3 or 4 more times because I understand. We want to see those points. I want to see myself in, 142nd out of 142, but we'll get to it. He's Christian D'Andrea. I'm Jason Rossi. We are so glad to be here with you on a Monday. Just give you a little rundown. Rest of the way today, we're going to get the green right after this. We get the dessert of a human being, Reed, and Emerson, who loves himself some desserts as well as cold hot dogs. Then CDA, you said you're going to be joining Emerson for the 4 p.m. Eastern. Is that true?
I will be back. Yeah, I'm taking over for ZT, who has to get out to a Little League game. I hear he's pitching and batting cleanup. So
I love that. And that will be the rest of your early classic. So we got all straight action for you for the next few hours here before there's any break. So don't go anywhere. Keep the stream locked here. Smash that thumbs up. Saquon with 6 for 28. It's really the only running. That Williams play ended up being a rush. So that stinks.
Yeah. Negative rush yards for the Raiders that first quarter. Saquon obviously having himself a game, contributing both phases of the game on the ground through the air. Raiders have been all passing so far, and the bulk of it came on that one big Ty Williams catch. The only other Raider to haul in a reception is Jason Witten, just like we all expected. So no Darren Waller, no Henry Ruggs, but ball just outside the red zone here as we hit the brink of the second quarter. So Raiders in a good position to at least tie this game up at 3. They'd like to get more here. They'd like to unlock the best sides of Derek Carr. Derek Carr, by the way, had a very good season last year, especially when you can who he was thrown to. Really helped elevate Nelson Aguilar. There was a good two-way streak between the two of them, but it helped Nelson Aguilar go out and get that $13 million per year contract from the Patriots, which, I don't like it. I don't like it, Rossi. The Pats were all over the early market and did not realize a whole bunch of wideouts were going to languish. We're going to be eventually settling for less later on. Kenny Galladay, not one of them, because he did sign that $72 million contract, but could have had a guy like Will Fuller instead of Nelson Aguilar in New England for less money. We'll see if that pays off. Maybe this was turning over a new leaf for Nelson, or maybe he will turn back into a pumpkin, be the guy that underwhelmed in stretches in Philadelphia, had himself getting clowned on the news by guys catching babies out of flaming buildings and saying, good thing I'm not Nelson Aguilar. We catch all of them.
Love that. And yeah, you're right. That was such an interesting thing. They're paying up early for the Kendrick Bournes, the Nelson Aguilars, but you put that money together, you get yourself a season of Will Fuller just to at least see, and then everything continues to shift. Or you could even go all in on a guy like Kenny Galladay. I know Belichick isn't a big fan of unhealthy receivers, but still, that's a guy that I think would really be a difference maker, and I think that's what you're going to see here in New York. I think Jason Garrett has a lot of tools now, and if Evan Ingram, as you mentioned, a Pro Bowler who had a season as good as me or you last year, and we didn't play. I think it's going to be fascinating, just the tools that are there. You mentioned Tooney, whatever his actual name. I think it's Tony, isn't it? Am I right on that, who they drafted, the Giants?
Yeah, Tony. There's Tony.
It looks like it's Tooney, and I want it to be Tooney because it's a much more fun word to say. As we get another catcher on the sideline. Look like we're going to go field goal for field goal in the scoring department to start. But yeah, all signs to me, I just see such improvements from this Giants offense, from the ability that Daniel Jones has with his feet, to having Saquon Barkley, to adding, even like you even said it, like John Ross. Even if I do not see him I don't see him falling into a category of a guy who's not in the league after another year. Personally, you're going to find a way to use him in this offense. His speed, and as you mentioned, a guy like Tony who is just right off the ball. I just think the ball is going to get out of Daniel Jones' hands very quickly this year. Or they're going to have design runs where he's going to move very quickly. Not a lot of stand back in the pocket and think for too long.
Yeah, I would agree with that there. And he had some very nice games as a rookie. He looked like he was going to be better than a lot of people expected him to be. And just the step back last season was holy moly, just awful. And Gettleman knows it. That's why he went so hard. He went against grain. He traded back in the first round to a point where it was a little bit more acceptable to get a guy like Tony. Went out and spent the money on Galladay. So, like you said, this Giants team will be better as long as they don't suffer the same kind of injury misfortune. But I don't think it's going to be good enough to save Gettleman's job. And depending on where the Giants end up drafting, it could be the end of the Daniel Jones era in New York. They're back. Who will get? I mean, I feel like if he struggles, languishes again, he's going to be given that Sam Darnold treatment where they just kind of jettison him and go with a rookie passer instead. If not, maybe he gets those Mitchell Trubisky treatment where they bring in a veteran, they wait out his contract, and then he signs somewhere else on a 1 or 2 year deal as a high value backup.
Hot stuff coming out of that man's mouth. That is Christian D'Andrea. I'm hot on the Giants. He is cold as ice. You can check out some more of his thoughts on many different topics by subscribing to the postroute.substack.com, as we have a shotgun snap here for the man we're talking about, Daniel Jones. Out to the sideline, possession catch, going out of bounds is Golden Tater, is our guy, the Tater hater. Doesn't like to hear. Bubbles over on YouTube, Christian said, kind of interesting, has a take here. Fuller will be bad. Don't really like using that term, but we'll see what that actually means. Like, I don't think anybody's going to be bad. Maybe he'll be like not as impressive, but he says he will be under a microscope, failing for a performance. And oh, come on, get out of here with that. That would almost make me, not that that's something wrong, but I disagree. And that's balls deep and incomplete. He says he just needs to be a wide receiver. Like, I needed to just be a wide receiver. What are you even talking about? Bubbles, for a second, I read that quickly, and now you're talking nonsense over there. I think we mostly trying to say is that you don't think he'll be great in Miami, which go for it. I just think, listen, if you're a guy like Tua, you want to have a guy that can just outrun a defender. So worst case scenario, heave the ball. You saw Deshaun Watson many times over the past few years, Christian. Not that he's a very quality quarterback, but he would sometimes just let it go, and you see Fuller just catch up to it. It's a beautiful sight to see.
Yeah, and the thing with Fuller is he did get dinged last season. It does kind of throw some doubt over those career-high numbers, catches, yards per catch, yards per target, touchdowns. But you got to remember that he was still pretty good in 2018 before he got hurt. He was on that 1,000-yard pace. So I think for him, the PEDs are probably more about injury prevention and maintenance than anything else, because last year he played 11 games. He was on pace to play a full season for the first time in his career. So maybe it's just getting with a better training staff that can keep him from all those soft tissue injuries that have really kind of plagued his career so far. And I think, he's going to have a very similar season to last year, where there isn't a ton of help around him. In the receiving core, I mean, Devontae Parker's there, but we don't really know what Devontae's capable of. He can kind of be the guy when no one else is the guy. And, of course, you got yourself a rookie in Jalen Waddle who can help, but there's still questions surrounding him. So Fuller could wind up lucking into a lot of targets kind of by default if Tua does decide, hey, I got to go deep. I got to prove that I can be this high-risk, high-reward pass thrower. And I think he's still going to finish with something like 60 catches, 950 yards in, let's say about 13 games. Because there's no way Will Fuller's getting through a full season unscathed. But I think he will be.
Yeah, add a game isn't going to help a lot of these people with the look of things. Very quickly, as we were talking about, a lot of people he won't play the whole year. Basically, Bubbles, I agree. Well, I think we both agree with that. Brian C says, I'm supposed to be writing my master's thesis. We're going to get a punt here, as Derek Carr was completely horrible on that drive with incompletions. He says, so I'm supposed to be writing my master's thesis, but the Sims keep distracting me. It's a work at your own pace project, but it's taking too long. Any suggestions to help me focus? Now, I'll be honest with you, Brian C, bro. He says, I love Sims, LOL, so he wasn't saying it bad, but in between Sims, bro, take your time, put it in there, or just put it on mute, whatever you got to do.
Yeah,
I don't suggest it, but if you're being dead serious about it, have a little I don't know if you're a caffeine guy, I'm not really, but like have a tea or a coffee, plug yourself in front and just hack away. Maybe Christian, you're writing on the daily. What do you always say to people that?
Oh yeah, no. So you gotta self-limit yourself from distractions, which is always very difficult, especially when you're doing so much research on the internet and you're just one tab away from getting into Twitter or back to The Sims. So like, I totally get it. I have the attention span of a toddler. So the fact that I'm able to get through these games at all is kind of surprising. But yeah, shut down distractions, limit yourself to like one tab that isn't research related, and throw on like a YouTube stream or Spotify of like instrumental, maybe like electronic music.
Zelda.
that.
You're a Zelda fan. I listen to the Zelda soundtrack quite often. That's such good advice, Christian.
Yeah, exactly. Just find something you can get lost in that maybe doesn't have like a lot of chorus, it doesn't have a lot of repeating, like doesn't have any kind of time marks, so you don't have that like subconscious like, oh, this how much time has gone by, or I've been doing this for this long. That really kind of helps me unlock like that long train of thought, like where I can complete sentences, I can complete research, figure out what the hell I'm trying to say and get it down. And the other thing too is like, the worst thing you can do, whether you're writing a small newsletter, whether you're writing your senior thesis, is just stare at a blank page. Write stuff down, because you got to go back and edit it anyway. Get stuff on the page. Even if it's garbage, you're going to be able to pluck a few good ideas from that you can pull out and then build around. So limit distractions, get yourself some good flowy music, and just start writing. Doesn't matter if it's good, doesn't matter if it's bad. You can always go back and delete stuff. You can always go back and edit stuff.
And while you're Italian, great advice there from Christian. Shout out Brian C. Unless that was all just you being sarcastic, but we just gave you some great advice anyways. Daniel Jones, big one to Ingram in there. The Tater, the second one for Golden Tate, my captain. Here's the balance of life in Simland for yours truly. You got Lisa Robinson jumping in, says, hi, Rossi, my sweetheart. Well, like you. And it says, hi, chat, and Christian. Gee, Christian on third billing, come on. But then she follows up with like 5 smile emojis. Then you got my guy Obi-Wan over on Twitch, who says, speaking of nonsense, it's Grossy. Yeah, that's me, baby. And then he says, oh, CDA. Big fan of yours.
Glad you're here. Glad all of you are here. Getting that like count up, nearing 100. We see y'all no matter where you're watching, if you're among the 60 on Twitch or the 400 plus on YouTube or the millions and millions watching elsewhere. We are so happy to have you here with us. Thank you for tuning in. Even though this game not living up to expectations. On cue, we get a Slayton touchdown. The deep threat wideout, former 5th round pick out of Auburn. A little disappointing last season, but could have a bounce back in year 3. Darius Slayton breaches the end zone. Giants get the first touchdown of the game on a medium strike. Danny Dimes, Darius Slayton.
There you go. Love that. Lindenbaum, what's up? Moose City, baby. Claw, see you in there. Good advice again. Brian C says, I'll start tomorrow. Nah. After that advice, you have to start today, Brian.
The Joe Dirt soundtrack.
Yeah. I'm actually
so great. A great.
It's a very enjoyable, like, when on Comedy Central. I don't seek it out, or like if you have like HBO or whatever movie it's on, I'm watching. But I want to see this soundtrack real quick while we're in between.
Oh no, it's like all sorts of like Southern and trash bag rock.
I love
the Eddie Money, Leonard Skinner, Joe Walsh, Blue Oyster Cult. Like it is just it is turn your brain off music.
Oh yeah, the Who Do You Love by George Thorogood.
China Grove.
Doobie Brothers, Sheriff, Eddie Money. Oh, this is probably a really good soundtrack. 2001, what a year. What a year. Let's see what we get here. What's up? What's up, Cart? AR Brock. Twister. Bounce. 5th time. Love that change from 1st time to 5th time. Did that happen overnight? Start playing again?
Experience. You like to see it. Personal growth going on the Twitch.
Executive sessions, how we doing? Truly Poor says, in my classic lineup, that's my captain, Slayton. Slay all day, baby.
Indeed.
Love that. Slayton 31% owned and just under 3% in the captain in the classic as well. It's Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi with you. We got producer Drew in the house. Samir, one of the OGs before Christian I's time. This guy was rocking it. So he is with us today. Very special Monday, July 19th. Mark it in your calendar. Samir is here. Zach and Bailey in ops doing some training still. So the ops will get everything done. I know they've been quickening up the pace and things are going to go up and down, up and down. So just be very patient. We appreciate all of you. Mr. Nick asked if we can get some Ingram next drive, please. We'll put it on the menu. There's a catch across the middle. Derek Carr, I think it's his first completion, like 2 drives. Henry Ruggs, his first grab.
Ruggs is developed much more nicely here in Simland than he has in the real NFL, but obviously has high expectations for rookie. 9 these last games, 18 before that, 22 before that. So a very high upside player. He's got that speed. He's got that explosiveness. Got called out by John Gruden. There, saying that we need to get a little bit more from Henry. He's not wrong. I mean, only 26 catches in 13 games last season, only a couple of touchdowns. Really took a back seat to Waller and Aguilar. And now Aguilar, a Patriot. Waller will be back, and there is a big vacuum atop that depth chart in Las Vegas where he can take those Aguilar targets. He can take those, Tyrell Williams didn't play last season, but he can take that deep threat that Williams should have presented if he weren't opted out of the season. I think he could be due for a big blow-up. I like Derek Carr more than most people. I think he does more with less. I think he's kind of got that Matthew Stafford underrated kind of feel to him. As a very nice target.
Yeah. Again, Ruggs. But no, that's such a good point. And don't forget, we said during the first 8 weeks, if you want to go the halfway point of last year, guys like Russell Wilson, who kind of, statistically things kind of dropped in moments and was like the MVP of the season for a while. Derek Carr was in the conversation. He was a top 5 candidate. That was right before you got the next level of Josh Allen. And when Aaron Rodgers just said, hey guys, just because I'm great all the time, don't forget about it, as we get a sack here on the corner blitz. So, he was really strong in that first half, as I mentioned, and a Congo Cab I don't believe is in here, but he always gets mad when I say it. It was that awful loss to the Chiefs when they had them on the ropes. They thought they won the game with what was that, a minute and 10 left. And it was just 3 passes later. Kansas City beats the Raiders on a Sunday night football game, and the Raiders never bounced back. It was the emotional, their heart was torn out in that game against Kansas City.
Yeah.
Oh, ball's on the ground there. Plenty of room to run.
Lost it. This is going to be a fumble. 6. Oh, who saw that coming as the jump turned what looked like disaster into a quick 6 and an unexpected turn of events. Raiders still going to have a chance to maybe strike back here, but 33 seconds and a timeout. Oof, boy.
So we get we'll see if it comes back, if that's even challenged. We get a sack, and then the same player takes it to the house for a touchdown with 33 seconds remaining here in the first half. They are going to look at it. Ashley Edwards wants to thank you for your compliment from Raider Nation. So Raiders are very, that play's coming back.
Yeah. Poor Giants D owners. Going to have to struggle through this one. The touchdown off the board, 3rd and goal coming for the Raiders.
Yeah, Meager saying, overturn the fumble, please. Haha. He's right. And 5th time saying he was down. So time is ticking here. 9 at the 9-yard line. Derek Carr searching.
He got rid of it. Nice change. No, is that Renfro there who got it down to about the 3? Theoretically, you could go for it here, but why would you? I mean, 4th and goal from the 2. It looks like Carlson's going to be out there to chip this one through.
Yeah, while we do that, I love this. Our guy, Team JCPC, is that like JCPenney, but dyslexic if you're me? Anyway, says, as we're going to get the Carlson field goal. Let's see if it goes through first, and I'll read that comment. Yeah, they're not going to fake it. Mariota holds it. Kick is up. It is good. So we'll have a 10-3 game. A big momentum shift there almost happened for the Giants, where they picked up a fumble, took it to the house after Darren Waller put it on the ground, but elbow was down. It was called back. Leads to the field goal. So 10-6. Giants over the Raiders in Los Angeles. Yeah, that's what I meant. Thank you. Thanks for the pick-me-up. Where SummerSlam 2021 will be taking place. We'll have a main event. Yeah, they're going all out. You're going to have Roman Reigns, John Cena. Have some big matchups. Yeah, I'm not really as excited.
Get our big meaty men slapping meat with that Goldberg Big E.
I just want that. I just don't want Goldberg versus Lashley. You don't need it. He doesn't need to be all these. If you're gonna have Cena just showing up going for titles, you don't want it on both sides. I understand selling to the mass audience, but we'll see. Going back to Team JPC, says the new Madden is going to have new home field advantage feature that will affect gameplay. For example, the Panthers will have more stamina at home during plays. That is It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, every time we mention it, we don't know the day. We don't know when. The game is going to be released about a month from now. When the Switch comes, you probably have someone like Glash, Koff, or Emerson tell you they have a big announcement at 2, and that'll be it. Then we don't know. We'll keep you abreast of the situation. Me and Christian are on the bottom levels here. We do as we're told, and when they need our help, we say, yes, sir.
Yeah, we
here
should have a paycheck.
As we're here at the half, again, 10-6, Giants over the Raiders. It's a touchdown free for the Raiders. It was a Slayton touchdown from Danny Dimes on the Giants side.
I got a buddy who's going to be making the trip out to Vegas. You know, he's a Bears fan, so he's going to be watching the Bears play out there. And he's like, "Yeah, I thought like, oh, you know, it's kind of tough to get tickets at Soldier Field, and can go out there and meet up some friends." And he's like, nope, not cheaper by any means. The Vegas season, just tremendously high prices on the resale market right now. If you're in Vegas and you have season tickets, you are like quintupling your investment if you're selling those off right now. People very excited to get into Allegiant Stadium. I kind of understand it. And then, I mean, you're never gonna have a lack of people interested in going. What I'm worried about is that you're gonna have a lack of true home field advantage if
no way they weren't gonna
out. You have a bunch of tourists coming in, hitting the strip, losing their shirts at the Bellagio, and then taking it. It's gonna be a thing right there. You're not gonna have a loud home environment that you used to have in Oakland. It's going to be a little bit more sterile and a little bit more of an attraction rather than a way of life for the new black hole in Las Vegas.
I agree with you. It's transplant city there. You have a lot of that situation with a lot previous to this year with like a Tampa Bay where they had a lot of the outside fans coming in, taking over the stadium. Miami's had it for years. The Jaguars, again, they're going to, you know, with the excitement, they're finally going to have some real fans potentially, or at least the college fans are coming to the NFL for a little bit. But yeah, I will. I'm so behind what you said right there. It's all people traveling in. Is I was trying to do for SummerSlam, but babysitter Billy unable to attend because, well, maybe I should be mad at Samir. I've been talking him up, but he might be one of the reasons. I know they work together on different projects, but there's some fantasy golf thing going on that weekend, and a lot of people taking it off the weekend of August 21st. So I don't know. I still might try to venture out. There's still tickets on sale. I wonder if with the announcement of Cena though, if that's gonna.
Yeah, it might send it to you.
My window may be closing. But anyways, we're going to head to the 30s. Christian Andrew, make sure you subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Get that sweet NFL info that dropped earlier today. You're going to get more of it coming up Wednesday and Friday. And we're right on the brink of training camp. So we're going to be getting some more news from players. As today, speaking of the guy in the sim, Saquon Barkley, when asked if he will be ready for week 1 of training camp, he said, "We'll see." Oh, thanks. Yeah, breaking news, everybody.
Great. Was he like smirking when he did it? Was he?
It's a Schefter tweet. It's a Schefter tweet.
All right, so we don't know. I think he should be. I mean, the recovery time from ACL surgery has been tremendous lately, where 9 months tends to be the norm instead of about 12 to 15, which is what it had been before. And I mean, we all know what Saquon Barkley is capable of. The man is a physical marvel, a workout machine, and that's part of why I think he's got that capability to come back like Adrian Peterson did, a few years back, almost a decade ago now. Damn, yes. But yeah, Peterson obviously tore his ACL, came back before anyone expected, and was so much better than anyone expected because he is that physical marvel. I think Saquon has a lot of those same tendencies. I wouldn't put him on the same level as an Adrian Peterson. He's got to earn that. But when it comes to sheer physical ability and sheer body chemistry and makeup, I think you can put Barkley on that level. The dude squats like small Volkswagens for fun. So give him some credit. I think he will not feel any ill effects of that torn up knee this fall.
Agreed. He's my runner-up right now for comeback player of the year. I still think it will be Odell Beckham, but that's just a vibe. Again, fade accordingly. Tide the Raider over on the YouTube says it's still a West Coast and close enough to the LA Raider Nation travel. The LA Raider Nation travel well. Ask the Chargers. They never have a home game when we come to town.
Chargers never have a home game. That's Come on, we've seen what Chargers do in LA. Chiefs fans outdraw them. the Chargers get outdrawn at their own stadium regularly. I think Vegas is just going to be such a different experience because the prices are going to be so high, and it is such a destination for casual football fans who are either going to, make a lot of money at a craps table and be like, all right, how am I going to spend this right now? Well, we got a football game. Oh, well, secondary market prices were starting at 500. Like, oh, well, who cares? It's Vegas. We're only going to be here once, right? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And I feel like a lot more people are going to be willing to pay insane markups because it's Vegas than they would have in, say, Los Angeles. Just a different kind of mentality there.
Yes, agreed. And Congo's in here now. Ty, the Raider, Ashley. Are you guys traveling? Are you guys? Yeah. I'm just curious. It's not, and I understand if you're not. Like Christian didn't mention, the prices are pretty hefty, and don't forget. Raider Nation may travel well, but are they even going to have the opportunity with these tickets? Are those the ones that already bought them up, or is it the traveling teams coming in to Vegas? So please do, let us know if you guys already got some tickets to go to some games, or how you're going to handle that from LA or Oakland, wherever you may be, or wherever your fandom is for the team. I just always wonder what that's like. Like I used to, when the St. Louis Rams moved, they kind of abandoned the team. There's not a lot of, I guess, fans that were St. Louis Rams fans that are LA Rams fans now. So that stinks. But I wonder, do people get together at is there the local watering holes? I just wonder what that's like to not have a home team, but root for a team that's not in your hometown that used to be. So please let us know there, Raiders fans. We get a punt, 6:19, a little Rey Mysterio time left here in the third quarter. Christian DeAndrea, Jason Rossi with you. Smash that thumbs up. Shout out to our great crew. We got Samir, Drew. Yeah, that's right, Samir. You've heard it. Zach and Bailey. Good squad. Patience with us on the ops. They're going to get it all taken care of. Numbers will be updated.
We'll get it right even if we don't get it quickly. And Bill's a great point that I was thinking about too, is the Golden Knights obviously burst onto the scene and cultivated a great fan base in Vegas.
Agreed.
So it's definitely possible. My question is, how would that translate from NHL to NFL? Because NHL, a little less popular, a little less glamorous. I think going to a football game is more of a destination than going to an NHL game, given the swings and momentum from those two leagues. Obviously NHL has been rebuilding since that disastrous lockout and still kind of rebuilding that fan base, whereas the NFL has soared to new heights. So I think it's probably a lot easier for locals to get tickets to one of those NHL games, which you're talking 40 home games versus 8, so kind of a different situation to begin with. But I think it's also going to be a lot more tempting for those local fans who have those season tickets to go, well, the Chiefs are coming to town and I would love to go to this game, but if I sell these tickets on the secondary market, I'm looking at a couple car payments right there, or I'm looking at I can put $3,000 in my pocket. I can put that's next year's season tickets just by not going game. So maybe it's a lot of moving targets to think about, and I don't know. I think ultimately the Raiders will say that they had better fan support in Oakland.
Yeah, and I will just say to your point about the Golden Knights and the chatter we threw it out there, that's also a brand new organization. It wasn't a team moving, so there is a little bit of difference there. And we're talking about a 16,000 seat arena and by the way, the team has been a contender since day one. So good luck, Kraken. Make the right choices in this Thursday's expansion draft, which the Kraken might be the most disadvantaged franchise in the history of sports. Shortened off season. Their draft's on July 22nd or whatever Thursday is. I can't think. Don't make me do math. And then they have the actual draft just 2 days later. So they have to have all these things in their mind. And then training camp opens 2 weeks later. So guys don't even realize they're teammates at this point. When Vegas did it, everything was, draft was in June. Everything was already previously done. So I just think the Kraken could be, we'll see how it works in hockey, but it could be a very bad organization just for the fact it's literally they should make a documentary about this ASAP. Get a crew there. Because there are players, whether they want to pick up a Carey Price and his hefty price tag to take him away from Montreal,
hard for finals too.
Yeah, but think about it, that's what Marc-Andre Fleury was for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Obviously, they had Murray, they had a good backup, just like the Canadians do, and it should be interesting. But Seattle going to debut their hockey team, which has the most smoking logo I think, in sports. Love that old school looking S with the Kraken logo, the little dragon or sea monster, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's pretty good looking logo. Actually, one of my friends just got hired to join the Seattle Times as the Kraken.
Oh,
Awesome. So,
is that the guy from Boston? Oh no, there's a girl from Boston. I apologize.
Marissa. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, BU grad. So she's awesome. Great insights on not only hockey, but also lacrosse. Very, very good at the stick and defense sports. So she's awesome. If you want Kraken news, make sure you follow Marissa and Jenny online. She is very insightful and very good at what she does.
Love it. Speaking about following people online, you can follow Christian at Train Island, also equally, if not better, good at what he does. You can check out the hard work he puts in. There was a link over on the Twitch, but you can check out the Post Route at thepostroute.substack.com. I'm sure he'll be tweeting it as well. So make sure you get involved there. I'm at Jason D. Ross. You can check out my podcast with Babysitter Billy called The Pop Culture Pile Driver. Here is a 2nd and 7 with the 4. Oh, nice pass, pitch and catch. It's caught. So with a 4-point advantage halfway through the third, the Giants on the march. That's Shepard getting involved, his first grab of the day. See what we got going on here in the chats. Everyone's all fired up. Greg W. looking for a little Evan Ingram. See if we can get you that today. CEH, what's up? Abby Rizzle, D-Rod, Andy G. What's going on, everybody? There's a handoff to Saquon. Whoa, he's cut. Again, so Christian, you're kind of on the Raiders right now. You're not maybe as hot as I am for the Giants. You're not on the Giants. So you think the Raiders are a better team record-wise in 2021 than the Giants? Sorry. Comparing the two teams, who do you think has a better record? You can look at the schedule if you like, or just go with a gut feeling. We're not going to hold your feet to the fire. It's July 19th. We have more time to play
right.
that.
I mean, obviously the Giants are going to benefit by having the softer schedule. You know, they get to play in the NFC East instead of the AFC West, where everyone was kind of a killer this year. And even the Broncos are going to be pretty solid. And Chargers have Justin Herbert. And the Raiders, I mean, I think the Raiders are going to be right around where they were this last year. I think they're going to stick around the playoff race. They might even be a wild card team just because weird things happen with John Gruden in charge, and I think they do have a very nice talent level. I don't understand why they spent $11 million on Kenyon Drake, but they did it, and that's happened, and maybe that'll help more than we can. It's a weird calls. Sterling Shepard going in the wrong direction there. So ultimately, I think the Raiders are the better team, but I mean that's not the question. Is whether or not they will have the better record. I mean, there's so many soft games on that Giants schedule. You know, they get the Falcons, they get the Eagles twice, who aren't interested in winning games. They get the Bears, which we don't know what that version of the Bears is going to look like. We don't know if Justin Fields is going to be the guy. They get the Panthers, who are in the middle of the rebuild. They have a lot of opportunities to go out there. I still think ultimately you're looking at most 6 to 8 wins from this Giants team. I think the ceiling for the Raiders is somewhere maybe a little bit more variance, but like 7 to 10 wins for them. So I will say the Raiders have the better season by probably like a 2 games shift in these standings.
You're very much feeling different here, and I like it. Catch over there on the sideline. Nice grab there. Toe tapping is the Tater. Golden Tate. D-Rod says Raiders will have a better team, but they will not have the better record due to their division. Kind of feel that could be it. I'm telling you, just something about these Giants. Something about these Giants. I know the offensive line, they're trying to plug holes. They also took a pick there a year back. We still see some veterans there. So I know the offensive line has its issues, but I think that's why the offense is going to be predicated on getting the ball out quick and making, probably putting a lot of motion in their guards to get Saquon some holes to get through to the secondary. But hey, we shall see. It's going to be fun. We're starting to get there, Christian, where the fantasy stuff starting to be bubbling up a little bit more. Some people have your early drafts. If you have questions about that stuff, feel free to drop them in. There's a lot of fun, a lot of really, really interesting rookies this year because it's kind of become the new thing here. And a lot of second-year guys like a Jerry Jeudy, who's talking about a guy in the division who you probably are on this, but I saw, wow, wide open. Forget about fantasy. Let's get into Simland. Shepard. We're getting the different players scoring.
Nothing in the first half out of him, and came alive on that drive as the Giants now up by 11 points, extra point pending, making this a 2-possession game. 28 seconds left here in the third quarter. And yeah, a rough day if you've got Ingram or Tate, because those two have been passed up in favor of Sterling Shepard and Darius Slayton. Guys, a little bit further down the depth chart, but coming out to play today.
Yeah, so it'll be 17-6 here. Probably be the score as we'll get to the break once we get the kickoff. Raiders taking over. Going to need to have an answer here on this drive as we will get that going. But before that, we were just talking about, obviously, like a lot of different plays. But, like, Jerry Jeudy's a guy. I was reading some stats. So one of the new things, because targets is, like, when I'm looking at drafting, for those of you that are getting ready for that season, I like to look at targets more than receptions sometimes because opportunities, can lead to results. And I was looking at Jerry Jeudy. He was targeted like 103 or 4 times last year. I'm like, oh, that's pretty good. I know Drew Lock stinks out loud, but I didn't realize how much he stunk out loud, Christian.
Yeah.
To find out how many, now there's a new number that's out there and some people, like different websites have it. You can Google it. I'm not going to give any, I'll give shout outs all to DraftKings and to Christian, but I will just say that there is an uncatchable ball target now that's out there. And Jerry Jeudy, who had caught 50% of his passes, had over 27 uncatchable ball targets, including only, I think he had 10 targets in the red zone, not even all in the end zone. What a catch him around here. Waller, nice play. But he basically, if he had those balls not thrown his way, his catch radius would be way up. But just Drew Lock threw the most uncatchable targets in the NFL. Just balls that weren't even close. And if you watch any Denver games, and this is something I'm going to talk a little bit with BK about tomorrow, but man, those are some hard numbers to look at. So we got to keep that stuff as you're looking at targets, receptions. The quarterback is going to play a major role, and that Broncos team should be much improved defensively. Offensively, I think it's going to be fascinating. Will they go to Teddy Bridgewater? Are these numbers going to be improved upon by Drew Lock? I think that window or that leash will be very short here in the early comings of 2021 as we have the break here after 3. Jason Rossi, Christian DeAndrea, pleasure. Appreciate you guys being here with us. Hope you're having a fantastic start to your Monday. Smash that thumbs up to show a little positive vibes out there on a Monday. We get
Yes, a great start to this one. And unlike what some pundits said, these Giants out there scoring points, putting it on that Raiders defense, would have had even more had that turnover not been overturned. But yeah, someone out there saying, I've seen the outcome of this one. I know how it ends. Giants only end with 3 points. No, incorrect. 2 touchdowns already, possibly more coming as the Raiders need to get on their horse here in the fourth quarter, down 11. Moving the ball well, though. Only about 20 yards away from Daniel Carlson field goal range. And hey, Daniel Carlson, the only guy to put up any points for Vegas so far. A pretty widespread attack here. No one really standing out in any one direction. You do have touchdowns for Slayton and for Sterling Shepard, who really came alive there. But other than that, no one really stepping out, standing out in this sim.
Yeah, so yeah, no big. It's going to be interesting once we get to the award winners. You have 2 kind of receivers that were not as highly owned. Again, it was Sterling Shepard at 30% and 31% for Slayton. So it's kind of a pick there. If you want to go with them, could be Danny Dimes. We'll see what the fourth quarter brings. We also had Loin saying that Jerry Jeudy also dropped 5 passes in one game. That's all well and good. I'm not denying that. I don't know if that's specifically true, but he also had, again, 30 targets, or it was 27 targets that were actually uncatchable, which is just an astonishing number for one receiver. Cortland Sutton returning, and again, the presence of Teddy Bridgewater. We'll see how that all shakes out in Denver. That division, I'm having a lot of trouble with. Obviously Kansas City, I think, is heading above talent-wise, but 2 straight years, Christian, of going to the Super Bowl. Is there any form of fatigue, or some of these players? I know they have the new, really built offensive line, even with Long coming back, and he's injured right now. It looks like he'll be good for week 1, but I don't know, just so many question marks still with that team. And does Denver make a jump? Does the Chargers, with getting healthy on defense, do they make a move? Or these Raiders, who really haven't done much to improve, but do they just play more consistent? Do they not poo-poo down their pants at the end of some of these games?
The Chiefs are obviously still the class of the division. I mean, they're going to be that way until something happens to Patrick Mahomes. The core of that offense is still there, and they did a really good job rebuilding that offensive line. You know, the biggest issue they had in that Super Bowl loss was that, and in that loss to the Raiders as well, which is really surprising because the Raiders didn't have much of a pass rush, but they did a great job just kind of battering Patrick Mahomes, knocking him around, getting him off his schedule. It's Tyrell Williams who played. Nice catch there. He's up to about 70 yards. So what do? They go out and they get Zeus Jr. They can plug him in at left tackle. They sign Joe Tooney. They can plug him in at left guard. Kyle Long. If he's got anything left in the tank, that's great. If he doesn't, you still have Laurent Duvernay-Tardif, who is still pretty good. So they really did a great job going out there and addressing one of their weaknesses, a fatal flaw. The run game for me is a bit of a concern because Edwards-Helaire, it kind of seems like a wasted first-round pick.
I was just going to say, didn't really have – he had a nice opening week. He had a couple of nice games, but there were – and I know the offensive line was a little bit questionable at times, but not early in that season when there were some real nice holes for him. And just didn't seem to hit it the right way, try to bounce himself outside, used to going back to his college ways. But yeah, I'm fascinated to see kind of how he responds. But you're not feeling it right now, are you?
I'm not, just because I mean, I appreciate what – the Chiefs can do around the goal line, you know, getting carries to guys who don't necessarily, you know, give them that toss to you know, Travis Kelce and things like that. But they just really don't have the bruiser pile pusher they need up front. They have two very strong, smaller guys, Edwards-Helaire and Darwin Thompson, but they need a little bit more bulk in that running game. They need Edwards-Helaire to prove he can be a consistent kind of Le'Veon Bell type receiver out of the backfield. But the good news is that defense is intact. They did a great job plucking L'Jarius Sneed out of Louisiana Tech. He looks like he's going to be a bona fide star at corner. Nick Bolton, I think, really helped them address the linebacking core in a way that will help. I thought Bolton could have been a first rounder. Instead, you know, he slides all the way to the second. They snag him there. Creed Humphrey up front, who's been taking first team snaps all throughout the preseason practices so far. Looks like a guy who can step in right away and give them value at center. So I really like the offseason the Chiefs had. They built on their strengths and they addressed their biggest weakness. They are going to be the class of the AFC East. Something like 13, 15 wins definitely seems like, if not possible, then probable.
There is a first down on a 3rd and 3. Nice breakdown from Christian on that Kansas City O-line. The Raiders with 5 to play here in the 4th. You don't usually see a lot of runs on 3rd and 3s here in Simland, but they did there. Rashard in the background here. They're going with the bench set, so you usually get crossing routes or a run up the middle. Or, but yeah, there's a cross. He's going to go to him. Got it. Tyrell again on the catch. Oh, sorry, 15. My bad. So that is Nelson Agholor.
Yeah, not someone we see all that often. 4.3 fantasy points per game here in Simland. And a punt play for sure, only 3K in the flex. If he gets another look here, he won't because he's not in the lineup. But if he gets another look and scores a touchdown, he could be a very strong vulture of the day candidate. Instead, it's going to be Josh Jacobs, who had room, cuts for no reason, and gets tackled. Awesome.
So that is a huge stop there. So the Giants now a 3rd and goal with 4 minutes remaining, halfway. Raiders need this one bad. Could be 4 down territory, but they don't really need to. They could kick the field goal, go for 2 and a touchdown if they get it. So we'll see. They got the offset formation, Carr, play action, wide open across the middle. They got it. Touchdown, Raiders. Caw-caw! Caw-caw! I'm a vulture. Caw-caw! Look at Jason Witten showing off. By the way, we have to say farewell to Witten by the time we migrate over to Madden 22.
3.4% owned. Guy was only giving you 2.9 fantasy points per game.
Oh!
Now Waller gets a catch that
does not count, does not get in. And Derek Carr's having a day here, by the way, with those yards.
Oof.
But there it is. All right, so now we have the dreaded 5-point lead. Good for those who don't love overtime. Not naming names. Could be talking about myself. We got Drew, our producer, Samir, and our driving the ship, our technical director, the director of technicalities. We have Zach and Bailey and Ops. They'll be getting everything all taken care of with the points once everything goes final, as Christian said earlier, and a great way to look at it. Better to be correct than fast. So we will take care of that. And guess what? Sooner or later, then they'll be flying. You guys won't even know a thing. Yeah, the YouTube chat, by the way, you guys are all wild over there today. So many various arguments going on at the same time. It's like, I feel like that's what's in my head at all times. I'm always trying to figure out.
Too in some cases, which is impressive.
Gotta love that.
Yeah.
Bruce Harding says Hall of Famer Jason Witten. Very nice.
Yeah. That's
Yep.
correct.
You will be all.
Witten, an all-timer. I mean, I'm just happy. Just keep him away from the broadcast booth. That's all I want. Like, dude, would just
Put him in
the on Monday Night Football.
CBS fourth crew. Okay, then like you understand, not the most, one of the most watched games with no competition next to it. It's a tough look. So we'll get a Danny Dimes now starting out. 3:43 left. They just need to kind of run this one out, but of course he's going to drop back and throw.
It is just not how we anticipated, and he goes out of bounds. So, not helping burn clock there. Raiders get a bit of a gift, and only picks up 3 yards in the process.
I'm not going to play any role in these arguments that are going on because I don't know where it started or where it is, but I just love when I read stuff like this. New guy. Anyone who says Lamb is an average wide receiver doesn't deserve to talk football. It's the old, like, at me, bro, kind of like mentality. I'm not calling you out, new guy. Listen, you guys are all having fun chatting about some football as we get Danny Dimes just making sure that the Raiders can come back here by throwing an incomplete pass. Why are we throwing the ball when you're up like this? But it happens, but I like when people say that. Like, if you don't agree with me, don't talk football.
Yeah.
Good stuff. CH Rossi, what do you have against overtime besides ... Exactly. The ... my friend. Time is money. This is a meeting for me. No, you know what? If I want me to be honest. Oh, wow. Big play there. Shepard with the catch. With all jokes aside, if the game, by the way, Jason Witten, you mentioned 3.3. I didn't think it was that low. I know you said it, but I was like, wow. But I will just say this, and you can agree or disagree or just not say anything, which is probably the safest bet. I just don't like it when the game feels like it's going that direction. Like, I like when, it's like, oh, it's an 8-point lead, and then they quickly score, and they get, like, I like when the games are this one. This is a little more unpredictable. I don't know at all what's going to happen. Not that, I just feel like sometimes they're up 3, and then the team, like, who couldn't complete a pass gets, like, 4 in the last minute. So and it's really not a thing against overtime. I'm just joking. I'm just lazy, like every other human being in the world. We get here a 2nd and 7 now, getting closer to that 2-minute warning.
We'll probably get one more run here, the 2-minute warning, and then the good news is if the Raiders can get a stop here and then force Danny Dimes to try and throw the ball on 3rd down, could have worked out well for him. Instead, it goes the exact opposite of that, and Giants are into field goal range with that one. Graham Gano, of course, in the lineup, capable of hitting from most places on the field, let's say. Dude's got that leg strength. And here in Madden, one of the more reliable kickers out there.
You mentioned him earlier, but by the way, that could lead to my my mathematical equation of overtime. Nope. My bad. My notifications just flying off. As we get
Littau over there. 3rd in the free roll. Congrats. Hopefully that holds up for you. Let us know who you need.
Yeah. Ty the Raider, by the way, while I say it, says, I always give players 3 years to prove who they are. Too many people have good rookie seasons, and then that's it. I would also say the opposite. Like a guy like, I don't know what you really think of Jared Goff. I'm not going to say that, but like had a really, really miserable rookie year. Then had a couple of good seasons, and last year, it wasn't it, but we'll see what that goes. Is it another Saquon Barkley run yet? Who do you guys need here?
A nice pickup for Saquon there. A chalky pickup for sure, but keeps the playbook open. Giants can keep it on the ground, force the Raiders to burn that final timeout. They pick up the first here. This game all but over. If they don't, Raiders are going to have a chance, and they do have some explosive guys who can make things happen. Not only Ruggs, but also Darren Waller, that great athleticism at tight end for the converted Georgia.
Ooh, nice coverage by the Raiders. He has it.
All right, keep rolling down. Forces them to burn that timeout, but we were about to get a Gano field goal here, try to make an 8-point game. So it'll be 44-yarders. Golden Tate, he of the heater lately, underwhelming today, under 8 points in flex for him.
That didn't help my captain right there, but you're right. Good point. So 4th and 2, 147. They're going to go for it. I like this a lot.
Wow.
And it's 4th and 2 as
They
well.
heard you complain about overtime. They're like, you know what, Rossi, we got it. Barkley picks
Oh,
it up.
no.
Flags, a face mask or a hold.
It'll be a late hold. It's going to be.
Block in the back.
Wow, so that's going to come back.
It's gonna make it
This could put them back to a field goal, though.
Yeah, I think you kick it here on 4th and 4. So,
See what they decide to do. That is a very fascinating scenario. It was much later. It was like after the tackle, the flag came down, but rules is rules. So 4th and 4 here.
Yeah.
They are going to go for about a 50-yard attempt. I don't have it. 45, if I could guess. What are these glasses good for? Absolutely nothing. 20-12, as Christian notes. It is a 45. I'm just trying to give the kickers all the points they can get. As we get a 20-12 advantage now for the Giants. Raiders need to score with under 2 minutes to play and convert a 2-point conversion. Last time down was Jason Witten. Caw-caw, his way into the end zone. And there, from Derek Carr, they completed the pass on the 2-point conversion to Darren Waller, who did not get into the end zone.
Yeah, Waller having that tough day. Ingram having an okay. I mean, just a lot of guys with some low-level performances. This was just a really difficult one to pick the guys who were going to show up. It's been very touchdown dependent, and obviously we have not seen too much of that. So the touchdowns belong to Jason Witten, Darius Slayton, and Sterling Shepard.
Yeah, so you can start to line up those players. I don't know. Whew.
Yeah, the chalky guys today not really coming through, and Saquon looking like he's going to be that babysitter Billy candidate after only 11-4 so far in the flex.
Tough one there. So we'll see here. Here they are at the 25-yard line. Need to go 75 yards in a minute 36. And also tap it off with the cherry on top of a 2-point conversion. As Cart says over on Twitch, Ruggs has the speed for a huge bomb. We'll see. Shotgun for Carr. Looking around. Goes mid-range. Has Waller.
Okay. Good start. Good start there. That makes us a lot more manageable, Rossi. 50 yards in 91 seconds, even without any timeouts, is up there as Waller. 8 catches, 79 yards. So starting to have himself a day, up just under 16 points in the flex. So if you bought the dip on him and captained him, you are happy with that turnout so far.
Sure. As we mentioned that Ruggs bomb, Tim the Man says, just ask the Jets.
Yeah.
Right around this part of the field, too. It's like, what, 55-yard pass. There's Carr. Looking has Rashard's going to drop it off there.
Oh,
Gets the first down.
Wow. Veteran move there, extending. Change will move 44 yards away from the end zone now. Clock ticking, which is the downside to any play over the middle. Raiders have no way to stop the clock and do have that traditional Madden time management. So we might be looking at only about 4 more plays here, possibly 3, depending on how they turn out.
Rashard again, wide open. Another first down, eating a block. Almost 20 yards, 19 on the catch there. So 3 plays. They went from the 25, almost flipped the field, to the 26 with 50 seconds remaining.
Bad news here is that Carr, despite being on fire late, will not hit the passing bonus unless he takes a sack. He's at 271 right now. He's 26 yards from the end zone.
Good math there by Christian. Recover the short pass this time. Carr is looking. Oh,
you know what? Better to have that one fall incomplete than complete, because that would burn about 15 more seconds of clock for roughly a 3-yard gain. Instead, 30 on the clock. 2 more plays if they both end in downs here. 3 if you got to go all the way to 4th down. And wait and see what the Raiders have here is that piecemeal Giants defense getting pieced apart right now.
Blitz is picked up wide open all the way. 5 or 6 plays technically, but Darren Waller fighting his way untouched into the end zone. It took just over a minute and 25 seconds to do so. But now it all comes down to this, Christian. The game on the line. Giants defense should be absolutely embarrassed, but why are you blitzing on this play? But nonetheless, all comes down to this 2-point conversion now.
Yeah, big play coming. Of course, the Giants do have some timeouts to use, so they could theoretically get back in Gano field goal range and end this one in regulation. Of course, it would be a lot easier for them if they could just handle their business now. They did the last two.
Oh, the handoff. Not going to get there. The brunch killing is over. I see you all in the chat. That's some good stuff from me. But yeah, so they risk it on a shotgun snap. Running back is Rashard, and nice stop. Mayo made some kind of odd coverage choices earlier in the drive, but sticks it there. So that's going to be it. So Christian, who will be your postroute.substack.com player of the game?
After all that, Waller into the bonus, I believe, has the game tying touchdown if they could make the 2-point conversion. Does not go through, but still a great game for him. He was relatively inexpensive, at least for Darren Waller prices. He's going to have to be my Krusty Koff postroute.substack.com player of the game. And this is the 3% shot here. We get a Raiders recovery and then maybe a buck. Things can still change. This one's probably over, but it's not quite over yet.
And before anybody starts saying, I'll be back, don't you go anywhere. Get the Green coming up right after us. So we'll get to them in just a moment. Oh, yeah, that's it. So who's going to be did you say your babysitter Billy yet? No, I don't believe it.
Babysitter Billy, I think we're going to have to stick with Saquon. Only 11 points in the flex for him. The highest paid guy in the showdown. Not living up to his big salary and not finding the end zone, which is frustrating if you're one of the 80+% out there who rostered it.
Bruce Harding says, that's not too bad. Raiders stink anyways. Sin City, baby. Ain't that the truth? So I appreciate everybody joining us today. Again, there'll be a Giants victory here. Hope you did well. Ops will get everything put together, get all the numbers correct before they close out this game. So just be patient with that. And we did talk, no brunch. Everyone was saying I have a brunch to get to. That's why I was saying, so they're calling the brunch killer, the late touchdown. I think that's going to become a thing.
Brunch? That's not brunch. That's like a
this is like straight up. Yeah, this is like early bird special status going on. But I'm not. I actually have to just get to work. So not as much fun. CH says, I've seen too many Rossi sims. I knew 2-point conversion was going to be mooshed. Oh, wow. Cry me a river, CH. I don't think that's how it works. There's a bunch of whiners. No, I'm just kidding. Appreciate you and every one of you. Love the back and forth conversation, but I'm not going to brunch, but we got 2 great snacks for you. Here, we got the thick boys. We're going to get them to the green in a moment. But Christian, this was a blast, dude.
Always a pleasure. Who expected all these Giants points? I heard 3. I heard 6 thrown out there. Instead, they put up 20. They walk away with a win. Poor Derek Carr, 297 and 2 touchdowns, 3 away from
poor Derek Carr. All right, but listen, we did our job. We did our due diligence. This fine, long-haired man. I'm losing my voice all of a sudden. I think it's puberty. It's finally hitting, boys. It's finally hitting. You can subscribe to the postroute.substack.com. Christian will be back with one of the 2 men that is going to come in here and help you put some money in your pockets, stop being foolish, listen to the brain. And the other guy just kind of sets him up and says funny things. These snacks, the brunch of the Dream Stream. It is Reed Fowler and Emerson Latzia.
Rossi, don't egg this guy on. You get a lot of that action.
Yes, Rossi.
You know what he's going to do. He's already. It's a family show. This is a family show. We got to keep it. And the puberty is starting from like Rossi's nose down. Like it's just making its way down.
Rossi, you got me ready to go today, buddy. Thank you.
Oh dear God.
What is that?
Mother.
What is that?
Dude, it's a new.
Is that
it's
a
like
side table?
microphone.
No, what is that on?
Oh, so this is a little table with like chicken legs on it.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
My wife
I've seen
puts,
those before. Never.
Yep. My wife puts flowers on them, but since I have not screwed up recently, she does not have flowers in the house. Okay. Here we go. Get the green. Oh, Rossi, later, dude.
In 3,
Enjoy
2,
brunch. And Christian, I'll see you at 4. I'll see you at 4, dude. Yes, here we go. And 3, 2, 1. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Get the Green. the highest rated edition of Get the Green each week. Reed T. Fowler and I are here around roughly 3 o'clock or so, or until one of these sims goes to like quadruple overtime and it gets canceled. But today, no overtime. We're here. We're going to look ahead to the 3M Open that's going down in the land of a bajillion lakes. But first, we got to talk about the British Open. We were texting yesterday throughout the round. Incredible stuff. Colin Morikawa, dude, I'm hearing and I'm seeing his name mentioned in the same sentence as Tiger Woods now, which gets me fired up and excited. But man, every time we've done this in the past 20 years, it doesn't end up being like that. But just first off, and I know you mentioned it on the Sweat this morning, what impressed you the most about his performance this weekend?
Well, if you're Paul Azinger, it's how he handled the pressure, because he mentioned that about 9,000 times.
He did. That was annoying.
Yeah. Come on, Ace. You're better than that. But yeah, I mean, to that point, I mean, the guy's 25 years old. And well, I mean, you were slamming jalapeno poppers and Jaeger bombs at 25. Like, well, you and I aren't doing anything at 25. This guy's already got 2 majors at WGC, man. This guy is amazing. And what you appreciate about what he did was he throws trends out the window. We were talking about it last week early when we did our show, is that you can play all the trends that you want about experience. You can look at the numbers and say, it's this guy, it's that guy. But, when rubber hits the road and when putting, right, really truly matters in these moments, in moments of high stress, the guy has nails. This is the last time I'll ever fade him at a major. That I took my medicine, took it right on the chin. I must have said it on, I don't know how many different shows. Do not play Colin Morikawa. And what did he do? He punched me right in the throat. And Emerson rostered him. Good on you.
Whoa.
And like, you see how composed he was when he could have easily given back 2, 3 strokes on one hole, not just over the span of a 9, but on one hole. And it was amazing. It was amazing to watch. And it now, right, he has that feeling, not yet, because he's come from behind to win. He has that feeling that if he has the lead, rarely will he get caught. Yeah. Because of how good and how precise his irons are and how well he managed the course, what Jeff was saying earlier. So it's impressive. It's impressive to see that of these young guys that have come through him, Wolf, Hovland, Sungjae, Scotty Scheffler. Scheffler's another guy that you obviously you need to keep your eye on. He's far and away the best. And when you look at the numbers specifically, Emerson, because that's what you only have to look at, because Tiger, Morikawa is, he's a baby face assassin. I remember watching him at the PGA and just looking at him and him passing by and watching him on the range. This guy's laser focused, does not get distracted by anything. And you could tell that he is completely focused on his craft in the moment and present. That's similar to Tiger, but he has a long, long, long way to go.
Yes.
His major resume right now, though, it's looking pretty good. It is looking very, very good. And last time I faded the guy at a major, absolutely not.
That's a great point by you. 8 majors he's now played in. He's won 2 of them. So that's 25% of the majors that he has decided to suit up in. So over the course of his first 49 PGA Tour events, he's won 5 times, a couple majors, as we've mentioned, taking home $14 million. He's earned the commercial deals. I love this dude. He's clean cut. He's buttoned up. He's fresh. He's really likable too. I don't know what it is. Like, even just listening to his post-victory speech yesterday, I'm like, this guy's great. I just want to sit down and talk to him and hang out with him. I want to get out and play a round of golf with this guy. He's a joy to watch. And I know coming into this tournament, he was gaining about 6 strokes a tournament, I believe, on the field with his iron play. You and Jeff mention it all the time. Best irons player on the planet. And there are no strokes gained stats, I think, for the Open Championship. But I think that his numbers would have been even crazier than they were entering the week. 31 straight holes, Reed, without a bogey too. And 10-foot, 11-foot par putts, man.
Hitting
if he
back
misses
of the
just
cup
2,
too.
Yeah. And he misses 2 of those, this thing is in a playoff,
Yeah, Yeah, and look who's chasing him, right? It was Spieth. Like Spieth at the Open Championship. It's the last guy you want. And look, Spieth mentioned in his post-round interview as well that if he didn't bogey those last 2 holes on Saturday coming in, which were birdie holes, then he would have been right in the mix. If you take a look at just the Open, the Open.com, their website, you kind of get some stats. His approach in greens and regulation is 77%. He wasn't leading it, but what you do see is that his putting average 1.56. I mean, like this is number of putts per greens and reg. Like, the putting that has always been his Achilles heel, which most likely is for these guys, right? Because they're so talented that ball striking off the tee approach, these guys are so great, but with putting and short game, that's more feel. You got to get used to it on the PGA Tour. These around the greens are shaped so tightly. The putting is extremely hard, especially when you get a slower set of greens like we do at the Open Championship. The guy just, I mean, every single time where if you guys had Louis outrights, if you guys had Spieth outrights, if you guys are hoping, something like Rahm outrights after round 1, when we talked about, you're hoping, okay, this is the time, right? This is the time where he gets into trouble. He gets one back. He gives one back. Nope, he doesn't. And that's just an extremely impressive performance by Morikawa. So kudos to him. And like you're mentioning, his, what he's doing, and just look at the landscape too of sports, which I think on an international landscape, and, we might get into the Olympics a little bit later, is that it's really good for the game that you get guys like the Hidekis, Shohei Ohtani, Hideki Matsuyama, or Collin Morikawa. Now with these new faces in sports where it's not usually guys from Asia or with Asian descent, you're seeing a lot of them play well. That's really, really good for the game, because golf, especially baseball, I would argue those 2 sports in Asia, in Korea, China, Japan, those are the 2 biggest sports, national sports that these countries have. And I would argue baseball is, a little bit higher in Japan than golf, but not by much. And so when you see a kid like Collin Morikawa and Hideki Matsuyama, and even though Morikawa grew up, in the States and California, he has a lot of family, both in Hawaii and I believe in Japan. So it's nice to see that that's also part of it, where it's inclusive into the game.
His mental strength was just on another level. There's the conversation as well. I mean, good for Louis. Didn't finish second, finished third instead this time. There's this conversation that you see on social media, especially over this past year. Is Louis Oosthuizen a choke artist? And I do not think he is at all. I think what we should be able to remind ourselves is you can celebrate these terrific performances, these terrific showings, while still wondering like what might have been. Like there's some pretty insane numbers that back up just this recent showing, his spectacular showing in majors at 38 years old. But I do not think he is a choke artist, Reed.
No, because in golf, like Jean Van der Velde, that was
the rolling up the pants in the creek.
That's a choke job,
nice
right?
Reference.
Because
nice
thank you. I forget what year of the Open Championship that was. Early 2000s, maybe late 90s. I can't remember, but that is a performance of the choke variety, because you're up by 3 at the, on the 18th hole, the 72nd hole, 99. Yeah. Was it at the old course? St. Andrews? I forget.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. And that is, why pull out driver? Anyway, I digress. What Louis is doing is not choking. He's getting beat. Like he's getting beat. Granted, could he have played better on Sunday? Sure, he could have. He's better, but he's putting himself in the position to win these tournaments. Golf, again, I say this ad nauseum. Golf is hard. It is extremely hard to play. Emerson knows, Samir knows, I know, and anybody who picks up a golf club, it's extremely hard to play. At that level, it's extremely hard to win. And for the fact that this guy has multiple wins internationally, and none of the PGA Tour, which is weird, but multiple wins internationally, it says to you that he's a really good player. But again, this is a new crop of players, right? These 20 somethings are amazing. They got the energy. They don't have the same responsibilities yet that a Louis or some of these older players have. And, they're coming up ready to win. They're coming up ready to win. They're more aggressive. They're coming out with this nothing to lose attitude. On top of that, they're really damn good. So look, I mean, who did Louis get beat by? Like Jeff was saying on the Sweat, he got beat by John Rahm and Colin Morikawa, right? Like it's just, I mean, come on, like that's the guys who's beaten him. So I think it's, I feel sorry for the guy. I had him in some, in some outrights. I had him in some one and done leagues and survivor leagues that would have helped out quite a bit, but he's putting himself in that position. Finau kind of is, not really. DJ has been off. Brooks had a great Sunday, but just couldn't do it. JT didn't do anything.
Yeah, Brooks.
Yeah. Rory didn't do anything. Cantlay didn't do anything. Berger didn't. He kind of steamed up on Sunday. Who's been the most consistent player in the majors sans John Rahm? It's been Louis.
Yeah. Carnoustie, by the way, in 99. I looked it up.
Carnoustie.
So at the last 3 major championships, this is the list of players who have beaten Oosthuizen. Rahm, Morikawa, Spieth, and Mickelson. Only guys to finish ahead of him in those last 3. Like, that's not a shabby list. Oh, while we're at it, here are the male golfers under the age of 50 who have more runner-up finishes at majors than Oosthuizen. Tiger Woods, end of list.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he's played during the Tiger Woods era. Now he's playing during the Colin Morikawa era.
It's just tough because in professional golf, we keep track of winners, and it's like the story with him being the bridesmaids, only having like one career major victory. It's just like, it's tough. Most people will think on paper without diving too deep into it. Maybe the casual fans like, this guy chokes. This guy can't get it done. When he's just playing some damn good golf, and you're right, the guys who are beating him, like, we're getting better golfers on the planet. Like, every year, these guys are getting better and better and better. The competition is stiffer.
Yeah. It's, it ain't easy. It ain't easy being Louis right now. I'm sure he's pissed. I'm sure he feels the same way you guys do. That how many times can you come in second or third in these majors? And that's where we're going to qualify, right? We qualify these guys as how many rings, how many championships do they have? But also remember, guys, and I'm not comparing Louis Oosthuizen to Jack Nicklaus, but read off and do yourself a favor and do some research on how many runners-up that Nicklaus had to majors. It's an unbelievable amount. So he won 18, but he also lost, I believe, more than that, and lost in terms of came in second, didn't win. Yeah. So, he's not too shabby.
To think his list of major victories could be even longer is kind of like, wow. Like, dude, unless there's some Christmas miracle, Tiger Woods can even swing a club again and come back. Like, I don't know if it ever happens. I don't know if anyone ever beats Jack's major list. I know we're kind of going off the rails. The more I think about it, it's like, we're talking a once in a generation talent. All those major victories. We thought Tiger could do it.
Yeah, but let's play a little future, like looking into the odds. Ooh, Samir, graphic up. I'm just kidding, Samir.
No,
I know you're having some issues.
He's already stressed.
Yeah, stressed, bro. Share. It's the bucket hat yesterday.
Yep, it's emulating his game yesterday at Braintree Municipal. Yep.
So what if? Shout out Samir. I know you're working hard, bud. But what if he wins? Another Morikawa I'm talking about. What if he wins the US, like the PGA or the US Open next year or the Masters, right? He has 3 in his first 2 or 3 years. Now are we talking about?
Didn't we do that with Spieth? And then we wanted to do it with Rory early on.
Did.
That's what I'm saying. I hate when the Tiger Woods comparison have to come out right away. Like, why can't they just be their own golfer? Why do they have to be like the next Tiger Woods? I guarantee you they don't like hearing that either. There's no way you like hearing that because you're like, son of a bitch, I have to now live up to these standards people are setting for me.
Well, and you get, at least this would be my mentality, is you get into the game to be the best. Unless why are you doing it? Now, there's some guys out there, especially golf, like the Joel Dahmens of the world, that are completely fine cashing in $2 million a year and not winning a golf tournament. There are guys out there, and more power to them. Why not, right? Why not do that? Play some golf, get 2-3 mil a year. You're in the 1% of the population if you're doing that. The ultra, right? The 1%. Now, guys like Colin Morikawa who have the ability to do this, to win in his first PGA and Open Championship, he's looking to ascend. And he's mentioned it, all right, saying, I want to beat Tiger. And all these guys do. JT, Rory, sure. Yeah. All of these guys do. And that's the cool thing about golf is we have the Rorys, right? Who now kind of, his last major was what, 6 years ago or some, which is weird to think about, 5 years ago. You know, he's an ultimate player, but on some level, he's like, you know, I don't really care as much because it's just golf. JT doesn't have the amount of ball, like the acuteness in ball striking that Colin Morikawa has shown recently. You know, JT has faltered a little bit. Spieth, again, like he's a guy that putts lights out short game, but he doesn't have the ball striking that Colin Morikawa does. And you're seeing it. You're seeing how far and away Morikawa is better than these guys. And look, it's only 1 year right now, one to 2 seasons to really compare. But remember last year, Emerson, outside of Hovland, Morikawa was in number 1 in approach. I mean, I'll check. I think he's number 1 in approach over like the last 100 rounds. Yeah. It's no comparison where he was number 1 and then he kind of faltered, was number 2. I think he's been number 1 for like forever since he's been on tour, essentially, right? Like I think, you know, he had to get some tournaments out, but he's been great for a long time in terms of his career. So still early, but you're right. I mean, it's time.
Now he's off to the Olympics, isn't he? Isn't it Colin? I forget who it is for USA. It's Colin DeChambeau, Schauffele,
and JT.
And JT, yeah, okay.
I believe.
So Colin strikes me as someone who would definitely look at this opportunity, get stoked about it, want to go out there and make headlines in Tokyo at the games, because there was Rory yesterday, I believe, after his like final. I mean, he had some brutally honest comments like on the Olympics, and he was just like, you know, again, most of these guys, athletes, any sport will ooze with excitement when they can represent like their country. His interview with Golf Digest, he says, and I quote, I don't know if there's much to look forward to. And I'm just like, okay, no, I get it. But it goes back to what you were saying about like Rory. I mean, like in the end, he's kind of right. It's just golf, but you can see like a different drive and motivation factor inside Morikawa right now. And Morikawa's not even 24 right now.
Right. Because like he said, like, this is a great experience. And like, could you even fathom Tiger? Like if Tiger was on the US team, even if it was his 4th time, representing US in the Olympics, because granted, like he hasn't, right? Like they started the Olympics in 2016. So Tiger has never had a chance to play on the Olympic team. But if he did, you ever see him, and Jordan as well, right? It doesn't have to be golf. Would you ever see them like nothing to look forward to? No, these guys want to step on your throat and dominate you to where you're like, I don't even want to come out here. And Rory's like, there's nothing to really look forward to. Yeah, Rory, there is. There's you putting your foot on the gas, getting a gold medal, and getting back into the winner's circle and stop being this guy who just like blasé. But that's Rory's life right now. That's his perspective. And that changes. That might change for Morikawa. It talks about, right, like, I think he's been with his girl for a long time, married, kids, family, like all of that stuff happens. And you hear these guys speak of it, and then they go through potentially a little lull and they come back. Who knows at Morikawa, right? If that's, what his next 10 years is going to be, but it looks bright right now. And over the last 100 rounds, Morikawa is number 1 in approach. So
I keep saying, I tweeted yesterday, just him being on another planet, there are numbers that actually back that up. He is on a whole nother level when it comes to certain aspects of these guys' games. You mentioned like having the kid and how some of these guys could maybe fall off for a little bit and then come back. I mean, Rahm was like completely different. Rahm ended up winning a major like 2 weeks later, right? Yeah. And I think he's the favorite at the Olympics. And we can get into the 3M here in a second. I know you've been working a lot on Olympics coverage, but I was looking at some of the numbers here, He shot 198 on the final three rounds at the British, and that was the same as Morikawa and 4 strokes better than Spieth. His only issue was he couldn't recover from an opening round 71. That's what bit Rahm in the rear.
Yeah, the derriere, the large derriere from Mr. Jonathan Rahm. Yeah, that's why I mentioned it, right? When we were looking at the odds on Friday, is that a guy like Rahm has shown us before that he can go out and shoot, 8, 6, 7 under with ease. And that could have been better. His Friday round could have been better than it actually was. He just missed a ton of putts. But yeah, like he's, Rahm is a guy now you're seeing a little bit too, where getting perspective has actually benefited his game, where he was so ultra, like just completely on a different vibration than everybody else on how he handled the mistakes, the miscalculations, the bad bounces that were out of his control. And he's worked very hard on it. And you see it. You see it in his transparency in the pre and post round interviews. You see it in how he's interacting with his caddy and how he's, kind of interacting with himself on the course. And when you take a look at the Olympics, right, like that's, it's a different story. Now, I will say when you take a look at the course, 7,400 yards, the same architect that built the Zozo Championship, I believe that Sherwood Country Club, the 1 year that was in Japan, was the same as this one. And so that's something to keep in mind, that it's not necessarily like correlation causation, but there's definitely something to that, to where like the one tournament that was played over in Asia that we've seen recently, it's the Narashino Country Club. There's also a championship. That's where Tiger won. Hideki came in second. Sanjay third. Rory fourth or third, tied for third. So you're seeing Xander was tied for 10th here, or at that tournament. So you're potentially seeing some guys right now that could have a leg up over a guy like Rahm, but who's playing the best right now? It's Morikawa.
Yeah. And we'll finish up some Olympics talk here. We'll dive into 3M before we wrap up the show, everybody. It looks like the first round isn't until Wednesday, the 28th, as I'm looking at like the golf schedule here. And just remind me real quick, what is the format at the Olympics with men's golf? Like, how, is it just like you're playing 4 rounds on one course there?
Yeah, it's a stroke play.
Okay.
So yeah, it's men are from, I believe, the 29th to the 1st.
Okay.
And a stroke play. And then the women go off, I think, the following week.
All right. So it's just like a regular weekly tournament. You got 4 rounds. There's no cut, right? Not in the Olympics.
No.
Okay. Great. You know what I kind of like about the games being over in Japan, especially for a lot of like morning stuff over there? It's like evening over here. Like I think the 29th, that first round that's happening over there is like actually 6:30 Eastern time that Wednesday, the 28th over here.
Yeah,
like I love that. I love if I can, like, you and I love that prime time, like especially those tournaments in Hawaii, kind of start of the new calendar year. We're just sitting on our
freezing and it's like 3 p.m. and it's dark. Yeah, that's really nice.
There's no time like ever that you want to be home more than that when you're watching guys just crush it back in your home state. All right. So this week, 3M, as we mentioned on the Sweat this morning, week after a major, a lot of these tournaments don't have very stacked fields. This one has some talent at the top, little top heavy there for sure. I think maybe only a handful or 7 of some of the top golfers in the world, top 40 maybe in the field. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head, but you're looking at this. You're looking at some of the higher priced players, either DFS. Let's just go ahead and start there. Dustin, Louis, Finau, Reed. Those are the 4 golfers that are cost you more than $10K. Which one do you like the most?
Yeah, I like Patrick Reed. And maybe we get some ownership relief, some roster percentage relief off of someone like Patrick Reed, 10-3. Right. I think Finau is going to be a guy that a lot of people gravitate towards here. It's similar in the scoring sense of the Detroit, the Rocket Mortgage Classic, Travelers, right? If you want to take that angle, Dustin Johnson shot, 45,000 under par at Travelers when he won last year, the FedEx Cup. But I take a look at Patrick Reed and his par 4 scoring. He's 7th. His approach, he's 9th. He's playing well. Look, he didn't make the cut last week, but that's going to give him some time over here to get ready for this golf tournament. And even though this is not a tournament that a Patrick Reed resume we would say, oh yeah, that feels like a Patrick Reed tournament. If you look at courses over 7,400 yards, and most of them are these tougher courses where you see WGCs, where you see the major tournaments, he's number 2 in strokes gained total to Dustin Johnson over the last 24 rounds. So he likes playing these bigger courses. And I believe in 2019, he played here at TPC Twin Cities at 3M Open, and he finished top 25. You're gonna need a ton of birdies. You're gonna need a ton of birdies. And of all of these guys in the top, DJ is the best. He's probably the best in the field of making birdies. Sand's a guy I'm gonna get to in the $9,000 range, but Patrick Reed right now is my favorite. Hopefully, people look at him and say, "Oh, he's not a bomber, and he's not really a tactician." This guy is, especially if he gets the lead, it's rare that he gives it up.
All right. So just go ahead and tell me why you also like Tony Finau. As I'm scanning, just checking out different websites, there seems to be a lot of people who are really high on your guy this week.
You just rinse and repeat every single week.
It's the same script.
Yeah, this guy is beautiful off the tee, right? Can't really putt. No, in all honesty, you take a look at what you need here is you need guys who are obviously solid ball strikers, and yeah, you need a great putting week. You really do, and that's not necessarily Finau's forte, but you need guys who are aggressive. You need these players that have the 62 or the 63 in their repertoire. I think since this tournament has been on the PGA Tour Roto, Emerson, I believe there's been 8 64s, or 63s, which is, what is that? 8 under par, an 8 under par round now, and 4 62s. So you need to go low, not necessarily needing that score, but if you have a 62 or a 63 in your scorecard, most likely you're going to be in the final group come Saturday, Sunday. So when you take a look at that, Finau, a guy who's not necessarily scoring really well this year in terms of the past 24 rounds, he's a guy that's always going to garner a lot of popularity, and especially a tournament like this. What I do like, though, is that DJ and Louis are here. So you're not going to get a ton of ownership. I don't think on any one of these guys above 4,000. It's going to be spread across the board. And so, yeah, I think Tony Finau is a good play. I think Reed is my favorite of the bunch, but I'm never going to talk you off of the big guy, the big cat. If the real big cat isn't here, then we're going to get the other big cat.
I saw you write it up a little bit on DK Nation. What is the strategy here? Because the course looks really difficult. If there's not water, you're dealing with bunkers all over the place, aren't you?
So that's the thing. I don't think it is that difficult, Emerson. I think when you take a look at the scoring, 21 under par in 2019, I believe, and then 19 under par in 2020, or vice versa. So you get an average score of 20 under par. It looks bad. For us, yeah. You and I would probably shoot in the 90s. Samir would probably shoot in the hundreds. Right. For any regular golfer, it's going to be terrible because there's so many water hazards and so many bunkers. We would have a blast because it looks great. But for these guys, it's not going to be that hard. Guys that are hitting it off the tee left to right and, playing Army golf, then yeah, of course, they're going to hit in the water. There's no trees. There's hardly any trees on the course. So if it gets windy,
I love that.
Yeah. Then you're going to see some windy conditions. And on top of that, if you read the article too, head on over to DK Nation, everybody. They haven't had a lot of moisture in the area, less than an inch or something since May 1st of rain. So if that's the case,
72 sand bunkers, you say in your article, 27 water hazards. And then I'm just seeing 12 of 18 holes bring water into play off the tee or on the approach shot. Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. So when you take a look at that, right, but the landing areas for these guys are extremely generous. They can drop a pin on these places in the fairway. They're extremely generous. That's why you see fairways hit in regulation high above tour average at this place. Their average size greens, it's 6,500 square feet, an average size green, which is about tour average. So when you get that and you don't get a lot of undulations, you don't get a lot of hills or side hill lies, it's pristine, you're going to get birdies aplenty. So if that's the case, you want guys that get a ton of birdies. And looky what I found here at $9,100, Mr. Bubba.
I was just going to tee you up on that. I was going to say, give me that 9K range. And why is it Bubba? Go ahead.
Number one in birdies of the last 24 rounds is Bubba Watson. We know what he does on par fives, his par five scoring. Number 4 in the field over the last 24 rounds. At par 4 scoring, he's 19th. His off the tee game is number 3. Like he's not great with approaches, but if this guy's coming in with wedges, right? As much as possible, even though he's not great, he's gonna find it somewhere. And like over the last 2 rounds too with Bubba, you take a look at what he's done over his last, not 2 rounds, but 2 tournaments. He's played extremely well with his irons. He gained 5.3 at Rocket Mortgage, finished top 6 there, and he gained 2 at Travelers. And he was leading, right? He was either leading or close to the lead at Travelers in the first 2 rounds. And I think that course has a lot of correlation to what we're going to see this week. So I love Bubba, especially in the betting board at $3,500 as well.
All right. So there's some conversation about butter and all sorts of stuff in our Slack channel right now. Anywho, as we go down to, I'm going to drop it down to value plays. 2 of them you got here. Jonathan with 2 T's and Adam with 1A. Both within $100 of each other, down in the 7s. Because is this going to be a weak read where it's so top heavy? You may try to have a few folks who are squeezing in multiple of those 10K guys, and then you'd need to find someone in that $7,000 range.
Yeah. And you see, Michael Thompson won last year. And Michael Thompson, like that was on very few people's radars. So you want to build your betting card with some of these longer shots. I do think Adam Schenk there at $7,400. I believe he was at plus 10,000 on the DK Sportsbook. He just sets up, well, like I mentioned, birdies, he's number 6 opportunities gained, which measures, this is all in Fantasy National, people. Opportunities gained is a stat that gives you within 10, I believe 10 feet of the pin. Doesn't matter if you're on the green or off the green. He ranks top 15 as well in the same time frame. Par 5 scoring is there. Strokes gained putting. This guy, when he's on bent, Adam Schenk I'm talking about, gets a lot better. So I like that, unfortunate last name as a professional in golf, but it's terrible. But yeah, and Johnny Vegas going in from a one bad name to a good game or a good name. Yeah. He's playing so well right now. Yeah, I think he's going to be popular at 75. So pivot to Adam Schenk at 74 if that's the case. But there's other guys too. I think the Pat Kazire call that Jeff had earlier today on the Sweat, I think that's a solid call when you take a look at what he's done. He's at 86 though, and take, you want to take some gambles down here, some shots. One guy that can get hot with this putter is Pat Perez. When we see Pat Perez on leaderboards, it's usually at shootouts like this, whether it's in La Quinta, whether he's, shooting, 62, 63s. Birdie is number 7, like he's 7th in the last 24 rounds, approached 24th, strokes gained par 5. He's 3rd. He's absolute garbage off the tee, but I don't think you necessarily need a ton of advantage off the tee, as we saw last year with Michael Thompson. He didn't gain strokes off the tee and he still won. So I do like Patty P down there at $7,100 as well.
Hold on. How much is Power not in? Is Seamus not in this week?
Little Shames Power
or Seamus? Yeah. Sorry. What? A
little
Seamus Power, because whatever, dude. Tomato, potato. I say it all the time. It's all good because he won the Barbasol right this past week. I know he did because he didn't make it. He didn't make it into the Open, but hey, Plan B ended up working out for him. I don't think might have. I thought he was originally in the field.
I think he might have withdrawn. Yeah, he withdrew.
Well, that's his loss, bro. Because I was going to roster him.
Greg Chalmers and Ben Crane because Seamus Power and Peter Uihlein both have withdrew from the tournament, have withdrawn from the tournament. And now Greg Chalmers and Benny Crane get those spots. So no, Seamus not in, but JT Poston, the guy who lost in a playoff to Seamus is in.
And Seamus had a little chip in, I think, for birdie on the first playoff hole. Ended up going 6. Is it me, or does every playoff on the PGA Tour this year go at least 5 holes?
Yeah,
I mean, it's great. Want to win it.
I thought we were watching reruns,
fantastic.
Something on the Golf Channel. I see live playoff. I'm like, oh, sweet, this is great.
Everyone rolls up their cars on the 18th fairway and for some daylight.
Bagger Vance style. Love it.
Is your strategy, or how different is your strategy on the sports betting side? Because we know they got a couple minutes left in the show. How different is your strategy on the sports betting side compared to DFS this week?
Yeah, I'm probably going, if I'm going GPPs, I might do a balanced lineup. I know it's top heavy, but that's clearly going to be the contrarian play. But on the DK side, I want to measure, or I want to build a lot like I've built to these other tournaments, like Travelers, like the John Deere Classic. Take some of these longer shots, like I mentioned. This is an opportunity where you're getting some favorable odds on these guys because so much win equity is soaked up at the top with DJ at 750 or 7 now. Louis here, like Finau, there's so much win equity at the top. So you're getting some pretty good numbers on guys down the board. Bubba Watson, 35. If you don't like that, I think, like the Chris Kirk, Johnny Vegas range at 6,000 is there for the taking. And like I mentioned, Doug Dim, 6,500, I think is a solid place to look at as well. And guys that I mentioned earlier, like Adam Schenk, Patty P, for maybe some of those top 5, top 10s, if you don't want to go outright, because a guy like DJ is in the field. So I'm going to build quite a bit down here in this range, as opposed to trying to stay top heavy like I would in a major.
Just 259 days until Masters Week, everybody.
Oh.
Get excited, get fired up for it. Colin Morikawa earlier looking at the odds that producer Drew sent along, plus 2,200. Justin Johnson currently the favorite to win the Masters in 2022, plus 1,000. We were kind of blessed here as we wrap up the show, I think, with about 6 majors over the past month, or the past year rather. So I think we'll get back to regular scheduling here once the end of the PGA Tour playoffs come to a close, which isn't that in a couple weeks? Or it's got to be after the Olympics, right? Or is that going to happen?
No, the Olympics. Yeah, I mean,
no. Is it going to happen at the same time? I didn't know if they shuffled the scheduling around because of guys.
Yeah, so that's not going to happen at the same time. The Olympics are obviously going to happen, for the next month. But then you're going to get the last 3, right? Usually it's the Wyndham Championship, and then the Northern Trust BMW Tour Championship starts August 19th, finishes September 5th. So we get the FedEx Cup playoffs.
Love it, man. And then you and I and Samir, we got to go play TPC Boston here soon. We got to continue our kind of tour of the New England area. I'm very excited for that. I played phenomenal yesterday, not going to lie. Irons, everything. I was hitting irons like Colin Morikawa, driving
a record
like
of it, so
except hitting the fairways. And it was good stuff. It was a really good day. Samir. Anyway, we missed you. And wherever Jeff is, we don't know where he's going. He hasn't told anybody where he's going on vacation.
Good.
No, it's not good.
Good. You just get off the grid, Ulrich. You need it. You got twins,
no
baby.
Way.
That's
no way. Because once this tournament, since his guy's playing this week at the 3M Open, that's all he's going to be tweeting about is Louis. He's that cat just smashing the keyboard.
This is the week he's going to win too. When Jeff's not watching or not betting.
All right, good stuff, man. I appreciate you, and go finish up whatever it is you still have to finish up if you're not done finishing stuff. Follow Reed T. Fowler for all the Olympics and golf coverage, fantasy sports betting, all that fun stuff. Follow me for dog pictures at Emerson Lazia. Thanks, producer Drew, Samir, Zach. Love you guys. I'll be on the 4:00 sim coming up here with Christian in about 10 minutes. So hang out. I got a free contest. Fill out a lineup. See if you can beat me, which I know you can't. I love you. I'll see you soon. We're live.
Oh,
We're up and at it. Here we go.
All right.
I can open my Slack. I've been terrible with that lately. What's going on, dude? Good to have you here.
Not much. Enjoying a lovely Monday afternoon. After this, gonna go out, maybe go for a little run, maybe take the dog out. Wow, I don't know. It's lovely in Madison, Wisconsin, like 83, sunny, slight breeze. How are you doing, Emerson Latzia?
I'm doing
I see the Sassy Springers have been released. I see maybe are those flaming hot Cheetos that they're going to right now?
No. I'm mashing this baby right now. And we've introduced them to watermelon recently. And now whenever I'm eating it, they're absolutely obsessed with it. Like, check out this one. She is just ready. Look at her.
She knows.
Good Lord, man. It's good to have you here. I'm glad you were able to slide in today. I've missed you. I have not seen you in quite some time. So yeah, it's a great, gloomy, cold day here, but whatever, man. We're bringing the sunshine and positive energy to the Dream Stream today. This is the third of 6 Sims on the slate. If you guys just hung out and watched Reed and I crush the highest rated edition of Get the Green, appreciate you. We had a good time. Rewind it if you want to relive the glorious moment, 40 minutes that was. What did you do with your lineup? Because I know you're good like that, and you build one, don't you?
I do, and I don't Terrell Asak it either. I don't start any backup quarterbacks. There's not going to be any Tim Boyle in my lineup. I'm better than that. No Jordan Love, no Nick Foles. No, I went with where's my lineups go? Hang on, I gotta find them.
Okay. All right. Well, I can go ahead and tell you right now, we ended up with 135 entries, which is pretty badass. So shout out to all of you guys and gals who did fill out a lineup. I think it's Ted Ginn Jr., the recently retired Ted Ginn Jr., on the reception there for the Bears. Indeed, it was little wide receiver 3. I went ahead and said, David Montgomery, come on down. I'm going to go cheap in the captain spot, but 8.9% of the people decided to do the same thing in our contest. Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Jones, Devontae Adams, Allen Robinson, and then Mr. Anthony Miller. That's a pretty good lineup, dude. I'm not lying. I'm feeling good about it, especially watching neither one of those two who are not in my lineup rack up points.
Yeah, we have a similar build, right? So I have David Montgomery in there. I have Anthony Miller in there. Anthony Miller, my captain this time around. Madden Mitch, because of course, Aaron Jones, Devontae Adams, and Jimmy Graham to round things out. I had to play with a little bit because some of these prices are weird. Like MVS all of a sudden got this major salary increase. He was $6,200 last game. Today he is $7K. Normally I want to get him in there at $4,500 or $5,500, and today it's his price went up. Is there something I'm missing here? Is that just the home field bump in Lambeau Field?
Nobody knows, man. Nobody knows. Tariq Cohen there on the carry. 3rd and 4 coming up, opening drive of this game. We will have a NBA edition of the slate coming up next. We'll hand it off live to Chirag and Julian getting after it. So around 5 o'clock or so. And then the late slate tonight, guys, looks like this. Steelers at the Dolphins with Glash and Kenny as Matt and Mitch off and running and picks up the first down. That's at 6 o'clock. Steelers at the Dolphins. Panthers at the Texans, Kaufman and Tom. Then Glash and Tom for Madden After Dark. Seahawks at the Titans. Little disappointed, not upset with Kenny, but a little disappointed that his new puppy, Harlow, he decided to introduce her to Glash this weekend. Glash was, I guess, in the city and was stalking Kenny, and they ended up spending some time together. And I was so freaking peanut butter and jealous that Glash got to meet Harlow before I did.
It's a good looking dog.
She looks amazing. She looks adorable.
Already bigger than Kenny, which is impressive.
Which is twice as big as Samir.
Not Samir's calves, though. I've seen it. He's got gym teacher calves. That dude, he had a hell of a time buying socks.
He's great, man. I love Samir. We played a little bit of golf yesterday together. Good times. Cohen, again, already up to 3 carries. Another 3rd and 4 coming up. Under 5 minutes to play in the first quarter. Let me look at the ownership numbers here real quick and see who everyone decided to scoop up in the large free showdown. So top 5 here, Christian, 72% Aaron Rodgers, Then a little drop off to Aaron Jones. Those two share the same birthday, which is 60%. Devontae Adams, 60%. Trubisky, 56. Allen Robinson, 39. What are we going to do here? How about a first down? That's good enough.
Dude, that was an absolutely wonderful screen pass. I love
That really was.
It's so rare.
Me too. Don't you love when, like, yes, like executed perfectly? What's the vibe? Or I know you're in that neck of the woods where the Packers are. What's the vibe up there right now? Is our camp's open next week, dude?
Yeah, dude, no one knows what's going on with Aaron, and we're waiting to see if he'll be courtside at Game 6. Really, honestly, right now, we've turned all our attentions to the Bucks. Like, people are going nuts. The get-in price, not even for a seat, just standing room, no guaranteed court view at Fiserv Forum right now, $1,200. Like,
Ridiculous.
Just for the privilege of buying an $18 beer and maybe being around when the Bucks win a title, which I understand. Man, it's been 50 years. Like, there are some long, like, my old boss had Bucks season tickets since like the 80s. I think he actually maybe gave them up right before they drafted Giannis. And like, maybe he's gonna spend like the $2,500 per seat to go back to his old seats or whatever. Man, like, it's gonna be cathartic up here if they win. It's gonna be insane.
Oh, let's go,
You're
baby!
captain.
Hell yeah, he is. Hell yeah, he is. Let's go. First tutty of the day.
Look at that guy.
But Mitch was the story on that drive, bro. I think it was like 4 of 4 for 40-something yards, but 35 of those yards go to Ted Ginn Jr., who had 3 catches on that, on that series.
No, not only that, absolutely. He also picked up 3 third-down conversions there. 1 with his legs, 2 through the air. Like, he looked competent there. He looked like he could give Josh Allen a run for his money in Buffalo. We know that's not actually the case, but in a perfect world, that's a problem the Bills would be okay with.
Now, are you bringing that up because of the email I received this morning?
Oh, no, it's just a handy dandy tie-in to today's post route.
Yeah.
Substack.com. No, so that was actually Sarah who wrote about the Bills, and the assumption was, I think, for me and a lot of people, that the Bills would be one of the least vaccinated teams out there because, Cole Beasley and Josh Allen was real skeptical. But no, Bills not even in the bottom 4. They have a solid rate there. Instead, it's the Indianapolis Colts who have the fewest vaccinated players in the league so far. And now we get to see whether or not this will have an impact on the upcoming season. We've seen the NFL basically said that, hey, if you don't have guys to play a game, like, we're not going to reschedule it. You just forfeit. So maybe that'll put some pressure on. We also had Michael Irvin come out and say, listen, Cowboys, if you aren't getting vaccinated, it's because you don't want to win badly enough. We'll see if that extra pressure changes these rates in any way. But I feel like that is a concern. If you're building a roster and you have a bunch of unvaccinated guys, you can find yourself getting NC Stated the hell out of the College World Series by a bunch of positive tests and not having enough players there. So not only from a public health standpoint is it important, but just from a staying on the field and trying to win standpoint, seems like it's going to have some pretty big repercussions as well.
Wow. I didn't realize there's definitely added pressure there. If your team is a little banged up, they've got to postpone a game, and it's not going to be postponed. It's like probably the team who has the outbreak will be forced to forfeit. Like, that changes everything for, I'm sure, a lot of those guys. You mentioned the Colts. I saw this morning, I don't know if you guys mentioned it all at 2:00. Did you see Jim Irsay forked out $915,000 for Elton John's piano?
No, but it sounds right to me. It sounds.
So as on a 3rd and 3, Khalil Mack dropping Mr. Jones in the backfield. And now 4th down coming up here.
There's the holding tight early. So Packers couldn't do what the Bears didn't convert it 3rd and short. They're going to punt it away, and Matt Mitch will get a chance to weave his web of wonder once more.
So he paid nearly $1 million. That just trickles into the end zone. Almost a damn good punt. Still a long punt, but it's now down or out at the 20 for the touchback. He purchased a piano used by Elton John during his tours from 1974 through 1993. So he's super into music, I guess. It's the latest acquisition made by him. 2 years ago, he bought a guitar used by David Gilmour, Pink Floyd, for nearly $4 million, which is sick. Okay. If I just had chump change $4 million, I'd also do that. I love my ass some Pink Floyd. John Lennon's piano, he's purchased that for more than $700,000. And then in 2016, he purchased one of Prince's guitars for nearly $150,000.
I mean, that's a bargain compared to those pianos.
That is a lot of money he is spending on music. Yes. Yeah. CEH, you're a Colts fan. I mean, anything else I'm forgetting here? I did not know he was such a large collector of instruments.
Yeah. Well, the other cool thing is, obviously he's got boatloads of money, but like during pandemic, I think even now, like he'd throw out those like, oh, random Colts trivia. And if you get it right, and I'll pick like 20 or 200 people, and you can have a $500 gift certificate to a local restaurant. So not only was he, helping out his fans and keeping them engaged and kind of stoking the fires of Colts fandom, but he was making sure that local businesses got a little extra business, got a little cash infusion. So like Irsay obviously has his flaws, and but he has done a great job of going out his way and keeping the local community in his thoughts, trying to do good things for the people of Indianapolis. And, a great cameo on Parks and Rec when the Parks and Rec team came up from Pawnee to spend a day at Lucas Oil Stadium. So, I mean, really, a couple nice things from that guy. Yeah, CEH, you are not incorrect. Yeah.
Bounce the Cat, Heavy Kevy, Broby. What's up, guys? What's up, Twitch fam? Disco 7, I see you. Feels like you're having yourself a day, Disco, as we come to the end of the first quarter here. 7-0. So Packers didn't get anything done, I believe, on their lone offensive series of the first quarter. Yep. And now the Bears are back in control. And Matty Mitch was perfect on that first series, and he's still perfect in this game. Oh, yeah. What's up?
Soundly outplaying the reigning MVP, Aaron Rodgers. 63 here for him. He's also got an extra 9 on the ground. So having a very Madden Mitch kind of day. Cohen 28 on the ground, but the rushing touchdown goes to David Montgomery. That's how we got to 7-0. Bears with the ball. Bears near midfield. Bears threatening, and this could be a very bad day for Wisconsin, because every single townie bar up here, Emerson Latzia, the jukebox has a few different standbys, jump around, build me up buttercup. And then of course the smash polka hit, the Bears still suck. Every county bar, polka, like the Packers win a game. Doesn't matter if it was against the Bears or not. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. Yeah, it's pretty much just that repeated over the course of 3 minutes. And maybe some like light digs on the city of Chicago itself. It's one of those like harmless Midwestern things that I think the people of Wisconsin feel cuts a little bit closer or a little bit deeper than expected, but it's delightful. Delightful. If you are ever in Wisconsin and you're not near Lambeau Field, but you'd still like to get a Packers game experience, just seek out the nearest small town bar and you will get 1,000%.
Second quarter now back on your screen. We are getting back underway here. Good to see everybody hanging out over on YouTube today. We got around 350 people hanging out with us now as Mitch Trubisky with a second carry. And now 2nd and 9 coming up here. Criminal Bob, what's up, dude? Slightly says Mitch ate his vitamins today. It does kind of feel like that, at least through one quarter of play, but we still have 3 left to go for him to screw it up.
Very, very true. I mean, a day like this, typically, even if he's having a great one, he'll counterbalance that with a fumble. As Cohen, again, a nice run.
I know.
So, I mean, if he had the Montgomery touchdown, he'd be looking great right now in your lineup. Instead,
phenomenal.
Just 39 rushing yards so far. So I mean, obviously you got a round in with Samir. I got to imagine took 6, maybe 7 hours. Is that about right?
No, actually, yesterday was pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie, because it was fake raining here all weekend. What I mean by fake raining is the apps, all the weather apps will tell you it was gonna rain. All the local weather guys told you it was gonna rain. So then all of the tee times of these golf courses were just cleared out because people were dropping like flies. Halfway through Saturday was one of the nicest days. I have voted it a top 5 nicest days of the actual year up until 5 o'clock when it did start raining. Well, you could have played golf in the morning, early afternoon. Same thing with Sunday. A couple sprinkles early on, just gray, gloomy, overcast, no storms, nothing. So Samir and I, we get our tails out there to Braintree at 5 o'clock. We got out there and just play 9 holes. A couple holes in, a single joined us. His name was Seamus from Ireland. Right. So we had a bunch of fun stories to share with us from his days growing up in Ireland. And it was just a really nice time. Yeah, it was. It, of course, was a little wet, but had a good time. Got to get out of the house for a little bit.
Nice.
Good to see Samir.
Yeah. Not only over the weekend, but here slumming it up with us on the Dream Stream, on the Madden simulations. Oh, Madden Missions Luck maybe ran out there, and we're about to stare down a 53-yard Eddie Pinheiro field goal attempt. I'm going to put this one, Emerson, at about 35% chance he makes it. 1 in 3 times, Sim Eddie will put this through.
Okay, I have absolutely zero faith in him. I'm going 10% that he makes this from 53 yards. If you rostered him, he's going to try to give you 5 points and doink right off the crossbar. Right off the crossbar. So little dude just needs a little more strength. That is like Brendan Glasheen strength. Had he had Emerson Lotzie leg strength and the quads and a Peloton, he would have delivered 5 points for you.
That would be a great endorsement opportunity for Peloton. I don't know how many guys they have from NFL backgrounds, but if they could get that done and somehow quad strength their way to Eddie Pinheiro blasting 60-yarders in Madden or elsewhere,
no,
glorious, glorious testimony in favor of the bike machine there. MVS, he had the $7,000 salary. Big catch there. Packers have their first down of the game.
Thank you, Producer Drew, for pointing this out. That curb episode was freaking hilarious, by the way. When the weather guy would say it's going to rain in the morning, so no one was on the course, then he'd go out there. That's exactly what was happening this weekend, and I was fed up with it. Done. Is Aaron Jones, 2 carries, now 6 yards in this game. Customer care says, who scored for the Bears? David Montgomery did, although it's been Tariq Cohen who has been the best Bears running back up to this point in the game.
Well, yeah, we just saw Montgomery lose a yard, and poor Eddie P needed every inch of that carry. He was going to hit that field goal, which stoinked off the crossbar. Not even an upright. The most embarrassing of the kicking doinks, blasting the crossbar.
We have an Emerson's dad's jockstrap appearance. Says long time no sim. What's up, Emerson? What's up, Papa? Good to see you, my friend. I will. I'll be seeing my folks next week for the first time since March. So good to spend some time with them. I'm going to head down to Florida for a little bit. We got ourselves a tutty, baby.
There it is. I had him in the line. I was like, you know what? 7K for MBS. That's a little steep. No, wrong, stupid. 2 big catches there, tie the game back up. Packers 7, extra point pending. Bears 7.
Looking a lot like how Ted Kent Jr. looked on the opening series for the Bears in this game. That one was all MVS. So we got 4:14 to go here, folks. 7-7 on the board. MVS 39% on the free showdown, 8% in the captain spot. If you filled out a lineup, whether it was in our goofy little 150 spot contest, so the little 4 o'clock meat muffin Monday, you got to line up in the 9,500 entry free showdown. Or if you're sitting here taking a gander, seeing how your early classic is going to end up, we appreciate you showing some love to DK and spending some time with us here each day on the Dream Stream. Would not be here without all of you. We have a solo first place right now. Little Dave C in first place in the early classic. So it looks like looking at his roster right now, who does he have from this game going? Nobody. So he will likely lose this. A few people behind him with either some Bears or Packers decide to step up. He had Newton, Saquon, which when I poked in, you gave him your babysitter Billy last game, right?
11 points. Yeah, disappointing. Oh, Mitch smoked there by Kenny Clark. The only good Kenny, says I. And Kenny. Two good Kennys out there, Emerson. As Tater Hater pops in. I'm only here for one reason, to watch Money Mitch embarrass future former Green Bay quarterback Aaron Rodgers in a game. Fair enough, man. That's how it's been going so far, although Rodgers does have the only touchdown pass of the game so far. But there goes
Madden
that
Mitch!
man. Oh,
Right.
and he picked up the first without fumbling.
All right, well, here's the thing. So 27 yards on 3 carries. We see it all the time, Christian. He has these moments, especially like a first half. He's taking hits. He's hanging on to the football. And there was a sim I was on last week. It may have been with him, where all of a sudden we had like 3 straight drives with fumbles.
Yeah.
At a certain point, your luck runs out because the dudes hitting you on the defense are twice as big as you.
Yeah. Montgomery continues to be kind of a lost cause out of the backfield, except for that one touchdown run. Now 4 carries, 8 yards. Were I the Bears, I would just keep giving it to Tariq Cohen, who primed for a potential, a nice supporting role comeback season. I still wouldn't, take him in the top half of any of my season-long drafts. I think Montgomery proved he can be the guy, more than a guy, could be the guy. But Cohen is going to be a very nice addition there. And there's going to be plenty of dump-off passes to go around in Chicago this year. Depending, it doesn't even matter who's going to be the quarterback there. I got to imagine they're going to check down quite a bit when you consider it's Andy Dalton or Justin Fields. And, well, you could do a lot worse than having a guy like Cohen, who's absolute electricity out of the backfield, taking those carries up through, or taking those passes out of the backfield and upstream for it.
Montgomery was spectacular towards the end of the season, too.
Yeah, he really carried a lot of fantasy teams into the playoffs and beyond. Dude, just early on, he had some struggles just because the passing game wasn't really there. And then towards the end, he just kind of put the team on his back, upped his yards per carry average, upped his yards after contact number by a lot. Like yards after contact as a rookie, 1.6, pretty middling. After that, last year, 2.4, one of the better marks in the league. Dude was able to finish runs, to shuck off tackles, to get things done. And he brought some value in the passing game as well. 54 catches, good yards per target number, and great catch rate of just about 80%. Dude is just a hawk out there. He can get it done.
Yeah, so he was an RB20 after 10 weeks. But then as Madden Mitch goes in the air, it's pulled in, and that is a touchdown. Sip it, don't get in juice. Laid back. My mind on my money and my money on my mind. Bro, it only makes sense that he would score that because he looked phenomenal in the first quarter.
He did. I avoided him because I'm like, you know what? This guy, last game, 1 catch. Game before that, 2. Game before that, 2. Hadn't had double digits in any of his last 3 sims. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to chase that. Even at 5,200, not worth it. But no, once again, I am extremely wrong. Wide receiver 3 is coming to play today in Green Bay.
So I'm just looking at Montgomery's results schedule, just going back to him real quick. So RB20 after 10 weeks, but then his schedule down the stretch was ridiculously easy. So he played against the Packers twice, Lions, Texans, Vikings, Jaguars, which had him and helped him and launched him to RB4 status by the end of the year.
Yeah, no, dude was just so good late in the season. It was absolutely wonderful. He's a guy I really liked out of Iowa State. I was like, this dude's a beefy boy, runs hard, like should be able to keep going. Then he gets to that inactive week in week 10, and he comes back after that and just plays like a man possessed, almost 100 yards per game, 7 touchdowns in those final 6 games, 24, so averaging 4 catches per game too. Dude was a fantasy monster, and I'm sure there are a whole bunch of you out there like, nope, I put that guy in my lineup, and he won me a bunch of money, whether it was DFS or in my keeper league.
Ashley, I saw you earlier. Ashley E. saying MVS is my captain. Yeah, I knew Aaron Rodgers' days were numbered and done when they decided to bring the boat on board.
Yeah.
With Bortles breathing down his neck, like there's no way he'd be performing at an elite level right now anyway with that pressure of Blake Bortles behind him.
I mean, honestly, I think they brought him in there to snap him into shape, say we're not taking this lightly. If you want to go, we're fine. We got Blakey Boats ready to take over. That man brought the Jaguars within 1/4 of a Super Bowl. How dare you think you can take time off and not get replaced by old Blakes?
Noah Moon in the house, baby.
Yeah.
What's up, Noah? I've missed you.
Aaron
Ted
Fletcher,
Ginn.
Dan Cortez of DraftKings. I would watch an MTV Sports style show where you go out and just, I don't know, examine weird extreme sports. I'd be into that.
Yeah, I'd be totally into that.
Go ahead and make
Sign me up for anything weird. Last week, right? Just a few days ago, again, decided to call it quits.
Yeah.
Just turned 36, a 14 seasons, 6 different teams. Majority of his career with the Panthers. Speedy, an electric return man. Holds an NFL record along with Josh Cribbs with 2 100-yard return touchdowns recorded in a single game.
Yeah, dude was awesome. Awesome to watch at Ohio State, first and foremost.
Oh,
He gave the Buckeyes their one rare gleam of hope that day, that year that they faced the Florida Gators and quickly got out to that 7-0 start and then got over 42-14. I was like, oh, man. I didn't think Florida had it. Like, I'd seen them play at Vanderbilt earlier that year, and they barely escaped. I'm like, there's no way a team that barely beats Vandy is going to win the national championship. I'm all in on the Ohio State. Ginn returns that kickoff, 100 yards in the national title game. I'm like, oh, here it begins. No, wrong. Buckeyes overmatched. Why would you ever bet against Tim Tebow? Man had God on his side. Still does, as he attempts to make a comeback with America's team, the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wait, was that the year where also did Florida beat Ohio State in the basketball championship too?
Yes.
Did Florida? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that was Al Horford on that team?
Horford was on that team.
Yeah.
Joakim Noah.
Yeah.
Corey Torian Green. Yeah.
Good stuff, man.
I got to watch that team come to Nashville and lose in Memorial Gymnasium. So, I mean, a lot of good memories involved with those Florida programs between Urban Meyer and David Montgomery. No way. I appreciate that they went for it, Emerson. Not a lot of time left to play. Ends in the field of play, and this clock is going to run out. So why not go for it? Why not just throw it to the end zone 2 more times, 3 more times?
Did you see producer Drew? My favorite hypothetical ever was who had a worse Sugar Bowl, Troy Smith or Shane Falco? 30% owned though, Ted Ginn Jr. Everyone.
Weird play call there as the Bears, I guess, just happy to nurse this 7-point lead into the locker room. Sure. It's one way. That's one way to take on a division rival with an explosive offense. Just sit on a 7-point lead.
400 people kicking it with us on a Monday afternoon here as we have hit 4:30 on the East Coast. And we have hit halftime 14-7, the Bears in an NFC North throwdown. Madden Mitch, 9 of 11, 144 yards here, Christian. He's got a touchdown. Aaron Rodgers has thrown the ball just 6 times, 4 of 6. He's got a touchdown. Cohen leading on the ground, 9-49. Montgomery, 5 for 5. But my captain has himself a touchdown. Aaron Jones, 4 for 20. And then Mitch, 4 for 31 on the ground. What do you think? What'd you think about the first half? Which, by the way, Gid Jr. 14 yards away from the B word.
I mean, clearly we have a runaway, crusty cough post route MVP front runner, and it's old man Ginn turning back the clock to, well, not the early stages of his career, because he was pretty bad as a Dolphin. It was not worth a top 10 pick, but maybe the Panthers stages of his career when he's like, you know what, I can be a one-dimensional deep threat and still help my team. And that's exactly what he's done so far today, under 20 yards away from the bonus along with the touchdown, having one hell of a day. I'm just waiting to see what Madden Mitch does in the second half, Emerson. He's been great so far, but obviously the wheels can come off at any time. The man is the Ford Pinto of NFL quarterbacks. A slight collision can make him explode in the worst possible ways. So we will have to wait and see if he can keep this up. If the Bears can cruise to an upset victory over their most hated rival, or if the Packers will hold serve and just take care of business here. Pack going to start the second half with the ball.
I think so. Devontae Adams has nothing. Devontae Adams has absolutely nothing right now.
Yes, according to my lineup, that's correct. He and Jimmy Graham are both bagels right now. They're wearing the goggles 0.0. I'm currently 99th of our 135 entry Meat Muffin Monday.
Hearing you say meat muffin?
Yeah, meat muffin. Meat muffin
Monday. First time playing Fortnite. Hello, Muffin. Wes says, dang, I just looked. I pulled Ginn out for Jimmy Graham. What did I do to myself? Screws yourself, bro. Not ideal. Ernest, I don't know why you said this. They're not my Steelers, but he says breaking news: the Emerson Steelers signed Melvin Ingram, and they did in fact. There's MVS, third reception.
Yeah,
big-time Pro Bowler.
Yeah, dude, I loved him coming out of South Carolina. I was kind of bummed that the Patriots didn't have the draft capital to go up and get him, and like he's a little bit like he's a little bit stocky for a defensive end. So like it's kind of surprising he's been as good as he has. He did really kind of fall off last season though. Like the QB hits weren't there. He didn't have a single sack. But the Steelers, I mean, that's a great place for him to go, settle into a rotational role. You know, play on the opposite side of TJ Watt and let things just open up for him. There's enough depth there for him to really shine from moment to moment. And I mean, a scary defense gets a little scarier as long as Ingram has something left in the tank. Oh,
I saw Tater Hater drop the news in about the Manning brothers. So it says they're going to host alternate Monday Night Football broadcast. So is that official? The main Monday Night Football broadcast, the Manning brothers are just going to rotate?
No, not the main one. They're going to do like a simulcast or a second screen thing where I think it's like ESPN2 or whatever, and it'll just be Manning on Manning crime, just those two. I mean, I'm sure dropping some very knowledgeable insights, but also I'm sure they're going to be like a lot of weird Manning family inside jokes that we're subjected to. It's going to be like that This Is Sports Center commercial where they're walking through the halls and
like kicking and pinching each other. Yeah.
Which, to be fair, it would still be a million times better than listening to Jason Witten do anything.
Well, I think there's a reason he was one and done. By the way, Aaron Rodgers at X Factor lit up. I don't think AI can intercept him.
Oh man!
When he's lit up like that, and MVS may be getting close to 100 yards.
And that might be the bonus right there. It
Yeah,
is.
that is.
For a touchdown. So Old Man Ginn, you have been supplanted atop the Krusty Koff MVP pecking order by MVS. His salary went up, and he is playing like a guy worthy of a raise. 5 for 104 and a touchdown.
All right, Aaron Rodgers dialed in, and we got
Devontae,
ourselves a
touchdown.
touchdown. There you go. With that, his first catch in this game, first catch, and it's going for a touchdown. Devontae Adams.
First catch. He had a carry earlier that might have been a toss, like a forward pass, but I'm not sure. No, according to ops, he had one. No, that was it. That was the one. Never mind.
All right. I was going to say, not shock me if I was wrong. Happens a lot. 10 games. Each of the next 3 seasons will be the Peyton Manning, Eli Manning duo. A mega cast on ESPN2 and ESPN Plus. ESPN's going to produce it in conjunction with Peyton Manning's Omaha Productions. He actually production company called Omaha. Well, that's like that's Adam Sandler with Happy Madison Productions, right?
Yeah.
I love that. Cool, man. They're pretty likable dudes, at least in my opinion. I look at them, I'm like, these guys are funny.
They'll keep it light. I mean, they'll be Booger. They'll be better than like Booger too. I gotta imagine. Like Booger was.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to Zach behind the scenes, Devontae had 1 catch for 6 yards before the touchdown catch. So there we go.
Okay, there you go. Couple grabs for him.
So we see it, buyers. Luke, thank you for the corrections. You guys to correct the second catch of the day. Had 1 for 6 before that. Now, not quite living up to his 9K salary, but on his way, perhaps, as Madden Mitch picks up a few with a strike to Cohen.
You know, one thing I missed and I meant to bring up earlier was I'm pretty sure we had a tight end 2 signing from the Bears, a Demetrius Harris reception. I saw 86, and you were in the middle of a very good comment, so I did not want to interrupt you. And that's important to point out. Look at this thing, bro. I've done some mad damage to this.
You have. I'm impressed that you're eating with utensils instead of just cutting off slices and just like smashing your face into it.
Well, that's what it is. I have this little knife here. So don't mess with me, or I'll shank you. And then these two won't leave me alone.
So do they get like the actual like flesh of the melon itself, or are they just chowing down on some rinds for that fiber? Like
No. I'll give them a couple pieces of like the regular meat. Yeah, watermelon's fine for dogs.
Yeah.
But they recently discovered it like this week, so it's like it's the whole once it hits your lips thing. And now my dogs are absolutely obsessed with watermelon. All right, 2nd and 10. Tariq Cohen on the reception, 4 of them now. There's been some games when we've been on these together and Cohen is like a 10-catch player for Matt and Mitch. When Matt and Mitch has those games where he feels like running for 150 yards, he may complete like 12 passes, but 10 of them are going to be dump-offs to Cohen. It's on 3rd and 10. He's going for the first down, and that's incomplete.
So Magic perhaps wearing off. I think we're going to get our first punt of the day from the Bears on this one. They've let the clock run out of them in the second quarter, and then they also biffed an Eddie P field goal from 53. So this is our first punt action from Chicago, and the Packers are going to get a chance to take the lead here with a nice enough drive. Is that going to check and they're going to have to go 90,
at the 1.
Adam Donald, you monster. Great kick.
All right, I've got my two. I don't know if you can hear it. I've got the two dogs just wrestling underneath me right now. We are having the time of our life.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Keep breaking tackles, baby. Aaron Jones out to the 30. Now up to 49 yards, just like that.
Packers beginning to come alive here. Jones, newly extended, 4 years, $48 million. Good price for a running back for Aaron Jones, not for the Packers, of course, but they will have some solid insurance behind him. We have a Funchess sighting.
Do we? Yeah.
1 for 14. So we got Funch on the board. Could the Lazard King be next? We'll have to see. Yeah, Jones going to get his share of everything in Green Bay because that's what he does. But there's also the man out of Boston College. Is that Funch again, or is that is MVS, of course. The man out of Boston College, the real quad father. Have you ever seen him in the short shorts?
AJ.
Dude looks like he squats about 3,000 pounds. Not even like max, just for reps, just because he can. Dude is a truck, and now he is going to roll into those carries Jamal Williams vacated. Williams now a Detroit Lion and a pretty good back who should get some decent opportunities there in Detroit alongside DeAndre Swift. But I'm excited to see what Dillon can do with a little bit more complete body of work. Limited snaps last year. Looks great. Had that 100-yard game late in the season when Jones couldn't go. So we'll have to wait and see if he can be this true monster that he was in that blowout win over Tennessee, 124 yards, pair of touchdowns, or if maybe he'll have a platoon guy, because he's like a specialized kind of guy, right? Like he's monster. He's 6 feet. He's like 250. And those guys kind of get typecast in that like goal line back roll, or like, oh, they're going to be more LeGarrette Blount than anything else. And Dillon's got to prove they can catch some passes and be a little bit more than just a pile pusher.
Aaron Rodgers, once again, X Factor lit up. Nothing there. Looking for Mercedes Lewis. 2nd and 10 coming up. Inside 2 minutes to play here in the third quarter. We've got an NBA edition of the slate coming up next. Chirag and Julian will be here to answer your questions. They'll look ahead to Game 6 of the NBA Finals in Milwaukee tomorrow night. The Bucks hanging on to a 3-2 lead right now. Christian has already brought us inside the region and how weird things are getting in the Milwaukee area. Steelers at the Dolphins. Glash and Kenny will then have you for the 6 o'clock sim. And I know it doesn't happen a lot, but I figured I'd just bring it up and remind all of you anyway. I will be making a rare appearance on the late slate on Wednesday night, 8 o'clock, smack dab down the middle. Aaron Jones from Aaron Rodgers, and Green Bay has its first lead of the day.
Beautiful there. So 3 touchdown passes now from Rodgers, 1 to MVS, 1 to Devontae Adams. And now Aaron Jones getting into this. I just realized that I am on the schedule for what will be the middle of that Bucks-Suns game tomorrow night. I'll be on the 10 p.m. with Tom Ace, so should be another good distraction.
10 o'clock?
10 o'clock.
Tomorrow?
Yeah. Forgot all about it. We've been having great luck. Like whenever we've been going to our Paul's neighborhood bar out here to watch these games and get a couple buckets on High Life, and we've seen some absolute classics there that have broken in the Bucks' favor. The Game 7 win over the Nets. Yes, the Drew Holiday steal in Game 5. Yes, watched it there. So we're like, oh, maybe we got to go back Tuesday now. Now, I don't know. Maybe I just take the laptop to the bar, and poor Tom has to just interpret my sign language and talk on the stream for me.
I haven't been with Tom, I think, in months on one of these things. So yeah, Wednesday night, 8:00, I'll be there hanging with him.
Nice.
Probably see a rare appearance again from my roommate. She'll be on the couch watching some kind of garbage reality show, which I also enjoy. So I do watching a lot of Below Deck. We caught up on Below Deck Mediterranean last night. Wow. Producer Drew, are you still into that stuff? That chef is weak. I'm not a fan.
I know
Anyhow.
nothing about the show, only that one of my former high school classmates was on it for a while.
Oh my God. I can't remember if you told me that or not before. I'm still amazed though if you have.
Yeah, Kat. I don't know if she's still on it or not. I just saw like the local papers like, oh, local woman on terrible TV show. And I was like, yeah, that sounds right.
Local woman on terrible. Yeah, I remember her. It was 2013. I was on that season.
Oh, okay.
We were on our Get the Green, our Monday edition of Get the Green, 3:00. Reed and I were talking a little bit about the British Open, a little bit about the 3M Open, which is going to be going down there, land of 10,000 lakes this week.
Ooh.
But then we also dove into the Olympics a little bit. And I started looking around, started looking at all the sports that they have. So we got like 33 sports. And I was looking at some of them, which are very unique. And I'm thinking, which one, if I could, any sport, any Olympic sport, if I could be good at one of them, which one would it be? And then like you popped on and I'm looking at you, I'm like, dude, you are a badminton player through and through. Like you roll into the YMCA, the badminton court, I'd be like, I am not going up against that guy. I would
Headband
coward.
Flow back, maybe
Yes.
some sporting capris. You know.
Yes. Would that be the sport you would choose?
I mean, if we're doing like I think I might like go with like one of the.
I'd go weird.
Like
What
throw
would
in
you-
like Greco-Roman wrestling. That way I can Kurt Angle my
Ooh.
way to a second career later, or at the very least just get some good-looking cauliflower ears, so people would just opt not to mess with me. Like they would be like, "Don't fight." That's one thing. It's like you don't fight people with cauliflower ear or tattoos above the neck. Those are like your way of opting out of polite conversation or getting messed with at the bar. Like you have like face tattoo or just the ear that looks like it's about to pop at any given moment. Those are nature's warning signs of do not mess with this person, I feel.
And as I'm like ripping through all of these too, dude, which wrestling is a good one.
It's a lot of weird
I'm
ones.
like reminded, how some of these ended up being Olympic sports. But okay, cool. Handball. I mean, being good at karate would be sick. That'd be super cool. I like how skateboarding's part of it now. Trampoline. I don't understand that one.
It's bouncing and flipping. Bouncing and flipping.
So a lot of us do that growing up. Little trampoline in the backyard, or you have a neighbor whose parents are richer than yours, so you go over to their house and jump on their trampoline. Okay, I wouldn't hate that. I forgot 3-on-3 basketball is one now.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool. Although the U.S. did
Ours- Yeah, bad, rough. Fencing. Samir says boxing, which every time like Samir and I talk about fighting each other, he has to remind me that he like used to be a boxer, like back in the day. And I'm like, okay, dude, I get it. And then I back down.
I think it depends on like what you're looking for. Like, do you want like notoriety, or do you want to win your gold medal and like live in peace afterwards? Because then like, oh, okay, I want some notoriety. Okay, then like swimming, like what are the events where you remember the gold medalists? It's like swimming, track and field, basketball, but like basketball is more because you already know the basketball players out there.
Yeah, I think I'd want to do something different, because I can still go to the YMCA and be a sick men's league dude, like whatever. but I can't just go anywhere and be a badass world-class fencer. As on 3rd and 7, Aaron Rodgers is dropped. Now the punting unit will enter the playing surface.
Maybe gonna get a decent finish here. Bears D comes out to play. Rodgers might have had some room if he'd gotten past Charles Leno, but he did not. Now Madden Mitch gonna get a chance to do this again. Cry 2 tears in bucket. Emerson, I can see you and Christian as a synchronized couple swimming team. Yeah,
dude, I'd do that with you. We'd have, Glash can be like the guy who makes sure we don't have hair on our back. He can shave our backs for us or nair us up, because you have to be super smooth. Nobody in those water sports has a single hair on their body.
Exactly. It's all about that aerodynamics, and you don't want any of that water resistance. Mitch, what are you doing, buddy? Going the wrong way. As Darius Smith gets the sack there. There are also like the other Olympic sports where it feels like if you worked hard enough at it, that maybe you could just kind of like brute force your way in, like despite not having done it growing up, like fancy horse dancing or I want to say
equestrian.
Yeah,
okay.
Equestrian. Archery feels like the kind of thing where like you have the right temperament for it and you're willing to put in the hours. You could get like, because if you're like a track savant or a swimming savant, you have to like be in there and competing by the time you're like 12.
Yeah.
I feel like archery might be the
nice hookup. Who do we got? All right, there he is. He's at the bonus, right?
Who else? Old man Ginn back into the catbird seat as the crusty cough player of the game. Big time catch there. Bears first down on the right side of the field.
One sec. I gotta buzz these people in.
Yeah. Bounce the cat, bring it up. See, so yeah, I feel like biathlon would be something where another one where you're older, you might be able to find your way into it, like those endurance sports kind of, especially the Winter Olympics, because they're a little bit less popular, a little bit less competition. One of the things I always think about, because we have a whole bunch of Olympians from my area, is curling, and whether or not, had I picked up curling when I first moved out to Wisconsin, whether or not I could have maybe gotten good enough, not to play on an Olympic team, but like maybe get my way to the Olympic trials. There are a lot of great leagues out here with a lot of great players. And again, it definitely feels like sliding stones on ice does not require you to be a top 1% athlete. I'm sure it requires a ton of focus and hard work, and not discounting it, but it's not so much a genetic race in the way that like swimming or track is. Like you can go out and curl or be an archer with a whole variety of different body types rather than the one you see when you are dealing with like most Olympic athletes, right?
Curling is definitely like a very popular selection in the Winter Olympics category. It's one of those things we all sit on our couch and say to ourselves, "Oh man, I could have done that," When really we try it like once, can't even stand on ice.
Oh, just getting the touchdown. It's like the same thing with like watching the guys play like cornhole on the ACL on the Dream Stream. It's like, oh yeah, I could definitely do that. Maybe like 1 in 4 shots you'll have like a pro level shot, but like for the most part you're just sliding stones off the ice and blasting people on the sideline. Every third throw you turn into Christian Hackenberg. It's not easy. There's a lot going on.
I mean, naturally for me, it'd probably be like weightlifting, but water polo also is pretty sick. Imagine being the world's best water polo player.
Dude, you'd be in such insane shape like that.
I know.
Workout. You have cardio for days there. You could probably go from your water polo game, run a marathon, and then complete the other end of that doubleheader without getting winded.
That sounds like you'd be a triathlon athlete then if you could do all that.
Yeah, I feel like you might be right there. First time playing Fortnite. Thoughts on the cardboard box beds at the Olympics? Yes, but
I've heard about that.
Here because this is a family show. Anthony Miller, my captain, off the milk carton and into my heart. Touchdown ties this game up at 21. Eddie Pinheiro extra point pending. Packers will have about 5 minutes to mount their response.
Is sports climbing just rock climbing?
Yeah.
Okay. They just throw like kind of sport in front of it to make it seem a little more rough.
Yeah, a little, yeah.
Sportsy.
Right. Which is very tremendous athletic endeavor. Like I have a friend up here who's into climbing and owns his own climbing gym, and dude is in the most insane shape of anyone I know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's one of those things that's so niche that well, I guess it's cool that it made it in the Olympics. Ooh, excuse me.
Yeah, anyone I know who climbs, like I feel like we all have that one friend who climbs, or like super I'd say very in shape, maybe slender, and like there's veins popping out all over their arms and body. And I said, dude, I think you have a lot of veins.
Yeah, if they shake your hand, it like breaks 3 fingers. They got those like witch hands. They're just like nothing but sinew and calluses. Aaron Jones continuing to have a decent little day, picking up about 9 on the ground there. Up to only 59 on the ground, but he does have that receiving touchdown. That'll put him up to about 18 points in the flex. So returning some value on that high 9K plus salary today.
Appreciate all 407 of you watching over on YouTube right now. Much love to our Twitch fam as well, around 75, kicking it with us. Who was it just saying, Maven CEA saying, you should send Big Brother an audition tape?
Yeah, he was impressed about my ability to speak for 3-4 minutes straight without taking a breath. I'm like Kenny G. I can just breathe in through the nose and continue the note going. Yeah. I'm like Kenny G in a lot of ways when you think about it, Emerson Lexia. I'm also very handsome and very skilled at the alto sax.
Are you really though?
No, of course not.
Okay, all right. No, I'm going to absolutely flip my you-know-what if I just was discovering you were good at saxophone, because we would have had to have combined you and LaMarca on a sim. I would have hated myself for not knowing that fun fact about you, but it turns out it was just fake news.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, no, I see. I heard it after I brought it up, and I'm like, I can't even pretend to keep this lie going, because I will be called out on it immediately. They're gonna understand that I'm not LaMarca, and my nemesis and I will have to hop on a stream together. He's gonna nuke me when I don't even own a saxophone, and then no one will take my claims of trivia superiority seriously.
Yep.
Big third down coming here for the Pack. They
Let's
give it
go,
to
Jones gets it.
Gets it.
Someone was asking over on Twitch or YouTube, I forget which one, who scored the last touchdown. That is Mr. Anthony Miller. He scored the last one for the Bears. Devontae Adams scoring the last one for the Packers, I think, if my memory is not wrong. And Miller would be Christian's captain. Aaron Rodgers is slinging it throughout the pocket. Hey, look who it is, baby.
2 for
Another one.
28 yards. Not nearly being the Devin Funchess we were promised, but being a lot closer to the Devin Funchess the Packers will probably get in 2021, assuming he even makes the team, because who the hell knows. Has only played 1 game the past 2 seasons. Missed most of 2019 due to injury and opted out last season. But there he is again.
How much of a bummer would that be for him? Because wasn't last year his first year, right? Last year was his first year with him, but then he sat out.
Yep.
And then it's like you're healthy, you come back. There's questions if you're going to make the team. And then I would be questioning, do I want to be on this team if Aaron Rodgers is not here?
Right. Yeah, poor Devin Funchess just getting overthrown by Jordan Love 3 times a game.
All right, first and goal.
And this has the added benefit of grinding down some clock. The Bears opting not to use a timeout left yet. They do have all 3 left. Both teams do. Might be Jones getting the call here again from the 3, which would be music to the ears of the millions of you who played the versatile RB1 in their lineups.
He gets it again, and that sweep at the goal line works 1 out of 1,000 times.
In that case, Mac got in there and ruined his day. But again, would keep the clock running. In this case, forces the Bears to burn a timeout rather than let this get to 3rd and goal with under a minute to play.
First time playing Fortnite, says Jamal is just going to vulture it. Just stick it to me. No, that looks like Jones back there, dude. They give it to him again. Oh, my God.
Terrible play call there. LaFleur. Well, another timeout taken. We're going to get a Mason Crosby chip shot, and then Mad Mitch is going to get about 1 minute and 15 seconds and 1 timeout to lead a game-winning comeback in hostile territory. The frozen tundra of Lambeau Field.
Right after us, an NBA edition of the slate. My guys Shirag and Jules will be hanging out with you. So if you got any questions ahead of Game 6 tomorrow night, bring it. Bring it. These guys will help you out. DFS, sports betting, whatever it is. Good dudes to ask questions about basketball too. So minute 23 to go here. And then Glash and Kenny will have you for the first sim on the late slate. Those two spent the past 72 hours with each other. I'm sure they have some interesting stories to share about spending 72 hours with each other. Inside Kenny's new apartment, which uses the Wi-Fi from the hospital next door. Glash meeting Harlow, Kenny's 6-month-old daughter with 4 legs. Cristobal says, smells like overtime.
A little bit. Sorry, I had to go check out why Cole Beasley is trending today, and it's for the exact same reasons you'd expect.
Okay. All right. Well, it's interesting that you could probably read about that, right? Poster out.
Yeah. We talked up how the Bills, despite having Cole Beasley on the roster, have been doing a much better job vaccinating than you might think, and how we owe them an apology. Also, a team we don't owe an apology, the godforsaken Houston Texans. How bad will they be in 2021, and is it by design? Got that waiting for you in today's postroute.substack.com.
All right, 2nd and 10, Matt and Mitch on the ground.
Going to burn some clock. He didn't pick up many yards, so kind of a wasted play there. 3rd and 7 coming up. Clock going to get down to about 50 before he gets another snap off here.
Dude, Cry to Tears says, do you think that they have a bunch of secret pictures like The Hangover on Kenny's phone? You will have to tune in at 6, bring all of those questions to the table. A-Rob can't get out of bounds. They still have a time. Did they? All right, they do have a timeout left. Okay.
Problem is they need to start throwing it long here if they want to get an Eddie Pinheiro field goal range. We already saw him donk a 53-yarder. And
4th and 1, he gets the first down. Better hang on to that football.
Doesn't matter. Not enough time left to get back. Oh no, they got a timeout. I apologize. I
Dude,
thought
that's
they
what I'm saying. Like, they have a freaking timeout. I didn't understand any of that.
Yeah. So now, okay, not better, but you got to shoot for the end zone here. You can't afford anything short unless you're getting out of bounds, and we know that is probably not going to be an option based on a year plus of watching these sims. So send everyone vertical and hope Mitch can throw it about 60 yards in the air. That's the strategy right now.
Here it comes. Definitely not 60 yards in the air, but definitely an incompletion.
Well, at least that stops the clock. Could have been worse. Possibly the last play of the game here, unless Mitch bounces one to the turf again, which again might work out in the long run for this Bears team. Saying the line to make is the 37, which would give Pinheiro 50. Oh!
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It's intercepted. It is intercepted. That is going to be the ball game with 1 second to go on the game clock.
Poor A.R. Brock, losing by one with Trubisky, need this first. Mitch runs for the first and then throws a negative 1 point interception on his last snap of the day. That could be heartbreaking. Hopefully, AR, that won't affect your standing. You're going to get paid in this one. And speaking of getting paid, that win bonus going right into Aaron Rodgers' paycheck because he has held off the hated division rival Chicago Bears at home, a comeback victory for the Packers, and the Bears still suck. Bears still suck.
Damn. AR, just my condolences to AR Brock, who says over on Twitch,
oh no,
I lost because of that. Wow, I lost by 0.18. Oh,
brutal.
it is brutal, dude.
It's a killer. That is a
all right.
killer.
You got your players, because we got 2 hoop heads standing by. We got to toss it over to.
Yeah. Right. Let's go ahead and we will. Well, I guess we got a crusty cough, old man Ginn, because what a day he had!
Yeah.
Not only getting into the bonus, but outlasting MVS for the honor. 25 in the flex for him. Yeah. Yep. So once Ginn gets the bonus there, he'll have more points than him, and he was about slightly less owned, so he's going to be our crusty golf player of the game. And for that babysitter Billy, not my kid award. Ooh, Jimmy Graham's up there. Allen Robinson's up there. Funch is up there, but ultimately, I think we got to give it to Jimmy Graham. Only 3 points in the flex today for a sometimes reliable tight end. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and a lot of good options in this one. Funches would have been a good one, but Jimmy Graham, you are the babysitter Billy, not my kid award winner for this one.
Love you, man. Good hanging with you. I'm glad you were able to make the 4 o'clock today, dude.
Yeah, always a pleasure. I love these games, these hang sessions, getting the best friend squad together, and I also enjoy getting paid. So really a win-win for me.
It really is. It's phenomenal, isn't it? Isn't it incredible how all that works out? You work and get paid for it. Producer Drew, Samir's been really stressed out today. So if you guys follow him on social media, send him a message later tonight. Let him know you love him. Z-Dub and Band behind the scenes. Appreciate all of you. DK Sim fam, love you. You're my number one, always and forever. Okay, NBA edition of the slate coming up right now. We got Shra, we got Jewel standing by. Bring all of your basketball questions. Have a conversation with these dudes because they are super conversational. Shirag, go ahead, my friend. I have missed you.
I've missed you too, bro. And the conversation starts with Weathergate. How you doing, Emerson? It's been a minute since I last seen you.
I was not going to bring it up, but I heard I heard that you are trying to steal my ... thunder.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Got to get a little diss on that one.
Okay, man. Well, just so you know, thanks for your help with, my 11 months of working my tail off to eliminate Wild Weather Wednesday. I brought in the closer, and together we teamed up on it. But I did about 95% of the work. I love you, and have a great show. I got to go.
Peace, bro. What's up, Jules? How you
Welcome to
doing? What's up,
transition.
DK Sim fam? It's an exciting Monday to be here. The NBA Finals are almost over, but we are still here, plugging away at some fun stuff. Julian.
NBA's
take the
gone
floor.
on too long, man. This year, it just keeps going and going.
I
And
mean-
nothing is as it seems because I can't pick a game for my life anymore. So
Yeah. I want to ask you, how do you feel about the fact that the Olympics are literally a few days after the NBA Finals ends?
yeah, it's crazy, right? Like Team USA has with the guys that are out for COVID protocols and the guys that aren't on the team with the team yet, they barely have any players because you have guys, Middleton, Holiday, Booker, all these guys are on Team USA, want to play in the Olympics. They're going right down to the wire in the NBA Finals. Got to shoot over there with no chemistry with the team. And Team USA obviously has been coming up really short compared to expectations, not just spread wise against the number, but losing games outright as 30, 20-point favorites. It's going to be interesting to see how this team gels in Tokyo, and it's going to be interesting to see can they put it together? Can they basically, we're going to see if they have a switch to flip or not.
I believe that they possibly do, but the world has amped up its game. There's nothing saying over the last 10 years or 3 to 5 Olympics, we've seen the world get progressively better. And now we have a lot of NBA players that are on other national teams. So
right.
I think this sets up for a scenario where we will have some pretty good competitive games. DFS contests will be live starting on Friday. That is my understanding. Not confirmed per sources, but I got the plug.
I will have there's already some spreads up. I will have a few best bet articles throughout the Olympics if you got to scratch that itch and you're just not done betting basketball yet. Also the tournament, DraftKings put up lines for TBT today.
Yep.
And is one of the only major books doing so. It is hard to find a place to bet on those games, and DraftKings has them. And that's also some very entertaining basketball.
And our friends over at DK Nation, the other side of DK Nation, is considering creating some content for TBT as well.
There you go.
So if you need an itch to scratch, there it is. We got some more hoops coming your way, but tell the people about your football lineup too. I want them to know about what you're going to be considering to produce this upcoming NFL season, because that's what we're heading into very soon.
Yeah, gonna have a lot of NFL futures stuff. I've been at DraftKings over 6 years now, and this is pretty much my first summer not contributing to baseball content, which is great because you don't want my opinion in baseball, and it gives me a lot of time to work on some other things. So let me just count right here: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, so I'm gonna probably have 8 to 10 NFL futures plays that will trickle out an article at a time. I know that just like we did for NBA, which round of applause for the other writers, I thought they did a really good job previewing every division. We're going to have every division preview. I know I will have the NFC South and the AFC East and some of the other guys. I think Reed Fowler and Matt Meiselman.
That's correct.
Rounding out that crew, previewing some divisions with me.
Yep.
So yeah, at least 8, maybe more NFL futures articles, and then those division previews. Not to mention 5 college football articles.
So even though the basketball season is wrapping up, we are gearing up over here on the Playbook side to give you some
And we are 10 days out from the NBA draft, which I will definitely have an NBA draft best bets article. because betting drafts is just the best.
Yeah. I mean, there's a huge edge in just kind of doing research and figuring out team needs and stuff like that. From that time when I went 10 for 10 in the first round, like,
we will never hear the end of that one.
yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. All it takes is some time and some research. There's some weird lines, and I think that there's an opportunity for our viewers to be able to cash out.
And on top of the NBA draft bets best bets article, I can't say best bets today for some reason.
Say that
Best
quickly.
bets
10 times
article.
fast.
Next Tuesday, we will be having NBA draft expert from Stadium, Jeff Goodman, on the Unreasonable Odds podcast to give some of his opinions and takes on the NBA draft, which hopefully pushes us in the direction of a couple of bets using his inside information and knowledge from talking to people around the league.
Hey man, that's always a cut above. When you can get the greatest talent to jump on Unreasonable Odds, makes it a must-watch show.
We swing for the fences with the guests.
All right, let's get into the NBA Finals. Game 6, backs against the walls for the Suns. I expect them to come out and definitely make a game of it. Game 5, Suns blasted to that early lead and then just choked it completely away. Every single piece fell right for the Bucks, but can Chris Paul wake up for one game? I mean, is that wrist to the point where he went from being a Hall of Fame point guard to just a normal starter due to all the turnovers?
The turnovers are so out of character. Those have been the thing, and they've just costed games. Chris Paul turned over game 4. Devin Booker turned over game 5. And that's the difference in the series. That's the difference in the series being if the bounces go their way both times, and the honest block, of course, it's over in 5. If they split the bounces, you go 1-1. You know, you're up 3-2 going into game 6, looking to close on the road with the game 7 in your back pocket. They didn't close either. And, you know, it's looking pretty ugly now with the Bucks coming back and winning 3. It reminds me a lot of the other side of it when the Bucks were up 2-0 in 2019 on the Raptors in the Eastern Conference Finals, and everybody thought that one was over. Giannis is gonna get to his first final, and the Raptors came back and won 4 in a row. So Bucks are heavy favorites in this one. They deserve to be. Something tells me this series I've had a Suns bias because I've been saying Suns all along, but something tells me this series gets a little weird now, just like it did last game, and the Suns, more desperate, can find a way to pull this off, with the Bucks kind of having all the pressure on them at home to close this and never having been in this situation. I'll get a little contrarian, I guess, and go with Phoenix. But who knows, man? Like, this playoffs has just been ridiculous. This is coming from somebody that had Suns first half on Saturday night. Felt pretty good, up 16 after the first quarter.
Yep.
And Giannis plays, is on the bench half of that second quarter, and you still get blown out of the water in that second quarter and trail at halftime. So the Suns are going to have to bring it.
Yeah. Suns sitting right now, +5 on the spread, +170 on the money line. The total is up a little bit after that shootout. We closed the line on game 5 around 220, if I'm not mistaken. So we're up a couple points with that as well. Do you feel that there's some value? You mentioned the Suns are going to be desperate. They have a chance here, +5. We mentioned them on Monday's show. What's it, 2 weeks ago? Yeah, because I couldn't jump on Wednesday and we didn't have a show on Wednesday. It was 2 weeks ago or so. We mentioned Suns +4.5 going into, what was that, game 3, game 4?
This was last week then, right? A week ago.
Well, yeah. Monday's already over. It's already 5 o'clock, man. It's two Mondays.
Well, last Monday, we would have been going into game 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like them at +4.5. Now the spread is 5. Pressure on them. I think that they kind of go back to that hack of Giannis kind of formula. I think if this game starts getting a little bit out of hand, that the Suns muck it up and try to make Giannis hit his free throws. He's a much better free throw shooter at home because there's not this massive countdown that he has to deal with on the road. And what's really funny is that the countdown, even though the money counting man or whatever that went viral during the game, he wasn't even the funniest part. The funniest part to me is that Giannis actually made it in that 10-second window on the count.
Yep.
So
he's been shooting them quicker. He shoots them better when he shoots them quicker, and he shoots them quicker at home generally. He took that onto the road a little bit.
And then he missed all those free throws in the fourth quarter, gets a tap out where Middleton gets fouled. He missed the free throw to keep it close too. But I think that's the only Suns solution here is to get everybody out of a rhythm. The Bucks have found their rhythm. Drew Holiday now in the zone. Chris Middleton had found it already at home, and now they're coming back home to get going again. I think that the only way to really change this series to make a big adjustment is to go to that Hack of Giannis formula and slow this game down. If they can get out of
Is that good or
the
bad
Bucks are
for the
ahead.
total though? Is that you think that means more or less points?
I'm seeing less. I think a slow down, grinded out game, and yeah, we had a great shootout in game 5, but is Devin Booker gonna score 40 again? That kind of throws their entire offense out of rhythm. This team has been a pass the ball, get everybody involved, and just do it what they were doing. Jay Crowder was on fire and then he disappears. Bridges on fire and then disappears. Why did that happen? I think it's because Devin Booker took on such a large scoring load and they needed it. Yes, they needed it to stay competitive, stay within that game. But this team is founded on team ball and they need to spread the wealth around, keep everyone involved, keep everyone engaged, and then muck it up on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's this narrative coming, and the Suns do need to kind of grind the game out a little bit. I agree with that. But I think there's this narrative now getting that game 5 win on the road that Milwaukee has broken down whatever, wall they've had in big moments. And they have to a degree in the last couple of games, but the job isn't finished. So I think now you're going to be in this spot at home trying to finish it for the first time. And I don't know. I feel like they're going to tighten up. I feel like they're going to tighten up in this spot. So just even like the Suns, who won, they closed out the Lakers on the road in game 6. They closed out Denver on the road in game 4. Then they had the big chance to close out the Clippers when everybody thought they were going to close out the Clippers at home in game 5, and they blew it. They bounced back in game 6. Milwaukee could bounce back in a game 7 in Phoenix. I'm not saying they won't. But I think they're going to have a tougher time closing this series out than is kind of expected. The narrative is just kind of, okay, they got that game. Now the series is over in 6 in Milwaukee.
Yeah. Questions coming in from the chat. If you have a question, make sure to drop it in. Our fantastic team will make sure to share it with us. Captain Ayton tomorrow. How are you feeling about that play? Ayton is going to cost you at $12,300 in the captain spot. Do need a little bit of salary savings because Giannis is pretty much a lock in this series. You can't fade him. Doesn't make any sense. Even if you wanted to, the floor relative to his upside is just too secure and high. Does Ayton make sense as his salary?
Yeah, so I mean, he's cheap. And, we kind of said from the start of the series, it's a good matchup for Ayton. And after that big game 1, he's fallen off to, most of the games, 3 out of the last 4 games. He's been right around 40 DraftKings points. So if you get your 40 there, is that worth it compared to the guys priced above him? Drew Holiday had the big game last game, but he has had his inconsistencies. Chris Paul's had plenty of issues. And Middleton does play better at home generally. But he hasn't been that much better of a fantasy player than Ayton in this series. So it really leaves Booker, who's been great the last 2 games, but even, scoring 42 the last time in Milwaukee, he had 46 DraftKings points. So it's like just the scoring. Giannis is really the only slam dunk must play option, like you're saying, I don't hate going with Ayton, the cheapest, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cheapest player on the slate, and has just as much upside, I guess, as the 4 guys priced above him, you eliminating Giannis from that conversation. I don't mind it.
Okay. Yeah, I like Ayton. I mean, we need an Ayton game if the Suns are going to make something of this. He played 45 minutes in game 5. He wasn't in foul trouble. In even that game that he was in foul trouble, it's not like he had a horrible performance. In those 24 minutes, he still was able to put 32 points, and I think they let him play. You saw at the end of that game, they were kind of letting him play that Booker screen where he hit, I think it was Middleton, and then just went off. They're going to let them play, or at least that's what I hope they would let them play in a critical game 6 with the entire world watching.
Yeah, I think they will let them play in this game. I'm not really worried about anybody getting into any foul trouble.
Yeah, so Ayton makes a lot of sense, but what are the lineups or value plays that you would consider if playing Giannis in the captain spot? Because that's obviously going to be a popular build. The man has dropped 50 plus fantasy points in the last time he didn't was against Atlanta, and that was when he got hurt. So popular build with Giannis up top, but who are the cheap guys that you're considering? We have a scenario where Craig has been playing healthy amount of minutes, but what is he doing? Not really that much. Cam Johnson was playing really great, and then all of a sudden gets his minutes cut and doesn't do as well. He has to step up a little bit, but what's standing out to you from the cheap guys? I mean, even Bobby Portis, is that someone that jumps off the radar at home?
Yeah, so Bobby Portis is even he's a little expensive at 5,000. PJ Tucker is probably the cheapest guy I would want to play. 3,400. He's peaked at 4,600 in the series. We know he can get 15 to 20 DraftKings points. He's down to a series low 3,400, and he's picked up 5 fouls each of the last 3 games. He's played 29 and 24 minutes the last couple. If he can stick on the floor for his, 32, 33, 35, like he did in the first few games, it's probably a good buy low spot on PJ Tucker at home. Just because you're getting a guy that's going to get the minutes, I guess, for a really cheap salary. That's safe because it's really hard to find values as the series goes on. Because number one, these teams are kind of learning what the other one is doing. Number two, it's game 6 of the NBA Finals. Your rotation is going to be tight. Your starters are playing 40, 42, 44 minutes. There's only so many bench minutes out there. But the guys that should be getting them are Cam Johnson, although he's a young player in a big spot on the road, Portis, and Connaughton. Like you said, Connaughton's been really good in this series. Stealing more and more minutes as the series goes on, mostly from Brook Lopez.
Yep.
So those are the 3-4 role players I think have the biggest, stamp on this game, but you can't really go much cheaper than getting PJ Tucker, a $3,400 starter in a game 6 of the NBA Finals is probably the safest thing you can do. Because the rest of these guys coming off the bench, it's a tough spot and there's not that many minutes to go around at this point.
Yeah. It's crunch time now, and I'm kind of surprised that we saw Brook Lopez get up to 29 minutes though in game 5. That kind of was a different change for them. He had kind of walked away at home. He didn't play as much, but he still only scored 15 fantasy points. The minutes were there, but his production wasn't there. And it's kind of he's not spacing the floor. Yeah, he takes threes here and there, but it doesn't make much sense when the Suns are trying to counter with the small ball lineup too for portions of it. To get Ayton some rest, they're countering with Craig at the 5. They can't play Sarge. Frank Kaminsky is basically a net negative. You can't have him out there unless it's a blowout. So this sets up where I don't think you can play Giannis in the captain spot. I think it hamstrings the upside of your lineup way too much to go and play somebody at 19,200. If he doesn't score 100, 120 fantasy points in the captain spot, like it doesn't make any sense, which you can. He's obviously proved it.
Right.
Multiple 40-point doubles in this series alone. So if he has a monster performance, he's the runaway favorite for MVP. But at 19,200, it just hamstrings the lineup way too much.
Yeah, and like you said, it's fitting other people. Like Torrey Craig can get as many minutes as he wants, and I think there's going to be less available because Crowder's going to go his 40, Bridges goes 30 something, Cam Johnson gets those top bench minutes, and then the rest goes to Torrey Craig, which was 9 minutes in the last game. He hasn't scored more than he hasn't topped 8 fantasy points in the series in a game. So I don't think you can play him. Campaign, his production's been meh, 6, 4, and 4 in the last game for 21 DraftKings points. I think is pretty good. But how many minutes can be that? Like, I think Chris Paul needs to step up and play more in this game. You got the whole summer to get rest. At this point, you got to play.
Yeah.
And we've seen him go 41 minutes, 37 minutes, 37, 35 in these last few games. So he's going to play. This could be mostly a 6-man rotation for Phoenix with little sprinkles of Payne and Craig.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. And these showdown contests have been difficult. That's for sure. I've been playing them, having to make multiple lineups just to min cash. So don't beat yourself up too much on these 1-game showdowns. You have to hit the perfect variation, and just the best formula for success on showdowns, especially for playoffs, is writing out a game script and then trying to build a lineup around that game script, and then building multiple game scripts, doing like a 3-max, playing maybe at least contests that don't have the 150 entries, and that way you can play these certain game scripts, like say, all right, hey, this is the Bucks big 3 game script stack, just as we saw in game 5. That's a possibility. Okay, what are we going to do with the Suns big 3 game stack? Okay, what are we going to do as a mixed combined lineup? So that's kind of how I've been trying to approach it, and just been haven't hit the big one yet, but definitely just treading water for this series.
Yeah, man, you know how I feel about showdowns. They're hard, especially when you get to this stage of the season and there's so few extra minutes to go around. So like you said, if you think, build a blowout game script for both sides. A Suns blowout, you stack their stars and maybe put some Milwaukee scrubs in there, and vice versa. Try something different if you're not comfortable with the regular build with the guys that are expected to be the regular rotation players, because it's going to be tight.
Yeah. Let's get into some sportsbook plays.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have anything that you're looking at now with Giannis sitting at -400 to win the Finals MVP? If the Suns can pull this off, does it make sense to play a Devin Booker at +650?
So I've said, I've been preaching Chris Paul Finals MVP for a while, and all of a sudden we're in a rough spot. But put it this way: Booker's 2 40-point games have come in losses for Phoenix. So I don't think it necessarily means Booker has to be above Paul for the Finals MVP. So if you like the Suns, look, probably just go bet Suns +330 for the series. And if you win a +330 play, there's nothing to get greedy about. Just take that. But if you want to do a small sprinkle for extra, I would just take Chris Paul's. This is if you like the Suns, Chris Paul's Finals MVP odds at +675, because he has to be the guy that ignites this change and gets these last 2 wins. So if he does that, he gets back into the driver's seat for MVP like he was after the first 2 wins. And Booker was great, but 40-point efforts and losses, in my opinion, we'll see how the voters feel, wouldn't, propel him to that award. So I would still go with Chris Paul, but again, like, you don't want to leave that up to chance if you correctly predict the Suns coming back and winning the series. You just want to cash that plus 330. So this would be a small little additional bet to try and get even more value out of a potential Suns comeback.
I see you in the YouTube chat, CH1300. I didn't see the winning lineup of that last contest just because I'm an employee and I can't play in public contests. So I just check it out and see what the final score is. But I do think that there's a possibility, because Giannis only scored 50 fantasy points in the previous game, and that playing and fading him made some sense because Drew stepped up, because Middleton stepped up, and they had those big games. So yes, it's definitely a viable strategy, but it's a strategy what you look at for multi-entry. You don't want to just say, I'm taking a line and I'm going to fade the best player on this slate because of this. Like, I think it's a viable strategy because other players do need to step up, and the salaries are really difficult to match. So I think that it just makes sense that yes, there's a chance, but also keep in mind that Giannis has proven 100 plus fantasy points upside in the captain spot. So there's a lot of ways to play it, and I think the best way is to try to attack a 3 max.
Yeah, you know that I like playing single entries, smaller GPPs, especially when there's kind of less options for lineup building. The smaller you can make the field, the better chance you're giving yourself, I guess.
Yep. All right. Before we jump off, though, I want to take a quick look at regular season MVP and 2022 scoring leader odds. I know it's a little bit early to look ahead into it, but I think there's some interesting things to consider, especially in the scoring leader department. I know this is your favorite team, but I'm not trying to pick on the Celtics, but I think that Kemba Walker trade opens up just enough. And Al Horford, yes, he can score, but he's more of a facilitating big. And I think that league leader for points per game, kind of coming off the Olympic year, he could have a sore knee, so there's potential for injury here. But I think Jason Tatum actually makes a lot of sense as a league leader in points this year. How do you feel about that? Because I think Damian Lillard's probably going to get traded, and if it's not Lillard, then Curry with Klay Thompson potentially coming back. What do you make of these?
Well, so I'm trying to look at the fine print here because this isn't to lead the league in points. This is points per game leader.
Yep.
So how many games do you have to play in?
I think it
qualify?
Is 70%.
Okay, so the player must the fine print is the player must qualify for scoring title per NBA statistical qualification minimals. So it's whatever the NBA rule is there. So guys can miss games and win this, not even award, just be considered the scoring title champion. I think that Tatum is a realistic option. I mean, to say that a guy like Bradley Beal can be plus 250 is outrageous. To have one player to be betting somebody at plus 250 to win the scoring title. Yeah. Even Curry and Doncic at plus 500 seems a little ridiculous. So I think you have to go with a long shot of at least, plus 1,000, which is where, Giannis is plus 1,000. The next guy is Jason Tatum at plus 1,800. So I agree that you have to go with a long shot. I think going with a younger, hungrier player makes, is a good argument, a good reason to go in that direction. I'm trying to think of any major red flags. Like, I guess there is injury, but for the most part, he's a healthy young player. Brown finished the season in worse physical condition than Jason Tatum did. So I think that makes sense. After the postseason, we saw it, it probably won't happen with the bodies that they have in Brooklyn, but Kevin Durant at plus 3,000, that's some good plus money. Devin Booker plus 3,300, that's some good plus money. Yep. Not that I don't like Tatum. I just think if you're going to go long odds, those are some other guys worth looking at.
Yep.
And what about This probably goes against most of the things I would want to be targeting, but Kawhi is going to miss a good amount of time. He had a partially torn ACL. I would think he would miss some time. Paul George plus 5,000.
Yep. I mean, Pandemic P redeemed himself in these playoffs.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I told you would at the beginning of the season. Remember that show? I said that Paul George.
No recollection of that, and I'm not even being cute. I don't remember that at all. But
well, I do because I made the call, though, obviously. But Paul George plus 5,000, I'd like that a lot. Okay. He has to carry this team. Reggie Jackson definitely going to step up. He proved that he can, but Paul George has that 32 point per game upside here.
He does.
All right. Before we jump off, regular season MVP, any of these guys standing out to you?
So it's just like the scoring title. It's so tough to bet, especially this far out before we even have an off season.
Yeah.
But again, so Kevin Durant's plus 700 for MVP, but plus 3,000 to win the scoring title. I find that a little off weight, mispriced. Again, I think Doncic at plus 400, that's too high. I don't mind Embiid's odds. I think Embiid was my MVP until he got hurt this year. He would have been my guy. So,
part of me feels like he might undergo some surgery soon.
So the health stuff is always a concern with Embiid. Last year might have been his year and he got injured again. So it makes it tough. The pricing is a lot more jumbled up here. So I'm looking deeper down the board. Yeah, it's a pretty tough field. So I think that this is one where maybe I am okay going towards the top and looking at an Embiid or a Durant at plus 700. Doncic is priced. I can't touch him at the plus 400. Giannis, I don't think gets his third in 4 years. So then you have Curry 800, LeBron 1100. Once you start getting past that, it's pretty tough. Harden's plus 2,500. That's a consideration, I guess.
Yeah, if the Nets take the number 1 seed, Harden is going to play the main point guard, and he will be facilitating. And I think the best bet for Harden is to try to take him for leading the league in assists. Yeah, both Kyrie and KD play one-on-one ball, and they kind of try to create a lot. But the way that Harden plays and the efficiency that KD and Kyrie shoot at makes it really easy for Harden to rack up the assists.
I like that a lot. And that is a market that we know will open up on DraftKings Sportsbook. Not there yet, but it will be.
All right. Anything else you have for the people before we jump off? This may be our final NBA show. We might do some little Olympic specials, but for now, this has potential to be our final NBA show of the year. So thanks for everyone for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll be back on Wednesday with Matt, but for Julian, let the people know something before you jump off.
Well, regardless of if this is our last Monday show or not, next week.
NBA, our last Monday NBA show.
Last Monday NBA, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Just pay attention for the NBA draft content. Unreasonable odds with Jeff Goodman next week. NBA draft best bets, and I'll be getting different stuff out on Twitter here and there along the way.
Perfect. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out. Appreciate all the questions. Appreciate the engagement in the chat. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Peace out. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, long time no see. How are you, Kenny Ducey?
Yeah, I'm good. Who's this? Sorry.
It's Brendan Glasheen. Good to see you. Nice to see you
nice.
on via Zoom.
Yeah. You came to the studio not too long ago. It was fun. How was your weekend? Besides seeing me, looked pretty fun. It looks like you played wiffle ball.
Yeah, I survived. I drove home this morning from New York, as a matter of fact, and
nice.
Well, it was a long weekend, Ducey, as you know. You were part of some stuff this weekend included, so it was a good time though. We made it through.
Yeah.
We pushed through. Yeah, I saw you were at a busy weekend too.
Yeah, I was at a wedding for a good buddy of mine, a USL, the voice of the USL, I should say, NWSL as well, Mr. Mike Watts. Congratulations to him. Great wedding. Very long day on Saturday. Yes, can I help you? And then yesterday was a nice long day of recovery. So that was the weekend. And I do have to say that I'm very excited about my lineup tonight. I'm going to take down everybody because I've completely faded Tua Tagovailoa. I have a big Steelers stack with the Steelers defense included. And I just feel great about it, Glash.
Did you play the other quarterback, Big Ben?
Yeah, I did. I have Eric Ebron in the captain spot. Big Ben, Juju, Jalen Samuels. Yeah, that guy. Jakeem Grant, and the Steelers D. Looking forward to it. It's going to be good.
Okay.
Arrow pointing up on Jalen Samuels. Hey. Trying to jump up here.
Oh, it's my girl there, Harlow.
I'm going to have to put her in her cage.
Good chemistry, me and Harlow.
Yeah. Don't say that too loudly. Emerson will hear you.
Oh, I mean, at this point, we already broke his heart with the selfie of me and Harlow.
Yeah, I apologized. I hope you did too.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well.
I mean, what did I have to apologize for? It was a good photo.
By the way, Cena, congratulations on your return last night.
I put Breida in the captain. I paid up. Most expensive player in the contest. $15,000 to captain. I played Ebron as well, Jalen Samuels, James Washington, and then two more Dolphins, Mike Gesicki, Jakeem Grant. So away we go from Miami. Great to see all of you. Thank you for being here. It's the start of the late classic on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Ducey and I cover you for this sim. Later on, you've got Koff and Tom for Panthers Texans at 8. And then me and Freeze Pops at 10 for Seahawks Titans. It's a Monday.
So, yeah,
championship is on Saturday. What's that?
You have Jalen Samuels too.
I do. Yep. We both played some similar Steelers. Ooh, catch over.
Yeah, I'm all in. I'm absolutely all in on fading the Dolphins here. All in. They're gonna score maybe a touchdown in this game.
I'm interested what kind of leaps or setbacks, depending on how you feel about each of these teams going into the next Madden 22, based on what folks think these teams might be doing in real life. I feel like these are two teams that are like fringe playoff teams, two very different directions.
Well, I will say that the Steelers defense is really good in this game, and it should be really good in Madden 22 as well. I mean, the Steelers defense was imposing, and when you talk about the collapse of that team down the stretch last year, really mostly due to the offense not figuring it out. The defense played very well, so I think that they're going to remain a pretty solid Madden team if I had to guess.
Did you hear the Steelers, as of this afternoon, they signed Melvin Ingram?
Did not hear about that, but I guess that's a good signing. Replace some veterans with another veteran.
The edge rusher signs a one-year contract. NFL Network reporting major hole in the defense with the departures of Bud Dupree. Specifically, he went to Tennessee.
They had to get rid of that salary. It was way too costly, Bud Dupree.
Yeah, so it's a prove-it contract. Josina Anderson, the NFL reporter that Ingram spoke with, they met with Coach Tomlin. You can tell he's very involved, the player's coach. He wants to win. My role is my role. He just told me to come in and be me. There you go. He'll compete for the spot opposite of TJ Watt, currently occupied by outside linebacker Alex Highsmith. So there was some NFL news today.
Some earth-shattering, groundbreaking news.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's still a name, but on a one-year deal, still a lot to prove if he's worth much. It wasn't a big-time contract or anything like that. But notable, we'll take anything NFL-related news, right? Like, pretty soon though, we're gonna get a bunch of it. We're gonna get a bunch of and I called it last week, end of last week. There's reports already coming out of Pittsburgh. Oh, Big Ben is losing a lot of weight. He's in the best shape of his career. Like, who didn't see this coming?
Oh,
I sure did.
Speaking of seeing it coming, how do you not pick that?
Yeah.
That's bad.
Jeffrey Orris, Justin Harden, Eric Court. What up? Jake Williams. Well, let's hear about y'all's date.
Good date, I'd say.
Pretty simple. I made it kind of complicated, I suppose, on Friday. But we, spur of the moment, we said, let's go to the game. Ducey had plans Saturday. I had plans the rest of the weekend. Friday was really the only night we had nothing going on. So 5 of us went to the game.
Myself included.
Self included. Got good seats. We really saw no offense. We saw JD Martinez hit a home run in like the 8th inning.
Well, no, we were hanging out before, so we got in like the 3rd.
Yep.
And all the offense was accounted for at that point. We missed the good games.
Yep.
Because the good games were Saturday was kind of a debacle with the rain, but Sunday was a great game.
Great game for the Yankees, yeah. From the 18, it's Tua looking, and dumping to Breida. He's been active early in this one.
They got to review that. He was out of bounds. And by the way, the Yankees have won 7 of 10. Don't look now, Glash.
I know. Kind of a wild weekend, like you just said. I mean, all the juicy, like off the field stuff happened Saturday, Sunday, and I shouldn't say not off the field, but like just storyline wise, like the rain delays and playing while it wasn't raining, and then playing while it was raining. Then the Verdugo thing happens. So a lot happened. Not a lot happened on Friday night. It was kind of very low key. Jordan Lindenbaum, I am mad at both of you for not inviting me. Would have been 10 times better.
One of my supporters.
One of your supporters. What about my supporters? Yep. Well, one step at a time,
I never said what about my supporters, by the way.
No, it was my version, my way of paraphrasing. I
right,
suppose.
you were like, you came across as an imitation of me, but what it turned out to be was just like a fake imitation, like an imitation.
Yes, yeah, that was not.
Like it was you fabricated that, right? So I didn't say that.
Yep, it's true.
Want to let the record show.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and then we stayed for the game, and after the game, you and I went out with you and your lady, and had a good time. Like
very good time.
I mean, outside of going, I wouldn't probably share what we were up to, but necessarily.
Went to an establishment,
but that makes it sound like it was weird, and it wasn't. We can't really get into it because we had our own. It was Ducey and Glasheen after dark. You just can't get into it. So.
I think you're making it sound weird. We just went to an establishment. That's what we did.
But I can't elaborate because then that I would be crossing the line.
There's no line. There's
people
a line. People know what it means when you say you went out.
Okay, you're right. I could just leave it at that. Yeah, we went out after.
Yeah. There's nothing weird about it.
Ooh, they gave it to him. Touchdown.
Yeah, it's not good for my lineup right now. The Steelers stacked with the defense. Brutal.
See, Ducey, now what I've done is I've created everyone's imaginations are wandering.
Yeah, you know, why did you do that?
Well, I don't have to read any of them. They can do it's up to them if they want to do them.
You definitely did that on purpose. Thank you, Ernest. Appreciate it.
You are all great behind the scenes, guys. Need a lot of credit too. Yeah, Robert's here, Daniel from Ops, producer Michael, Andrew. Yeah, it takes a lot of people to make this whole operation happen. It does sound and look easy. All right, put the game on, stream it, and just talk about. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this. So yes, it's true. Thank you, Ernest. We appreciate all of you, and we don't take that for granted. We understand.
You tell Michael he does a good job. And he just goes, Juju, 15.4% captains. Guy is a machine. Just he's hard at work, all sim, researching, past performances. He'll tell us how many touchdowns someone has in Simland, or perhaps a record during the playoffs or any tournaments. Very valuable, telling us, here's what this game means. He is very involved in Simland. Deontay Johnson, 6.3% captain, 40% off.
Who we got here? Here's a pass to, is that our man Samuels? Might be. Sure is. Yeah, there's a good energy in the sim. So at risk, so I'm going to take another risk here, Ducey. It's going to come off weird, but it won't. I'm just prefacing.
What does that mean? It will, but it won't?
Well, it's one of those things like I probably shouldn't have said what I just said, but now I'm going to make it weird.
Last time you're ever coming over.
It's not that weird. By the way, this is way more important to get out ahead of. Our folks with Ops are having some issues behind the scenes getting the stats updated, meaning they are updating stats manually, but for them, they are slightly delayed in showing up. So, again, as we always say, the scores are updated manually. These are manually inputted from how the game unfolds. So, please, thank you for your patience.
CEH asked for my MLB picks. Two I really like tonight. The Giants are going to win, and the Braves are going to win. Those are my picks.
So, from meeting you in person, you're exactly what I expected, in the sense that what I've gotten to know of you in a Zoom world, it played out just the way I thought it would be working with you, meaning I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. Like, I didn't come away from it like, oh, I didn't think that about him. I think you're a pretty good guy, Kenny. I had fun.
Good. Glad.
See, I really
see. That wasn't weird. But again, you made it weird by saying, "Well, it's just gonna be weird."
I know. See, I just shouldn't have done that. Now you don't have to answer about me. You can.
I have to say something. Hold on. I have to.
Uh-oh.
This is a great question. Tony Reale just tweeted out. Friend of mine, fellow Fordham Ram. Good question here. You ready? Yeah. You ready for this one? Yeah. Yeah. You said Dan Duva is your first name. We were talking about this. He said you brought up Dan Duva.
When?
Went to Fordham. When we were talking about Fordham grads versus Syracuse grads.
Just in person or like on the stream?
Yeah, in person.
Oh, okay.
All right. He asks on Twitter, who is the most recognizable person on the planet? Is it Queen Elizabeth? Is it Messi / Ronaldo / LeBron? Is it Beyonce? Or is it The Rock? And I think it is definitely The Rock.
Agreed.
But I would be curious to see if the chat agrees with us. But I think The Rock is a global superstar. Not that, some of these other names aren't, but when you think about the places, I mean, WWE tours the world and has for years. His movies are seen all across the world, of course. And to be honest, I kind of think Beyonce is like the last place vote here. I just don't know how big Beyonce is in a lot of different countries. I definitely don't think it's LeBron. And the size of the United States, I think that Messi and Ronaldo would go unrecognized in most cities and towns and whatever villages in the United States. I don't know why I said villages. And the Queen, I don't even know what the Queen looks like. I can kind of describe what she looks like. She looks old, but I mean, if you put another old woman with her, I would probably just not know which one Queen Elizabeth was.
So the chat now they're throwing out people that you did not mention, which was not part of the question. So you're not answering the question, people. Some of you are. This fella, Kyle here, says, absolutely not. It's Messi.
Congo Crab said Phil Sims, which is my favorite answer. Let's look at Instagram followers or Twitter followers and both. Let's look.
Orlando says Beyonce is very well known, more than you think. But isn't there a difference between being very well known and being very recognizable in the public? I mean, look, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm I don't know. I would recognize The Rock.
The Rock, 15.2 million Twitter followers. Beyonce, 15.5.
If you put The Rock up against Beyonce, I think I'd take The Rock just head to head.
Me too. The Rock on Instagram has 254 million followers. Beyonce, so 254 million. Beyonce, 194 million. That is a big difference. That is like 40 million. Percentage-wise, that's big.
Yeah.
The Rock, again, Beyonce, 194 million Instagram followers. The Rock, 254 million Instagram followers. Like 60 million more, actually. I shortchanged it.
Ralphie, it's true. NFL training camp next week. I actually think a couple days for Dallas and Pittsburgh because of the Hall of Fame game. I mean, every other team is next week.
J-Lo, 165 million.
So overall, did you have a good time Friday? I had a good time.
Yeah.
Was there anything about me you were surprised about?
Just your shirt, your Hawaiian shirt. That was really it.
What? That's like my it's my going out shirt. You know?
But then you wore another Hawaiian shirt days later.
I did. Juicy, I wasn't planning on going to the game.
That's true.
If I knew I was going, I probably would have brought a Red Sox t-shirt.
How do you not even just check out? As there's a pick, by the way.
Yeah.
How do you not even check out like at the Yankees are playing? That's the first thing I do when I go to a city when I'm visiting. Is I just go, oh, who's in town? Concert in town?
Yeah.
Sports team in town?
Like we discussed, I knew Thursday night the Red Sox were there, and I'm like, you know what? Like, I don't know if I need to absolutely do it. And then when I was working with BK, I'm like, you know what? Like, you should check it out. Like, that would be a good time. Because I went to Citi Field a couple years ago. When I was with my friend, Ron. And we had a great time. They played the Braves. So, I don't know why. Oh, producer Michael is telling us the Cowboys training camp opens up in 2 days. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cowboys and Steelers open up very soon, right near where producer Michael is. That's good. Kenny did not bring his glove. That's true. He stuck to his take on not wearing a glove, and he also wore a T-shirt, not a jersey. A jersey, as we say.
Yep.
DJ LeMayu is that's Kenny's guy.
That's the shirt I have.
Yep. Do you have more than one? You must.
No, that's it. I bought it just to go to Yankee games.
So you've worn that shirt to every game you've gone to this year?
Yeah. I have.
Tua throws on the run, completes to... That is not Gesicki. That is a backup tight end.
Adam Shaheen, the dream.
Shaheen. Yes.
I had him in my lineup.
Steelers camp opens Thursday. Gotcha. Matt Breida has the touchdown. If you're just joining us, we're about midway through the second quarter. 15% of the captain, 63% owned overall in the $250 free DraftKings contest.
Oh, come on, get him.
Carter Robinson. We both had long weekends.
Did you say Carter?
Yeah, it's really Carter.
It's Carter.
No, it's Carter. It used to be Carter Robinson. His YouTube page got screwed up, so he made a new one, and he had to put a V there because Carter Robinson was already taken. I think something like
Barter. I'm gonna say Barter.
So Chris Adams, again, as I said, it's a technology issue. It has nothing to do with the competence of our ops team. And I think, Chris, you know that. We've told you that about 80,000 times. So thank you again, Chris. You're here all the time. You play Madden Sims. We appreciate that. That's all I can say. I don't know what else to tell you. Robert and Daniel are working hard behind the scenes. And they always get it right. And I think that's priority number one. They always get it right as far as what the final results are. In the moment, I can understand. You're excited. You're curious how your lineup's going to do. Oh,
hit there.
Kenny, do you remember the first one of the first things that happened Friday when your friend arrived to where I was with my friend, and my friend Ron was like, "Oh, are you looking for Brendan?" And the friend was like, "No, like, Ron, nope, I'm not looking for anybody, thank you." And then she turns and then she looks at me, and thanks to my shirt being so obscure and wild, that's what worked out because no one calls me Brendan. Everyone calls me Glash. I thought that was kind of funny because
I did tell her that you were Glash. Yeah,
right. I thought that was funny. It was a little funny small part of the night.
Yeah, it was very funny. Very funny.
Lucy was also really nice. By the end of the night, before we left, the establishment afterwards, Ducey tracked down a cab for me. It's nice. It was really just true pro.
Yeah, I'm very good at getting cabs, just letting you know.
You did it so fast. You're like, hey.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, whoa, geez. Like, hey, good to see you.
It's much better than doing Uber if you can do it. If you can get a cab.
Yeah. I took a cab actually the following night. And I think you're right. The surges were up there on Uber, no question.
Here's something. So, I was at a wedding on Saturday, obviously, as I said.
Yeah, and by the way, is it Watts or Watt?
Watts.
Watts, right? Okay. He does a good job.
Thank you.
I've seen his work before.
So, he does a very good job. So our plan when we were at the wedding was go there, take the train there, take an Uber back that night. and I looked at Uber prices, on like a Tuesday night or something, just to see what the price was. It was like $80, for an hour and 15 minutes out of Long Island. I was like, okay, cool, great. I look at Uber that night. It's a Saturday night, and the price to get back to the city is $390.
Oh my God.
If you want to talk
I saw
about
that.
surge pricing. And then I looked at Lyft, and it was 68. I tweeted it, and the CFO of Lyft liked my tweet.
Seriously?
Yeah. Crazy difference. Always check other apps. Always check Lyft. Always take a cab if you can. We ended up doing a car service, actually. Lyft was taking a while. But Uber is now oftentimes the most expensive option. Because Uber doesn't turn a profit, so now they're trying to jack up their prices.
So I went back to this tweet you had. The CFO of Lyft, Brian Roberts. I love his bio. Please don't complain about Xfinity or Comcast. Not that Brian Roberts.
I thought by not that Brian Roberts he meant like the Orioles second baseman.
That's what I thought too. Being the sports dorks we are. Lewis Daniel, you're not late because Michael Jordan was not. Well, was Michael Jordan in that cast of characters you brought up? In the Tony Reale poll?
Wow, bounce the cat. What a Photoshop.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said? Was Michael Jordan one of the people in that Reale tweet or Reale discussion
No.
about No, right?
He was not.
So we've got ourselves a 7-3 ball game. The Boz puts the Steelers on the board. Got a solo leader in the $250 free contest, 9,673 entries. 117 entries in the Glash and Kenny NYC recap. I'm in second
another
place.
one.
Let's go.
I got another good one, Glash.
Yeah.
This is a good game on Twitter. The best baseball player born on your birthday has to get on base to save your life. The pitcher he's facing is the Game 1 starter of the World Series champions the year you graduated high school.
So this is going to require a little little digging. That is Wilson with the catch. I believe it was Wilson. Yes, it was. So I graduated high school in 2011. It'd be the Game 1 starter of the World Series.
Yeah, so we're the same year. So of the winning team. So it's Chris Carpenter.
New Hampshire native. Another catch and
That
run
helps you.
for the Dolphins. Unlucky gamer, appreciate the kind words about the scores. And then, what was the first part? My birthday.
The best baseball player born on your birthday.
Oh, that's pretty subjective. Oh, that might be subjective. That's another great catch. Parker. At the 4. I'll Google baseball players born on December 1. if anyone's looking around for ideas. Ready for him? Oh, wow, okay. Javi Baez.
There's a way to do it on Baseball Reference.
Oh, there is. Larry
I'll do it for
Walker.
The best player is for sure Larry Walker. So would Larry Walker get a hit or get on base against Chris Carpenter? He did have a 965 career OPS. I would say yes.
They were a team.
400 on base percentage.
Yeah.
Were they?
Right? Weren't they teammates in St. Louis? I think in 04 when the Red Sox beat the Cardinals in the World Series. Touchdown, Miami. Jakeem Grant. Jakeem.
At least I had him.
Yeah, I played him too. Good stuff. 22% owned in the contest, 1.8% in the captain spot. All right. Miami up 11.
Is Delman Young better than David Bell? That's the question I'm asking myself.
Delman Young. I remember when Delman Young, when I was like in high school, that was like he was like the next big thing. Delman Young.
Yeah.
Against David Bell?
Yeah.
I think so. What do you think?
No. I think Delman Young probably a little bit better than David Bell, but neither were getting a hit off Chris Carpenter. That's my thinking. I'm going to see if they've actually ever faced before. Because they might have faced each other. You know?
Maybe, yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
Mike Bizzle says it would be fun if we could all take part in this game. Mike, please share your matchup. Who would be the pitcher? And who would be the hitter?
I would say Joe Mauer better than Jose Cruz, Scotty Tuhati.
Robert Hood says, what if the best one on your birthday is a pitcher?
I'm assuming it means like the best offensive player, but we'll see. I'm looking for some batter versus pitcher data.
Best pitcher, no, Game 1 World Series of the winning team, right?
Yeah, so it would be Game 1. Yeah, so Chris Carpenter for us.
Sorry, what was the other part again?
The best player born on your birthday.
Best player that shares your birthday.
Yeah. Mike Bizzle says, I understand buy stream trash.
Yeah. Okay, it's interesting. We'll pick up this game. We'll look at some stats, and then we'll find out. You actually have some things to share with us in the sports world about the NBA Finals. Big Ben and Tua both have 11 completions. 126 for Tua, 103 for Ben. Big Ben has 2 picks. Tua has 1 touchdown, no picks. Touchdown was to Jakeem Grant. Breida, 10 carries, 49 yards, and a touchdown rushing. James Conner, 3 for 2. Jalen Samuels, 1 for -2.
Yep, I have Jalen Samuels. It has not been fun. My whole lineup has gone up in flames. So yeah, it's not been fun. These are good games, though. I'm going to try to find another game for us to play because that was good. I liked that.
Robert and Daniel are getting things caught up. We're just trying to read these off because they're having some issues with the system. That's why we want to read these up to you. All right, well, I guess we can do this. We'll do the sweat first. Kenny Ducey, Nick Whalen, they debated player props for tomorrow's NBA Finals. Game 6, Bucks Suns. Bucks lead the series 3-2. Series is back in Milwaukee on Tuesday.
What's a Bucks prop you have your eye on, Kenny?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I was looking at Brook Lopez over 11.5 points. He had a really a bit of a snoozer in Game 5, and he is the guy that plays well at home, shoots the ball well, gets a lot of shots for the Milwaukee Bucks, and I do think that they like to have him out there for his size against DeAndre Ayton. You look at Game 5, played 30 minutes, and he took 6 shots. He scored 9 points. I do think that that's a guy that could have some sort of cathartic experience in Game 6 as they try to close this out. So I will be looking at that. But, Drew Holiday over 19.5 points. You saw in Game 5, he finally arrived in this series. And we know that this guy's incredibly talented. We know that he's a great scorer. And he had 27 points. His total still sitting at 19.5. We know that with consistency, this guy can bring it in the scoring department. So I actually really like taking his over in the points as well. And I know that Nick is going to say this, but you could always take his over 8.5 assists as well. I mean, he's been an assist machine in this finals, and you get plus 115.
Nick, do you agree with that? Were you going to say that?
Well, I was thinking about it. We don't have to go into too much depth now, but the floor is so high for Drew Holiday in terms of his passing. I was actually going to take the under, and I think it's 19.5 points for Drew Holiday. I think he kind of comes crashing back down to earth as a shooter. I mean, some of the shots that he was making were just shots that he hasn't hit really the entire postseason. He had those 2 great games at the end of the Hawks series, but I kind of have to throw those out when you kind of look at his game log and try to project, because Giannis wasn't active for those games and he kind of had to do more. He hasn't been afraid to shoot even with Giannis back in the lineup. I mean, he's routinely getting to 20 field goal attempts, which unless he's playing like he was on Saturday night, I'm not sure that's necessarily what you want. So I'm with Kenny. If you want to look towards the Bucks prop, I think Drew Holiday over 8.5 assists is pretty interesting. If you want to combine these two teams, you can also get Giannis and Devin Booker to each score at least 35 points in this game. That's at plus 475 on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Not maybe quite as much value as I would like to get out of that, but Booker already has back-to-back 40-point games. We know he's going to go down swinging. And Giannis obviously is very much capable of getting to that 35 number. He would have gotten there on Saturday had he not clanked those 4 free throws at the end of the game.
Okay, be sure to watch The Sweat weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern Time on the DraftKings Dream Stream. You can catch it on Twitter as well. There's a live stream on DK Nation, YouTube, as we come to you here, Twitch as well. Check it out. You get your daily advice going into the sports night. Big for baseball as the finals wrap up. And then the Olympic coverage and all sorts of stuff. 14-3 is our score. Jakeem Grant, Matt Breida. They have the touchdowns in this one. Boswell kicked a field goal for Pittsburgh. Big Ben's tossed a couple of picks. Boswell 14% owned. I don't think we mentioned that, but got our eyes on the contest. Like we had mentioned, there is a tech issue at the moment right now on the ops side. So they are updating scores. They're just not loading through as they normally would. So it's not a matter of them not doing it. It's a tech thing. Stats will be a little behind, so we appreciate all of you and your patience. They will get it right in the end. Ernest is asking you, Kenny, who you would captain tomorrow in Game 6. For Game 6.
It's a tough one. Don't know if it's going to be Drew Holiday for me. I'm not going to pay all the way up for Giannis. That's definitely a given. I think the best captain is going to be that's a good one. Maybe Chris Middleton. Middleton does shoot better at home. He's the third most expensive option. You can save like almost $4,000 going to him over Giannis. And, look, Giannis has been fantastic in the finals, and he has 3 games of 66 or more of DraftKings fantasy points. But I really do think that, Chris Middleton has 60-point upside in this game. He excuse me, has turned around his shooting. He had 40 points in game 4. And when you look at the fact that he, again, 10% better at home from 3 versus on the road, I think he's a good captain. You go with Middleton, and then you get Giannis in there in the flex, and you have $21.9 thousand to work with. You go with the value option. I really like Mikal Bridges, 6,600. You go with him, and maybe one of the lower priced options, whether it be a PJ Tucker or a Brook Lopez. I guess he's not that cheap actually, but I do like Brook Lopez. You got plenty of flexibility here. That's where I'm going with my lineup for sure. It is hard to play these cheaper guys, though. I will say it's hard to play PJ Tucker when he doesn't really do anything. He does play a lot of minutes. Jeff Teague, same thing, just empty calories with those minutes. Cam Johnson was awful last game. I don't think he's going to play a lot in game 6. Maybe actually don't have as much flexibility as I thought, but still do think that's the move. I mean, you could try a punt play, but I just don't think it's really going to work out.
3rd and 1, and enough for the first. James Conner. There you go. There's your Kenny Ducey NBA Finals minute for you. Good stuff. We have about 50 people on Twitch watching, almost 400 on YouTube. If you don't mind, hit the like button for us if you just enjoy The Sims altogether and you're happy there's 6 a day. And not to say I'm not enjoying the final month or so, month and change of Madden 21. I know we just finished up simulating the 2021 schedule, but I don't know, like I'm excited. About a month from now, we'll of course, in a couple days, we'll have storylines from an NFL training camp. 2 very prominent franchises in Dallas and Pittsburgh, as we've discussed a little bit already.
Of course, we got Zach Wilson going to be the story of the year, New York Jets.
The 10-7 Jets.
That's right.
But we'll go to a new game. Like we'll go to Madden 22. Like that's the plan.
Really looking forward to Madden 22. We've been doing Madden 21 for a year. It is time for a refresh.
It's so true. Like we've done Madden 21 more than any other game. I never actually really thought of
They should give us an advanced copy for sure.
It's funny you say that. We thought that was a possibility last year with 21. Behind the scenes. That's taking you all behind the curtain.
Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, it literally has been. It's been 21 since I got here. I got here in August, and I think that was right when Madden 21 had come out. And there's definitely some Madden 21 fatigue. I'm waiting for a refresh here.
Yeah, I mean, we started last March and March of 2020, and doing the Madden 20 simulation still felt so new to us because we were all getting used to doing sims on a daily basis, and then you get to the summer and you're like, oh, we're only a month or 2 away from a new game. And that injected more life into us. And now you're right, Kenny. We've been doing Madden 21 for almost a year. It's crazy.
Yeah. Hold on, by the way. D-Rod said, thank you, Kenny, for choosing the Bucks. I did not choose the Bucks. If you watch the sweat today, the only thing I said about the outcome of that game is that it's going to be a very close game. It should probably be a 1-possession game. I would say, if I just had to put a number on it, I would say that the game probably isn't decided by more than 5 points. That is what I said earlier today on the sweat. You can go rewind. You can go watch it. I didn't say who's going to win this game. I don't know who's going to win this game. I just know it's going to be close. The Bucks are not going to run away with this game, in my opinion. So that's what I said. So if anything, I said the opposite, D-Rod. And if anything, I cursed the Bucks by saying that. Or cursed the Suns, rather.
Jordan Lindenbaum at Ducey and Glash. I am trying to talk Koff into a wager. Better record, Jets versus Patriots. If I win, he has to eat pizza, but he is being a total coward so far.
Oh, yeah. Well, that sounds like a big Coffin thing to do, be a coward about that. The Jets are going to have more wins than the Patriots. I don't know. I don't know about that, but I do think that it's very possible.
Well, it's also, I'm sorry, but it's a very easy deal. Like, come on, Koff.
It's just a pizza. I mean, what is
the
he have
Patriots are
against?
going to be good? Take
Does he
the
not
deal.
like pizza? Is that what's going on here? He doesn't like pizza?
Yeah, you knew that. That's how he got his nickname, Crust. Well, I mean, I guess that doesn't make total sense. 3rd and goal, that's touchdown for Pittsburgh. Juju. See, I didn't play this guy. That's annoying.
Yeah, I did. But I mean, I'm going to lose, though, so who cares?
Who cares?
I thought that was Ebron for a second because of the sleeves, but unfortunately it is not.
The Crust nickname was more of a way to spite Koff because Koff was giving everyone else nicknames. And, you can't pick your nickname. You kind of have to live with it. So we picked something that he didn't really like, and he was kind of crusty about us giving him a nickname, and Crust works because he won't eat pizza. That's the short version. That's the Cliff Notes version of the Crust nickname, and that's weird too. That was almost a year ago, or 11 months ago. Feels longer ago, honestly. Juju Sim Schuster, as we like to call him, 59.6% owned overall, 15.4 in the captain spot. His points per sim is pretty good, so it was a questionable fade on my end, I suppose. Drops me to 36th place. Where are you, Jets fan?
I'm in 92nd. The touchdown catch by Juju helped, but I need more from Ebron. I'm also going to need a lot more from. I also got the Grant touchdown. I'm going to need a lot more from the Steelers defense. I'm going to need like a turnover or something.
Juju's got 5 catches now, 57 yards. 3-point game. Andy says nicknames you don't know you have are the best ones. I suppose. Dustin Ford, DK pays the hosts and crowns. Think so, huh? Dustin? Sure about that?
You say Dustin Ford, not Dustin Crum. Dustin Crum's one of my favorite college athletes. Another catch for Shaheem the Dream. I believe he was $2,400, so I don't think you're totally cool with whatever 3 points that you have right now, but probably close to being cool, if we're being honest.
When do you come to Boston in September?
That's right.
And it's Yankees Red Sox again, right?
It is Yankees Red Sox again. That's right.
I feel like we have to go. What if the Yankees might be back in it, Juicy, by that point?
Yeah. I think the Yankees will be in it. I know that A-Rod had the number last night that they would have to play like the equivalent of 102 win baseball. Like they have to win. They have to play about 600. But they can do it. I mean, I certainly do. I certainly do think so. They've won 7 of 10. They look like they're a different team now. And I know that, the injuries, whatever. I mean, we saw it with the Mets, right? We've seen it with the Dodgers. Like a lot of times just being ravaged by injury it's not a death sentence. I mean, you can with the right pitching and with the right coaching, you can power through anything. And I do think that a guy like Greg Allen, I've been seeing it. I love Greg Allen. I yelled in your face when Greg Allen had a single. Just love Greg Allen. I love him more than the Yankees. My love for Greg Allen transcends teams. I liked him back when he was on the Indians. He's just really neat, good player. So, what?
It's coming back to me now. The Greg Allen moment of the game.
I love Greg Allen. He's amazing. I was pumped up when the Yankees got him, and you know what? Everyone on Twitter flamed the Yankees for signing Greg Allen because they're like, oh, the Yankees, they should be spending money, and so they got this bum Greg Allen. I was like, don't bring Greg Allen into your hate of the Yankees spending habits. Like, just because they're not spending money doesn't mean Greg Allen sucks. Greg Allen's a good player. So I love Greg Allen, and that's no secret. But look, I mean, a lot of times these teams that just have some scrappy, hungry journeyman players, they can get it done. And I do think that that's what we have here with the Yankees, and especially, Aaron Judge will be back in like a week or so when he's cleared COVID protocols, and so will Jonathan Loaisiga. And if the Yankees are rolling at that point, they'll be in pretty good position. I mean, they still have Stanton, they'll have Gio back as well. So that's where I'm at.
Well, I don't disagree with you. Like the Red Sox, I'll give you the Red Sox perspective. They have been so healthy. Like, they haven't had to deal with anything. If anything, they're getting guys back now. They've lucked out big time, and they've overachieved and played 100-win pace baseball. So I wouldn't leave it out, no doubt. Their talent's not good enough. Like, if they keep, I mean, they could turn it around, but they've been in a bit of a rut after this series. So
Emerson's Peloton says he thinks I have a Greg Allen tattoo, probably.
Ducey, at the game. We're at the game. I'm sitting. So I've got one of my buddies is on. One of my friends from college is on my left. It's me, Ducey, Ducey's girlfriend, and then Ducey's friend. And Ducey, he goes on his Twitter, searches his name, and then Greg Allen. And Ducey has so many Greg Allen tweets. It's awesome. He's a true supporter. That's a supporter. You
right.
are the. How about my supporters? Like, you are supporting Greg Allen.
I sure am. And Greg Allen needs our support. Greg Allen's one of those guys that goes out there every night, plays super hard. You know who else needs our support? The Pittsburgh Steelers. They need to get us back in this game. Come on.
Yeah, they got to make some stops here. Oh.
Nice job. That's not going to get many points, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of impressed, actually. Tua got that pass away. I want to shout out our great team once again. Producer Michael, Andrew, Daniel, and Robert from the ops team behind the scenes. Ralphie is asking a question about the Patriots. Albert Wilson with the catch at the 34, 3rd and 5. Would you start Mac Jones week 4 against Brady and the Bucks? Well, Ralphie, I guess your way of really asking that is, would you start Mac Jones week 1 and just make him the guy day 1? I wouldn't start him as first game. Hey, your first game's going to be against Tom Brady in New England, and the biggest regular season game, definitely in Boston sports history. I don't know about the world. Definitely not the world. But, I mean, I'm into it. If he wins the job, he wins the job, and he starts week 1, so be it. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I actually think, more and more I think about it, they're going to get off to a good start with Cam. And I'm going to hear it from Must Be for every single day of September. Oh, Glasheen, you were wrong. The Patriots have a very, very favorable schedule the first 7-8 weeks of the season. They need to get off to a good start. If they don't, they're in trouble. Because their schedule is favorable, in my opinion, to begin the year. I don't think Cam will necessarily play great, though. That's my opinion.
What a joke this Steelers defense is. What a joke. What is happening here, Glash?
Hey, man. They can hold him to 3. Maybe. From the 16, Tua's dropping back to throw. Wilson! Can we get to 200 likes on the stream? We'd love that. 4 for 40 now for Albert Wilson.
Be a supporter and like the stream.
Anything good tonight going on for you in the life of Kenny Ducey?
Working my DK live shift. Tomorrow night, I'm actually going back to Yankee Stadium, Glash. Looking forward to it. Yankees, Phillies. My buddy's a Phillies fan. We'll be going. Be fun.
Boss, you love going to Yankee Stadium.
Not really. I don't go that much. I've only been 3 times this year.
Feels like, I don't know why, it just feels like more. I feel like I've just, on your Instagram, I've seen you just there, and it's just, maybe it's only been a couple times, I guess. Yeah, you're right. You would know.
Congo Cab in a bit of a beef here, no surprise. He goes, dude be typing just to type.
Who?
I think he's talking about someone that is talking about luck. D-Rod says Giannis misses 2 free throws and they get the rebound off luck. And I guess the guru's like, hey, pros making buckets is luck.
They're talking about the one Giannis tipped out.
I'm not sure exactly what he's talking about.
If I know what he's talking, that play that they're talking about, the one where Giannis tipped it. Well, hello again. He's called the Greek Freak for a reason.
Right, but I'm just confused. Pros making buckets. I mean, you're talking about getting rebounds is not luck, because I don't know what we're talking about with the buckets.
Yeah. That was
by the way, I got to tell you something that really annoyed me the other day, and I was doing the 6 o'clock sim with Koff, and I guess on an accident he named the contest the Early Bird Special, and I was literally about to quit my job. I was like, "Are you serious?" Now the Early Bird Special is 6 o'clock. It was 4 o'clock. It was, and it doesn't even. It shouldn't even be the name of anything. Early Bird Special.
I don't know what I've been on it. I'm on record about this. I don't really get it either. Kenny, it's just one of those things that makes him happy. So just let him do it.
Yeah, well, I do, except for when I'm on the sim. Then it impacts me.
Everyone, there's like maybe 4 people in this sim fam that like truly cares about the freaking names. It just makes Kaufman happy. So just get out of the way and let him do it.
Yeah, I'm one of the people. And you know what? I don't care. I don't care what he names the sims when I'm not doing them. But when I'm on a sim and he goes, this is the whatever, the Early Bird Special. Also, like, it should make sense. I don't care if you name the sim, but make it make sense. The primetime sim, the nooner, great. Happy hour, awesome. Great names for the sim. But Early Bird what does that mean?
You got me. I don't really know either. I don't know. I don't really care.
He's like, oh, it's when old people get the, it's, first of all, that's at like 5 o'clock. That's not at 4 o'clock. Second of all, you put the word early in your sim. It like immediately sets off, alarms in your head. Like, oh, this is an early sim.
He's going to quit my job.
I thought go ahead and tell me about my bogus picks that I've made a living off of, ConcoCab. You go ahead and tell me what you said earlier. Go ahead and say. Obviously, I didn't see it because I ignore everything you type.
I thought when you said something that annoyed me the other day, I'm like, oh crap. See, Ducey waited till the 3-minute mark of the 4th quarter to really share how he felt about Friday night. What a great method. And then we end the sim.
Here's the truth. I've been really bad. NBA's never been my strongest. I've been really bad at NBA. I was all year. But in the postseason, I've been incredible. I've been on a hot run in the postseason. So take that at face value. I also said I did flip-flop like many times just for the sake of argument, just for the sake of our shows. But I did say early in the going into the series, I liked the Bucks. I liked the Bucks in game 1. I like the Bucks to win the finals. I did say I wasn't sure if they were going to win, probably for whatever after like game 2 or whatever, but because I really don't like them. But you go ahead and ask anybody about my MLB and my tennis predictions. They were always correct every time.
Ooh.
Oh, what a catch!
What a catch by Parker! Touchdown! Wow! 79-yarder. That puts it away for Miami and will definitely sway the contest. What a catch. Double coverage.
How do you break that?
Right? Devontae Parker.
I also said the Dolphins would have 1 touchdown.
That was their 3rd. 2-point conversion. Easy money. Gesicki. Wow. 3 touchdowns in the sim for the Dolphins. Breida, Jakeem Grant, and now Devontae Parker. Tua got it there. I'm like, oh, this can't be good. Parker, 45.7% owned, 8.4% in the captain spot in the $250 free contest. I did not play Parker. Did you? Probably not, right?
No.
Yeah. You had the stack. That's the bonus for Parker as well. Carter Robinson chiming in on how Middleton is the star of the Bucks, and he makes that team go. Without Giannis, they would without Middleton, they would get dominated, wouldn't have a chance. I mean, Carter, come on. Middleton's having a good series. Don't get me wrong, he's having a great NBA Finals. But I don't think that team is in the finals without Giannis. Come on. I don't know about that. Big Ben, you can't do that. Man.
Big 3rd down. This is a long one. I had just said it earlier. I'm not running from. I mean, I flip-flopped on the NBA Finals about 3 different times. I was wrong about Chris Middleton not showing up in game 4, but I said don't play Chris Middleton in game 2. He stunk. I was wrong about Drew Holiday earlier. I mean, I've been right about some stuff and wrong about some stuff.
Whoa!
No one's debating that.
Pick. Another pick for Ben.
Mother-loving pick.
Hugh Banks, if I blocked one of you guys, would that mute your voices? No.
No. You, Banks. Oh, but a fumble, and they're going to get the scoop. Oh, I thought he was going to go in.
Close.
Oh, Devin Bush.
Hey, we're about to hit the 2-minute warning. If you all don't mind, hit that like button. We're only 14 away from 200. Oh, Ben, wide open. Wide open. I'm not sure exactly who that was. It's quick. Coming up, this is it for you today, Kenny. You're not on another sim, right?
No, this is mercifully it, because I gotta do some work here on the DraftKings DK Live app. Get to watch some baseball, my favorite sport.
Meager 66. Put it on a t-shirt. I'm Kenny Ducey. I've been right about some stuff. I've been wrong about some stuff.
And who isn't?
It's true.
Who out there isn't?
Ooh, what was that?
We're all just right about some stuff and wrong about some stuff.
Yeah. No doubt. That's life.
Of course.
Did I tell you this already? Our going live experiment on Friday night?
Well, I mean, you don't have to tell me about it.
Well,
I certainly remember.
The video, because the internet was so non-cooperative, the video actually only was like 9 seconds. It's a shot of the field and then me flipping the phone to the both of us, and that's it. So there's no content there.
Yeah, not much content.
So I had fun though trying. I mean, if I could do it over again, I probably would have made it faster. I was having too much fun. I was too excited. I met your family. I'm not sure what your family thinks of me, but
You didn't meet my family. They just said hi on the stream.
yeah, kinda. You know, put a face to the name. They saw the. They're gonna know me as the fish shirt. Big swordfish
shirt.
Yeah, the shirt I wore Friday.
Yeah, you did wear an interesting shirt, I will say.
All right, do we get some garbage points out of Pittsburgh? From the 20, Jalen Samuels, out of bounds.
There is some tennis on tonight, by the way, in Cabo. I'm really looking forward to it.
What time's that start?
Starts at 8 in an hour.
Our man Bert from Ops is asking who's playing.
In tennis?
Yeah.
Well, you know, just like every tournament in Mexico, we've got a lot of Americans down there. But yeah, tonight, no one really that well known. We do have Ivo Karlovic playing tomorrow night. Dennis Kudla, an American, playing Thanasi Kokkinakis. He's decent. Brandon Nakashima and Steve Johnson, two other Americans. JJ Wolf going to play Brandon Nakashima, and yeah, that's it for the real interesting matches. We also, as it goes, like that's just the first round, and then you got the seeded players, which are getting a bye. So like Taylor Fritz will probably play Wednesday. John Isner will probably play Wednesday with Sam Querrey, Cam Norrie. So this is big for a lot of you here. Get some late points from your Steelers.
Second and goal. Wow! Touchdown.
Everyone in the
Juju.
chat was yelling Juju. Sorry, just one person actually. Ashley Edwards was spamming, but she got her wish.
Big time play by Juju Smith-Schuster. $9,000 to roster. He had a big sim last time out against San Francisco, 18.4 points, but he hasn't caught a touchdown in a while. He had 2 touchdowns against Cleveland, no touchdowns in his last 5 sims. And he has a 2-touchdown game to kick off the early classic. Guru, we've had this talk before. The Guru, right, Ducey? The Guru! Where's Guru? How the NBA is going to be good next year in terms of the parity or the, you know. Well, you know, the Guru, I don't disagree with you about the Suns. The only thing about your Lakers thing, we got to find out where Damian Lillard ends up. That's a kind of player that really sways the league. like Harden to Brooklyn. But where Damian Lillard ends up, I would like to think Lillard's in the East because I just don't think Portland could live with themselves trading him to Golden State. But if you're Golden State, I think you get the best package, in my opinion. You get your future. You get your future from Golden State. As much as it would be painful to see Dame Lillard in Golden State with Steph and Clay, I don't think it's going to happen, but I think you get a better package from Golden State than you do from Philadelphia, for instance. So, who knows? That's a big part of it. And Carter's, look, it's a stars league. It is all about Giannis. All right. Well, what do we got here? 24 seconds. What do you want to do for player of the game? It got to be Juju. Actually, no, they're not going to win. Can we give it to Juju for his game?
Yeah, why not? 25 points. He ran away with, I think, Juicy's delicious player of the. You know what? Actually, let's give it to Devontae Parker. I think Devontae Parker is probably the more worthy. Michael's right. 8,200, not too popular. 26.7%. 26.7 DraftKings fantasy points. I would say Juicy's delight would be Devontae Parker. As for Juicy's disappointment, incredibly disappointed in the job that Eric Ebron did. 2 catches for 17 yards. He was very, very chalky, $8,400. Awful game for Eric Ebron. And the one time Congo Cav's ever been right in his life, been very wrong in life. Really, just every day he wakes up and is still a Steeler. Every day he wakes up and he's still a Raiders fan. He is wrong. So he started off the day very wrong, but he said that to you that Damian Lillard's coming to the Knicks, and I would say he's very right about that.
My thought on that is everyone thought Kyrie and Durant were going there, and look what happened. So we'll see. I'll believe it when I see it, when a star wants to go play for the Knicks.
Yeah, but those guys are weirdos, and also the Knicks weren't really in the same position that they were when those guys were free agents. This is a team that was 4th in the East that really is a Damian Lillard away from being incredible, being, perhaps a team that challenges for the finals, at least goes to the Eastern Conference Finals. Okay. That's like objective.
It is
4
objective.
seed adds a star.
I think it's better in Philly than New York if he wants to go to the finals.
Well, you're listening to your friend who's a Sixers fan a little bit too much. There's no way. There's no way. I
don't want the Sixers together.
If I'm the Blazers and they're offering me Ben Simmons, I'm saying no, 100%. That's a nightmare. Sorry,
I don't disagree with that. But Dame there in
Ben
Philly.
Ben Simmons would be great on a team like the Warriors or something, where he could just play like small forward and just play really good defense, and maybe they give him the ball to facilitate for their shooters a little more. Maybe Steph plays off the ball. I don't know. I mean that might not be the best fit, but like a team like that just needs some good perimeter defense and passing, and maybe just has a lot of shooters. So, I mean, in theory, that's the Blazers, but a lot of those guys are probably not going to be there anymore. So, I don't know.
All right, we got to roll. Thank you all so much. Keep your eyes on the Game Center to see how your lineups did. Daniel and Bert doing their thing, getting those final manual scoring updates in. Thanks to producer Michael, as well as Andrew, our technical director. Coming up at 8 o'clock, the next Madden Sim will be the Panthers at the Texans. Adam Kaufman and Tommy Freeze-Pops will be here. And I'll be back tonight for Madden After Dark with Tommy, his 300th career sim. So a milestone night for Freeze-Pops. Coming up now on the Dream Stream, Carolina Panthers, Jeremy Chin of the Panthers joining Ross Tucker to talk about Jeremy's combine numbers, Defensive Rookie of the Year snub, and playing linebacker versus safety in the NFL.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Monster Monday with Jeremy Chin, the outstanding former linebacker now safety. More on that in a little bit of the Carolina Panthers. And to be honest with you, the more research I did into this, the more I realized he should have been the defensive player of the year from the rookie class. He should have been the rookie defensive player of the year in the NFL. Chase Young finished strong. Chase Young's team won the division. I get it. But, I mean, the guy was back-to-back defensive rookie of the month. He was awesome in September, great in December. I think he got robbed. Jeremy and I will get into that momentarily because I've done a lot of research for this interview with Jeremy momentarily. It is a Monster Monday. We are presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. And yes, there's still time to get in the best ball draft for July with me and Joe Dolan on the Fantasy Feast. Just take advantage of any of our sponsors and send it to me, Ross at RossTucker.com. New week means new winners. I love all of you. I especially love the winners. I'm not going to lie. Or at least I especially love those of you that try to win by spreading the word via social media, at Ross Tucker NFL, at Ross Tucker Pod. It all helps. Just engage in any way, please. The sponsor confirmation email winners. Love you guys as well. And also love the YouTube shout outs. All you have to do is subscribe to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL, and boom, you can get a cameo style shout out, which I absolutely love giving, and you will love receiving. Because people get me to do cameos all the time for $25. So why not get a free one? Just subscribing to youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL and commenting on any of the videos. All right, enough of that. It's Jeremy Chin time. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
So as promised, we are joined by the guy that I think should have been the defensive rookie of the year in the NFL in 2020. We'll get to that in a little bit. At any rate, he had an unbelievable initial campaign with the Carolina Panthers, and he's a fellow FCS guy who represented us extremely well in Carolina with the Panthers. He's the linebacker. He's a safety. We'll find out in a couple minutes. He's Jeremy Chin. What's up, Jeremy?
What's up, Ross? How you doing? Thanks for the intro. Happy to be here.
Yeah, man, I'm doing great. So good to talk with you. All right, so I ask a lot of guys this, but I got to start with you because I saw your combine numbers, okay? So I know why I went to the Ivy League. I know why I was a late bloomer. But Southern Illinois, like, what were your other options? Because you're a total freak show. How did you not have, like, major Ohio State or even just IU and Notre Dame in Indiana where you're from?
Yeah, I wonder the same thing every day. No, but I hit a really late growth spurt. So my sophomore year of high school, I was about 5'8", 135. And then through my junior and senior year, that's when I really started to grow. And then the offers came then. So actually my only other offers, so I had Southern Illinois, I had Colgate, and University of North Dakota.
Wow. That is really cool. So that is similar to me, man. I was 6 foot 170 in 10th grade, and then I kind of got bigger after that. So that makes sense. That's usually what it is. Like, usually the FCS guys, I feel like, are just late bloomers. And, nowadays, especially for you guys, they're recruiting off a sophomore video a lot of times.
Right. For real. So my sophomore video, I was a little pipsqueak right there.
All right. So then you went to Southern Illinois, and right away you were good. Did you know you'd blow up the combine like that? Because when I looked at your numbers, I was absolutely blown away. I mean, 4.45, 41-inch vertical at 221 pounds. I mean, that is insane. 11.6 broad. Did you kind of know you were going to light it up like that?
Yeah, it's actually a crazy story going to the combine. So really my whole life, the combine is a dream. It's something like, I just want the opportunity. You get there. And so about 3 or 4 days before I actually tested, I strained my groin. So I didn't know if I was going to be able to run or jump or do anything until the day before the combine. So I wasn't actually 100% at the combine. I went into it just like, look, I came too far. There's no looking back now. And I just laid everything out there.
Wow. That is crazy. So there was a chance you were going to be like, I can't go, which is especially bad, again, when you're an FCS guy.
Exactly. I have choice.
That is amazing. All right. So here's the thing, though. I looked at your stats for the Salukis, which, by the way, I love the Salukis, Southern Illinois. I looked at your stats. I saw what you did at the combine. The FCS thing still hangs over your head. Like, there's no way you shouldn't have been a first-round pick. But I feel like if you had done what you did in the Big Ten, you're an easy first-round pick. But because it was a lower level of competition, you end up going later in round 2. Do you feel the same way?
I mean, probably that's probably the case, but I also understand like this. It's part of what comes with it. It's part of the politics, and I can control only one thing. I can't control, who I play against. I can only just, play how I play, control that part of it. So, let the dice fall as they will.
So, anytime a rookie has as good of a year as you did, I feel like I have to ask him this question. Was the NFL a little easier than you thought it would be? I mean, you're a rookie from Southern Illinois, and you come out, you have over 100 tackles. I'm watching the Vikings game where you have back-to-back touchdown. I mean, you had a crazy year. Was it a little bit easier than you thought it would be?
I wouldn't use the word easier. I don't think there was anything easy about it. Yeah, I definitely had a lot of people in my corner that helped me have the success that I had last year. And when you're also coming from school and being in school where you can just focus on football and have time just to focus on your craft and things like that, it's a big leap that you'll take, and it's a leap I'll continue to take. But I wouldn't say anything about it was easy. It's something I knew I was ready for, though.
So I mentioned how good you were as a rookie. And by the way, I honestly, Jeremy, and I don't know if you can relate to this, but like playing in the Ivy League, we used to watch, like Florida State, Miami, or Alabama, Georgia, whatever. And we would think like, okay, what would it be like if we had 12 guys on the field the whole game, right? Or 13 guys. And honestly, I really just wanted a shot in the NFL. I just wanted to see how good like a guy from Notre Dame or USC was. And I remember my first mini camp, I was going against a guy from Clemson who was second team all ACC. And I just kept blocking him every play. And I was like, when's he going to turn the good on? You know what I mean? Like I had built them up so much in I didn't know if they would pick me up and throw me, but like I had elevated NFL players so high that it actually was easier than I thought it would be. Like I think that's just about like expectations.
Yeah. I always just had the mindset where I would look at those guys and just be like, I know I'm supposed to be there. So it was a little less of like, oh, wow, these guys are so much better than where I'm at right now. And it was less of that and more of just like, yeah, I'm just as good as that guy.
Okay, so I mentioned the defensive rookie of the year. I'm going through here. There's 4 months of an NFL season: September, October, November, December. You win the defensive rookie of the month in both October and November. I think you were second maybe the other 2 months. And yet, and your stats are ridiculous, the touchdown, the fumble recovery touchdowns, the interception, the tackles. And yet you only get 4.5 votes for defensive rookie of the year, and it goes to Chase Young. Do you kind of feel like you got snubbed?
Yeah.
All right, elaborate on that a little bit.
I mean, it's not much to elaborate on. I'll be back. It's a long career. That's not something I've got long-term goals and things I want to accomplish here in this league and playing football. But that was definitely one of them. But there's more to accomplish out there. So only thing I can do is continue to work and let those things come into fruition.
Well, I don't blame you, man. And so this is what bothers me. I was undrafted, okay? So the thing that bothers me about the draft, and you were a second-round pick, so it's a little bit different, but, like, your draft status stays with you forever. Like, I would bet $1 million that if you were the second overall pick and Chase Young, who's a great player, like, he had an awesome December, he finished strong, more power to him. But if Chase was the 64th pick and you were the second pick, I would bet $1 million that you would have been the defensive rookie of the year. Don't you think?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about the draft that bothers me. That's the thing about sort of the whole FBS versus FCS. But that's good. That'll just be fuel to the fire for you that you can just keep going with and continue to have an awesome career. But the question about the awesome career is where? Because I know last year they moved you to linebacker after Luke retired and stuff. And I've been reading that you want to play safety. I guess I'll start with that. Is that true? Do you want to play safety and not linebacker?
I mean, I wouldn't say it like that. Like I like playing everywhere on the football field, from linebacker to playing on the line of scrimmage to playing deep safety, playing outside corner, all that stuff. So, safety is a position I've played my entire life. I never played a snap of linebacker until last season. So, safety, I definitely feel comfortable playing that position. I feel like it's my more natural position, but I also like to fight in the game in a multitude of ways.
Yeah, I can see that. I wonder what it'll be like if they move you around. Because what's it looking like Phil's going to do with you? Phil, by the way, Phil Snow, defensive coordinator for the Carolina Panthers. What's it looking like Phil's going to do with you this year? Do you have an idea of what your role is going to be?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be like very similar to last year. So not much is going to change from what I did last year, except from starting it from Sam linebacker. I'll start at safety.
So you're going to move around a lot. It's just your initial position will be at safety, back further instead of Sam linebacker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Got it. Well, that's good. So you're getting what you kind of would like. You're getting to start at safety, I guess.
Right. I'm not going to complain about that.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. How different will it be? Like, what will be the biggest differences? Will you be more deep middle? Will you have more man coverage? I know it'll be similar to last year, but even just starting at safety, I think I'm just curious what will be the biggest differences for you this upcoming season?
I would say the biggest difference will just be, in general, just being the last line of defense. Kind of making everybody in front of me right, instead of me kind of making a play and hoping that guys kind of make me right. So just kind of reversing the roles there a little bit. I will be playing a little bit more, deep. I played a lot, deep last year as well, but just a little bit more of that, compared to playing in the box. So. Similar roles, though.
Got it. Well, that'll be cool. So you got to explain the 2 touchdowns against the Vikings, because I remember watching it. I happened to be watching Red Zone that day. I didn't have a game that day. And it was like they showed your touchdown, and then the guy on the Red Zone channel, Scott Hansen, was like, "You're not going to believe this. This is not a replay. Like, this is a different play."
Yeah.
But he did it again. I forget. Did you rip it out of their arms both times, or did one of them pop up to you? Refresh my memory on those 2 plays.
Yeah, the first one, it was a strip sack by Zach Kerr. He sacked Kirk Cousins. The ball popped up, and I was kind of hovering over the middle. I saw the ball. Well, really, I saw he was going down, so I just kind of wanted to add on. The ball popped up. I just scooped it and ran it in. And then, the next play after that, Dalvin Cook was running. He kind of got wrapped up. I came in a little bit late after he was already wrapped up and just went for the ball, ripped it out, got a perfect bounce back up to me, and just took off.
So I'm sure I haven't even looked, but that's got to be a record, and it's got to be a record that's never going to be matched, right? I mean, that, like, defensive players scoring 2 touchdowns on 2 consecutive plays, that's crazy.
Nah, it was crazy. It was definitely crazy.
All right, now I don't want to bring up a bad subject. Did you guys end up losing that game?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I remember that. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. What have you seen so far that's different with Coach Rule, if anything, going into year 2?
I think he's definitely getting the older guys to buy in going into year 2. Last year you definitely feel the college mentality, and some of the older guys kind of had to find that adjustment. But I think this year there's a lot of guys that believe in his process and what he believes in and how we're going to do things in Carolina.
And then the last question I really have for you is what can you tell me, Jeremy, about what you saw from Sam? I don't know how many OTAs you had. I don't know if you had, the mandatory mini camp or not, but what did you see from Sam so far?
He's talented. He's naturally gifted. You kind of forget he was a 3rd overall pick, but he was a 3rd overall pick for a reason. He's got every tool in the toolbox. So I'm excited for him. He's bought into, being coached and being on the field, talking to guys. I've talked to him multiple times. So I'm excited to play with him and work with him.
Awesome. Love it. Check out Jeremy on social media. He's on Twitter at ChinJeremy2, on Instagram at Jeremy Chin. Give me one other thing, Jeremy, that people don't know about you that you'd want them to know. Anything about your life, your family, maybe it's a charity thing. Is there anything about you that's unique or cool or that you just wish more people would ask you about or know?
You put me on the spot, man.
Yeah, sorry. If it's nothing, don't worry about it. I just came up with it.
Nah, I can't think of nothing. Just I don't know, just be ready to tune in for year 2. I guess we got a lot going on here in Carolina, so it'll be special.
I will be, man. I'm a big fan of your head coach. I knew him from the Temple days way back in the day, and looking forward to you having an awesome year. Thank you so much for coming on the show. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Ross. Thanks for having me on.
Awesome stuff with Jeremy Chin. Love talking with him. I also love Crocs. You're going to be hearing about Crocs a lot this week and next week. Quite frankly, you're going to be seeing a lot of Crocs. You know why? Because I love me some Crocs. They sent me some Crocs. I wore Crocs out to dinner tonight. And it's time to put on your favorite pair of Crocs. I'll show you my favorite pair of Crocs right now for those of you watching on YouTube. Hold on one second. Great for the audio only, folks. Boom. My favorite pair of Crocs right now. Look, I could do the whole rest of the show with my face in between lovely Crocs. They're like fancy but comfortable. I love them. Look, if you don't have Crocs, visit crocs.com. Take your pick of wildly comfortable and lightweight clogs, sandals, and slides. They've got Jibbitz charms. You can personalize it. Take your pick of styles that are straight fire and make your feet feel like $10,000. Speaking of $10,000, the Crocs Hoops Draft Prediction Challenge is coming. And dare we say free to play on DraftKings.com. You know the NBA draft's coming up. You can do this free-to-play challenge at DraftKings.com and win $10,000. Just enter the game page on draft day and see just how well your pick predictions hold up to the real ones. At the end of the draft, winners will be paid out cold, hard cash based on how many you guessed right. Visit DraftKings.com/Crocs on Thursday, July 29th, to make your basketball draft predictions. Maybe even put that in your phone. Just put a calendar invite in your phone for right now on the 29th. Go to DraftKings.com, free to play challenge, bang, answer the questions, and maybe you get the 10 G's. We hope your future is full of comfort and possibly full of money. Learn more at DraftKings.com/Crocs. I will be doing this. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com for details.
Tux Takes.
Hi, Ross. Well, a lot to get to since last Thursday when we spoke with Greg. But since we just talked to Jeremy Chin, let's keep it with the Panthers. We actually had one franchise tag player get a long-term deal done. That was Carolina's right tackle Taylor Moton, who gets $72 million over 4 years, including $43 million of it guaranteed.
So if you remember, Bry, Thursday was the franchise tag deadline, and all I had seen, all the reports that were out there, was Godwin's not getting a deal, Williams isn't getting a deal, Marcus May. I mean, it was just like, no. Nobody did say anything about Taylor Moton. So evidently they had been working on it, but they kept it real quiet because all of a sudden, right before 4 p.m. on Thursday, bam, they hit you with this monster deal. So I love stuff like this. I love it because Taylor was a second-round pick, which means he did not get insane money just to be drafted. Secondly, he went to Western Michigan. I mean, Brian, I'll be doing 3 or 4 MAC football games this year for CBS Sports Network. You got to earn it out of the MAC, man. I mean, you got to earn it. You go to Western Michigan to get in the second round, that's hard to do. And then to get $43 million guaranteed. I mean, I think about it a lot, Brian. I can't imagine what that felt like. I really can't. Like, he's played 4 years of football professionally, and now his entire family is set for life financially. I mean, you want to talk about an unbelievable feeling. Congratulations to Taylor. He's a heck of a player. He deserves it. That's a lot of money. But Carolina and the new regime, Matt Rule, Scott Fitterer, they clearly feel like Taylor is one of the building blocks that they want around this team for another decade. You know me. I want every guy to get as much money as they possibly can from this game that is very hard on your body. Congratulations to Taylor and the entire Moton family.
Tux Takes.
Elsewhere in the NFC South, the Saints suffered a big loss as D tackle David Onyemata is going to miss the first 6 games of this season as a result of the NFL's policy regarding performance-enhancing drugs.
Yeah, and David issued a statement Friday morning saying, I've never taken anything. I don't know what happened. Evidently, I tested positive. We're going to check my supplements. So, number one, I do not really believe any guys that say that anymore. It's happened so many times now that I just don't really believe it. He might be telling the truth. I'm not saying he's not, but I choose to not believe guys that say tainted supplement. And maybe even more to the point, maybe it's not blatant cheating. Maybe he didn't knowingly take a performance-enhancing drug. But then it's just ridiculous negligence and ignorance in this day and age to take any supplements outside of what the team recommends or gives you. It's quite frankly stupidity. And I would feel that way about anyone that gets suspended for performance-enhancing drugs via a supplement at this stage. And by the way, I also don't believe guys unless they sue the supplement company. So if this were me, and it wouldn't be, but if it were me, I would say I took blah, blah supplement from blah, blah, and I'm suing the pants off of them for losing the 6 game checks and for the loss of reputation.
Tux Takes.
All right, we discussed the Richard Sherman saga on Thursday, and the latest, he's officially pleading not guilty to 5 separate charges from Tuesday night's incident and posting on Instagram that he needs help.
So number one, I guess the good news is no felony charges, all misdemeanors, and he did get out on bail, was seen with his wife. So those are positives, I suppose. And I don't know what he's going through. And guess what? It's none of my gosh darn business. It really isn't. But I do appreciate that he posted, hey, having some issues. I need help. And I think, here's the reality. We all have some issues at some point. And the number one thing you need to do is talk to people about those issues or get help before it compounds itself and becomes really bad. So obviously, Richard would have preferred to get this help before this incident, but better late than never.
Tux Takes.
How about this one? Tom Brady reportedly played all of last season with a torn MCL, and that is according to multiple reports.
Right, except Dr. Chow does not believe that, and neither do I. I've had a completely torn MCL. That's a grade 3 MCL. I've also had a grade 2 MCL tear. I can see a quarterback maybe playing with a grade 2. I think it'd be difficult to not miss any time, but I think maybe you could do it. Grade 3, totally torn. I just don't believe that. You would lose the lateral mobility. I don't believe that. Dr. Chow doesn't believe that. Maybe, and perhaps it is semantics, but I don't really believe that Tom had a completely torn MCL the entire season.
Tux Takes.
On to some other NFL news. First, the league offered a grant for $4 million to study hamstring injuries. They gave out $9.8 billion in national revenue. That equals $309.2 million per team. That's for 2020. And then finally, Tom Pelissero reported that 13 NFL teams have over 85% vaccinated, while 2 teams, the Colts and the Washington football team, reportedly below 50%.
Yes, I don't know how the NFL decides who to grant the $4 million to, but evidently they feel like hamstrings are enough of an issue that they wanted to go ahead and grant it to the hamstring people. Okay. $10 billion in national revenue. $10 billion. $310 million per team. The salary cap was $198.2. Now remember, there's a lot of benefits on top of that, right? So it's another like $25 million that go to the players' benefits, but still, they pay their biggest expense by far, the players. They have $85 million left over. Whew. That is a good business to be in if you are an NFL owner. And that's not good for the Colts and the Washington football team. I do think, Bri, on some level, that it is going to be a competitive advantage. Their meetings are not going to be the same in training camp. They're not all going to be able to be together. They're not all able to work. They're just not going to be able to be as efficient. And I'm a little surprised, knowing Frank Reich and Ron Rivera, that they are that low, that the Colts and Washington football team are the 2 teams below 50%. But boy, that's going to make for a very complicated training camp for those 2 teams. I mentioned it earlier, Bri. I'll mention it again. Best ball. On Wednesday's Fantasy Feast podcast, we are naming the last 3 contestants for the DraftKings Best Ball, where you go against me and Joe Dolan, and we see what the heck you've got. You put your money, not even your money, but you put your mouth where your mouth is, and you go toe-to-toe with me and the top fantasy analysts in the world. Let's find out what you got. Take advantage of any of our sponsors. Crocs, you can't do the Crocs thing until July 29th or whatever. So take advantage of some of the other ones. The Warby Parker Home Try-On, Raycon earbuds, any of them. ExpressVPN. Hit up any of them. Send it to me, ross@rosstucker.com. I'll scroll through. I will pick 3 more winners for Wednesday's show. Other than that, shout-outs are in order, as always, for Pizza Boy Brewing. I was there last Thursday. Met a listener. Awesome. Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. On today's College Draft podcast, we're going over the top 10 prospects in the ACC with Emory Hunt. That will be amazing. Then on Fantasy Feast, we keep it rolling. I have been loving getting these guys tell us who's they're higher on or lower than. That'll be Dave Richard. How about the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, on the Even Money podcast? And you Niners fans, NFC West fans, how about a little juice check? Kyle Juszczyk on Wednesday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. We're dominating this week. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Dream Stream. Hope you're well. Hope it's been a good day for you. I was with you hours ago. It feels like a different day entirely. I'm Adam Kaufman. This guy, though, Tom Carroll, on the brink of history. This right here is sim number 299 for that man. That means you know what's next coming up, Madden After Dark. How are you, man?
You know, nervous. Never really thought I'd get here. Numbers are important in this game, and when you see a number like that on the horizon, you get the jitters. You feel like a kid again, you know?
Now, I'll assume, but I guess I shouldn't assume. You know what happens to people who assume, but I'm going to assume that you're being a little facetious when you say, like, I never thought I'd get there. but in truth, like, I am wondering, and this could be true of, like, any of us, production team, ops, any of us commentators, you and the Sim fam for that matter. I mean, when Madison, your pal from another life, brought you in to do these, when you first started doing these, did you even consider how many of these you might do?
I got to be honest, I thought it would be much more of a side job than it's been. It's become more like a second job than a side job, but that's cool. Like, yeah, that's a good reason why it became that way for me is because I enjoy doing them. So I've been signing up to do more and more. Whereas when I first kind of agreed to join the team, like, oh yeah, you know, a couple a week here and there, and then you just join the crew and you fall in love with the DK Sim fam community feel of everything, and here we are sitting at 300 less than a year in. So pretty cool.
It's wild. It is wild. Hopefully not as wild as the game that we have in front of us, though. We'll look at our lineups. Lineups, of course, have locked about a minute ago. The prime time, what do we call this thing? The Cough Stun Every Texan Sim for 2 months free roll, because it certainly feels that way. I mean, all along our regular season simulated journey on through the playoffs to their run up to Seattle in the latest Super Bowl, I feel like it's been all Houston all the time. What, my friend, does your lineup look like?
I went with Deshaun Watson in the captain spot. I feel like you and I probably had this conversation semi-recently because all you do is Texan Sims. I got to put Deshaun Watson in the captain spot anytime I have the Texans. And we did. We had this conversation for the Super Bowl. He's in there. Not going to really waver much on that front. I work around it. Then I went with Christian McCaffrey. Same thing. I don't want to be the guy that misses out on his big game for the Panthers. He is a little more boom or bust than a guy like Watson or Derrick Henry or Dalvin Cook or all these guys, but I still want him in there. And
now,
then,
when you make that move, especially paying up for one of them, regardless of which one a captain, you got to go super cheap. I mean, that leaves you like $5,000 and change on average for the final 4 spots.
Yeah,
because I looked at doing the same thing.
It's interesting the rest of the way here. Robbie Anderson, Kai Fairbairn, Darren Fells, and David Johnson.
You know what? That's not as bad as I would have expected you to say. It's really not. We'll see how this thing goes here. Panthers with the ball first. There's Christian McCaffrey, a nice big gain for 15 on the ground. So I started the same way you did, and then I didn't like it. I didn't like the look of it. And truthfully, listening to your lineup, I think I do like yours better, even though I went with a different approach. So I do have Deshaun Watson, who's about 93% owned. I do have Christian McCaffrey, about 88%. I have both of them in the flex. They are both captained, at least in our smaller 143-person contest, in about 24% of lineups. So, I mean, that's half your captaincy between the two of them across this contest. But I've got them both flexed, along with Ian Thomas, Duke Johnson, and Joey Sly, the kicker. My captain, because I wanted to pay up just a little bit, Brandon Cooks, who is in a third of lineups, 8.5% owned in the captain slot. Second and 1 on the way from the 44.
See, I like Brandon Cooks in these Sims. The only reason why I'd avoid him in the captain spot here is I feel like Deshaun Watson, and correct me if I'm wrong here, I don't know that he lights it up with his arm all that often. It's more of like having that nice combination. Oh, huge play.
DJ Moore down to the 4. 52-yard catch. First and goal on the way for Carolina.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that Deshaun Watson's more of a good combo play than
No, he can
relying
throw,
on his
run.
arm.
Absolutely. He's not like a Lamar Jackson who you don't really. I mean, he's a must play. You know, he's auto captain for a lot of people. He certainly is. It feels like a virtual lock for the rushing bonus, but he's just never going to flirt with the passing bonus. It's so rare. First and goal from the 4. Minute and change into this opening quarter. Tom Carroll, Adam
Get
Thompson,
in.
Christian McCaffrey. Move, sir. Get out the way. Touchdown, Carolina.
Run CMC in the building.
That's why
I'll
you do
take
it.
that 6.
75 touchdowns in Madden 21 for Christian McCaffrey across now 94 sims. He's getting you 20 points on average. He's been hot of late, at least 27 fantasy points each of his last 2. Multiple touchdowns in both. Maybe we can make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, we'll see. I hope so, personally, as someone that has him in their lineup. Hey, and you know what? You like to see that Joey Sly extra point there, too.
I'll take it.
Joey
Take it
Sly is
anywhere
one of
I
the
can
better
get it.
kickers in Madden.
He is. He gets you about 6 points a sim. Coming off 11 last time out in virtual Tampa Bay. Had 13 a handful of games back in Buffalo. So, yeah, he's a guy that can flirt with
Got a
some
big
big
leg.
numbers. Got a big leg. I missed your note, Mike Bizzle. Biz here said just before I came on, said cough. Quick wardrobe change. Where's the jersey? When's the last time we were blessed with a movie jersey? And you're right. I have gotten, I don't even want to say lazy. I've just got, I don't know, I've gone away from it. Not for any good reason. We got to bring it back. I mean, Lord knows there are enough hanging in the closet now. So, yeah, we got to bring those things back. Absolutely. I'm into it, Biz. I'm into it. Lindenbaum wants more with an extra O in that second one. More.
Lindenbaum probably wanted Moore to not stop running after he had that great catch. That should have been a touchdown.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. didn't pay off for him.
It's as if he thought he had to stop to grab that ball, but I think Bridgewater hit him in stride.
Drew, our technical director, who's back, by the way, after doing all six sims yesterday. He's on the night slate tonight, so he's got a few. I mean, that guy has got like the thumbs, the back, yeah, like the lack of blood flow. I hope he's getting up in between.
I hope he has blue light frames.
Something. Yeah, I mean, he's just got to be tired. Got to be tired, you know, putting in the work. I mean, is he out there digging ditches, running marathons? He is not. But nevertheless, he's basically been in the chair. Yesterday, anyway, for like 12 straight hours. Mike, our producer, we got Bert, Bobo, and Ops, along with DC. Daniel, welcome to the team. The Guru 805 says, chastise me all you want, but the Kenny Glash combo is growing on me. And I missed the last sim, which I may put on even like after the fact. You know, obviously I won't get in the chat. I mean, nobody's going to be there to respond. But I may, like when we're done here and I'm doing some work later, I may rewind back on the YouTube and put on the 6 o'clock Glash Kenny sim. If you know, the people who were here, including our production crew and Ops, tell me it's worthwhile, because I kind of want to hear about the NYC
New York adventures. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to know what went down. This is the
Good
first
call.
time either one of them's done a sim since. Bert says it was bearable. So that's high praise. Drew says, got to be honest, wasn't anything special. All right, well, maybe I won't put it up.
Yeah. It's probably, you know,
Maybe
the
I'll
juice
just,
ain't
maybe I'll
worth the
just listen to
squeeze
you and
there.
Flash 2 Madden After Dark instead.
Yeah, that's better. Come on.
Mike, not worth it. All right, good. Good. Okay, well, we figured it out then.
Yeah,
Guess
that's a full sweep right there. Bearable, nothing special, not worth it.
Drew says it was a lot of, what did you say? Which shouldn't surprise me at all, considering, and I don't remember if I was with you or somebody else, but I was tearing those two apart. Definitely when I was on with Moose while they were actually at Yankee Stadium, just ripping them, saying, like, two guys who have spent, it'd be like you and I getting together, two guys that have spent truly dozens, if not hundreds of hours together in a Zoom room, talking about whatever, but have never met face to face, have never physically hung out. They finally do. And they each decide to go live on Instagram from Yankee Stadium. And it's like, how about you just enjoy each other's company? So it doesn't surprise me at all that they were, you know, a lot of what did you say? So they probably, you know, like one meeting under the belt, we don't even need to pay attention to each other anymore. We barely did when we were together.
Yeah. They also, Glash gets lost in the chat sometimes. So then, he'll miss something you say, and then he'll repeat it like a minute later. It happens. We love Glash. It's just part of the deal. I feel like Ducey, I haven't worked a lot with him, but have to imagine that he gets on his rants and he loses track.
That does happen. 200 likes now, by the way.
They both get in their head.
Thank you. Bob M, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for being with us. Bizzle says Eminem tonight. Koff needs to dig up in his closet. I'm sorry, Mama.
Great
Never
tune.
meant to hurt you. First and goal from the 9. 7-0 Carolina. Can Houston even it up? Deshaun Watson to handoff. Johnson on the move. Go!
Wrong, Johnson.
Force your way
Yes.
in. No!
Yes! Give it to the other
Down to
Johnson.
1. Man, there's been a lot of that in Simland of late. Duke Johnson really could have used you there for touchdown number 20, my friend. Stop
Go
at the
to
1.
other Johnson.
Not that Johnson. The other Johnson.
Johnson.
Johnson. Johnson. I got to get into the live chat. The dark chat.
Yes.
Second and
All right,
goal from the
which
1.
Johnson do we got?
Does this time. It's another handoff.
Yes!
This time, it's yours. It's not my Johnson. It's your Johnson. It's David Johnson. Gets on in to all but even this thing up. We're going to need Kai Fairbairn to finish the job with 2:11 to go in the opening quarter.
I love when my Johnson scores.
Well,
doesn't happen often.
How can you not? Lewis says, Koff, you haven't thrown Kenny under the bus in over 24 hours. You must be feeling the need. The need for speed. Lewis was making me laugh in the chat the other day because I was going in pretty hard on Kenny. And Lewis would just write in the chat like, Koff just driving the bus. And then like,
I remember that.
A while goes by and I said something about Glash, and all Lewis writes is, and now he's going in reverse. He's backing it up.
I remember that.
D, clever, thanks. 47 touchdown for that Johnson. David, not Duke.
For D.A. Johnson, not D.U. Johnson.
Yes. 7-all.
I gotta be honest, surprised I'm not higher early on in this contest. I have McCaffrey, I have David Johnson. Fells had a nice catch. But
I'm not
Deshaun
surprised
Watson
my-
hasn't done much yet.
My lineups, poor display. Where are you? What's your number here?
I'm at 13th. I honestly thought I'd be much higher.
Okay.
I just,
No,
I
you're
for some
striking
reason thought
distance.
Deshaun Watson
I'm
had done more.
126 out of 143, friend.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah, that's for
it's
sure
real bad. Billy X is in front.
Shout out to Billy.
Do want to mention, by the way, we created this earlier. Now, you guys accuse me of ripping on Moose. I'm going to rip on me. I have no confidence, absolutely none, that this is going to fill. I hesitate to even bring it up because I'm so certain it's not going to fill. But here we are. Somebody suggested earlier in the chat, hey, Koff, NBA Finals Game 6 tomorrow night. Why don't you make a 200-person contest? So I did. $1
possible clincher.
It's $1. Yeah, it might be you want some put a little peer pressure on yourselves here. Might be the last NBA contest we have to play this year, folks. It might be the last one. It's $1 to enter. Payout to the top 20. 200 entries must fill in order to run. It's a huge Bucks Suns final showdown. We only have 58 out of 200. Now, granted, I created it a few hours ago and haven't talked about it since. But 58 out of 200. The
59.
game it's about 25 hours away. Get on in there if you want. Or if you don't, you don't.
59 now, sir. I just joined.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, you got time, dude. You got a lot of time before that thing fills up. Already over a quarter of the way in. You're good. Just mentioned it a couple times here and there. People start to get excited about basketball the same way they get excited about golf on Wednesday nights. Like Moose's contests.
Those don't have a tendency to fill. 100, 200, whatever. David says, Koff, I joined the contest, but I have no clue how to find your contest. David, Are you part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League? Because if you're part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League, it's right there in the lobby. And, simply pick the contest, reserve entry, or make your lineup on the spot, whatever you want to do. If you're not part of the DK Sim Fan Friends League lobby, then I am happy to add you if you want to send your username on through.
In fact, anyone that is not in the DK Sim Fan Friends League that wants to join to commemorate this historic night in my DK Sim career, put your name in there, join the fam.
Yeah.
You guys will be happy to join.
You know what? You guys want to add your usernames? Drop them on into the chat right now as we make the push to 2,400 members of the DK Sim Fan Friends League. I will happily add names and send out those invites. Can't wait to do it, as a matter of fact.
Heck yeah. Keep growing that community, baby.
Give us some names, baby. 80 Boker says, chances Moose supports this by joining. If he knew about it, I bet he would, but I haven't mentioned it to him, and he's on vacation, so I'm not going to mention it to him.
Oh, Moose is on vacation, eh?
Yeah, he's grazing for a couple of days. Johnson 5 for 15 to score, 7-7, final minute of the opening quarter. Mike Bizzle says, Koff, a little breakdown from your past 5 or so. What do you mean, Biz? What are you looking for? What kind of breakdown?
He wants to know where you finished in some contests here for games 1 through 5.
These are contests of different sizes. Sometimes a 10-person contest. Sometimes it's a 20, a 50.
It's tough.
Yeah, so I mean, it's
tough to quantify. He'd have to get out the percentages. What's the percentile he finishes in? That's just too complicated.
It's only so much
on-air
I'm trying to add names. I see
on-air math is hard when you're doing stuff
3
like
right
this.
away. 4, make it 4. I see you, Remy Ruger or Rugger. I'm honestly not sure, but either way, I'm going to add you.
Yeah, Josh Gonzalez dropping a name in there. Kendrick Brown throwing a name in there.
Oh, yeah.
Mitch
I got
Turbo.
I got huge. Don't you worry about that. I got huge.
Remy throwing a name in there.
Yeah, Barney Fife. Hello, Barney. Jeff W.
Jeff.
You're in.
All right,
yeah,
there we
absolutely.
go.
Oh, yeah.
Names for days, baby.
Biz says, how many have you won? Oh, I mean, how does one keep track? I got to tell you. All right, Bridgewater, 61 passing, 58 for Watson, the 7-7 game here through 1 quarter. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, we got Mike, Drew, Bert, Bobo, Daniel, pardon me. Christian McCaffrey, 2 for 19 on the ground, touchdown. David Johnson, 5 for 15 with a score. Duke Johnson, 2 for 14, and he doesn't. 5 for 15 with a score. Duke Johnson, 2 for 14, and he doesn't.
I'm in 17th, so shouting distance.
DJ Moore, 1 for 52. He is your leading receiver. Fun fact, no one with more than 1 catch. No one with more
look at that.
thus far.
Ones across the board.
It'll happen. It'll happen. I'm not worried. All right, let's see. We got more names coming in. Gilly. I see you, Gilly. Let's add
Kedrick
Gilly.
Brown saying, add me up, please, and thanks a lot, homie. All right, you're going to get in there.
Well, I need your
Javier
username.
Flores.
You got to give me your username there, Kedrick.
Oh, he let's see. I saw him. A few up. Ked Brown 77.
Okay. I already got you. You're in, baby. You're in. Don't add me 101. You know what, Javier? I'm guessing that's not a real name, but I'm going to try it.
It's a fun joke, though.
Yeah, it's not there. Bummer.
And honestly, if that isn't someone's name, someone should make it.
Yeah, you ought to create it.
Yeah, so then we can actually have fun with that joke.
That's right. All right, well, I see 7.
Oh, Watson almost got picked on that.
I see 7, so I'm just going to add those 7 and get back to doing the work here. 2394. That's our total right now in the DK Sim Fan Friends League.
David Noons asking, did you add me? I don't see the league yet. Username is D Noons.
Just D Noons?
D Noons.
All right, well, let me try, David. Let me try. I might have. I might not.
He was the originator of this question.
He was. And I want you to be part of this thing. D Noons. All right, D Noons. All right, coming to you now. $23.95. All right, David, you ought to be part of this sucker now. You let us know.
Celts RP 33, another name there from Killer Guitar Components.
Guys, how much time? I'm just kidding. What was that one?
Celts, so CELT SRP 33.
Where have you even seen that? Doesn't matter.
From Killer Guitar Components. Says, did you get me? Celts RP 33.
Celts RP 33.
So he must be a Robert Parrish and Larry Bird fan.
Before, but nope, I didn't have you. You're in. $23.96.
Boom.
I'd really like to not do this one at a time. David says, I love how you guys get my name right. Nobody gets it right. That surprises me, David. I automatically default to Nunes. I guess you could get Nunez or Nunez if there's an accent there. I have no idea. I mean, there isn't on YouTube, but yeah, I go right at Nunes. So I'm glad we're right. Barney says, where do I find the link? I assume your email, or you just go to your notification bell at the top of your DraftKings page.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
A lot of you folks should be in.
Mitch Turbo saying, thanks for the ad.
You are very welcome.
Killer Guitar Components saying, thanks, boys. Good stuff, guys.
Let's celebrate with some likes, huh? We're up over 200. We got around 350 people watching just on the YouTube. Smash that like, hit the subscribe button if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. That's appreciated as well. Give us a follow. And of course, if you're in the Game Center, DK Nation, DK Playbook, wherever you're finding us across all our other platforms, then, well, that's cool. We appreciate you. But get on into the chat. Be part of the thing. Be interactive with us. Without you in the chat in particular, these things just don't happen. They're not nearly as much fun.
We need you
to spice up the commentary.
The lifeblood of the DK world.
Chad in North Carolina saying, did you add me, bro? I'll try. I'll check it out. Landon says, you guys are awesome. Great work with the stream. Well, thank you on behalf of everyone. All right, let's try and add Chad. Let's send. Yeah, you should already be there, man. Miguel, what's DraftKings? I thought you guys were just playing each other. You joker. Wow, safety territory.
Here we go.
As we know, it is computer-on-computer simulations here, so this is where I get all edge of my seat and hope and pray for safety.
That was an incredible punt. I love the punting in this game. I wonder if the punting will be as good in the next version of Madden. If we call play action here, it's going to be a safety.
Watson, quick release to Fells, the former basketball player. Gets it out to the 9, 8-yard pickup. Kaufman's movie collection says, Kauf, who's your favorite Celtic of all time? You know,
it's easy for me. It's easy for me. What do you got? It's Paul Pierce.
Yeah.
That was my guy.
I mean, of our generation, that would be a very popular answer, obviously.
Oh, there you go. Designed to run.
I mean, I'm trying to remember who. I didn't really have I loved the Celtics growing up, but I didn't really have a favorite Celtic growing up. You know, like as a kid. I mean, Pierce. Like even Pierce, I was a teenager when he came into the league. Not that like that could be your favorite.
When
player.
you were a young kid, the Celtics weren't that great. So
no, they weren't. But I still watched.
You a D Brown fan?
I like it. I mean, D Brown, like Sherman Douglas, guys like that. You know, but. I mean, I'm not sure I've ever. I've been to so many Celtics games, and I'm not sure there's a guy that, and he wasn't a Celtic forever or anything, even though the number will be retired. And you know where I'm going with this. I can't think of a Celtic that I enjoyed watching more on a nightly basis than Kevin Garnett.
Yeah, he's number 2 for me.
I really.
It's not even close. They're 1 and 2, and this might be unpopular, but you probably are right there with me. Rondo's number 3 for me.
I loved Rondo. I did.
Those are my guys.
I get that. Rondo was a lot of fun.
Do you have conscious memory of Reggie Lewis, or were you too young for that?
No, I was too young. I mean, anything that I would be confusing with conscious memory would just be stuff I've seen on video.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he died when I was 1. So, yeah, I got nothing there.
Yeah. Bizzle throwing out Reggie Lewis, though.
Yeah.
Boston Joe says Larry Bird. For me, I'm older. Man, I wish I'd been around for the prime of, prime Larry Bird. Like, I was a kid for kind of older, broken Larry Bird, but prime Larry Bird, that would have been a thrill. That would have been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, missed the whole Bird
Justin
era.
Says Rajan is mine. Always props to a fellow teammate, even if it was years ago. I didn't realize that. Drew, our technical director, says Ray Allen was my favorite. Didn't love how it ended, but prime Ray, Celtics Ray, was awesome.
Loved Ray, but it's still sour for me.
Yeah, to his point, did not end well, and honestly, I think Ray gets unfairly criticized to the highest degree in that whole situation because people feed off of Garnett in particular. And Garnett, I mean, if ever a man knew how to hold a grudge, it's Kevin Garnett. But I mean, Ray, like, you look at that big three, and we won't turn this into a Celtics discussion for more than a moment, but no one's, of those three, they all sacrificed, but no one sacrificed more than Ray Allen. Ray Allen absolutely sacrificed more than the other two. And it was a joy to watch. And it's like, guys, I mean, he had to be a microwave, man. Like, he had to be that, the way we used to look at Eddie House coming off the bench, or there are plenty of guys in today's NBA as well. Like, Ray Allen just had to come in hot. He just had to be hot. It's part of why his pregame routine was so intense. He had to get warm before the game because he just wasn't going to have the shot selection or number of opportunities that he had all those years with Milwaukee or Seattle, or just opportunities to get into a rhythm. He had to come into the game in a rhythm. And for a guy that was a 3-point specialist, and he could do a lot of other things too, but just an assassin from beyond the arc, it was so much fun to watch. Absolutely. And
Totally.
It stinks how that ended.
Yeah, and it's a bummer because even if he did stay, I still don't think that Celtics team would have done anything in the postseason that next year.
Yeah, no, he got out of the right
Maybe they got past the Knicks, maybe, but that Knicks team was sneaky good.
He definitely left at the right time.
Yeah. I mean, he chose to leave. He took less money to play with the Heat.
Yeah, well, when the team tries to trade you multiple times, you do tend to feel disrespected. So I get it. And I've said this on The Sims before. I will forever have a problem with Boston fan and media reactions to Ray Allen versus Doc Rivers. What Doc Rivers did in his escape of Boston was so much worse than Ray Allen.
Interesting.
And it's so much worse. And the hypocrisy there in treating Doc like a god around these parts versus, Ray, and it's just like, Judas. I could go on for days. I have. First and goal from the 6, back of the end zone, incomplete. Way too long from Deshaun Watson. Killer Guitar Component says, Coffee, you still doing sports radio? Always enjoyed listening. Funny you mentioned that. I am. WBZ Radio in Boston, Monday through Friday. But on top of that, to this theme, the Celtics Beat podcast. If you
check it out,
Celtics and NBA talk once a week. That is available to you wherever you get your podcasts. You can go on iTunes and search for it. Deshaun, go ahead. Dives in, touchdown. Texans back on top late in the opening half.
He's a listener. He likes the Celtics. No, I'm just kidding. I have no idea.
He should be.
I just wasn't as mad about Doc because I just felt like the team wasn't going to be as competitive anymore. And I sort of was ready for a new voice. Like, I think Doc's slightly overrated.
Oh,
and I was sort of feeling that way.
So overrated.
Massively overrated, yeah.
And he was when he was the Celtics coach. I wasn't upset that he left. I didn't like him as the Celtics coach. That's not what I'm saying. It's the reaction. It's the, you can't spend 9 years with the whole I bleed green and this is all I want and this is the team and this is my future, and then turn around and orchestrate your own trade to the Clippers for a first-round pick because you don't want to be part of a rebuild. And I love karma works in mysterious ways, man. And I love that he turns around and leaves. All those years with LA, Philadelphia since, doesn't get a single team beyond the second round. Not one time, despite all that talent. Paul, Blake, Kawhi, George, Embiid, Simmons, like you name it. Doesn't get a single team beyond round 2. Meanwhile, the Celtics get to the conference finals 3 times under Brad Stevens. You get
one of which with Isaiah freaking Thomas as the best player with one leg.
His first year out of LA, Clippers in the conference finals. Multiple 3-1 blown series leads. I'm just saying, karma works in mysterious ways. 14-7 Houston, final minute, opening half. Timeout, Carolina.
I'm with you, buddy. I was sort of done with Doc towards the end. I would always be the guy in the room with my friends being like, are we sure Doc's a good coach? Like, I just quiet, whisper it maybe to myself. If someone hears me and wants to join in, they could. But it was a whisper for me.
I was done with Doc when he was still here. Doc, and I have said this to guys that played for him. I've had this conversation with Kendrick Perkins, if I may pull a BK for a moment. The Celtics, like Doc Rivers, and I realize it's important as an NBA coach in particular in this day and age to be a leader of men, to massage egos, to make sure everybody gets along. Like that stuff is more important than X's and O's. Not to say, like, I'm not saying Doc's X's and O's done or anything like that. I'm trying to think of who it was. I think it was Greg Popovich said recently upon the Ime Udoka Celtics hire. He said, look, every coach in the NBA knows X's and O's. How you manage your players, how you get along with your guys, that is as, if not more important today. So I'm taking nothing away except to say that I just don't like what Doc did and getting everyone on the same page and making sure those guys bought in Ubuntu and all of that. Absolutely. But that team won on defense in 08. That team won on defense.
Ibs.
And Tom Thibodeau, they don't win that championship without Thibodeau, who is a multiple-time NBA Coach of the Year since. Across multiple stops, it's voices do get old, no matter where you are, no matter what the sport, no doubt. But he doesn't get, to this day, in my mind, nearly enough credit for that championship.
Yeah, and that's symptomatic of just like how we give credit to championships in basketball. Like we're never talking about the assistant coaches, rarely, Mm-hmm. But I agree with you wholeheartedly.
We do in this house.
And Garnett has come out and said that, and like all those guys, that when you talk to those dudes, they give credit to Tibbs. They give to Doc too, but they make sure to mention Tibbs.
Yeah. Justin says, nobody cares about my AAU skills in 1997, Koff, but Rajon, he was great to play with even at that young age. I believe it. Exit Screaming says Doc Rivers is garbage. He's not. He's not. He's a good, he's an average to good. You know what? No. Average would be disrespectful. He's done
He's
well.
an above average coach.
He's a good.
He's gotten multiple teams to finals appearances, 8 and 10.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
He's an above average to good NBA head coach. He is not great. He is not great. And a lot of people want to say he's great. That's all. That's all I'm saying. We can wrap up the Celtics discussion here as we reach the end of the half, obviously. So, Deshaun Watson, 105, excuse me, passing. I just want to, 7 of 9, 7 of 10 for Teddy Bridgewater, 73. Let's see. The artist formerly known as Brother Phil. Koff, don't tell KG Doc's departure was on a better foot than Ray's. I heard him say in an interview he would never speak to Ray again for going to Miami to play with LeBron. That rivalry was intense. We need more KGs in this world, man. The NBA would be that, and I love the NBA. The NBA would be that much more fun if there was true hatred, the way that you get from Kevin Garnett. Like if you were not his teammate, you are dead to him. And that's great. That's awesome. That's the sports that I want. DJ Moore, 1 for 52. He's still your leading receiver despite just the one catch. Darren Fells, 3 for 30. Christian McCaffrey, 3 for only 7. 14-7. Houston is in front. All right. much more to get into, obviously. But before that, earlier today on The Sweat, speaking of Jeff Ulrich and Reed T. Fowler, those guys were looking back on Colin Morikawa and, of course, his win at the Open Championship. Not to mention earlier at the PGA Championship, but the Open Championship, Morikawa has now won 2 majors already, and he's not even 25 years old. That's pretty impressive. So let's hear from the guys, get their thoughts on the great feat from the American.
Colin Morikawa, Reed, what an absolute impressive performance that he put together yesterday. Like he really was on another planet. I mean, what was the most impressive part of his 4 days at the British Open for you?
Yeah, well, he got he got some of Jordan Spieth's lucky bounces off the fairway because a lot of those could have gone either way. But aside from that, right, that had nothing to do with it. The guy made every single putt that he needed to. I mean, he was sinking 10, 11 foot, par putts on greens that, especially if you're not used to, can really wreak havoc. And we saw what happened to Louis from the get-go. And I'll leave that to Jeff because he knows him better than anybody else, sans Louis and his wife. But like Morikawa was just making every single putt. And we've mentioned it time and time again, Emerson, is that, and I was completely off on Morikawa. So I have to admit that, but when he's gaining strokes or when he's with his putting, he is going to be in contention. He is going to win. You've seen it so far this season that every single time he's had positive strokes gained putting, he's either been in contention first or second this entire year, and it culminated in the last major of the season. So kudos to him.
I mean, Jeff, we're talking about a guy who's not even 25 until next year. He's played in 8 majors in his career. He's won 25% of them, winning 2. He entered today 1 stroke back and ends up winning by a couple here. So what impressed you the most with Colin Morikawa?
I mean, probably just his course management in an event like the British Open. Look, when we're talking about Colin Morikawa, you have to realize, I mean, you can speak about him in the same vein as like Jon Rahm and Justin Thomas. He's the best iron player in the world, quite frankly. And Reed's right. When he starts to putt like that, I mean, Oosthuizen is ranked like, top 3 putter on tour right now, just in terms of strokes gained putting. That's his bread and butter. He's really improved that part of his game. He does not have the consistency, though, T to green that Colin Morikawa does. So when Morikawa starts sinking the same kind of putts that Louis does with regularity, he's almost impossible to beat. You knew that if Morikawa was going to come out and sink those putts on Sunday, it was going to be really tough. I do think the conditions helped Morikawa this week. It's always a little bit easier your first Open Championship when it's calm. You don't have to worry about the weather factoring in. Maybe you don't have to hit as many, Open Championship shots like run-ups, but he's clearly like a top 3 player in the world. And look, we've got 2 really elite winners at the majors the last 2 times out.
Yeah, and Emerson, really quickly with Morikawa, like delta between his strokes gain approach and the second guy, like Paul Casey, right now, is the same as when we saw Tiger when he was at his best. So just to put that into comparison, you see what he's done in his first time out at major tournaments, but then just his approach, he's so much better than the second guy, which is unbelievable, and it's been consistent all year.
Once again, The Sweat comes your way Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern to noon. You can hear from Moose and Reed and so many of our other great contributors here to the Dream Stream on a daily basis. Get a lot of great insights and analysis on all sports and whatever is going on that you can obviously wager some cash on, play DFS, whatever it might be that very evening or later on in the week. Of course, golf talk, setting you up for a little bit later on in the week as well. We'll hear from Pat Mayo and the PME, the Pat Mayo Experience, a little bit later on after this sim, but just great stuff. So always make sure you tune in for The Sweat. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, back with you as we head to half number 2, virtual Houston, where the Texans, the Super Bowl runners-up after losing to Seattle, up 14-7. Carolina kicking off. Texans will start off with the ball. Deshaun Watson halfway to a Bundy. He's got a couple of touchdowns to his credit. See how he finishes.
I cannot wait to play DFS during football season. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I'm excited about it too. I mean, it's funny.
Love me some tiers, baby.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, you and I played tiers contests all the time, but I played a lot of football DFS, against friends, coworkers, that sort of thing. But I don't think maybe in the final few weeks, if that, of the regular season or playoffs, I started creating contests for the Sim Fam, but I don't even remember if I did it then. I don't even remember if we had the Sim Fam League at that point. I don't remember when we created this thing, but and I'm sure people in the chat would remember, but much of the NFL season, I can definitively say we were not doing contests, amongst all of us. So I'm pretty geeked up about that we can.
Yeah, that'll be good. I'm going to join those, no question.
Yeah, start to get into these. Now, when you say you're going to join those, I know you like the tiers, but
the like Classic, for $1, like those big ones that you make, like a Cough Classic for the Sunday slate, I'm in on that.
Nice. Yeah, it'd be a good time. Be a good time. I've developed something of a reputation in basketball among the fam here, but I tell you, my baseball has not been impressive. We'll see how football goes once that comes around.
It humbles you.
It does. AD Poker says, I've never played tiers. We definitely need a group main slate, though. That's what I'm saying. We'll get into it. Yeah, Jordan said we had a league, but you didn't do contests at the time. That's what I thought. I didn't remember doing it. That's going to change, Lindenbaum. That is going to change.
I do remember
we're going to be playing every classic. I don't know about every classic, but every Sunday main slate. We're going to play every, Thursday, Sunday, Monday showdown, as far as the night games. We're going to be active. It's going to be fun.
Lindenbaum saying that he's tried tiers a couple of times, just couldn't get into it. The reason why I like it, it's almost like DFS training wheels.
Yeah, I can see that.
It kind of takes the figuring out salaries part of it.
Who do I think is the best?
Yes.
And that's the bottom line. Like the money doesn't matter.
Sludge843 saying, why does everyone have better lighting than Tom? Hostage videos have better lighting video quality than Tom. That is not the case.
Ducey, when he moved into his new place before he started, like hanging up the Fordham banner in the back and a little Yankee photo, like actually giving himself a little decoration. Zach Thompson, before he moved rooms too, and added like the bookshelf and that sort of thing. Like we've had a couple of commentators in hostage looking situations with their background.
My room is vibrant.
Well, don't get in there, Sean. Just don't.
I am in a kitchen. It is bright. I have multiple overhead lights on. I have a ceiling fan light on. It is bright in here. I think my lighting looks great.
Flash looks like he does his on the sun, so I wouldn't be so concerned.
But the first sim I ever did, I definitely didn't have enough lights on, and my family texted me after sim number 1. Turn on some lights, because they were watching. They're like, why is it so dark?
I don't know. I'm sure I've mentioned it on The Sims, but I've certainly mentioned it to our production crew in the past. I am constantly I'm jealous. I'm in awe at times of some of our fellow commentator, not setups, but just their cameras. Like specifically, I feel like other people have much higher quality cameras or better lighting or whatever than I do. Like I see my shot on these Sims or in interviews that I do outside of the Sims, and I just feel like I have like the worst camera and lighting situation a person can find. And then people will say to me, like our producers will say to me, like, no, like you're good, man. Like, I mean, like some of ours are way worse. Like you're fine, believe me. But I look at it and I still think like, no, this looks terrible. I look like
gotta up your game, dude.
Or I look fuzzy. Like, no, this needs to look better. I expect this to look better.
Gotta up your game.
I got up the game, but I tried it. I went on Amazon. This was months ago. I went on Amazon Prime, and I ordered 3 or 4 HD cameras, for the computer, just to like get them all at once, try them out, compare and contrast, all that. And sure enough, just stuck with the same one that I had originally and returned them. And, it just...
You returned all of them?
Well, yeah, I don't need a whole bunch.
So you ordered 3 or 4, you tried all of them, and turned out the one, your built-in one was the best?
No, I was still using an external one, not a built-in one. Like, the built-in one is horrid. I was still using an external one. I just thought I could get a better external one as the field goal is good for Houston. And I haven't, to this point, found one that I love.
You're still out here looking for love.
I'm keeping my options open. Bubble says, Koff, the next 11 a.m. sim you do, that must be where you are, noon for me, I'm assuming, says you could call it the morning coffee, Kaufee, payday melee. At least I thought it was cool, LOL. I like it, Bubbles. I probably won't remember to do it, in fairness. You know, like I'm just explaining myself. My memory kind of stinks. I'd have to write it down, but I like it. I do like it.
I referred to you as Coffee in conversation with Lamarca last night at some point, and we decided we didn't like that as a nickname for you. I don't mind it as a name for a contest, but yeah, no, not gonna work. Not gonna work as a nickname.
So you know what's weird is, what's weird? There are I'm like many of us, certainly like you. I'm a man of many nicknames.
Yep.
Koff, obviously, which it doesn't even really feel like a nickname. It's just a shortened version of my last name. Koff is a popular one. A lot of people will call me Koff. There are probably a handful, half dozen people in my life that call me Coffee. They're all female.
Huh.
And I've just always found that to be an interesting distinction. I don't know why. There's no I don't have any opinion of it one way or the other. I just find it interesting that anyone it's always been Coffee has been associated with that coming from a lady.
Every person that calls me Tommy is a guy.
Yeah.
Not one girl I know calls me Tommy.
No? That's interesting. Bert says same for him, except it's Robbie.
I think these are just weird coincidences.
Well, AD Poker says John Lester just homered.
Wow.
How about that? Man,
Didn't he go like
too busy hitting dingers?
Didn't he go like 15 years without a hit once upon a time?
Some insane stat like that, yeah. Lewis says, Tommy, you said you were going to leave Coffee alone.
Yeah. Yeah, and I figured I'd let him know I'm not going to call him that.
Where's John Lester now? Is he a national?
Yeah.
Let's look at his batting stats real quick, because now I'm curious.
He's like historically one of the worst hitting pitchers of all time. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so he didn't have a hit. And now, granted, he didn't have that many opportunities.
He was in the American League.
You know, so obviously he didn't even have so his 9 years in Boston, he went.
Did he have less than 20 ABs?
He went 0 for 34.
34, okay.
And we'll add in an 0 for 2 for Oakland, because that was also pre-Chicago.
Yeah.
He went to Chicago, and Chicago and Washington, he's had pretty much the same success, albeit, prorated. But he's a 120 hitter in the National League.
That's higher than I thought it was going to be, honestly.
This is his 4th home run. Would you have guessed that?
Wow.
I wouldn't have guessed that.
I would not.
He had won each of the last 3 full seasons. So 17, 18, 19. He homered once a year for Chicago. And this year, obviously, his first as a national. How about that?
There you go. You learn something new every day. Johnny Lester. Better hitter than I thought. Yeah, let Lester go. He'll play for the A's, and then he'll come back.
He'll come resign.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what happened when the Red Sox tried to resign him? You guys remember when you lowballed me? Good luck with Rick Porcello.
I'm going to go sign with my man Theo.
Jake says, come on, Panthers. Damn. Yeah, not a great offensive showing for Carolina. Down by 10. Minute to go, third quarter. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, Bert, Bobo, Daniel in ops. That's actually 2 people, not 3. Mike, our producer, and Drew, our technical director. Conley, a sack, is first.
Texans D doing some work today.
Hit that like. Up over 200. Can we get to 250? Smash the like, hit the subscribe button here on YouTube. It's much appreciated. We have got a 4-way tie for first currently, including...
Don't say it.
Rimrods, X Ghost Machine X, Janko 18, and someone else.
That's right.
3rd and 17. Caught! Carolina! To the 18. 3rd catch for DJ Moore. 18 ticks left from the 18. Moore at 78. 1st and 10 coming.
A
All
McCaffrey
timeouts available. Not that they would use them here. It's the 3rd quarter, but all timeouts available. Both teams.
McCaffrey or Robbie Anderson here would be helpful. Demetrius Poindexter saying, "What up, cough?" Demetrius Poindexter. Lamarca and I were talking last night about how much we enjoy that name.
How handsome is that guy now, by the way?
Oh, stud.
I mean, just what
Night
what
and
a
day.
transformation. It's like, anyone remember the TV show Family Matters? It's like when Urkel, walked into the chamber and came out Stefan Urkel. Just a brand
What
new
an
day.
absolute reference by you. Like,
Thank you.
2% of our audience knows what you're talking about.
I don't know. Our audience is not too far off my age demographic. I think that might hit
Yeah,
the
but how
chord,
many of them
actually.
are able to make that pull?
That's
Family Matters Urkel reference like that.
Yeah. I'm not sure that's something
On
I
a
should be
Monday
proud of.
night at 8:50 p.m. Eastern.
All touchdowns in this game have come on the ground. Deshaun Watson, Christian McCaffrey, David Johnson, who has been utter trash in these Sims lately, and yet I went with Duke, and of course David scores. 4 for 63 for Fuller. I know you've got him. DJ Moore, 3 for 78. Is a shared win a win? It's a win, right?
I'd say so.
When it's
I
not a
personally
solo?
would count that if it happened for me one day.
David says, LOL cough. American Way Charities. I know Stefan. Kareem
I'm
says,
looking at my lighting
41st.
right here on
You
YouTube.
cough.
This is not. Have you ever seen a hostage video? This is not what a hostage video looks like. This looks like a well-lit kitchen.
This guy. Listen to this guy, how he spends his Friday nights. Have you guys ever seen a hostage video?
I mean, come on.
You think this is a hostage video? Are you kidding me?
Get
I curl up on the couch. I put my feet up. I crack open a beverage, and I just go to YouTube and I search hostage videos. They are not nearly as well lit as this.
This looks like a home cooking presentation. I'm in a kitchen right here, baking up some Sims.
This is absurd. The nerve of you!
How dare you?
You guys!
Get out of here!
You ever seen a hostage smile this big?
Last time I saw a hostage, he didn't have on a plain black hat and a lobster t-shirt with a frocket.
That's right. It was on the show 24, and he had a hood over his head. He's struggling to breathe. That's a hostage situation.
Why I oughta.
Oh, goodness.
Boston Joe says I need some front lighting. You need some front lighting. How about that?
Yeah,
Boston
you got to
Joe?
get some front lighting.
No, I actually do want to get a ring light.
I was thinking about getting a second ring light.
Oh, look at this guy.
I think Flash has the 2 ring light set up. Because as opposed to putting the, just the one, this is what I have, the singular ring light right in front of you, i.e. behind your camera, you could do the, ring light a little bit to your left, a ring light a little bit to your right, jokers to the left and clowns to the right, and here I am stuck in the middle. All that, you can that way you don't have to look right into the light. Stare into the light. Christian McCaffrey, bidding for number 2.
Yeah, but then the middle of your face will be not well lit enough.
I don't know if that's true. I'm
Yeah,
not
probably-
sure that's true.
It's probably not.
I think it might be okay, actually. Incomplete pass. American Way Charities. How come you guys don't sell ads from your backgrounds during Sims? What do you have in mind?
Unethical.
What do you got?
It's unethical.
I like
this is hard-hitting journalism.
Well, you said unethical. I said, how much? What do you want to advertise? Yeah, I'll hang something up behind me, sure.
I can't even get a DraftKings t-shirt. You think I can get an ad sold for my background?
I think the point was you'd have to sell it independently.
Well, that's definitely
do it
not
yourself.
allowed.
19-yard chip shot. Yeah, Drew says you could put a big Lion's Choice roast beef banner right behind you. I mean, you pretty much advertise for them anyway.
Speaking of which, I wonder who's going to get that wooden nickel today. Who's to say they're not already?
That's a great point. Jordan says, check out the Grandmama episode of Family Matters. Steve had legit handles. I'm saying Jaleel White can hoop, man. He played in a lot of those like Rock and Jock celebrity games. He can play. Nobody's going to mistake him for an NBA player, but he can play. I swear I only hear from friends when it's TV or movie related. A buddy just texted me, have you watched Hunters yet on Amazon Prime? I don't even know what that is. What's Hunters?
Never heard of it. You guys get into some good Pats and Broncos talk today on the Pats Broncos sim you had with you and Broncos reporter BK?
Yeah, oh yeah, there was some Broncos talk. We got into a lot of random, all kinds of different talk.
Deshaun, nice run.
Josh Radnor's in it. There's a fun fact. I honestly didn't know he had done anything other than How I Met Your Mother. Nate says, love the Urkel reference. Earned a like today.
Hey-o.
Nate.
My brother just texted me, watched Space Jam 2, solid 5 out of 10.
He couldn't possibly mean that.
He likes bad movies, though.
No, but they're like, I like bad movies too.
Oh, no!
This is a bad movie. Fumble picked up by Carolina. In fact, it's so funny you bring that up because I said, I don't remember if this was last night with you or earlier today with BK, but I made the comment that with kids, okay, like the best indication from a child as to whether or not they enjoyed a movie they watched is how quickly they talk about it and ask to put it on again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I mean, there are so many movies in my house that we've talked about on these sims at length. Sports movies that are geared toward younger audiences or whatever it may be. That, you know, the Cars movies, Toy Stories, that they've seen so many times, dozens of times. Like, if ever you could justify the purchase of a DVD, find a movie a kid likes. It'll be on repeat.
Right.
Space Jam 2, man, we watched it. My 8-year-old, my 6-year-old hasn't come up since. Not only that, they said they liked the first one better, which just warmed my heart. But I bring all of that up to say this. I was just trying to calm them down earlier. You know, we were just trying to kind of like relax. Let's just put the TV on for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I don't even know how I stumbled upon it. Just sort of scanning whatever we're on Netflix or one of those, whatever streaming service we were on. And we stumbled upon, do you remember the movie Good Burger?
Yeah, great movie.
Well, let's not
for
overstate
kids.
It. All right, for kids, fine.
Yeah.
So, first and goal from the 9, Carolina, trying to tie this thing up.
I loved Keenan and Kel growing up.
Too. For sure. I was a Nick fan, absolutely. So we stumble upon Good Burger. The kids had never seen it, didn't know anything about it. And I was like, let's pop this on. I kid you not. That movie ended. They hit restart. It went right back on.
Love it.
Good Burger went right back on. So Space Jam 2, A New Legacy, vastly, as Christian McCaffrey gets in for the second time, vastly pales in comparison to Good Burger.
Yeah. Well, Good Burger's, for me, I mean, that's one of the seminal kid movies for me. Like, when I was a kid, that was a repeat film for me, too. That might have been one of those tapes that, because it was a Nickelodeon movie, you could get the orange tape. I think I had the orange tape of Good Burger. Just watch that
VHS.
over and over again.
Luke says Good Burger was one of the best movies growing up. Bert says, yeah, but Good Burger's fantastic. Jake says Carmen Electra with Kel, LOL. Yeah, those were some fun scenes. Blank Check. Yeah, the kids haven't seen Blank Check yet, but I'm familiar. I loved it growing up. Miguel, I see you. AD Poker says, man, Good Burger was classic when that came out, like 10 years old. What year, if you had to guess, what year was Good Burger? And yeah, Jake, 1000% says the scene in the Crazy House when they started dancing was fire. Amazing.
I'd say like 98 or 99.
97. So you're right there in the wheelhouse.
It definitely really made me want to go to a place called Good Burger one day, which, to my knowledge, doesn't actually exist.
Nope. Not to my knowledge.
I also wanted to try Mondo Burger.
Yeah, sure. Not when you find out what they do to those burgers.
Uh-oh.
Spoiler alert. Can you give a 2-decade spoiler alert?
Yes.
Boston Joe says, Koff, play Master of Disguise with Dana Carvey for the kids. My kids loved it. So I enjoyed that, and that's another one. Like, that's a bad movie, but I enjoyed it. I liked it because I love Dana Carvey. I don't remember if my kids at 8 and 6 would enjoy it.
I remember when I saw it as a kid, I
What's
loved.
it rate? Is it PG? Yeah, it's PG. It is. Yeah, maybe they would. My kids were in tears laughing at this is a deep cut, but for anybody that remembers in Good Burger, when the guy tells Kel to watch his butt and he just starts doing circles like a dog chasing its tail, trying to see his behind. And my 6-year-old was on the floor. Could not, like, he would have rewound and watched that for an hour. Just that
great
scene.
bit. Orlando Hewitt with an interesting tidbit saying Rotten Tomatoes audience score for Space Jam 1, 63%. Space Jam 2, 81%. I have to imagine that Space Jam 2 number will drop.
Yeah, it's already dropped a little bit. A little. Like a few days ago, I saw it at 83, I think. So it's in the same general vicinity, obviously. But the critic score has been coming down. Like, I think it's in the low 30s now, last I saw. Boston Joe, am I not turtley enough for you?
Turtle.
Turtle.
Oh, David Johnson. What a move.
Crushing.
You picked the wrong Johnson.
So Paland. In the 113 games listed for Curtis Samuel, he has never had a 0 before. That is because zeros are never listed. It goes down. This is where things get a little funky. It goes down as a DNP. So the better thing to look at, I'm not saying he's never had a 0. I'm just saying the better thing to look at would be the actual game numbers. And if you see a game skipped, like it goes from, I don't know, 97 to 99, there's no 98. That means 98 was a 0.
Was a goose.
It's just not listed there, and it doesn't affect his average. So just a fun fact: if you're looking through the game logs, looking for zeros, you're never going to see a 0. I don't know why that is, but it is. 17 all, 2.5 to go fourth quarter. Yeah, well, fun fact. Red Sox, meanwhile, are up 12-2.
I saw that. They're killing it. They were up 11-0 at one point, I think.
Looking to make it 4 straight series where they win the series opener and then lose twice. Touchdown, Houston! My captain, Brandon Cooks. I'm sure it's way past too little too late, but I needed it.
It helps me with Deshaun Watson being my captain. I'll take those points.
Yeah, absolutely. And yes, there was a Kenny Stills sighting. I see the people in the chat. Bubble says, Mighty Ducks was off the chains. You know what? Even the Disney Plus series was kind of entertaining.
I heard that it was a little too skewed for kids to be enjoyable for an adult viewing.
I think that's fair. I didn't dislike it. I enjoyed it, but it wasn't. It was absolutely more heavily geared toward kids. It was, the parts of it I liked were just the nostalgia.
I gotta be honest.
If there was no nostalgia factor, like there were no Mighty Ducks movies and that sort of thing, no Emilio, I wouldn't have enjoyed it at all.
I feel like that's not the right move for Disney. Like they should have made it more nostalgia, like nostalgia-based, parent-based than kid-based, because I feel like parents your age would like get super into that. Like keep it kid-friendly enough so kids would like it too. But I mean, Mighty Ducks, that speaks to a completely different generation.
Sure. Drew says the Mighty Ducks animated show was one of his go-tos. I remember it existing, I just don't remember ever watching it. I'm sure it's all on Disney Plus, though. I'm sure it's there.
Orlando Hewitt saying adults talked bad about Space Jam 1 when it came out. People always down-talk sequels. Sounds like Orlando Hewitt liked Space Jam 2.
You know what, Orlando? Like,
and I'm cool with that.
To each their own. Like, if you like it, that's great. But, like, agree to disagree over here.
Bert liked it.
You liked Space Jam 2, Bert? That's what you're telling us? Because I don't even think Space Jam 2 was bad compared to the original Space Jam. I think it was just bad. It was just a bad movie.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to watch it.
Well, I feel like you have to watch it just to experience it so you can be part of the conversation.
Yeah, but I think I got better use for my time.
You think you can find another way to spend 2 hours? What, are you kidding?
Yeah, it's called doing another sim, baby.
That's true. (24-17). Carolina trying to force extra time. They're into field
Give me a
goal
little
range.
Robbie Anderson here.
All timeouts available. 80 seconds left. That'll help. 21-yard pickup. Bridgewater up to 241 passing, and that into the hands of Robbie Anderson.
Just get in the end zone. Get in the end zone next time. I would love a McCaffrey receiving touchdown here, but I'd really like a Robbie Anderson.
First and goal. Bridgewater back of the end zone where the feed in. No.
Robbie, you got to get the toes down, buddy.
Tommy needed it. He is about half a point from the promised land. I feel like it's like not being able to say no hitter. Second and goal from the 4. Less than a minute left in regulation. Bridgewater, end zone, touchdown, Carolina, DJ Moore.
Oh! I saw the 1 on his jersey, and I thought I was going to see another one. Unfortunately, I saw a 2. And that's not going to help me out in any way.
No, not in any way. I mean, you just dipped from 2nd to 9th, not to be the bearer of bad news. Didn't see that coming is actually the username that's in first place right now.
It's a good name. Wow, that's upsetting. This has got to be maybe the closest I've come to win number 2.
Well, you know what? You're not dead yet. It's 24 all. You still have about a minute to go, and that's before overtime, if obviously we get there for some free football.
I would love some overtime.
Jake says, let's go, boys. Ain't nobody better, fellas. Hold them to OT and get the ball and go win this joint. I love that we have... It always makes me happy when there are people that genuinely care about the outcome of the game. The game, not your lineup. The game.
Game, not a game.
Not a game. Boss for Joe. Freeze Pops cries in agony. Arrgh!
I'll take a Fells catch. That helps.
You know, Glash had texted, talking about next sim being number 300 for you.
Yeah.
Glash had texted me earlier, said, do you know how many total sins you've done? Because Tom was asking me. So I respond to him, because we work with like 17 Toms. So I said, Tom, like which Tom? He goes, Carroll. He's got 300 for him tonight. Do you know how many you've done? I said, yeah, I know exactly how many I've done, because I just have a folder that has all my notes, and
which is what I do.
A folder for each game. And he's like, man, I don't have a clue how many I've done. And I've said, well, based on my number, I figure you're in this window. He's like, yeah, that's probably about right. This right here is number 770 for me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I said to him, you're probably in the like 650 to 700 range, something like that. Deshaun to the 42.
Right. Hey, I have Fairbairn, so if we get a game-winning field goal, I don't know if it's going to be enough, but I'll take it.
Bubbles, Three Ninjas was my ish when I was little. Always wanted to be Tum Tum. Kid loved candy. All right, here we go. One timeout left for Houston. 1st and 10 from the 42. 15 seconds to go.
Missed him.
Incomplete pass.
Hey, you could probably throw it again here. Got the timeout in the bag here. Try and get in field goal range.
How about a big push to 250 likes? How's that smell? Hit that like. Hit the subscribe button on the YouTube. Rushing bonus for Deshaun, by the way.
They're going to run the ball here, huh? No.
No. That's completed.
Fells.
All right. Field goal range. Fells to the 19.
Fells. All right, Koff, you got the contest up in front of you. I know things take a second to update here. Where am I? Has all of that Fells this drive helped me out?
I want to give Bird a second. I want to give it a second, because the things are still changing in front of me. But you're in striking distance.
Okay.
You're absolutely in striking distance.
As in a strike for 3 here might
the question,
give me a real chance.
Oh, so you know what? You can't win.
Why? Does someone have Fells as a captain?
You're tied for 3rd right now, and both people in front of you also have Fairbairn.
Yeah. But what about these Fells catches that are on the way?
Well, I can't tell you if those are all up to date, but yeah, I mean the person didn't see that coming has Fells captain. John Birdie.
Well, okay, then there you go.
So,
yeah, I'm not going to win.
Yeah, you're locked. 27-24, Houston, and Tom Carroll smells success, but can't quite taste it.
Always a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Is that too literal? Put my schnoz up to the microphone.
Yeah, everyone loves a good schnoz.
Rob Brand says, Koff, was Shaq's movie worse than LeBron's? Which one? Shaq's done multiple.
Did we talk about Lester's home run? Lester's home run was 419 feet.
No, we did not mention that. Good for him. Wouldn't you like to get a hold of one of those just once in your life?
Insane.
Like, can you fathom? And it's not like he's the greatest home run hitter of all time. Not even close. But imagine being Pete Alonso the day of the home run derby.
Oh, yeah, it'd be awesome.
The number of bombs that he hit just like in the cage, getting ready for the event.
Yeah.
And then hit 74 home runs during the competition. Imagine just one day in your life being able to crank 100 bombs out of the yard.
Quick question on the way out. Would you rather be able to hit a home run or dunk?
Hit a home run.
I'd rather dunk.
Well, are you talking about one time? Because I got to believe that if I could dunk, I could do it more than once.
Yeah, one time.
Definitely home run.
Okay.
I'd
rather do a windmill dunk.
Well, sorry, buddy. It looks like you're going to finish tied for 3rd. A projected winning lineup from Didn't See That Coming, who obviously must have at least had an inclination that it could be coming. The lineup looks like this. Darren Fells at captain, 8 for 64, about a third of the lineups. Deshaun Watson, who did not disappoint, high ownership but high performance. Christian McCaffrey, same deal. You had Watson in the flex at 32, McCaffrey at 23. DJ Moore, who maybe is a Wooden Nickel Award winner here, quarter of lineups, 20 points. You had David Johnson. Nice to show up today. David Johnson, 10 points. And then Kai Fairbairn, 11 points, multiple field goals, extra points. Good day for him. Who are the award winners, my friend?
Cuff, you cut out a little bit as you were talking about the guy who's 25% ownership with 20 points. Who was that? Because that
DJ Moore.
son of a gun is going to get the Wooden Nickel. Congratulations.
DJ
Babysitter
Moore.
Billy. Okay, DJ Moore will give him the Wooden Nickel.
Okay.
Babysitter Billy.
I know you sometimes like it to be a collaborative process. Do you want to?
So I'll tell you this. I'm stumped because I feel like the guys that I wanted to do well did well.
Sure. Well, that's because you have a good lineup.
So who are you thinking would be a good candidate here?
The ownership is very low. That being said, a goose egg's a goose egg. Curtis Samuel is 19.6% owned and didn't do a thing.
Let's give it to him. Goose egg, it's easy.
And the guy is averaging a dozen points a sim.
It's an easy out. We'll go with the goose egg.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There you go.
There you go. All right. Very good.
I'll take third place on sim number 299.
It can only go up from here, you hope. I have got Sims tomorrow at 6 and 8, folks. The happy hour sim with Christian DeAndrea, Bucks Niners, then Brandon Cristal and I, Colts Cowboys in prime time. Tom will be back for Madden After Dark, not only today, but also tomorrow. But today, that is the showcase sim right here. Number 300 of young Tommy Boy, Freeze Pops, Tom Ace, Tom Carroll, TC, and whatever other nicknames that that Executive Sessions or Robbie Noble might have for him. He's got a big one on the way for Madden After Dark. About 45 minutes from now, you want to tune into it. Brendan Glasheen will be alongside, shepherding it in. Seahawks and Titans, the Super Bowl champs. See, you know, you want to honor the greats, you send the greats out to do it. So Tommy will be along for that. Thanks once again to our Game Ops crew, Bert, Bobo, Daniel, TC. Again, just two people, just many, many names. Mike, our producer, Drew, our technical director. He is Tom Carroll. I'm Adam Kaufman. On the way here on the DK Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg, those two goofballs getting into a little golf talk. First look at the at the 3M Open. The guys will make their picks, dish out some betting tips, give you a course preview of TPC Twin Cities. All of that on the way, and so much more, including Sim number 300. Are you not entertained? Don't you have to do that when you say 300? That's coming up.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 3M Open Picks, Bets, Preview, One and Done Plus, an Open Championship recap for Colin Morikawa's win. But before we get into that, I got some announcements to make. One, smash the like button for the episode. Give me your biggest bust at the 3M Open in the comment section in terms of the betting odds from DraftKings Sportsbook. And don't be scared now. 2, subscribe to Mayo Media Network. Also, the DraftKings pick show for the 3M Open is going to be Wednesday this week, not Tuesday. I have a football show dropping on Tuesday, so it just moves a day. Filming didn't quite line up for me, but we'll have it out early on Wednesday morning or even potentially Tuesday evening. So just check back at Mayo Media Network, which you should be subscribing to right now. I got a progressive jackpot to give away for you fine viewers out there. You've already supported so many shows on Mayo Media Network, but I'm coming back to the well again. I got cash to give away for you. A brand new show has launched on Mayo Media Network and the podcast channel. Fantasy football picks and bets to get you ready for NFL season. And if you leave a 5-star review after subscribing on Apple Podcasts, leave something about the show that you like, make it up, do whatever. Twitter handle, email address so I can contact you. Right now, the jackpot is at $500. If we get up to 50 reviews, that's going to increase to $1,000. We get another 50, we'll get up to $1,500. So as many reviews as you can pump in to Fantasy Football Picks and Bets on Apple Podcast, we will have a giant cash giveaway. So please go do that now. It will severely help out the show. Episode 1 is already up. It's Davis Maddock and myself talking about just a whole bunch of stuff. Jeff Feinberg will be on the next show, as will Pete Overzet. And then we're going to start running through. I'm not going to be hosting every show. It's going to be progressive, but I'm just hosting these first few to get the show on the tracks as we're ready to go. And it's going to ramp up by the time that football season is around. So please go check that out. Fantasy Football Picks and Bets. I put a hot link in the description of both the video and pod. So you can go do that in like under 30 seconds. Go win yourself some bucks. All right? Thank you very much for supporting Mayo Media Network. FantasyNational.com/Mayo to get 20% off all the golf tools and stats you want. If you want the football equivalent of Fantasy National, RunTheSims.com is operational. It's free to use right now. So go to RunTheSims.com, register for an account, and it's completely free. Go test drive out. But if you want to get it on the founding membership, go to RunTheSims.com/Mayo and lock yourself in for life like the NWO right now. I'd say give it a test drive, go do that, and boom, you'll be at the same price forever. Prices just overall are going up starting August 1st. And note the site will no longer be completely free to use, obviously. So you can go lock yourself into that right now. And I think that is everything. Listeners League link is open as well in the description. Just hit the description. There's so much stuff out there. But we really need you to rate and review that podcast. That would help out tremendously. Jeff Feinberg is on the line. Heard you took a beating at the Open, pal.
Oh, yeah. Up and down. Nothing right. Nothing. And not just like wrong, like polarizing wrong, Pat. The outright card got obliterated early. And there's a documented video, my picks, props. I picked even Morikawa to miss the cut, like just in a polarizing, bad sense. So it was a bad week for me.
It happens. Listen, when you bet on golf and you pick a lane that you want to go down to, sometimes you're going to get wiped out. I almost got wiped out, but the Canadian hero we all needed, Jeff, Mac Hughes, gets his top 8 finish for the full each way and pays 70-1 and cash the top Canadian as well. So I missed out on Spieth by a place. He comes in second instead of comes in first place. Aaron Rye didn't come through on the 33-1 to be low Brit because he finished 1 stroke back of Paul Casey. I was taking a few on the chin, but they were just clips. They didn't quite knock me out. Then Mac Hughes pulled the ultimate Magic Beans 20-footer on the 72nd hole to give him the entire share and really bailed me out. I can't believe we didn't bet Morikawa. That's just straight up. And I did the same thing you did. Like, I faded him on DraftKings, had none of them. I just got so scared off by the comments that he had about links golf after the Scottish Open. And I know a lot of viewers out there hit on Morikawa because they played under the sensible idea that anytime that he's 30-1 or above, you just automatically bet him because he wins at such a high rate. We're stupid. You people are smart. So congratulations to anyone out there that hit Morikawa because it was impressive performance.
It was majestic in many ways. Did everything line up for him? Sure. Did he get weather I wasn't anticipating? Absolutely. Did I, Pat, you sort of did something you never really do despite almost getting the winner. And you're like, nah, I want to, I'm looking at numbers and things and the obvious, but no, there's like a strokes gained crusty European, strokes gained Magic Bean factor that has to come into it. I'll say this. I feel that much dumber about missing Spieth despite not winning instead of not hitting on Morikawa. Like, every lane for about a month and a half, pointed to Spieth. From long range trends to your eyeballs to strokes gained Magic Beanery, everything. And I was too stubborn to not go there. So that really ate at me. And hopefully I learned a lesson that I did not pay for. Colin Morikawa. I can't be mad because I did not even consider it. And you could say that makes you an idiot, Feinberg, but I picked a lane. Debutants, I don't know. I got scared about that part. We had a debutant
that said he didn't like his irons and didn't like how he made contact with the ball with his irons on a links course. Going into this event, did it play like 4 days on a sunny American weekend? Sure. But there was enough of the variables that I just wasn't even looking at him for the outright win. In fact, as I said, I bet him to miss the cut, seeing a boom or bust scenario. Clearly he spiked and he boomed. Now, did I bet him to miss the cut? Yes. Once he got into contention, made the weekend look great, I obviously thought he could win. It's one of those things like, well, once he's there, he's more live or as live as anybody. I thought he would struggle to get there this week because of Open Championship variables. But I saw a plethora of American golfers who I thought might struggle this week, make the cut, have fine weekends, even just making the cut. Burns, Lanto, Homa.
Bryson.
So I don't know. It didn't stop any of them, but I was never there on Morikawa, and I want to give so much credit to the people that bet him. I mean, they hit a great number in a major championship. Now, part of a large set of the people who bet him just bet it blindly. I am betting on the ceiling, and I am ignoring the variables, the Open Championship variables. What a move. What a move. But even as late as Wednesday, like from the people that I like to see who they're picking, that I trust. I mean, I saw a lot of winners, Pat. But outside of very few select people that like I see who put picks out there, I know our boy, a bunch of people had him. Matt Jones over at FTN propped him up on all his stuff. But a lot of people who do what we did, like just sort of had this approach of like, no touch. But it was like, I'm going to the window. I'm taking this quarterback. He's getting way too many points. What's the matter with you guys? And the touts are like, that's a California quarterback. He's never played in cold weather. And I don't know. The game ended up being perfect, and he could have won anyway, probably, because he's capable of everything. And these guys are so good. They are so good and so ready to win. And maybe I take that back. Not all of these guys are built differently. He's certainly built differently. There
were two hilarious narratives that kind of got played out throughout the course of the week that I thought it was funny reacting to. I kind of stayed out of it on Twitter, that apparently this is when people realized that Morikawa was by far the best iron player in the world, which was pretty evident over the past 18 months, but they just came to this realization this weekend was kind of strange. And just people's conception of putting and how putting works, that we've talked about it for the longest time. It's one of the key things. I don't mean like me and you, yes, but like everyone in like the daily fantasy and betting community is like, hey, these spike putting week guys are huge. It's like sort of the JB Holmes effect in a weird way, where JB Holmes goes from being the worst putter for 8 consecutive weeks to the best putter in the field. He's either horrendously bad or he's really, really good. Morikawa is just in that conversation. I recall tweeting out at the Players because I thought he was going to make a big run there because he had gained strokes putting in the first round. Was just like, basically anytime he gains over 3 strokes putting, he wins an event. That's how good his ball striking is and how good his irons are. And I can't recall him ever putting this well ever. I don't think he'll ever putt this well again. He made every putt inside of 15 feet. Like,
amazing.
Every time that I'm sitting there with the Spieth ticket, I'm like, Jordan's not dead. Like, he's real. Like, even when they made the turn, it's like, oh, Morikawa's up 3. It's over. It's like, it's definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination. No. And it almost got to a point. There was a like 10-footer on each side. Morikawa was putting for par and Spieth was putting for birdie. Jordan misses his, Morikawa makes his. You just flip that situation. It's one shot with 5 to go. And Jordan just...
I have a list of things upstairs that I was writing yesterday through the eyes of a guy who had money on Jordan without actually money on Jordan. Like, I'll put this out there. I love you, Pat. I rooted for you. Even like when I had money on Siwoo and you could win a monster on DraftKings, like Kadira won, I was happy. I didn't flinch for more than half second. I was not rooting for the Spieth bonanza, everybody getting Christmas in July yesterday. I wasn't rooting for it. So I'll put that out of the way. But from pretty much like the 9th hole on, I could think of instances there was like at least 6 instances where forgetting like the par putts, like just the margins, he was on the right side of almost everything. Watching those tee shots that, you know, like the intricacies of how just the maniacal way that ball might hit the ground and kick half an inch to the right and end up in one of those bunkers. Or even, was it on 13, where it looked like he was begging for it to hold its line, and 80% of the balls you saw in that week kick left, go into that bunker. Instead, he's standing there with a par putt, time and time again, forgetting the birdie putt on 14 that he made and doing just about everything in terms of the par putt. That had to be, I like caught myself many times thinking, I could not believe what Spieth bettors are going through right now. This thing is getting, like, every time you think you don't just have your life again, that you're going to be potentially the favorite again in a moment, Morikawa pulled that rug, almost maybe in a Spiethian way. Or maybe only me and Matt Kuchar were snickering seeing Spieth lose an Open he might have deserved to win.
I would even throw out that, I mean, Louis obviously got Ander cursed. That was just poor Louis. That was the end of him. This is all gearing up for Louis to win the FedEx Cup playoffs without winning the event.
As UPS guy, I'm always rooting for him to go on a big run.
Well, like, he'll end up somehow like first in the standings by coming in second in all of the FedEx Cup events. And then he'll get to Eastlake with like the highest score possible, but he won't actually win the event, but he'll do enough to stay ahead. And then he'll go throughout the entire year without having won an actual tournament, yet get cut a check for $15 million. That's how this plays out for Louis. Tim has already picked him to win the Masters next year too. So
listen, Josh Perry tweeted last week, Pat, as Louis was clearly doing it again, that some books still had 66s out there if you think he could do it again. What's funny is listen, I got blown out this week. We've already been through that. Like literally another bad just move I made was like, no. I was like, Louis, no, that roulette wheel's just hit red like too many times. Like, doesn't work like that. Like even the best players get got in a major occasionally. Apparently not. I feel bad for the people that tried to even bet the exact finish second place bet, on Louis. Maybe you just got to make it a top 3 thing. But my heart really does hurt for Louis, having no financial interest in any of it. I may have even woken up Sunday morning thinking, wouldn't it be great to see, like, yes, he's a major champion, but 2 would just change everything. And I hurt for the guy. Not that there's a reason to, but there's just such a gen pop. Like, he's just in the worst way, he's like such like seen as a bit of a loser in the most unfair way, because people might watch 4 or 5 golf tournaments in a year and they always see this guy losing, instead of the really good players that me and you like that never even get to that situation. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying, but my heart hurts for Louis, man, to kick that door so many times.
It's gonna be tough for his legacy if he doesn't get another, because we'll remember being in the moment and having watched, like, 20 years from now, and we think about Louis and he's on like the Champions Tour and he's still playing in the Open because he has that one Open when you're just like, oh yeah,
he's
Louis
captain of the President's Cup.
Yeah, like Louis won a major. It's like he won that one major. We'll remember that he came second or third so many times. But people who just kind of like almost how I see, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of like a type of player.
It's like reverse Sergio, because he got it early and then was disappointed, as opposed to the other way, where you're like, oh no, Sergio's so cool now. Like, he did it. Everything's fine. Everything's gravy. Louis just feels a bit empty, right?
It does. It's a lot like how we're going to feel about Rose, the same way if he doesn't end up getting another one. But Rose has these weird accolades along the way that propel him up. Like, he has a FedEx Cup victory. He won the
Gold
Olympics. Medal. He has a gold medal. Like, he has weird stuff to go along with it. And just the Ryder Cup, like, wins that Justin Rose has.
And Louis, a #1 world ranking, which is special to have ever owned, period. Even if it was however long you might own, possess that. But Louis a guy I always love. I mean, you can make the jokes about the smile, what have you, Pat. But as a guy that, I'm betting this week in, week out, I don't understand how anyone could hate him, because
does anyone hate him?
Yeah, no, I saw a lot of like anti-Louis talk, but the thing is, Louis so great because the guys that I seem to have the most disdain for naturally, Pat, are the ones that like are really good, but I lose a bet, I T2 to them keep on winning. You know, Louis like, no, he's great, and he never roaches a bet. He didn't roach anyone Spieth or Morikawa tickets. I know this major actually might have had more Louis tickets than like in the previous two, like pre-tournament outrights. I saw him on way more people's cards. I recall people were smart enough to think, no, this thing is going to continue, but now he's just priced with like super elites, or not super elites, but that tier after who you might want to make moves on. I'm excited. I don't know. I'm sad for Louis. I got a lot to say, but I guess that's about it on Louis.
Well, the biggest thing too, like Morikawa did everything right. We said like he got the breaks, he made all the putts, he went out and won, and a lot of it just had to do with when I came on the Saturday evening show and I previewed the final round. I looked at the weather. I was like, this is Morikawa's to lose. Like, there's nothing that's going to be stopping him from dialing up the exact distance he needs on his irons. He's going to hit all the greens
So I
in
have an
regulation.
important question.
What?
And I'm only cutting you off because it's really important to me.
Okay.
On like even as late as Wednesday afternoon, was this weather like there for us to see? Because maybe I'm the biggest idiot, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it that way. Like, nothing I saw. No one told me that this thing was gonna like. I know it could change every 20 minutes, but there was no indication this was coming as late as like deep into Wednesday, or did I miss it?
It softened up about what the projections were for Saturday and Sunday, but I don't even normally look. I look ahead, but I don't really factor it in at all. But no, it was dead on Sunday, and it was dead most of Saturday too. So no, that was not in the forecast when we looked on Wednesday evening. Like when we looked Wednesday evening and I looked at Thursday, it was like, okay, the AM wave's going to play a little bit tougher than the PM wave. It was like, all my guys are in the AM. I just hope to get lucky. And as it turned out, the AM wave, the AM PM played a lot easier than the PM AM. And that's not what the forecast gave us anyway. But looking at it on Saturday evening, it's like, oh, it's going to be dead tomorrow. So give me the best ball striker. Hope he makes some putts. And that's how it's going to go. So hopefully some people got in on the 2-1 on that. I just didn't think that Louis, I mean, Andrew Curse aside, he just didn't have it on Sunday when we looked at it. But the biggest thing to me was everything went perfectly for Morikawa, and he only won by 2. Stuff went wrong for Spieth. Stuff went especially wrong for Rahm over the course of every single round where he couldn't make an 8-foot putt. If he had just made 50% of his 8-foot putts, he would have won this by like 5 strokes.
Rahm's going back to putting like, because remember before he got hot, like before Memorial, we're like, Rahm's not making those like momentum keeping, momentum saving putts. Like he's so good at them. Like he makes them everyone's effed. Obviously made them in the, screwed at Memorial and then into the US Open. And last week seemed like way worse, like really short putting. This week, it just seemed like he wasn't just making them to keep the runs going.
It's just even on Sunday, let's cut to Rahm, who has 7 feet for birdie, miss. Here's Rahm.
European radio.
Here's Rahm for eagle, miss.
And I guess it's totally understandable, Pat. Like the European radio was such a charm. And they were like Rahm obsessed. Like Rahm was taking priority over Morikawa, Louis, like Spieth on Sunday. Like Rahm, and it was so they were like living and dying with him, I guess, as the crowds were obviously trying to really get him going also.
Yeah.
I don't know, how many guys actually contended?
I would say,
4?
yeah. I mean, I don't know what Brooks on Saturday, but I mean, he's just shooting like a
Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin and Brooks just took themselves out of contention on Saturday and rebounded with a nice Sunday. I would say Spieth contended. Obviously, Morikawa, who won, contended. Louis contended. There was a moment Connors was kind of in play, and there was a moment Fratelli was kind of in play, but that was really it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, everyone talks about Jordan kind of gagging it away on the 18th hole on Saturday. Those back-to-back bogeys were killer, but I would actually contend that the bogeys starting his round on Sunday were far more detrimental. He doesn't make those, he's in a playoff. Like that's how
Listen,
we can point to specific horrible holes and stupid mistakes Spieth made, and he still almost won.
Yeah, no, of course. Listen, as I said to Philip Rivers, everything matters. Everything matters. All matters.
Yeah, and listen,
That's why I don't like to follow Thursday because I'm a tweaker, and I'm like, that's just gonna come. That right there is gonna be the reason I'm short of it. Spieth's contention though, Pat, in his post as to like what made him really angry. I don't know whether he made these comments Saturday or Sunday. I actually believe these were post-round Sunday comments. Was that like for a player as accomplished as him, like he wanted in that final group, which I guess would have been against Louis potentially. So I guess who knows how it works out. But like his whole concept was like, no, the final group, I stare you down, like sort of thing. So he seemed most pissed that he lost like that aspect of it.
Well, it's probably because he wants to be the best putter in his group, and then he got put on with preeminent putter Corey Connors, so that just was really tough for him.
Yeah, I listen. That was an embarrassing putt and an embarrassing, I guess, like 5 minutes for the broadcast, but sort of like showing Louis' putt twice. It was a bad moment for Louis that day, and the telecast, not only yesterday, Pat, and I want to cut them a little slack because we know they weren't really on site like they normally are, but it was deplorable. And the lack of like teamwork maybe in the NBC, like just they all embarrass themselves. So it is what it is.
And it's usually so good because they do the right thing by owning Golf Channel. You see from first tee to final shot, like there's time for all of this stuff, and you can cut around to as many players as you want. They had a really weird focus. It seemed like there was only 4 guys on the course on Sunday, and that's just what we have to expect from the major networks for the major championships now, because that was the exact same thing at the PGA Championship. Even at the U.S. Open, when there was like legit 10 guys in the running to win, they focused on like 3 or 4. Maybe they think it's too confusing for people to try to follow along, because I remember Morikawa was in contention at the U.S. Open, and he mangled the same par 5 that Bryson did, and they just didn't show it. They like cut back, it's like, oh yeah, Morikawa just made double bogey. He's done now. It's like, okay. All right. That would have been helpful to watch in real time, I think. And same as the Bryson thing when he started melting down in exactly the same way. But you hit on the radio broadcast. So because the app was a disaster. Actually, it wasn't a disaster. It was good outside the fact that it didn't have Shot Tracker, which is a pretty essential part. But like the layout of it was really cool. I thought it was like really quick. Like if you wanted to watch videos, and the broadcast they put on the app, the radio stream was and no disrespect to the serious guys that do it every week, because I think they do a really good job.
And they do a great job.
That this open broadcast, like between keeping up with almost everybody and like the camaraderie all of the announcers had, like I don't know who the female broadcaster was. It's like her joke the entire time was just like her crush on Marcel Siem the entire time. I thought that was great. The guy who yelled 4 on one of the shots on Morikawa's shot that almost went out of bounds but didn't go out of bounds. Then he saved himself and just made bogey. That was a huge turning point for him in the round. Then they just like ribbed him the entire next 2 days because he was the only one who yelled 4 and he yelled it into his microphone and you heard it on the broadcast. Like I thought they did such a good job. I was listening to that and just had the TV on mute the entire time. Like I couldn't handle Azinger after some point. Like get the guy off TV. He's horrible.
Those accents, they could say anything and I think I would eat it up. Like if Azinger had that accent, I don't think I'd be angry with him.
I just don't. Here's
like,
but here's
that's
my,
even like even how I know a lot of the networks where we live, like they consciously just hire like English guys to do soccer because it just feels right. It feels better. I don't know. It sounds right. I don't know, man. It just sounded so good.
Are you talking about like when we used to watch Soccer Saturday presented by Adidas with Graham Leggett on TSN when we were growing up?
Yeah, I guess so.
Just hearing the Adidas.
Adidas.
It really shook me, but I thought the radio broadcast over there was really good. But I just don't understand how Azinger can get away and no one, I mean, Twitter cares, but no one cares about Twitter. It's a complete echo chamber, so no one's really paying attention to that. That he can just go on and say stuff that is objectively not true. Like, could you imagine like Chris Collinsworth saying stuff like that?
Oh yeah,
exactly. you know who has the best deep? I'll tell you something. You know who has the best deep ball in football? Tua. It's like, okay.
I don't. it's I don't know. It's so insulting, and that's so when I alluded to teamwork, I'm like, I don't know what goes on there. I don't know how they can put on that broadcast as a team. Yeah, I'm dumbfounded by it. Like it was as bad as it's ever been from a being spoken to by the commentators event. Like I've gotten on CBS and stuff for Pat, because I want to see more shots. But like the stuff they're saying isn't moronic. They're just following the script from how they deem the coverage should be delivered to us. If that makes any sense. Like they're not perfect. Dottie has said silly things about a guy's a good putter when he's not. But overall, the information that is coming out of their mouths is far more like accurate and reliable, even if you're angry at not seeing shots.
I would agree. Yeah, I remember the Dottie thing with like Victor Hovland is a tremendous putter. All you need to say if the guy like it is, I think a lot of what they're saying is like, oh, he's putting well this week, and you can say that could be very true. But to say, and they couldn't have picked a worse guy to say it about. Like, if there's one thing anyone knows about Corey Connors, that he's absolutely this putter. That's his whole thing. Like Morikawa, also really with his putter, having a great spike putting week. Like that's another point that we can kind of look at sometimes. And this is where I fell into the trap with Luke List, something I might be doing again at the 3M, was that like, the week that he putts, he's going to be excellent. But he never putts. And it's not like sometimes he does have like the really objectively bad ones. But at least when you go back and look at Morikawa, it's the spike stuff. Like with Holmes, he's not just consistently losing 2 strokes putting every single week. Morikawa will lose like 7 strokes putting, but then he'll gain 6 strokes putting. Like Connors loses 2 every week. List loses 3 every week. Ben An loses 2.5. Keegan loses. And like the spike putting week for Keegan comes legit once every 3 years. So you have to hope you're on the bandwagon that happens and the irons actually come along. But there's a big difference between these guys who consistently lose, a stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes every single week. You just go look at their game logs for the past 10 weeks and like, oh yeah, they never make putts. Versus someone like Morikawa who's like 2 bad tournaments in a row, boom, he's like top 10 in putting. Like that's something to look out for, I think, when we're prognosticating as well.
Absolutely. And I had this like deep inner thought to myself yesterday and just trying to figure out like, because this whole like spike putting, the spike stat conversation, as you said, a microscope came on it. And I'm like, it reminded me of so many times, Pat, when we would discuss elite player Adam Scott. And we would be like, no, man, just be like week average, just be like 30th in the event in putting and we'll be just fine. Like, that's what we're looking for. When we would bet Scott when he was sort of in his heyday at premium numbers, or in the number range that we find Morikawa at now. But Scott didn't like do that, right? Like he didn't spike. It was just, no, sometimes we got like he was 20th in the field this week and that's all we needed. And obviously you feel that much more comfortable when thinking about, from an outright perspective, the Morikawa type where sure, I lose lots of outright bets every week. I'm just like banking on the ceiling, not like this week median or this, tour median week sort of. And I feel like that's how we would bet Scott. But with Morikawa, we're going to have this totally different approach of when you tout him, you're like capable of the spike putting. We know he's the best iron player in the world. What's the case?
Yeah, and there's a few guys like that. Like Finau has flashed that, although he's never won, but that's a lot of the source of his like high-end finishes the week that he gets it rolling a little bit. Like Riviera this year, he just got caught by Homa. And then like Wolf is kind of like this. Bryson is almost the perfect example of this because he does so much right. The weeks that he's putting well, he wins.
Yeah. There's just he's not. But his bad putting isn't like Morikawa's bad putting. So you don't consider, like, we acknowledge how great of a putter Bryson is. Like, forgetting the driving, forgetting all the jokes you want to make about Bryson. Statistically, he's a fantastic putter. Outside, like, now that Jordan Spieth is back, Bryson is no longer like the best putter of the guys I deem as super elites. Although Bryson's its own, I guess, conversation at the moment. But you know what else is funny, Pat? Last night, the people on the internets are already like, oh, we're because they showed Masters odds or something.
Yeah, it's Ramen Spieth. Ramen Spieth are the co-favorites at 10 to 1.
Yeah, but even, oh my God, we got Morikawa at this number. We're never going to get it again. No,
just wait.
Guess what? Like, you might, because when Dustin, like, it happens every year. Like, when Dustin won the Masters in November, do you think people thought they could get him at a 25 to 1 to win the Open Championship this week? Like, ever again in the next 3 or 4 years? Probably not. So everything just sort of, comes around for different reasons, whether new flavors of the month or people not liking your form or course fit. I don't know. I think Morikawa will be disrespected again, and all it's going to take is Victor Hovland winning a silver medal, and he'll be like just as good or worse than Victor again.
Yeah, that's
And
next
I'm
week.
part of that problem sometimes.
Okay, hi, welcome in Madden After Dark on a Monday night. It's a milestone sim for one of our announcers, number 300 for Tommy.
I don't know if
Freak
this is backwards. Is this backwards on YouTube?
I think so.
Try to do the 300.
Try it the other
Okay,
way.
We'll try it the other way. There we go. That's better.
Yeah, that looks good. You got it right. Got your numbers in order. Hey man, like this is cool. You've been here since last October and you made it this far. And I got the lights on for you. Party time.
It's party time. You got the black hat on. I appreciate the love. Yeah, man. It's I was saying to Koff earlier, you grow up thinking about these numbers and 300 milestone. It's like hitting 500 home runs in baseball. And, here we are. Never thought I'd get here, but I made it to a milestone in my career. 300 sims.
Any more questions for Tommy? All right, you're free to go.
Thanks, guys.
We've got got a sim here too. So number 300 will be the Seahawks visiting the Tennessee Titans.
It's a good
What's
one.
your lineup looking like? Now this has got to be. Maybe we have ourselves a night here where you win this free roll.
I almost won the last one. I came in third in the last one. I thought we were going to see something special. So maybe it's all leading up to this.
All right, give it to me. What is it?
Okay, here we go. Derrick Henry, captain.
Same.
He's a beast.
Okay.
Seattle DST. Corey Davis.
Same.
Humphreys, Lockett, Wilson.
Interesting. Wait, so you didn't play Metcalf?
Did not play DK Metcalf. Every time I play him, he stinks. So I went with Lockett over Metcalf.
And you played Davis.
And I played Davis.
So the only difference between you and our lineups is I played Metcalf and you played Davis.
Well, there you go.
That's it. I have the Seattle defense. I captained Henry. I played Russ, Lockett, Humphreys.
Wow. So we're going to be up there, buddy. It's going to be me and you neck and neck. Well, that, of course, if our guys do well. Typically,
Right.
I do poorly, so.
Yeah, that's the name of the game, you know? So see how it plays out. That's why we play the games. That's why we sim the games. And we all see how we do at the end of the day. Final sim of the late classic. What did we say? So we were texting earlier. What did we say my number was for sims?
You've got to be somewhere in the high 600s, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, I have
Because
no idea.
You were recounting the lack of days off you've had over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I guess a year and a half or so now on the Dream Stream.
Yep.
So, I mean, if you're doing at least one sim a day on all those days where you're not on vacation, it's going to add up. So you're up there. I was saying this the other day, and thank you to everyone saying congrats on YouTube. Love being a part of this DK SimFam community. It's a blast. We love doing this. I think that you, Koff, and Moose are the three top sim people as far as Sims broadcasted.
Sim
I'd say that's-
reps.
Yeah, I'd say that's 1, 2, 3, and in whatever order. Koff's probably number 1.
Yep.
You're probably number 2, and then Moose number 3. I think I could be close to 4.
Yeah, it's
I
weird.
mean, I have stacked a lot of Sims on the weekends.
I know, and that's why I'm not trying to discount that. I'm just trying to figure, does that match up or top like an Emerson or a Reed who's been here since day one? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now,
I think it's close.
I know that Emerson's, he's not doing as many Sims these days. He's tailed off quite a bit on that pace. Same with Reed. But, again, you know better than me, they may have been just banging out so many from the jump that they still might have me beat.
I have no idea.
There's
I
no
just
way to
can't.
know unless they count on their own. Yeah. I think Rossi and I are close.
Yeah, Rossi. Yeah, that's a good call. Rossi might have you beat by a little bit. It's close though, dude. I think there's no question you're in the top half. If we divide it by how many of us are there? 12. I have no idea.
11 or 12.
Definitely 5 or 6. At least, I think.
Koff thinks that I blow Reed out of the water.
Yeah, you do. You do. Dude, Reed was doing like... see, I don't even know how to guess. Like, I can't... like, one a day, a couple times a week.
Yeah, I probably haven't beat.
But those first couple months, which are all at this point, like, very foggy in terms of just... like, I can't believe we're at this point. Yeah, out of how many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, you got to be like, I would guess like 5, 6, top 7.
I like my pace.
Yeah, dude. Well, you know, might have you, but maybe Christian. You guys are probably close.
He's been around longer than me.
Yeah, man, it's a couple months.
Every sim, love them all. Love them all equally. All 300 of them. It's like picking a favorite kid. Can't do it.
Must be says, who cares, really?
It's true.
Yeah, it's just a numbers game. I think I was keeping track like the first month or two, and then I just lost count. I'm like, I don't know. I'm old school. I print out my calendar and I write it in pen. And I threw away my 2020 calendar. I only go back to December 2020. I know it was bad. I
gotta be keeping those calendars, buddy.
I know. Well, see, every time I finish my taxes, I go, okay, I can throw this one out.
There you go.
But I'm like, I thought I saved it, and if I had saved it, I could have gone through. And I said to you, like, oh, I'll take a look. I thought I could add them all up, and
yeah, and then you're like, no, there's no way I can do this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the way I did it is easy. I just looked at all of my timesheets, looked at the total at the bottom of all of them, and did some simple addition. Kyle, thank you. I appreciate it. Joe Spencer saying 181 was my personal favorite. That was a good one, Joe. I remember sim number 1. I don't remember what teams were playing, but it was Koff and I. Nope, sorry, Glash. Well, Red Koff's comment said it out loud. Freudian slip. Glash and I. It was Madden After Dark. It was a wild weather Wednesday. I was wearing a hood.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
Never forget your first, huh?
Never forget your first. And I had the lights not on fully in this room, and my family texted me afterwards and was like, dude, you got to turn on more lights. I said, okay. We all remember our first.
Who did I work my first one with? I don't know. Well, Koff and I did like a trial run of a game. That doesn't count, though.
Michael, you did produce my first sim.
That's a great question. Who was my first, like, legit?
I think my first staff was Michael and Daniel. I don't remember who would be on Ox.
I don't know who my first sim was with. Oh, you know, it was Steve Buchanan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bukes.
Yep.
Darth Gator, 300-second microwave salute. I like it. I like it a lot.
Producer Mike is here. We have Andrew, Bert, and Daniel from Game Ops. We have a field goal on the board. Steven Goskowski. Bruiser B, I absolutely realize this. We've seen more sims than both of you guys. Absolutely. I was actually asking around today. I asked Koff. I asked producer Drew. I'm like, how many sims are we at as a company universally? And I don't think anybody knows. Someone has to know.
Oh, yeah, that number could probably be easily figured out. You just got to go back and look at the schedules.
Yeah.
Someone's just got to be willing to sit
wants
down
to
and do the simple algebra. I feel like Koff would do it one of these days. If someone gives Koff access to the schedules, he'd do it.
Jordan Lindenbaum. First time I tuned in, you were doing that with the Bukes guy, Aklash. He was being a total dick to you. Yeah, that can happen.
D-Rod saying that the highlight of the year was LaMarca versus Tom in a sing-off. He beat me. The Sim picked the song. It screwed me.
Brant calling out the Seattle D in the chat. Gonna have to wait for that. There's a catch, but a flag. Olsen with the catch. Holding. Coming back. You had a sing-off with LaMarca? What'd you guys sing?
The chat decided on Don't Stop Believin' by Journey.
Yep, I'm starting to come back to me.
It better suits his vocal range than mine. And look, I'm not going to sit here and make excuses. He showed up to play. I showed up to play. I think I made a valiant effort. But, you know, the situation favored him. He went second. I'm not sitting here making excuses, guys. I'm just saying. Sounds like I'm making excuses.
Yeah, anytime you have to end with "I'm just saying," it's kind of an excuse.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, you're right. I would like to face him again at some point. On my turf.
All right. They're in the red zone here. 17-yard line for Seattle.
Ashley Edwards, thank you. She recognizes me as the rightful winner of that competition.
Meager's doing some math. 478 days since March 28th, 2020, times 6. It's around 2,900. Minus maybe 100 to account for holidays and cornhole. I think so, like 2,800, 2,700 sims. I guess that makes sense. I trust your judgment. I stink at math. So
it's just a matter of figuring out which days we had less sims. That's the hard part. Like if we just did 6 a day, every day for that amount of time, it would be easy. But in the beginning, there wasn't as many. And then on football game days, there's less. So there is some variance.
Oh, Choker calling you out when you threatened to ding-dong ditch your neighbors. You chickened out.
I did. I totally chickened out.
They still loud?
They've since quieted down.
Maybe they watch.
There maybe was a conversation that occurred between myself and someone that lives in that apartment that I chose not to bring to air. But it may have been a loud conversation late at night. That happened. Just throw it out there. Needed to happen. I was banging on their door so loudly that they couldn't hear me because their TV was so loud. At 12:30 at night on a weeknight. It sounded like I was watching whatever they were watching in my living room. That's how loud it was. And I'm a floor below them. Not good. Not good, Glash.
That's why we do the buzzword.
Message was sent.
This is why we do the buzzword. We return the favor.
Exactly. Oh, buzzword tonight. Got to go with 300, right?
I'm in.
It's kind of a hard word to say over and over again.
Not a lot of passing going on, except A.J. Brown has got 3 catches for 40 yards. So that's good. Metcalf, 1 for 18. Carlos Hyde, 1 for 16.
Morgan making an appearance.
No. No appearance.
Morgan,
what did you get? Morgan,
vocal appearance.
What did you get?
Glash.
What did you get Tom for his 300th sim party?
Glash wants to know what you got me for my 300th sim party.
Big fat wad of nothing.
She got me a big fat wad of nothing. But what she did do was fix our Wi-Fi earlier today.
Yes.
So that is a gift in itself. I would not be here right now if it were not for her Wi-Fi skills earlier today. It crapped out on us.
Yes.
So there you go.
Yeah, because you were interviewing my guy, the boss.
I did. We did interview Jerome Bettis for Great Dane Nation today, and the
Nice.
Wi-Fi crapped out on us right beforehand. Wasn't good. Morgan went to work, got it done. The bus was great. Fun conversation.
He did some stuff during the football season this past year. I think
He's the best.
Yeah, nice guy.
He's legit just a normal guy that happened to have a Hall of Fame career.
He got to meet Steve.
That's true. He made an appearance on The Office, says Morgan in the background. I wanted Morton to ask him about that. It did not get worked into the interview. Very upset.
El Paso #1 says they look like a hologram. Might as well be.
Madden
Second
after
and
dark.
goal.
Got to get the club running.
Touchdown? Yeah. Will Disley?
Oh, a little vulture action. Caw-caw.
Oh. Oh. A vulture for sim number 300 for Freeze Pops.
Yeah, it's only right.
All right.
Especially as a guy.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I always roster tight ends. They always tend to be the wrong ones. So Disley getting in the end zone here makes a lot of sense.
There is a lineup in the free roll. We made a couple that played Disley. Cena, who's a man in the chat we always hear from, and Roland Catet. 6.3% owned, 128 entries.
Bruiser B asking Tommy, did she just jiggle some wires? It was a more involved process than that. There's an app that's connected to the Wi-Fi router. It's a lot more complicated than that.
I'm a software engineer guy.
Amateur software engineer over here.
All right, so Will Disley with the score to put Seattle up 7-3. Yes, the caca buzzword, Obi-Wan, with the
That was
clip
an all-time
from
great.
Twitch. It's pretty good.
I would say that might be the best buzzword ever. We had a few really good ones last week. Caca stands out, though.
Should make a top. It's like instead of NFL films, we'll do buzzword films.
Yeah, like how they do those top 10 lists. Number 10. Get like different beat writers writing about it. Get BK. Remember the night they said caca for a minute straight.
I'm sorry. The one of them that's definitely it's got to be up there is when I did the buzzword at Koff's house on the porch. And
Oh yeah, it's got to be up there.
Koff trolled me and just started using different adjectives for how insane I am, and it's actually pretty well done. I had no idea he was going to do that.
That's good stuff.
But the buzzword that night was porch, and I told him he should say house. Eventually, he gave in, but.
I do miss the polls. Remember we went through a polling phase?
Oh, like buzzword battles.
Yeah. Trying
Yeah.
to decide if we'd continued the buzzword in 2021.
Oh, patience. That was a good one. Yeah.
Patience was a great buzzword.
Yeah, I'm so proud of myself knowing how to shout a word for a straight minute every day.
Yeah, honestly, I can't wait to cut a reel from the Dream Stream one of these days, and it's just going to be 3 minutes of me yelling buzzwords.
Where the hell is my Emmy?
Yeah, this thing should have been at least submitted for some sort of Emmy. They give Emmys out in the sports world like they're candy.
Can I just make my own Emmy?
The production staff deserves an Emmy. I'm not saying any of us do. But the fact that they make this thing work and that it exists at all, they deserve an Emmy for that. They really do.
Carolyn's phone charger likes the lights. Yeah, I got the lights out for the party, man. It's
Madden After Dark.
big night for
Tradition.
Tommy.
It's a tradition.
I think it's fitting for a milestone to be during Madden After Dark.
Totally. It's apropos. It's the sim I've done the most of, the 8 and the 10. The late slate, as I like to call it, even though I'm missing that 6 o'clock for the true late slates. My late slate, the 8 and the 10. The 7 and the 9 for me, Central Time. I was actually talking with Morgan about that the other day, how weird it's going to be for me to have to do these sims on Eastern Time now. I'm going to like doing the late sims so much less. Like, it's nice to be done by 10:15. I feel for you guys that have to end it at like 11:15. That extra hour.
It is huge.
It's going to be a big hurdle for me early on. I'm going to be drinking some like 7:30 p.m. coffees to get ready for those late slates. Get the energy going.
Ooh, nice catch and run here. Tannehill to Johnny Smith. You know what, man? Like, I read this chat and I'm like, you guys, you're guys and gals, your memory is fantastic. We did Superstitious.
Oh, yep, that was a great one.
Like, that was so long ago. Skull, we did a Skull buzzword. I think that one of those might have been with Christian or BK, and they looked at me weird the whole time while I did it. That's okay. Expired. Yep. I think we did that. Was that with you or Jeff?
We've done that.
But why was expired a buzzword?
It was definitely from that commercial, like what you were just mimicking.
Oh, right. Yes.
Expired. When it's like there's that so-and-so have an ant problem, and one of the ants is going through the fridge, just looking at every condiment bottle. Expired. Yeah, Morgan, who is brushing her teeth from across the room, saying she cannot wait for a time where she's going to not have to hear the buzzword, because at our new place, the office in which I will be doing the games from is not close to the bedroom where she will likely be.
Hey,
Corey Davis!
That's right. Corey Davis!
Oh, this guy!
Emerson's dad's jockstrap. Best buzzword, meow, sturt, meow, sturt. Morgan, you have to shout the buzzword tonight.
Ooh, I like that. Hey, Morgan, there's been a request that you participate in the buzzword tonight.
That's a yes.
She said she might be sleeping. So we'll see. If she's awake, maybe she'll start yelling it from the other room.
Corey Davis in this particular contest, the $250 DraftKings free contest, 39.5% owned, 6.7% in the captain spot. Take a look at the game center there in just a moment. Thank you all for being here. 50 plus on Twitch. Got about 350 on YouTube. Hey, in honor of the 300th sim for Tommy Freeze Pops, hit that like. Hey, maybe we can get a nice clean number of 300 likes on the stream. That'd be nice. Wouldn't that be nice? It would just be, it'd be so fulfilling. It would just complete. You complete me. It would complete us. It would complete today. So
lots of completion happening here.
Could be some better completions on the field. In the sim.
There you go.
You know, a little more offense, but we'll get there.
Congo Cab saying Morgan is like, what the hell is the buzzword? Oh, she's well aware of the buzzword at this point. Chef Duke likes the yes buzzword you did at one point. You just did the Marv Albert yes. I mean, you must have done that multiple times.
I don't know. I wasn't doing the Marv. The Marv thing was not till like the year of 2021. Maybe not.
Yeah, but you went through a heavy phase when you started realizing that you're pretty good at that impression. Like there was a week straight.
There have been a
where
lot
you
of phases here.
You
in
went through
Sinland.
an intense phase.
A lot of dark phases of my personal decisions and in these Sims. A lot of memories of what was I thinking? What am I doing?
That's life right there.
That's life. That was a buzzword once. That's life. What was I gonna? Oh, speaking of parties, Kyle is talking about the 29th. Oh, Kyle, you're gonna hate me. We're gonna have to reschedule your party because I'm gonna be off that day.
Oh.
What's the 29th again, Kyle?
July 29th?
Yeah.
So I will not be on the sim that night either because I will be participating in my 24/7 I have to stay at a diner for an entire day thing. So that's gonna stink.
Just reading this, I'm like, probably. Damon, have you all ever quacked, mooed, or riveted? Absolutely. I'd like to think so.
At some point in time or for a whole buzzword?
Oh, Sam.
A ribbit for a minute straight would be hilarious.
Demetrius says, you guys have to break the games up again to get the data on the likes. I disagree. We were getting 1,000 likes, 1,300 likes on one stream at one point.
Cough saying you big timed him.
That is not big timing. I am being realistic. See, it's funny you say that because I had the same. Okay, fine. Here we go. I'm going to defend myself.
Here we go.
Now.
Do it. Do it.
Defend myself.
Crack the knuckles.
I had the same kind of discussion with BK on Friday when I went to New York. I had no intentions of reaching out to Kenny Ducey because I just didn't think.
I forgot about this. Yeah, this is
I
bad
didn't think
teammate stuff here, according to Cough.
I didn't think it was possible. So I said to Kenny, like, it's nothing personal. I was here to visit someone else, and what you know what I'm trying to say. Say I was in Missouri for a work trip, and I had a lot going on. You know, say I was in St. Louis.
Yeah.
If I didn't think it was possible to like come meet up or hang out with you, I'm not going to just text you and go, "Hey man, I'm in St. Louis." To just start this dumb back and forth 10-minute text chain that will lead to nothing.
Efficiency. I understand.
Because what if you go, dude, what's up? What are you up to? Me.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm here to see a friend. I'll let you know what's up. All right, man. Yeah. You. All right. Just let me know. Oh, crap. We've got plans. We got this to do, this to do, that to do, this to do, that to do, this and that. Oh, turns out then I make myself look worse because I didn't make time to hang out with you. So why even put myself in that position to make myself feel worse?
I've done it. I've put myself in that position before. I've learned not to do that. If you're going somewhere to do something specific, you can't start involving everyone you know in your life. I've learned this lesson from moving away and coming home, and people will give you crap. Oh, I haven't seen you in so long. It's like, dude, if I'm only in Rhode Island for 3 days, I'm hanging out with my family for 3 days.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm totally with you.
So, they're kind of a different situation here, though. Metcalf was wide open. Come on, Russ.
Dang it.
So Koff texted me earlier. He's like, should get lunch soon. Plus, I want to get my mail, which I still have. The only thing that's opened is the Mike Bizzle letter. The other thing is shut. I can assure all of you. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in. I didn't say no. I said it might have to be like August, though, to be honest. Hey, there's Metcalf, touchdown. And then Koff said, I'll pull it up. Koff said something to the effect of like, this guy. Listen to this guy. I'm like, And then, it's like, okay, you want me to explain like my life for the next couple weeks? I mean, maybe I could work them in, but I don't know. I had some good stuff coming up for the next couple weeks. Metcalf, 45% owned, 7.6% in the captain.
I'm super busy in August. Don't invite me to lunch.
But it's July 19th. August is only 10 days away. It's not like it's July 2nd and they go, yeah,
True.
dude, see you in August.
Let me try and squeeze you in for a 12:30 lunch in early August.
I mean, think about it. We went to Fast 9, and that was a whole freaking fiasco in the sense that
Yeah, you really screwed that up. You're gonna forget to go to lunch anyways. He's gonna forget his wallet. You're gonna spill an entire bucket of something on his lap. It's gonna be a disaster. It'll be great conversation for the sim though.
But like, we had to make sure like it didn't interfere with his other job doing radio. I had something going on later in the day. He also has children. He also has just other crap going on. And that's all good. But think about it. When we booked, I say booked in air quotes, we booked the Fast 9 date. I mean, booked that like at least 10 days in advance. So if you want
So
to
you're
go
just
get lunch,
trying to do the same thing.
that's all. Wasn't trying to big time him. Just being realistic. There's a difference between being realistic and mean. Some people think it's mean when you just tell them what the truth is.
Yeah.
That's all.
Don't be so mean.
The Claw, who scored? DK Metcalf. And then the
Good
other
call.
one belongs to Corey Davis.
Good call by Coffee here saying that he should make it a dinner. Make sure that you're awake on time.
That's nice. I think I'm around.
I'm gonna meet BK in person
I heard,
at the
yeah,
Hall of
that's
Fame.
That's awesome.
So that'll be cool. So he'll be the first member of the DK broadcast team other than Rossi, and I don't count that. Since becoming a member of the team, he will be the first person I meet.
What? Wait a minute. You got to remind me. What happened with Ross? Oh, you're right. Because you and Rossi way back when
We
worked
crossed
together.
paths at EEI for like a week once, and we met for like 5 minutes. I have very little recollection of it. I think it was a Saturday morning. Neither one of us wanted to be there. And then Koff, I worked in the same building as him, interacted with him on the phone probably a dozen times, maybe less.
Yeah.
But we never actually met face to face.
You're going to look to rekindle that fire that you once had?
My brother tuning in on YouTube saying, "Congrats on 300, bro." Thanks, Tim.
Hey, Tim. What's up?
The chat wondering if that's my real brother. That is. Timothy Carroll is my brother.
Ooh, that ball had plenty of distance. It even hit
That
the
ball
crossbar.
hit the crossbar. What are we doing here?
Wow, you and BK, huh? You guys going to share a room?
No, his room is way nicer than mine. He got a hotel right
also,
across.
That kind of came out wrong. I meant to say you guys. Never mind. Just keep going.
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna pretend like it didn't happen. He got a nice hotel situation. I am staying further away than I'd like because we waited too far into the summer to book things. Amateur move by me.
Interesting. See, did you find out like last minute that you were going to go?
No, it has been on the boss's budget for a while, and they decided later than I would have liked them to approve said travel. Calling out my bosses. Timothy Carroll saying the smarter and older version of Mr. Pops. Haha, nice, dude. You're the man, dude.
All right, so Gostkowski's kicked a couple field goals for Tennessee. In addition, Corey Davis has a touchdown. Myers, no, excuse me. Seattle's touchdowns belong to Metcalf and Will Dissler.
Koff asking my brother who his favorite commentator is. You can say Tom, but you don't have to. My grandma, her favorite commentator is Koff. I've been on the record for her.
What's the what's the particular interest?
She just thinks he does a great job. She thinks he has a good voice. He runs a clean broadcast.
Sometimes
she has a least favorite.
Uh-oh.
I will not put her on blast like that.
Why?
Because it's my grandma.
Exactly. So who cares? No offense.
That's right. Morgan says don't talk bad about Grammy.
Wait a minute. We're not going to talk bad about Grammy, talking bad about someone else?
Correct.
That's kind of an oxymoron.
That's right. We're going to leave it that way.
No, come on. I want to know.
Can't tell you.
All right. Boring. Wow. All right. That's weird. I disagree.
I'll let you guys guess. I'm not going to tell you who it is. But...
Oh, see that? Wow. Great segue. This might be the number one thing that you've ever done was when you encourage people to vote a million times on getting
now
rid of
you
the
see
vote.
where I'm going here, Glash.
Driving the engagement. Is it me?
Guess we'll never know.
Your grandma moving to Rhode Island too?
My grandma is a snowbird, so she's got a small place in Rhode Island and a small place down in the greater Jacksonville area.
So how does she come out of watching a sim disliking somebody?
She watches every sim I do, so
She's watched all 300.
I mean, there's been days where she hasn't been able to, or she's been busy, but when she can, she watches. She's watched most of the 300.
So does she like FaceTime you after and go, "Hey, here are my thoughts on this"?
No, I saw her in person early on in doing Sims, and we were just talking about them. And she said she really liked Koff, and she talked about a few other people, and she told me who her least favorite person was.
Who with a few other people?
Oh, well, I mean, we talked about pretty much everyone I do the Sims with.
Want feedback?
She enjoys your Sims, Glash. She doesn't. You are not the person that she likes.
You did not say that with conviction. You have a kind of a smirk on your face. No, it's okay. She doesn't like me. It's all right. Grammy doesn't like Glash.
No.
It's okay.
Grammy is a Glash fan.
No chance.
She is. Yep.
I don't believe you. She thinks I'm weird, right?
No, she's into the Glash experience. She's all about it.
Do I not talk about the game enough for her?
No, talk
Hey,
about
Grammy,
the
it's
Sim.
first and 10. Final play of the second quarter.
No, Grammy thinks you do a good job. She says, "Oh yeah, I like his energy."
Grammy, that's Russ for the run for the first.
Oh, he fumbled!
He fumbled, Grammy.
Wow.
Well, your Grammy better think about the amount of people that I know in Simland. She can meet Andy Reid, Cam Newton, Tom Brady.
I'm telling you that she likes you on the Sims, Glash. You're the one that's in your own head about this.
No, I know. I'm just bummed out. I'm bummed out she doesn't like me.
No, I'm telling you she does.
I had to make you say that, though.
She just likes Koff the best. I wanted to leave it ambiguous.
I just want to know if I'm liked or not. That's all.
You are. You're liked.
I don't buy it. Let's go to the sweat. Grammy, we're going to take time out, okay, from the sim. Just going to assume she watches every time now. I'm going to win her back. Earlier today on The Sweat, Kenny Ducey and Nick Whalen will preview tomorrow's NBA Finals Game 6. Bucks and Suns. Bucks lead the series 3-2. It's back in Milwaukee on Tuesday, tomorrow. Here it is.
So let's look ahead to some of the betting angles before Tuesday night. Bucks lead in this series 3-2, by the way, 3 straight wins in this series, and it heads back to Milwaukee. Bucks will have a chance to kind of win it all on their home court. Suns will be big underdogs for this one, plus 170 on the money line. So let's get your initial take on this Game 6, Kenny. Would you back Phoenix at this number, or is this series over? What do you think?
Yeah, I've drank a lot of juice in this NBA Finals, and it's paid off for me for the most part. But I don't think that I want to take the Milwaukee Bucks at this number. I also don't want to take the Phoenix Suns on the money line. I think it's just going to be a pretty close game. I love taking the 5 points here that you're getting with Phoenix. You know, the Suns have played 2 really good games, really close games with the Milwaukee Bucks. They really should have won, early last week. And then they collapsed late, let the Bucks back into that game in Milwaukee. They steal that one. And then, of course, you get game 5 was just, Milwaukee just played really, really well. So the bottom line here is that the Phoenix Suns, I don't think, are out of it quite yet. They shot the ball really, really well in Game 5, and I think that they can shoot the ball again well on the road. They've shot better on the road than the Bucks have shot on the road. But in general, I like where this team maybe my doesn't.
Yeah,
this
wow.
team is headed. Look, DeAndre Ayton has given them a lot. Devin Booker continues to score the ball well, and Chris Paul came back in Game 5. Chris Paul played really well. So as long as you're going to get a good Chris Paul, I like the Phoenix Suns' chances here. The Suns, the Bucks have just shot really well, and there probably is a bad shooting net around the corner, but they're at home. The stats would tell you they shoot well at home. I'm not sure that it's going to be that bad.
Nick, have you been drinking a lot of juice in this series as well?
I have probably just as much as Kenny, in fact. And I feel very similarly about this game. I don't have a lot of conviction one way or the other. I will throw out one stat, though, that I heard on a podcast this morning. The team that is leading 3-2 heading home for Game 6 with a chance to close out the NBA Finals, all time those teams are 10-1 in those Game 6s. So history is on Milwaukee's side when you're the lower seeded team and you can close out the series in 6. With that said, this Milwaukee Bucks team that we've watched the entire postseason has been so inconsistent, and I try not to let the last game or the last 2 games erase all that or color my opinion too strongly. Milwaukee shot the ball extremely well, really from everywhere in Game 5, as did Phoenix. I think there's a chance that at least one of those teams, if not maybe both, regress, and we see kind of more of a grinded out game. I mean, there was a time that I want to say, I think it was 13 possessions in a row. Each team scored 13 total possessions where it was just going back and forth. It was a lot of Devin Booker and Drew Holiday kind of trading baskets. I don't think we see that again. I think both teams kind of try to slow things down, as is often the case in a finals elimination game. Every possession becomes so important. And I think this ends up looking a lot like Games 4 and Games 5. Both of those were Milwaukee Bucks wins. I think that's now factored into this 5-point spread. But both of those games were extremely close throughout and really came down to the last 5 or 6 possessions. And the final scores were a little bit inflated, especially in Game 4, just because some of the free throws at the end of those games. I mean, it was basically one possession deciding the game. And I think we get that again. These teams continue to be incredibly evenly matched. And Milwaukee, I think, especially has a little bit of room for regression with guys like Drew Holiday and Chris Middleton. Holiday played maybe the worst game of his playoff career in Game 4, and then maybe the best game of his playoff career in Game 5. He probably lands somewhere in the middle in Game 6. Like Kenny said, Chris Paul looked a little better on Sunday night. We know what to expect from Booker. We know what to expect from Ayton. I think we get another really evenly matched game that probably finishes within 3 or 4 points.
Be sure to watch The Sweat weekdays on the DraftKings stream at 11 a.m. Eastern time. It's like you can't make this up. It's 1 hour. It leads into the first Madden Sim of the day. I know. I say the same spiel every time. You know it by now. I'm going to start recording it like you. I'm going to record it on my phone. All right.
Oh, yeah. Got to pull that up. Thank you for the reminder.
From Brother Phil.
Congratulations.
Hey, congratulations on your 300th sim. There you go. The artist formerly known as Brother Phil. I have to tell you, Glashy was scarred by his grandma's screen door as a child. True story. I hold some deep, repressed resentment. We're dealing with pre-existing grandma issues here.
Rob Rand saying, Glash, you started so far ahead with the freeze pop holder. Where do you think it all went wrong?
Yeah, does Grammy know about that?
She's probably aware. Like I said, she tunes in quite a bit. It was talked about a lot of the time.
Oh, it's unfair. She needs the full picture of me. That happens to me often, you know?
You got to win her back.
What can I do?
Emulate cough.
Hell no. That was good. I didn't think you were going to say that.
You got the formula right in front of you.
Yeah, the answers to the test before the game even starts.
Yeah, dude.
Does she like when we do Boston accents?
She enjoys all of it.
All right. Next time I want specific feedback.
Okay, I'll get notes. Maybe when I'm living back in New England, I'll get Grammy on us in.
Grammy should do weekly power rankings.
That would be awesome. And I just text her for them.
Yeah.
And I just send the screenshot of what she says, good or bad.
Every Monday, get some Grammy power rankings.
I really like that, actually.
You're welcome. I'm looking forward to making my climb from the bottom. Or staying at the bottom. That's more fun. Around the outside, Chris Carson. Not much doing. Pretty good scoring half there, 16-14. Not too shabby. Two-way tie for first in the $250 free contest. Metcalf is the captain. He has a touchdown, 6 catches, 49 yards. Russ, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis, who has scored a touchdown, Greg Olsen, the winning lineup, and Steven Gostkowski. First down for Seattle, it's Greg Olsen. Kyle, yes, we will reschedule your party.
Whatever time Glash and I are together again, closest to that date, we'll do it.
Kyle, like I told Koff, it's probably August.
I'm off for a long stretch in August.
Right, you're moving.
I'm off from the 4th through the 14th in August for work-related stuff and then a vacation.
Rob Brand, Granny on the Pat Mayo show with her NFL picks would be awesome.
That would be great.
Grammy thinks Glash is whiny like Ducey. Yeah, it happens from time to time.
I don't think that she has seen enough Ducey to have a strong opinion on her.
Well, you don't work with him much.
We've very rarely worked.
Timing just doesn't work out, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe 4 times, maybe less.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to making the climb.
You're going to have to put in the work, dude.
Unreal. Went out and bought this freaking hat. These lights on for you. Try to celebrate your night.
Hey, I think that the effort won't go unnoticed. We'll say that. It doesn't seem like that's a satisfying answer for you.
Must Be says, Grammy, Emerson, Glash, and Kaufman, the Golden Girls of Cement.
I'd watch that show.
I see no lies. 3rd and 11. Ross spinning all over the place. Don't get dizzy. Hey, so how'd it go on Saturday? You were part of some championship broadcasts, right?
That's right. We were doing the Seahawks versus the Texans for the Super Bowl, and Seattle came out on top. Dominant performance. Defense played really well. Deshaun Watson didn't show up to play.
If the Texans are in the Super Bowl this year,
then I will quit all of my jobs and go be a deep sea fisherman.